Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 2749 to Chapter 2834. The wind howled in the valley. It wasn't loud, but it felt like it could blow into one's heart. A strong pressure made Xianxia's body feel like a curse had been cast on him. His strength was restricted and it was difficult for him to use his divine origin force. Not long after, the myriad qi in Xianxia's body started to recover. Looks like the myriad qi is really powerful. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, he could feel that the myriad qi had expelled the pressure from his body. Xianxia's blood was flowing with the aura of the myriad qi. That's why he was able to resist all poisons, which benefited Xianxia a lot. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at a place not far away. The three of them were standing right next to each other and their expressions were extremely ugly. Is this the bottom of the Luofeng Valley? To think that the three of us are still alive. Li Jian heaved a long sigh of relief and seemed to be extremely comfortable. After all, after falling into this bottomless abyss, the bottom of the Luofeng Valley that everyone was terrified of, there were only a few people who could still survive. Was he going to become that person whose name would go down in history? Thinking of this, Li Jian was a little excited. Looks like the Luofeng Valley is just a name. It's just a false alarm. Haha, to think that we're still alive. Maybe the heavens have given us a way out. We'll definitely be able to conquer the Linha boundary and dominate the Lone Dragon County. We might even go to the northern cold divine region and march into the central region divine land. Dan Yingqing was extremely excited too. Looks like they'll be famous in the future if they could leave the Luofeng Valley. Do not underestimate this Luofeng Valley. Before us, an unknown number of people have fallen into it, and all of them died without a burial ground. Perhaps it is only luck that we are able to survive. Xianyuan Wuqiong said in a low voice, not daring to be slow. Looking at the bones around him, he felt a deep sense of fear. Dan Yingqing was slightly taken aback, and he shook his head. Old man Xianyuan, you are too nervous. Although I had the same idea as you before I fell here, it seems that we are making a big fuss. Although there are countless rumors about Luofeng Gorge, do you know the people who really died in Luofeng Gorge? Or do you know him? We've only heard about it through hearsay. That's why the Luofeng Valley is so miraculous that no one dares to enter. In reality, we've never seen it before. Whoever died here is just a legend passed down from ancient times. Who knows how many years it has been since the Luofeng Valley became one of the 6 death grounds of the northern cold divine region. Maybe we've all been deceived by our ancestors. Xianyuan Wuqiong and Li Jian were slightly stunned by Dan Yingqing's words. They couldn't help but relax a little because what he said made sense. If it was really a rumor that had been passed down from generation to generation, it would be understandable because no one had ever entered the Zhou Mountain Ridge Luofeng Valley in the past tens of thousands of years. The reasonable explanation caused the three of them to feel much more at ease. Brother Dan, I didn't expect you to wake me up with a single word. Ha ha ha. We've been too careful. Looks like the ancestors of the Linha boundary were too surprised, that's why we got lost. However, we'll definitely become the focus of the entire Linha boundary and even the Lone Dragon County after we leave this place. I wonder if we can use this opportunity to break through to the Hierarch realm. Haha. Li Jian was extremely excited. At this moment, the three of them felt the same. They did not know what was going to happen next, but they would not be as cautious as before. I also want to see what's so mysterious about this Luofeng Valley. Xianyuan Wuqiong said in a deep voice. After listening to the two of them, he became more courageous. Those rumors were all discarded by him. It seemed like he was worrying for nothing. Alright, the three of us will definitely conquer the Lone Dragon County in the future. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Li Jian could not help rubbing his hands. The three of them looked at each other and left. The three of you really have a tacit understanding. You can come and go as you please? Xianxia sneered. Did these 3 old farts become stupid after being in seclusion for so long? How could they think that the Luofeng Valley was not dangerous? Looks like it's hilarious. You're not dead yet? Dan Yingqing said angrily. How can I die when you guys are not dead? You guys should be the ones to die. This is a beautiful world, I still want to enjoy my life. You're just a bunch of old bones, it doesn't matter if you die. Xianxia crossed his arms and looked at the three of them with disdain. Because Xianxia could not feel any divine origin chi from them. In other words, they've become ordinary people. What's there to be afraid of, Xianxia thought. It's probably because of his myriad chi that his strength did not change. However, that terrifying aura still made Xianxia uncomfortable. It was a pressure that was planted in the depths of his heart. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two did not have any strength. They were no different from ordinary people. That's why Xianxia was so disdainful of them. The funny thing was that they thought that this was a good place. Xianxia, you're courting death. Let's see how you're going to fight the three of us in this valley. Xianyuan Wuqiong said to Xianxia. Let's kill him first to prevent this kid from leaking out. I, Li Jian, will kill you today as a sacrifice to the souls of my ghost eye sect. Li Jian struck out with his palm. It should have been a thunderous roar, but he did not move at all. There was not even a trace of divine origin energy. Xianxia stood there with his arms crossed. Lung Lung looked at him. Xianyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing were dumbfounded. Li Jian was even more dumbfounded. Even a divine king would have to retreat when he struck out with his palm. How could it be that his palm didn't do anything? I'll strike again. Li Jian struck again, but it was still the same. How could this be? Why don't I have any strength left? Li Jian's face was filled with fear. He could not bear the feeling of falling from the heavens. Even if he was severely injured, he would not feel like this. At the same time, Xianyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing felt that something was wrong. There was not a trace of divine origin energy left in their bodies. What's going on? The three of them looked at Xianxia. Xianxia and Lung Lung said. There's reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. Karma is what you deserve. The three of you, eat my palm. Xianxia flipped his palm without any hesitation. A thunderous force swept out from his palm. The three old men were instantly sent flying, crashing into an ancient tree that was tens of thousands of years old. Creaking sounds could be heard. The three of them looked pale and terrified. It was as if they were going to die in a split second. However, it was not because they were afraid of death, it was because they had the strength to control thunderbolts and stand at the top of the clouds. But now, they had become ordinary mortals. Such a difference was far worse than the danger of life and death. It made their hearts tremble. It was as if their souls were being pulled out of a cocoon and were completely hollowed out. No. This is impossible. This is impossible. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two could not accept this reality. They roared as if they had gone mad. Although Xianxia had only used 10% of his strength, the three of them were already on the verge of death. After all, they had lost their divine origin energy. They were just three mortals with the physique of a hierarch, but not the strength of a hierarch. Xianxia was like a high and mighty emperor. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two were completely dumbfounded. They had never thought that they would lose all of their strength in the Luofeng Valley and become mortals. This was the scariest thing, it was even scarier than killing them. Xianxia looked at Xianyuan Wuqiong and the others. They had fallen from the altar into a bottomless abyss. Before they died, they had experienced the greatest ups and downs of their lives. Even Xianxia felt that these three fellows were truly pitiful. Even if it was him, it would be hard for him to endure that kind of extreme drop. His strength was like the heavens and the earth. In that instant, his dreams would come true. He would become an ordinary person. His thousands of years of cultivation would turn into nothing. In other words, he had lived his entire life in vain. Any human would probably have a mental breakdown, right? Xianxia finally understood the name of the Luofeng Valley. Falling Phoenix, Falling Phoenix. Falling into the valley, even a phoenix from the 9 heavens would become a drowned chicken. Life was full of ups and downs, joy and sorrow. At this moment, the three of them felt as if their spirits had been sucked dry. Without Xianxia doing anything, they would probably die. I finally understand. Luofeng Valley, falling all the dragons and phoenixes of the 9 heavens. He. Xianyuan Wuqiong murmured. No one knew if the smile on his face was bitter or sorrowful. However, the look in his eyes indicated that he had already given up all the glory and power in the world. Who could understand the feeling in his eyes? Dan Yingqing and Li Jian felt the same way. They had already become mortals and lost the strength and glory that they pursued in their lives. What's the point of living on? In an instant, Jiangchen understood many things. Luofeng Valley wasn't just a dangerous place, it was also a land of fortune. How many people could recover from such a huge drop in strength? Difficult, difficult, difficult as ascending the heavens. Jiangchen finally saw the three people's confusion and despair. If he did not have the body of the myriad qi, he would not have been able to escape this calamity. At this moment, Jiangchen's expression suddenly froze. A gust of cold wind blew past, blowing the dead branches and leaves on the ground. White bones were piled up into a pile. The sound of crunching was incomparably ear-piercing. This wind wasn't strong, but it was like a sharp black blade. To be honest, Jiangchen couldn't tell how strong it was, but when the chilly wind blew past the three of them, it was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, instantly turning them into a bloody mess. Jiangchen was startled for a moment, but soon felt relieved. The three of them were just ordinary people, so how could they withstand this chilly wind? There was no trace of divine origin power, which meant that their strength was not even at the empty god realm. It was simply impossible for them to fight against this sinister wind. Jiangchen could ignore it because he still had his strength. However, Shanyuan Wuqiong and the other two had been turned into a pile of meat paste and completely disappeared in the pile of fallen leaves. In the past, they were peerless in the world. Their skills were profound and they were admired by tens of thousands of people. They were half-step ultimate gods. Even in the Lone Dragon County, they were definitely first-class experts. However, in the end, they died tragically in Luofeng Valley. It was a great sorrow, but it was also a kind of ending. For the three of them who were about to die, it was the best ending. From nothing to something, from something to nothing. They had experienced all kinds of things in the world. They were no longer venerables and no longer had to argue with the world. Three half-step venerable realm experts had become history. Jiangchen deeply felt the pressure and fear. The pressure in the bottom of his heart was unspeakable. Although he still had his strength, he did not care about the sinister wind around him. The strangeness of Luofeng Valley shocked Jiangchen. It could actually devour one's strength, causing one to fall from a powerful expert to a mortal. It was unacceptable. Moreover, in this seemingly peaceful Luofeng Valley, when one's strength was weakened to the same level as an ordinary person, one would not be able to resist anymore. At that time, even a true god could easily deal with a natural crisis, but it had become a fatal blow to them. Therefore, in Luofeng Valley, there were only ordinary people, which caused this scene. No one could change it because only death was waiting for them. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiangchen's hand was trembling more and more violently, as if it was attracted by some kind of mysterious force. However, after understanding the strangeness of Luofeng Valley, Jiangchen heaved a sigh of relief. At least his strength was not weakened, which meant that he still had the ability to protect himself. This heavenly dragon sword spirit must have sensed something. Otherwise, I would not have risked my life to come here. Now, it's time to see what's so special about Luofeng Valley, Jiangchen said in a low voice. He was being cautious. The three guys had already turned into dust. He did not want to spend the rest of his life here. At least, he needed to understand the surrounding environment first. Jiangchen walked in Luofeng Valley for 10 days, but he did not find anything unusual. There was sinister wind everywhere, but those above the true god realm were able to resist it, let alone Jiangchen, who was a half-step divine king. However, this ordinary Luofeng Valley was filled with bones that had not been destroyed for thousands of years. Those bones were scattered all over the valley. It could be said that Jiangchen did not step down from the bones along the way. In these 10 days, he had walked about 30,000 miles, but he did not find anything. However, the thing that proved that Luofeng Valley was extraordinary was the bones that were scattered all over the place. There were human bones, beast bones, and even some huge skeletons that could not be identified. They were like works of art, standing tall and standing alone within 100 meters radius. 30,000 miles was filled with bones, and there was no end in sight. Xianxia did not dare to imagine how many people had died in Luofeng Valley. Even though he was calm and full of righteousness, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Moreover, there was no sign of life. Xianxia's perception towards life force was extremely strong. Because of the myriad qi, he was very sensitive to it, but he couldn't sense any life force within 30,000 miles. So King evil. Xianxia could not help but curse. However, what Xianxia was sure of was that the vague pressure was still there. He couldn't tell what it was, and he didn't know what kind of existence it was that made him feel this way. Boom, along with a loud bang, the originally calm and incomparably stifling bottom of the canyon finally had a trace of unusual movement. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that there would be such a big movement at the bottom of the valley. Following the sound, Xianxia finally saw a different valley 100 miles away. It seemed to be a fork in the valley, and there were dead branches and rotten leaves everywhere. Xianxia did not understand why those dead branches and rotten leaves did not turn into dust after so many years. Xianxia finally felt the aura of life. Yes, it was the aura of life, and it was extremely strong. The closer he got to this place, the more he could feel how terrifying it was. It's here. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He found the aura of life, and it was the sound here that made him come here. Through the dusky light, Xianxia finally found the movement in front of him. It was a figure dressed in white. Her long hair was like a waterfall, flowing down to her knees. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. Just by looking at her back, she was filled with an endless immortal aura. She was extremely beautiful, like a goddess that walked out from an ancient painting. She could not be seen from afar, nor could she be touched, nor could she have any evil thoughts in her heart. So beautiful. Xianxia said sincerely. Although he could only see her back, it was enough to make people sigh in amazement. This woman should only exist in the heavens, it was rare to see her in the mortal world. Xianxia was not the kind of person who would indulge in beauty. Just the aura of the figure dressed in white was enough to make people intoxicated, making it hard to extricate themselves. It was as if she was high up above, an existence that people always yearned for but could never reach. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, her silky black hair was as beautiful as a flower. She didn't see Chang'e flying to the moon, only the rainbow was intoxicating. Around the body of the woman dressed in white, there were circles of green aura, like willow branches. The aura of the woman dressed in white was also fluctuating. Xianxia walked closer. He didn't want to blaspheme the goddess, he just wanted to know who this woman in white was. When he saw the appearance of the white-clothed woman, he was even more shocked. He sighed and was shocked that there was actually such a beautiful woman in this world. She was truly like the dawn, and he worshipped her like a god. The word beautiful was not enough to describe her temperament and appearance. Perhaps Wu Ningzhu's beauty was not inferior to hers, but her natural aura was something that any woman would submit to, and men would kneel before. This was the aura of a woman. Her slender jade-like hands were like spring onions, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her jade-like eyes could see 1,000 miles away, and her faint smile could charm hundreds of people. The goddess of heaven did not descend into the mortal world. Her gaze was fixed in front of her, incomparably focused. She exuded a cold and domineering aura, but there was also a hint of hesitation and panic, as if she had been immobilized. She stood there, unmoving even when Xianxia appeared beside her. "Who is this?" Xianxia asked curiously as he mumbled to himself. But in this abyss, no one could give him a satisfactory answer. Soul projection. Xianxia took a deep breath. Without the strength of a hierarch realm expert, it was impossible for one's soul to leave one's body. Even he could not do it. He had the soul power of a hierarch realm expert, but he could not leave his body. Moreover, this kind of soul leaving was not a journey but a battle. Xianxia understood at that moment that the white-clothed goddess in front of him was probably fighting with someone. The murderous look in her eyes had explained everything. It was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, the white-clothed goddess did not seem to be weakened at all. Puff, the white-clothed goddess spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face looked slightly pale and her eyes dimmed. She fell into Xianxia's arms. "Let go," the white-clothed goddess said coldly. Her eyes were like torches. The moment she looked at Xianxia felt as if his body was pierced through and cold. She jumped out of Xianxia's arms at lightning speed as if she wanted to kill Xianxia. However, it was obvious that she was not concerned about that, but the anxiety and nervousness in her eyes. What a terrifying gaze. Xianxia could not help but be shocked. This person's strength might be stronger than what he had imagined. You fell into my arms yourself, Xianxia said with dissatisfaction. Goddess, I never expected you to be as cold as a mountain. Who are you? Why are you here? The white-clothed goddess, Lung, asked. I was bored so I came down to take a walk. Can't I? Xianxia said. At most, he would just run away. Was it because she was beautiful that she had such a bad temper? Go, this is not a place you should be. The white-clothed goddess shouted and pushed Xianxia away. Xianxia was stunned and did not react. It seemed like she did not want to harm him. Roar, a deafening roar was heard. It wasn't loud, but Xianxia knew how penetrating it was. His entire body felt like it had been shattered. Blood flowed out from all 7 apertures of his body. This was not a joke. This was the first time Xianxia had suffered such a serious injury, and it was all because of a furious roar. I give birth to Prajna, save all living beings. The white-clothed goddess muttered. This was the first time Xianxia had seen such a domineering woman. She formed a seal with her hands and the Sanskrit turned into rays of light that clashed with the roar. In the end, it dissipated. However, even this terrifying sound wave had heavily injured Xianxia. Damn you. I finally know what it means to be a fish in the moat when the city gate is on fire. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had just recovered a little, but at this moment, to defend against this terrifying sound wave, he nearly died. Strong. Too strong. This was the only thought in Xianxia's mind. The owner of this roar was too oppressive. Pooh, the white-clothed goddess spat out blood again. This time, she really could not stand any more. She was about to fall. Xianxia followed her like a shadow and supported her body. Although the white-clothed goddess was extremely unwilling, she had no choice. Her strength had been used up and she could not support her body anymore. Most importantly, the frightening pressure within the Luofeng Valley had caused the aura within her body to gradually weaken. I'm afraid I don't have much time left, the white-clothed goddess murmured. Her beautiful eyes flickered with despair and stubbornness. Ha ha ha, since you know you don't have much time left, why don't you obey me? Do you think that you can defeat me in this Luofeng Valley? If I don't use my primordial qi to change your body, it won't be long before your cultivation will be destroyed by the primordial qi in Luofeng Valley. You'll become immortal. When that time comes, you'll wish you were dead. A cold laughter reverberated in the valley. A giant shadow covered the sky and blocked in front of Xianxia and the white-clothed goddess. This is? King of ancient beasts, ho! The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. She could already feel the strength in her body fading away. Her recovery had become a fantasy story. Xianxia took a deep breath. Ancient beasts, ho! That was something that only existed in legends. Did it really exist in this world? Although he wasn't sure how powerful the Xionghe was, it was enough to shock the entire primordial era. It was the only beast that was fearless against the dragon clan. Countless dragon race members hated dragons to the bone for eating them. Dragons were the rulers of all beasts. But who could eat dragons? It was enough to show how terrifying it was. Drinking the heavenly spring, eating the sky dragon, I'm talking about him. Xianxia didn't want to believe that such a thing existed in this world. But it was standing right in front of him. The white-robed goddess wouldn't lie to him. But this Xionghe was way too scary. Your strength should have already been exhausted. You want to kill me? You're dreaming. The white-robed goddess Lung said. She stared at the Xionghe that shocked Xianxia. You're right, I'm indeed heavily injured, but don't forget whose territory this is. Ha ha ha. Once I recover my immemorial qi, you won't be able to escape. Even now, if I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my palm. But why should I kill you? In this world, there aren't many goddesses who are as beautiful as Nuwa. Xionghe's body shook. Her 100 zhong body turned into a 2-meter-tall muscular man. She was wearing rattan armor. Her eyes were wide open. She was extremely ugly. But she was very interested in the white-robed goddess. There's actually a small human here? Let me have a good meal. I don't know how many years it's been since I've tasted a human. Xianxia laughed coldly. You want to leave now? I'm afraid you can't. The white-robed goddess said faintly. Obviously, she was talking to Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. Although he didn't know the identity of the white-robed goddess, the fact that she was able to fight against Xianxia was enough to prove that she wasn't an ordinary person. The sky dragon sword in Jiangchen's hand trembled even more violently. At this moment, not only him, even the white-shirted goddess and Xianxia fixed their eyes on Jiangchen's sky dragon sword. A mere half-step divine king has such a divine weapon. The white-shirted goddess was slightly shocked, but Xianxia's eyes were filled with coldness because there seemed to be a terrifying sword spirit in the sky dragon sword that wanted to drink blood. He already has his own sword soul? Unfortunately, the sword soul was not mature enough. He's too weak. Xianxia glanced at Jiangchen with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. Originally, I didn't plan to leave either. Jiangchen looked at the white-shirted goddess and said with a smile. Just you? The white-shirted goddess smiled calmly. Although she was facing death, she was still calm and did not look worried at all. Just me. What do you think? Jiangchen said calmly. Although Xianxia was extremely terrifying, he was severely injured after all. Hence, Jiangchen wanted to give it a try. Moreover, it was not his style to leave a lady behind. The white-shirted goddess was surprised and shocked. Where did this half-step divine king get his courage from? He dared to stand in front of her and block the immemorial ferocious beast for her. Moreover, the opponent's strength was unfathomable. Is he out of his mind? Aren't you afraid of death? The white-shirted goddess did not know where Jiangchen got his courage from. A man has to stand in front of a woman. Jiangchen stood in front of the white-shirted goddess and said in a deep voice. At that moment, the white-shirted goddess was shocked. She looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. This young man was so arrogant and fearless. He did not back off in the face of death. Instead, he stood in front of her and said, a man has to stand in front of a woman. Her heart trembled. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched by Jiangchen's words. If she was at her peak, she would never look at Jiangchen. But at this moment, when she had lost all of her strength and her life was hanging by a thread, Jiangchen still said such words. She had to admit that this was something that she had never dreamed of. Although this kind of macho idea was a little annoying, her heart strangely felt a little at ease. This guy was risking his life. What a lunatic. The white-shirted goddess murmured. She did not know how long she had lived, but she still felt sad in front of this reckless man. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? How many men have the right to stand in front of her? A man should be crazy once in his life, especially not to let a woman suffer. Jiangchen smiled. He was such a person. You could call him a lunatic, but as long as he felt that it was worth it, he would not back off. What a reckless human. Since that's the case, I'll enjoy your delicacy first. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed. Even though he had turned into his human form, his voice was still rough and domineering, causing others' hearts to tremble. Your strength has also been damaged. Jiangchen and Xianxia looked at each other in anger. Even so, what's so hard about killing you? You're just a half-step divine king, you're just a piece of trash to me. Xianxia sneered and threw a punch. The roar of a tiger was as loud as thunder. Jiangchen's strength was like a mountain that could move a mountain. Both of their attacks collided and something unexpected happened. She thought that Jiangchen would be defeated easily, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. Jiangchen gained the upper hand. Even though the punch did not determine the winner, Jiangchen's physique was not weaker than Xianxia's. Both of them took a few steps back. Obviously Xianxia's face looked worse than Xianxia. Good lad. I have underestimated you. If I was at my peak, I could kill you with one finger. Xianxia roared, his eyes were burning with anger. Unfortunately, you're not. Jiangchen didn't show any mercy. He exerted all of his strength. Both of them wrestled with each other. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. To fight this guy, Xianxia had to defeat him with lightning speed. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of tricks his opponent had up his sleeves. The 12 fire god guards attacked at once. The 12 fire god guards had reached the early Divine King realm after being refined by Xianxia. Now, they had undergone a tremendous change. They could even trap a late Divine King effortlessly. Moreover, with the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, Xianxia was the main attacker while the 12 fire god guards were the main attacker. Xianxia immediately gained the upper hand and completely suppressed Xianxia. He's an interesting guy. Such a Divine King realm puppet. He's not simple. The white-robed goddess murmured and her eyes lit up. Xianxia's 12 fire god guards had all reached the Divine King realm. One should know that an early Divine King was powerful enough to establish a sect and become a grandmaster or old ancestor in an ordinary world. Although they looked insignificant in a battle of this level, they were able to defeat Xianxia continuously. She could see through the danger that Xianxia was in. Most importantly, if Xianxia's cultivation realm was at the hierarch realm, she might not be so shocked. However, he was only a half-step Divine King, yet he had such a terrifying treasure. A gentleman's wealth would arouse the envy of others. If those late Divine King realm experts valued him, wouldn't he be in great danger? While the white-robed goddess was hesitating, Xianxia had already defeated Xianxia with the momentum of wind and thunder. Moreover, the attacks of the 12 fire god guards were not weak at all. Xianxia had used up too much of her combat strength in the battle with the white-robed goddess and she was already at the end of her tether. At this moment, Xianxia's divine might gave her a chance to save the damsel in distress. Xianxia was pushed back by Xianxia. He was extremely embarrassed and gritted his teeth in anger. "Roar bastard, you've angered me completely," Xianxia said fiercely. He was already in an extremely embarrassing state. How could he feel good after being beaten up by a half-step Divine King? If he was in his peak state, he could easily kill him with a finger. "Be careful," the white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Xianxia took advantage of the situation and retreated. Xianxia was courageous and fearless, forcing herself to the brink of death. However, Xianxia wasn't idling around either. The sky lightning in his hands had already fused together. An ordinary half-step hierarch would definitely cry and call him grandpa if he saw the heavenly lightning fusion. However, even if Xianxia used the heavenly lightning fusion, he would still be stopped by the 3 of them. However, the guy in front of him seemed like a fool, so it was worth a try. Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, it seemed to look down on him. If he didn't teach it a lesson, Xianxia would be letting himself down. 12 fire god guards, stop him at all costs. Xianxia retreated step by step with a grave expression. The lightning in his hands was already gradually gathering. "This is heavenly lightning?" The white-robed goddess's expression changed slightly. She was shocked to see the lightning under Xianxia's hands. She didn't expect him to have such a technique. What is he going to do? Go to hell. Devour the heavens and earth. Xianxia instantly transformed into its original form. It opened its bloody mouth and began to swallow Xianxia. It wanted to swallow Xianxia into its stomach. The 12 fire god guards did not give it the chance to do so. However, in the face of such a huge devouring power, even the 12 fire god guards were swallowed into its stomach. The moment Xianxia opened its mouth, a huge suction force seemed to absorb all of Xianxia's strength. His body was also sucked into Xianxia's eyes. "The one who should die is you. Heavenly lightning fusion, let's see if you can withstand my attack." Xianxia was constantly being devoured by the Xianxia. When the Xianxia arrived in front of him, the heavenly lightning in Xianxia's hands had completely fused together. This time, he did not hesitate. The dazzling heavenly lightning fused together. At that moment, it was like a lightning snake that filled the void. The Xianxia was swallowed by the lightning and it exploded into pieces. "I see. This little guy is really impressive. He can actually fuse the heavenly lightning. He is really talented," the white-robed goddess said softly. She admired Xianxia. At least at this moment, the crisis was resolved. Although Xianxia was blown into pieces and it was badly mutilated, the 12 fire god guards were not digested by it. However, its soul turned into a white light and wanted to escape. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. How could he allow it to escape? I want. In Jiang Chen's mind, the childish voice of the Sky Dragon Sword soul was once again recalled. It seems that the soul of Xianxia is a great tonic for you. Jiang Chen woke up from his dream. Maybe the sword soul was looking forward to Xianxia's soul. Want to leave? No way. Great You soul forming light, suppress it. Jiang Chen took out the Great You soul forming light and Xianxia's soul was instantly suppressed. It turned out to be an Emperor Realm soul. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. It was a pity that Xianxia was too weak now. It could not resist at all. The Emperor Realm soul was suppressed in the Great You soul forming light. The Great You soul forming light. I haven't seen it for so many years. I didn't expect it to lose its former glory. The white-robed goddess's eyes moved slightly and murmured. However, at this moment, the Great You soul forming light had lost its former glory. However, such a divine item could never be destroyed. Even after the earth-shattering war, it was still in the human world and had not been destroyed. She was even more curious about Jiang Chen's identity. Even she was surprised by the item in his hand. How could an ordinary half-step divine king have more than a dozen divine king realm puppets? How could he have a powerful divine weapon like the Sky Dragon Sword? How could he have the Great You soul forming light? How could he successfully fuse the heavenly lightning that everyone was afraid of? Bastard, damn human. Let me go. You will never leave this place. Xianxia's soul opened its mouth and roared. It was fearless in the Great You soul forming light. It was still ferocious. Really? I'd like to see how capable you are. Is the soul of an Emperor realm really that amazing? Didn't I kill him all the same? My Sky Dragon Sword is going to devour your soul now. Get ready to be punished. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed and said. He did not care about Xianxia's threat at all. Eat it. Eat it. The sword soul let out a childish voice at this moment. It was quite excited. All right. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately bound Xianxia's soul in the Great You soul forming light. At this moment, the sword soul of the Sky Dragon Sword turned into a purple shadow and rushed into the Great You soul forming light. Jiang Chen was shocked. This was his first time seeing the true form of the sword soul. To be exact, he still couldn't see it clearly because the sword soul was just too fast. It grabbed Xianxia's soul and started to ravage it. You can't eat me. No. 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 Xianxia's soul let out a miserable cry. However, the purple sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword did not care about it and swallowed it into its stomach. Jiang Chen could only see the back of the purple sword soul, which was similar to the shadow of a dragon. However, when the purple sword soul swallowed Xianxia's soul in the Great You soul forming light, it immediately returned to the heavenly dragon sword. Buzz, the Sky Dragon Sword kept buzzing. It seemed to be very excited. Burp, to Jiang Chen's surprise, he heard a burping sound. Could it be from the soul of the sword? I'm full. Let's sleep. Once a divine weapon has a saint's soul, its power will be limitless. Its quality will be even higher in the future. The white-robed goddess looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. However, your sword spirit ate Xianxia's soul. Xianxia feeds on dragons, and its soul is extremely powerful. In this world, there are only 2 divine beasts that can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Even dragons can't. The Ho is an ancient ferocious beast, but isn't the sword soul too picky? The weapon soul needs to be nurtured, just like humans. It needs to be nourished, just like how big fish eat small fish. This is the only rule of the world, the strong preys on the weak. It's nothing strange. The white-robed goddess nodded. Thank you so much this time. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. It was Jiang Chen's fortune to hear her words of gratitude. If it wasn't for the coincidence of saving the damsel in distress, they wouldn't have met each other in the first place. It doesn't matter. If it was anyone else, they would probably lend a helping hand. Jiang Chen smiled. However, at this moment, the white-robed goddess's face was extremely ugly. Are you all right? Xianxia asked worriedly. I'm fine. The primordial chaos chi of the Xiongho has corroded my body. If I can't get rid of the primordial chaos chi in my body, I'm afraid, the white-robed goddess bit her lips and said with difficulty. Let me try. Xianxia said. His myriad chi body might be of help to her. Thank you. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Xianxia grabbed the white-robed goddess's slender hands. She blushed as if she was shy. Xianxia did not have any distracting thoughts in his mind. After all, he was trying to save someone. The primordial impure chi was extremely terrifying. Once he was corroded by it, his cultivation would be constantly weakened. Putting aside the threat of death at the bottom of the abyss, it was as she had said, it was very likely that his life would be in danger. Xianxia continued to pour his divine origin chi into the white-robed goddess body, but the effect was minimal. The primordial turbid chi in her body was still extremely terrifying. It was like a raging wild beast that was difficult to tame. The divine essence chi in Xianxia's body had already fused with the myriad origin chi. If even the myriad origin chi couldn't fuse with the primordial turbid chi in her body, then even he couldn't do anything. It still doesn't work, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. However, at this moment, the white-robed goddess's face was extremely pale. Even so, she was still as beautiful as a fairy. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her temperament was magnificent. This primordial turbid energy is simply too overbearing. It's impossible to fuse with it. Xianxia felt guilty, but there was nothing he could do. Xiongho's primordial turbid energy is at the same level as the myriad origin chi. How could it not be strong? The white-robed goddess smiled bitterly and shook her head. Now, only if there is enough myriad origin chi to change my physique can I be saved. However, I can't use my skills anymore. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't have much myriad origin chi left. If he wanted to change his physique, he would need at least the myriad origin chi that he needed back then. Xianxia didn't have it at all. I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, I have the body of myriad origin chi. It's a pity that I don't have any myriad origin chi left. Xianxia furrowed his brows. He really felt sad in his heart. If a peerless beauty like her died just like this, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Xianxia knew that with her strength, she probably knew that he had the body of myriad origin chi long ago. She just didn't say it out loud. The white-robed goddess fell into silence and lowered her head. Her hair was so beautiful that even Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The white-robed goddess clenched her teeth and said with great difficulty, "There's one last way." "What is it?" Xianxia asked hurriedly. "You and I, perform the ceremony of Zhougong. Only then can the primordial turbid energy in my body be expelled." The white-robed goddess's face was tender and tender. She blushed so much that water could drip from her face. Xianxia was dumbfounded. This was really difficult for him. He had been chaste for so many years. However, at this moment, he knew that the white-robed goddess in front of him must have no other way. Otherwise, with her pride, why would she say such a thing? Xianxia wasn't stupid. Before this, her strength and status were so high that he couldn't even reach her. Then I will suffer a loss? Xianxia took a glance at the white-robed goddess's embarrassed and angry face. His eyebrows furrowed and he was speechless. What? You? The white-robed goddess gritted her teeth and looked at Xianxia. She was so angry that her teeth were itching. At this moment, she had already lost all her dignity. Yet this bastard dared to say such words. How could she not be angry? I don't mean anything else. I just feel that this is too abrupt. Xianxia said innocently. He pouted and looked at the white-robed goddess. Looking at you, you seem to have suffered a great loss. To be honest, I am the one who saved you, not the other way around. I can't help but worry that if you recover your strength, you will kill me. Xianxia could see the desire to kill from the white-robed goddess's beautiful eyes. The white-robed goddess silently lowered her head. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? How many years has it been? She never thought that such a ridiculous thing would happen at this moment. Plus, it was because of her. If she really gave herself to him, then who could explain her innocence in this lifetime? But if she gave up, she would die. Even if she could leave behind a remnant of her soul, she may not be able to go against the heavens and cultivate again. Many powerful cultivators have died halfway through their cultivation journey. Even the 1 in 10,000 chance was extremely slim. In other words, this was her only chance. "Mister, are you willing to perform the etiquette with me?" The white-robed goddess lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it. Even though she was arrogant and beautiful, when has she ever suffered such humiliation? In her eyes, this was a mark that could never be erased. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Forget it, this is the only way. Xianxia sighed. In his heart, he was extremely conflicted. However, a life was at stake. He looked at the white-robed goddess, who was as beautiful as a fairy. Could this be considered a one-night stand? With a beauty in front of him, it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. However, Xianxia was a man of principle. If she didn't force him, how could Xianxia give in? The white dress was gone, the hazy shadow was gone, the beauty was beautiful, the songs were full of joy, the worries of the world were forgotten, the dreams were empty, the beauty was still there. When the back of the white-clothed goddess disappeared under Xianxia's gaze, he looked back from the shock. It was like a dream, but the beautiful pictures that lingered in the dream were imprinted in his mind, and he could not get rid of them for a long time. The white-robed goddess stood up, still high and mighty, cold as ice. Compared to before, she was even colder and more unreachable. Even her eyes were filled with frost. She knew that this was a hurdle she would never be able to overcome in her life. Even though she was a peerless beauty and looked down upon all the immortals in the world, even though she was so far away that she couldn't be reached, she still went to Mount Wu with Xianxia at this moment. The clouds rosy and the rain fell, it was hard to describe the joy. Turning around felt like a dream, looking back at the past. Life would not always go according to one's wishes, but in the eyes of the white-robed goddess, she lost her loyalty. This trip to the northern cold divine region was like a trip to hell for her. Xianxia wanted to save her, but that peerless beauty touched his heart. It had nothing to do with romance, it had to do with sincerity. However, he knew that it was impossible for him to be with the woman in front of him. She was high up and unreachable, and he was too weak compared to her. It was like the insurmountable moat of Luofeng Gorge on the roof of Zhou Mountain. There was only one way to make the moat a passable path, and that was to constantly become stronger, or even surpass her existence. Xianxia had mixed feelings. Compared to the white-robed goddess, he was a more emotional person. After having sex with her, there was a shadow in Xianxia's heart that he couldn't get rid of. But he knew that even if he wanted to take responsibility, she might not do it. I clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. You saved me from disaster, and I am grateful for that. However, from now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. The white-robed goddess said faintly. However, the anger and shame in her words were self-evident. However, her temperament and identity were as such. She stood above the 9 heavens and would not allow anyone to violate her. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Although he knew this was going to happen, it was still an unforgettable experience. He silently looked at the white-robed goddess and did not say much. Because with his current strength, even if he said more, it would be useless. If you can't protect a woman you feel you should protect, then you'd better not say a word. At this moment, the entire bottom of the abyss seemed to tremble as the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. That should be it. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Her crystal-clear eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. Give me back my son, give me back my son. Xianxia's countenance suddenly changed. He tightly covered his ears. However, his mind was still shaken by this ear-splitting aura. His countenance changed a few times. Hurry up and leave this place. You shouldn't be here. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. She did not even look at Xianxia because she did not want to have any contact with this man. Xianxia frowned. He originally wanted to leave, but he did not expect this woman to look down on him. If it wasn't for me, would you still be alive? However, Xianxia was not a narrow-minded person. After all, anyone would have done the same thing. Xianxia did not blame her. Before the white-robed goddess finished her words, her expression became extremely solemn. She had basically recovered her strength at this moment. Because half of the divine origin qi in Xianxia's body was absorbed by her after they had intercourse. She's really a sucking sucker. However, Xianxian only murmured this in his heart. Could it be the mother of Xianghao? Xianxian thought. At the next moment, he saw an incomparably huge shadow gradually appearing in front of the cave. Rumble, a shocking scene happened. The cave in front of him was actually separated by more than 1,000 feet. It was an incomparably huge cave. On both sides of the cave, there were two ferocious and terrifying beasts kneeling. Those beasts were not inferior to the Xianghao that Jiangchen had killed before. In fact, they were even more powerful than the Xianghao. A terrifying aura spread out. The two beasts with different shapes actually had an aura that could devour the world. Jiangchen's heart shivered. Even such powerful beasts could only guard the entrance. However, at the next moment, Jiangchen noticed that the two beasts were actually still alive. However, they were no different from being dead. Because their aura, whether it was life aura or soul aura, was completely squeezed out. They were probably living a life worse than death. Chao Feng? Chao Feng? The white-shirted goddess's expression changed. She kept retreating. One could imagine how shocked she was. Even Jiangchen was dumbfounded. Out of the 9 sons of the dragon, 2 of them appeared? Is this real? If the ancestral dragon emperor's soul wasn't in a deep slumber, he would probably be furious. Jiangchen could tell from his attitude towards Qiangyou. Although the ancestral dragon emperor was a man of few words, he was still his descendant after all. Jiangchen frowned. At least he was indebted to the ancestral dragon emperor and could be considered as half a member of the dragon clan. Although the 9 sons of the dragon clan weren't considered to be members of the dragon clan, if they were bullied by others, the dragon clan would still be infuriated. Other than the eldest, Qiangyou, the 9 sons of the dragon clan had committed all sorts of crimes. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was unknown how many experts had died in their hands. Is this really Chao Feng and Chao Feng? Although Jiangchen was doubtful, the aura of the two beasts should not be any weaker than Xianghao. Although there were many strong beasts in the immemorial era, there were only a few that could compete with Xianghao. Although Jiangchen had never seen Chao Feng and Xuanhou before, the white-shirted goddess should not be wrong. You're indeed the king of the ancient beasts. You're so powerful. You even caught Xuanhou and Chao Feng to guard the gate. Hee, I've underestimated you. The white-shirted goddess Lingling said. She looked at the sky. In the sky, there was a huge white curtain that gradually converged and became a 10-zhang-long blood-red Xianghao. The Xianghao's aura was powerful. Jiangchen could feel a great pressure just by looking at its eyes. This fellow was too scary. If Jiangchen could still fight against the Xianghao, then the Xianghao in front of him would not even have the will to fight. You killed my son. So what? I only want the Ice Origin Lake water bead. Hand it over and I won't kill you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The white-robed goddess didn't back down. She stood in front of Xianghao and said to Lingling. Why can't I feel my son's aura? Why? Give me back my son. Xianghao's deafening voice forced the white-robed goddess to take 2 steps back. Jiangchen could only watch from afar and didn't dare to get closer. Your son stopped me. He deserves to die. The white-robed goddess said in a deep voice. She stood proudly in the sky with an imposing aura. Such a peerless beauty. Jiangchen could only sigh in his heart. Such a woman, who he had sex with before, was she really the same person? You killed my son. I will tear you into pieces and torture your soul for the rest of your life. Ah! Xianghao roared furiously. It was a heart-wrenching cry mixed with the pain of losing its son. One could imagine how angry it was. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Humph. The white-robed goddess humphed. Are you a god or a demon? No matter who you are, I will make you regret coming to this world today. Xianghao curled up its fangs and stared at the white-robed goddess. Your consciousness is in a mess. You are talking nonsense. Humph. You are no longer as fierce and glorious as you were in the past. The white-robed goddess said. If that old lunatic didn't suppress me here, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Humans are all sly and cunning. Oh? I'm very curious, who exactly suppressed you here? The white-robed goddess looked at Xianxia calmly. To be able to suppress it here, it wasn't something an ordinary expert could do. Even she couldn't do it. You don't have the right to know. Could it be a powerful being from the dragon tribe? Otherwise, why would you be suppressed for all eternity? The dragon race has always abhorred evil. The number of dragon race you have eaten is already uncountable. That's not right. If it was the dragon tribe, would Taunt and Tao Wu be suppressed by you? That's possible. After all, the 9 sons of the dragon tribe have always been ostracized by the dragon tribe. The white-robed goddess pondered and said. Stop guessing, you won't be able to guess it. As for the Ice Origin Lake water bead, you won't be able to get it. I'll kill you first and see if you're a god or a demon. Xianxia let out a furious roar. Her shadow turned into the air, and thunder rumbled within 10,000 li. It doesn't matter if I'm a god or a demon. What's important is that I have to get the Ice Origin Lake water bead today. The white-clothed goddess retreated and stabilized her figure. Her aura was vigorous and powerful. She was as light as a cicada's wings, but her aura could topple mountains and overturn seas. So powerful. Xianxia knew that the strength of the white-robed goddess was beyond his imagination. The so-called Xianxia was the same. The younger one was killed, and now even the older one was showing off. However, it was impossible for Xianxia to become their enemy. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that these 2 fellows were the most terrifying men in the world. Although she was just a woman, Xianxia was still convinced in front of absolute strength. He didn't have the slightest intention to fight against a man and a beast. Strength didn't mean everything. However, when one was strong enough, he could change his fate. The most terrifying power in the world was to control the life and death of others. Xianxia hid far away. If he wasn't careful, he might be implicated. At that time, he wouldn't be able to help. Xianxia's aura could devour mountains and rivers. Her spiritual qi was refined. The wind blew under her feet and thunder rumbled. The heaven and earth were shaking violently. The valley might collapse at this moment. The white-clothed goddess did not want to be outdone. She wielded her aqua-blue longsword and swept it in all directions. Sword shadows fell and continuously cut off the spiritual qi of the ferocious mongoose. The battle between the 2 of them was quite intense and there was not a single bit of spiritual qi spilling out. It was because the 2 of them had turned their attacks from simple to complicated, reaching the most perfect peak state. There was not a single bit of spiritual qi spilling out. Every single move had reached the peak state. Water-breaking spiritual light sword. The white-robed goddess unleashed a powerful attack. Although her sword technique was perfect and her qi was extremely powerful, it was still not enough. In Xianxia's eyes, if he had her strength, he would be more powerful than her. Obviously, she had more tricks up her sleeves and her sword technique was not her true killing technique. Xianxia was shocked. He was shocked that the white-robed goddess would be able to defeat the white-robed goddess. Insignificant skill. Go to hell. Xianxia wasn't as agile as the white-robed goddess. Her huge body twisted the universe. Her aura was unparalleled. Sound waves that were hard to detect were sent out. The white-robed goddess's expression changed. She kept retreating. Xianxia's aura was unstoppable. I didn't expect you to be so hard to deal with. The white-robed goddess, Lung Lung, said. She had heard that Xianxia was the king of the 3 ancient ferocious beasts. Countless Emperor Realm experts had died in its hands. God knows how many ancient divine beasts it had devoured. However, she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Even though she had her guard up against Xianxia, she was still suppressed by it. 3,000 prajna, 10,000 phenomena vanity. The white-robed goddess remained calm. She kept her sword and formed seals with both of her hands. An invisible seal that was filled with the great Tao of heaven and earth was constantly being formed. 100 feet of the sky was enveloped by it. The seal was like a myriad of clouds. When it gathered together, no one could see any changes. However, there were thousands of different forms. It was as if any one of them could turn into the 3,000 wisdom. The white-robed goddess struck with her hand. The seal had the power to break through the heavens. The storm roared and the sky changed color. As expected of a saint. What a powerful technique. Xianxia let out a low roar and kept retreating. His expression became incomparably solemn, but he didn't slow down at all. The strength of the white-robed goddess showed him that she wasn't someone easy to deal with. An ever-changing imprint broke through the void and smashed towards the Xianxia. The 3,000 prajnas, 10,000 manifestations of emptiness, seemed to have completely sealed the Xianxia, leaving no path of retreat. At this moment, the Xianxia opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the imprint into its stomach. One could very well imagine how tyrannical it was. The white-robed goddess remained unmoved. She formed seals with her hands and flipped them again. The seal was thousands of feet long. It was extremely unpredictable. Xianxia's devouring power didn't have any effect at all. Sky sound wave. Xianxia roared again. A terrifying hurricane was formed. Jiangchen quickly entered the Zulong Tower. If he didn't seek shelter now, he would be crushed to death by the battle between the two. How terrifying. Is this the power of an Emperor realm expert? Neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. This attack had completely widened Jiangchen's horizons. The battle between the two was beneficial to him, because when they collided, Jiangchen felt something different. It was the Tao of an Emperor realm expert was something he could not fathom at the moment, but he believed that it must be so, because his heaven-conquering Tao was also a Tao, but he could not figure out what was a Tao. There were thousands of Tao laws in the 3,000 great worlds. The formation of the no-beginning formation was the gathering of Tao. However, Jiangchen could not perfectly display what Tao was. You're not bad yourself, you didn't ruin the reputation of the 3 great ancient ferocious beasts. It's a pity that my strength has been damaged, otherwise, I could kill you easily. The white-robed goddess Lingling said. Ha ha ha, why wouldn't I be the same? If I was at my peak, why would I be afraid of you? Back then, when the Dragon Clan's 9 great venerable emperors chased after my 2 prefectures, I killed them all the same. I ate at least 80 dragons, if not 100. Who didn't submit to me, Xianxia, wherever I went? Xianxia roared, her voice was ear-piercing and shook the heavens. Among the 3 great ancient ferocious beasts, you're just at the bottom. Are you really a match for Mahamayuri? The white-robed goddess said disdainfully. There's only one Mahamayuri. Xianxia squinted her eyes and said in a deep voice. Obviously, she was not a match for Mahamayuri. I've fought against Mahamayuri and never lost. Tell me, are you a match for me? The white-robed goddess said proudly. That kind of pride came from her bones. Standing on top of her peerless position, she naturally looked down on the world, even Xianxia was nothing in her eyes. How many experts are there in this world? I'm just a mere ferocious beast, it's impossible for me to defeat all of them. At least, I haven't even broken through the Emperor realm, how could I be qualified to be a true almighty? Haha. You're the same, after thousands of years of cultivation, are you still the same? How many people in this world can truly be at the same level as the heavens? It seems that neither you nor I have reached that level. Xianxia said coldly. However, its words made the white-robed goddess silent. What it said was not unreasonable, it was just that she was not that stubborn. When Jiangchen heard this, he could only sigh silently. He still had a long way to go. Dare he ask where the road was? Only by taking one step at a time could one create a glory that belonged to oneself. Therefore, I risked my life to obtain this Ice Origin Lake water bead. The white-robed goddess focused her gaze on Xianxia. Ice Origin Lake water bead, you're too naive. Even I haven't gotten it, let alone you. Xianxia said with disdain. You will tell me. The white-shirted goddess's fingers moved once more and an even more terrifying attack appeared in her hand. 3,000 prajna, the great Tao is unified. A wave that was even more terrifying than before rose up once again. The terrifying hand seals swept across the sky, as if they were going to gather all the transformations in the world and unify all 3,000 Taoist magics. I didn't expect your Tao to be so complete. Xianxia roared and unleashed his full power. However, he knew that he didn't have many chances left. After all, he had been sealed in this abyss for tens of thousands of years. Although his devil heart hadn't changed, he was still gradually being suppressed. Whether it was his strength or soul force, they were both extremely weak. His true strength was only at the Emperor realm, that's all. At this moment, Xianxia felt that the destructive force had pushed Xianxia back. The terrifying force shook the entire cave. Xianxia's body and soul were both severely injured. She lay on the ground, losing her previous domineering demeanor. Xianxia's body and soul were both severely injured. She lay on the ground, completely losing her domineering demeanor. However, Xianxia was still resisting with all her might. Two terrifying soul forces intertwined with each other. Xianxia could hardly breathe and cursed in his heart. On the other hand, Xianxia looked at the white-shirted goddess. Her expression was extremely solemn. He could tell that she was extremely weak after using this attack. If this continued, both of them would suffer great losses. Xianxia was extremely furious, but she had no choice because the two of them were slowly consuming each other's energy. It depended on who could last until the last moment. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Xianxia and the white-shirted goddess were almost out of energy. Are you really going to kill me? I'm the only one left of my Xianxia clan. Xianxia seemed to be a little afraid because she knew that if she continued to fight, she would definitely not have a good ending. Both of them would probably consume each other's soul force. To her, she had endured thousands of years of suppression. However, she could not die because she was the only descendant of the Xianxia clan. Hand over the Ice Origin Lake water bead and I'll spare your life. Although the white-robed goddess was also a spent force, she was still much better than the Xianxia in front of her. Her complexion was also relatively normal. The Xianxia did not know how long she could hold on, but she really could not hold on any longer. I didn't get the Ice Origin Lake water bead at all. Otherwise, do you think I would be at the bottom of this endless abyss? Not only did I not get the Ice Origin Lake water bead, but I was also suppressed here for countless years. The Ice Origin Lake water bead might just be a legend. Back then, I searched the world for the Ice Origin Lake water bead in order to revive my mother. Xianxia murmured. The white-shirted goddess squinted her eyes. Her words might not be trustworthy or false. You were suppressed here by someone? Who? The number of ancient experts who have been able to suppress you for countless years can probably be counted on one hand. The white-shirted goddess said coldly as she stared at Xianxia. If you want to know, you can go in and take a look. Wouldn't it be clear? Xianxia said in a low voice. Her aura was extremely weak. At that moment, Xianxia walked out from the Zulong Tower. You're still here? The white-shirted goddess stared at Xianxia and said coldly. She did not expect him to survive the earth-shattering battle between the two. Even a hierarch expert might not have such an ability. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a hint of greed in its eyes. If it could devour Xianxia, it would be able to recover its strength rapidly. Xianxia had the body of the myriad qi. Even it was drooling over him. What a great myriad qi body. Xianxia's eyes lit up as she stared at Xianxia without blinking. Do you want to eat me? If I was at my peak, you would have run away already. Xianxia said while gritting her teeth. A tiger would be bullied by a dog. A little guy who was not even in the Divine King realm dared to bully her. I was afraid that you would be in danger. That's why I stayed. Xianxia said from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he would have run away a long time ago. He had gained a lot this time. At least, the story of that amorous affair was enough for him to remember it for the rest of his life. This is not a place for you to be. The white-robed goddess's attitude towards Xianxia was still cold. Forget it. I was thinking too highly of myself. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. It seemed like there was no need for him to stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, Xianxia moved all of a sudden. It used all of its strength and rushed towards Xianxia, wanting to swallow him in one gulp, because this was its only chance to escape. How dare you? The white-robed goddess shouted and rushed forward, trying to stop Xianxia. However, Xianxia had already used all her strength to devour Xianxia. This was the only chance for her to survive. The myriad qi body was unimaginably nourishing to her, especially at this critical moment. Xianxia's pupils constricted and he quickly retreated. However, Xianxia was the king of the immemorial ferocious beasts after all. She was too fast and terrifying. The heavenly dragon armor was broken by Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia felt an unprecedented danger. Even though Xianxia's attack was ferocious and swift, it was not impossible for the white-robed goddess. Xianxia had saved her life. At this moment, she would not frown even if she had to sacrifice herself for him. Because she did not want to and would never owe anyone a favor. The white-robed goddess and Xianxia clashed. A huge force surged out and sent Xianxia flying. However, Xianxia's plan did not succeed. Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, the white-robed goddess was also in a difficult situation. She no longer looked like a celestial being. She was wearing a white robe but her aura was still unparalleled. This time, thank you very much, Xianxia said with a bitter smile. The white-robed goddess and Xianxia were already at the end of their strength. Xianxia was incomparably angry, her eyes were filled with hatred. She was supposed to have a chance to fight back, but now it was all over. From now on, you and I owe each other nothing, the white-robed goddess said. Where is the Ice Origin Lake water bead? This is your last chance. Xianxia held the great soul-forming light in his hand. At this moment, it was time for him to take action. Because the white-robed goddess and Xianxia had no more energy left. Their bodies and souls were extremely weak. Great soul-forming light. Good boy, you're good, Xianxia said while gritting her teeth. She was unwilling to give up. However, the great soul-forming light could suppress her weak soul. In the cave, there is a remnant soul and a chess game. If you win, the Ice Origin Lake water bead will appear. This is what the remnant soul told me. However, his soul power had lost its consciousness. As for who he was, I have no idea. I hope you're not lying. I'll keep you in the great soul-forming light for now, Xianxia said with a cold smile. Don't force me. Otherwise, if I fight to my death, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. I'm not afraid of a small divine king, Xianxia said in a threatening manner. It was already at the end of its rope at the moment. I believe you. However, the prerequisite is that you can break my great soul-forming light. Xianxia held the great soul-forming light in his hand. In an instant, Xianxia was suppressed. When she wanted to resist and break out of the great soul-forming light, she was covered by an invisible aura. If I don't die, one day, my whole clan will return to the world. Xianxia's angry roar resounded in the ears of Xianxia and the white-robed goddess. The white-robed goddess glanced at Xianxia. This guy is not useless. It's a pity that these two fellows are half dead. I'll send you to paradise. Xianxia looked at the two ferocious beasts in front of the cave. His eyes lit up. He swung his heavenly dragon sword and the two ferocious beasts were killed by Xianxia. A teardrop fell from the eyes of the two ferocious beasts. Even their final gazes had become much gentler. Being kept in captivity by Xianxia and absorbing their chi of essence, no matter if it's their soul or body, they're already at the end of their rope. However, Xianxia kept feeding them and they became living nourishment. They're grateful for you. To them, this is a relief, the white-robed goddess said softly. In an instant, the two ferocious beasts disappeared from the world. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as the two dragon balls appeared in front of him. Although the dragon balls are good stuff, you deserve them. The white-robed goddess did not want to fight with Xianxia for the dragon balls. Then, I'll take them. Xianxia kept the dragon balls and took a deep breath. He had gained a lot this time. Just as he was about to leave, the white-robed goddess walked towards the depths of the cave again. The reason why Xianxia wanted to leave was because he knew his own limits. Even a peerless ferocious beast king like Xianxia was suppressed by a remnant soul. What right did he have to explore the secret? Xianxia did not lack courage in his life, but he was not stupid. With his strength, if he wanted to explore the secret out of curiosity, he would definitely die. You still want to go in? Xianxia looked at the white-robed goddess. It's none of your business. As she spoke, the white-robed goddess entered the depths of the cave. Xianxia frowned. This person was not afraid of death. She might not even be able to defeat him now. Yet, she still wanted to die. Wasn't this a dead end? Xianxia wanted to leave, but he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. no matter what, she had become his woman. No matter whether she admitted it or not, this was a fact that could never be changed in the depths of his heart. Xianxia followed the white-robed goddess into the cave. Without the threat of Xianghou, the cave became much quieter. The wind was still blowing, but it was not as fierce as before. After entering the valley, it became much calmer. However, the oppressive atmosphere was still there. Xianxia was sure that the strangeness of the Luofeng Valley had nothing to do with Xianghou. What a big game. Xianxia looked solemn too. Although he knew how to play Go, he was not an expert. He only knew a little about it and had never studied it before. The chessboard was crisscrossed, but Xianxia could tell that it was not an ordinary chessboard. On both sides of the chessboard, there was a stone platform. It should be the seats of the players. Just when Xianxia and the white-robed goddess fell into silence, a black-robed figure appeared on one of the seats. He stood with his hands behind his back. His hair and beard were all white. However, no matter how hard Xianxia tried, he could not see his face clearly. It was as if his face was shrouded in mist, giving off a mysterious feeling. Most importantly, it was a soul. However, Xianxia could not feel any soul power from it. My two friends, hee. It is fate that we met. If you can solve this treasure, you will naturally be able to take away the Ice Origin Lake water bead. The black-robed old man said with a faint smile. His voice was warm, giving off a feeling of spring breeze. May I know your name, sir? The white-robed goddess asked faintly. Xianxia was confused too. After all, the appearance of this soul was too strange. They were not prepared at all. I am just a soul consciousness. To be exact, I don't know who I am. I don't know who you are either. I have left my consciousness here, waiting for the fated one to solve this treasure. Only then can my soul return to the heavens and earth. The black-robed old man said with a smile. A soul consciousness without any consciousness was able to suppress the immemorial beast king for so many years. I am afraid that there are only a handful of such supreme beings in the world. The white-clothed goddess murmured. Since the black-clothed old man didn't want to reveal his identity, she could only guess in her heart. However, this shock made her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Xianxia couldn't understand the white-clad goddess's shock because he hadn't reached the white-clad goddess's level yet. Naturally, he didn't know how terrifying this unconscious soul was. Since you've already entered the chessboard, there's no such thing as retreat. If you can't solve the world treasure puzzle, you'll be trapped here for all eternity until the heavenly Tao collapses and another epoch passes. Perhaps only then will you be able to escape this world treasure puzzle. The white-robed goddess gasped. The collapse of the heavenly path meant that unless the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed, they would be trapped here forever if they could not solve the chess game. I'd like to see if this so-called treasure of yours is really that powerful. The white-robed goddess, Lung Lung, said. She knew that she was unparalleled in the world when it came to chess. Today, her desire to win was getting stronger and stronger. Please, the black-robed old man waved his hand. Xianxia looked at the two of them curiously, wondering if this white-robed goddess was as powerful as he had imagined. Xianghou hadn't been able to escape from this place for thousands of years and was trapped here. Xianxia was starting to regret his decision. This woman might not be any stronger than Xianghou. It was a dead end for them. This woman's ability to stir up trouble was truly indescribable. Xianxia stood with his arms crossed. At this moment, he was curious as he watched the two play chess. The white-robed goddess was a real master. She played dozens of chess pieces with the black-robed old man and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Both of them gave their best. Xianxia couldn't understand it, but he could see the terrifying murderous intent in the world treasure puzzle. It was like invisible sword chi, 19 of them. An invisible pressure fell from the sky. The white-robed goddess's face became paler and paler. Every move she made her look worse. After the 37th move, the white-robed goddess's face changed. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell off the stone platform. You lost. The black-clothed old man said with a smile. Moreover, an extremely powerful pressure was exerted on the white-robed goddess. Her expression made Xianxia feel extremely uncomfortable. It was really pitiful. I forgot to tell you that every time you lose, you have to bear the pressure of the world treasure puzzle. Even a venerable emperor can't bear it more than 10 times. Therefore, the beast would rather be trapped by me for countless years than try to break the puzzle for the 10th time. He he he. The black-robed old man said with a faint smile. However, it was extremely irritating to Xianxia and the white-robed goddess. Does this old man really think this is a joke? We are risking our lives. Thank you. The white-robed goddess remained calm and stood proudly in front of him. Her beautiful eyes were full of determination and stubbornness. Xianxia had only seen such determination in himself. That kind of determination was indescribable. Even if she died 9 times, she would not regret it. She would not give up until she achieved her goal. The second time, the 44th move, she still failed. The pressure on the white-robed goddess increased. Xianxia could see the determination in her eyes. More importantly, he felt the pressure too. It was just that the degree was different. However, it was as if 1,000 zhang tall mountain was pressing on his body. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The third time, the 52nd move, the white-robed goddess failed again. The pressure on Xianxia and the white-robed goddess became heavier and heavier. The fourth time, the 77th move, the white-robed goddess still failed. The fifth time, the 93rd move, the white-robed goddess's eyes were full of determination and pain. The pressure that Xianxia was enduring was extremely oppressive to him. Fortunately, he was not a match for an ordinary half-step divine king. The 6th time, the 7th time, the 8th time, they all failed on the 144th move. The 9th time, the same number of steps, the white-robed goddess failed again. She had used everything she had learned in her life, but she still failed. To her, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Her soul felt like it was being locked, she couldn't move at all. This kind of pressure had already seeped into her bones. However, she was not willing to give up. Because she had failed again and again in the same place. She seemed to have entered a dead end. No matter what, this was a treasure that could not be saved. I am not willing to give up. The white-robed goddess said while gritting her teeth. Her eyes were full of desire to win. However, she had failed 9 times in a row. It was a huge blow to her. Now, there was only one more move left. The result might be unimaginable for her. The black-robed old man had said that even a venerable emperor might not be able to withstand the pressure of 10 moves. That evil creature has made countless deductions for millions of years. In the end, she did not have the courage to complete the 10th move. He he he. The black-robed old man said with a smile. Xianxia looked at the white-robed goddess silently. He was successfully captured by her. Because he felt that his soul was locked. He could not escape at all. He could only wander in this cave. Are we really trapped here? Xianxia's heart trembled. He could not help but look at the white-robed goddess. At this moment, she was also silent. His body was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. Could it be that this treasure of heaven and earth could not be broken? The white-robed goddess wanted to look back at Xianxia, but she could not do it. This guy insisted on following her into the cave. In other words, the two of them were trapped in a dangerous situation. Xianxia and the white-robed goddess exchanged glances. Both of them looked solemn. However, it was useless to blame anyone at this moment. Xianxia could only think of a way to get out of this place. The white-robed goddess stared at the gigantic chessboard. There were countless times when she wanted to play the last game, but she resisted the urge. Because if she couldn't break the last game, she and Xianxia would be trapped here until they die. He he he, God's will, God's will. It seems like nobody can solve this heaven and earth treasure. An era has passed and it's still the same. The old man smiled bitterly. His voice was filled with sorrow. One could imagine that he actually hoped that someone could solve this heaven and earth treasure. However, nobody succeeded. Do you really hope that someone can solve this heaven and earth treasure? Then why can't you find a way to solve it when you are playing against others? Xianxia looked at the old man with his fiery eyes. I want to lose because this heaven and earth treasure wasn't set up by me. I also want to solve it but I can't. The old man said helplessly and shook his head. Then who set it up? You also want to solve it? Haven't you studied it? Don't tell me you didn't learn anything after thousands of years? Xianxia continued to ask. I don't know who did it. However, after so many years, I know that this heaven and earth treasure is a changing situation. There are thousands of changes and thousands of paths leading to the same destination. It can guide people's thoughts and change this heaven and earth treasure. The heaven and earth treasure is unbreakable. How can this era stop the sky and earth from collapsing and the sea from drying up? The black-clothed old man said blankly. There were some things that Xianxia didn't understand, but he managed to grasp the main point of the black-clothed old man's words. In order to break out of this situation, they had to disrupt everything and rearrange everything. They couldn't allow others to lead them by the nose. In other words, to break out of this situation, they had to change the original situation of this natural treasure. Solve the situation, solve the situation. To solve the situation, one must change everything. One will be led by the nose by others. Xianxia murmured. No matter how good the white-robed goddess was, she was still defeated by the black-robed elder. No matter how long the black-robed elder studied the game, he couldn't find a way to break the game. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Xianxia's eyes shone with a bright light. Is there one more chance? I want to try. Xianxia said. The white-robed goddess looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was cold and indifferent. She didn't have the right to stop Xianxia from breaking the deadlock. Although the last round was extremely important to them, Xianxia didn't say a single word when she failed 9 times in a row before. Do you really want to try? If you lose, then the two of you will be destroyed. The black-robed old man asked in a deep voice. Xianxia couldn't stay here any longer, he had to leave this place as there were many people waiting for him. If he was trapped here for a long time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although he might face even more terrifying changes, this was their only chance. Xianxia didn't want to stay here any longer. He had to leave this place as there were many people waiting for him. If he was trapped here for a long time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If one day I can fulfill my ambition, I will laugh at Huang Chao for not being a man. Even if I compromise, I can't escape my fate. Why should I struggle here? Xianxia said proudly. Although he didn't know if he could succeed, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Good. Young friend, you are indeed generous. Ha ha ha, please. The old man in black said with a smile. Senior, I hope you can make way for me. Xianxia said. The old man in black was slightly stunned. He didn't know what was going on, but he still made way. The white-robed goddess stared at Xianxia silently. She didn't know what he was planning. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword and slashed at the chessboard. At that moment, the old man in black and the white-robed goddess were shocked. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Xianxia slashed down with his sword. The 100-zhang chessboard was torn apart. Countless chess pieces were also torn apart. In an instant, the chessboard turned into a pile of rubble. The black-clothed old man didn't expect Xianxia to do something like this. Xianxia slashed the chessboard with his sword. All the chess pieces were shattered by the sword qi and exploded. The heavenly treasure's chessboard was gone at this moment. It had become a pile of dust on the ground. This is my way of breaking the chessboard. Xianxia kept his sword and said in a deep voice. The so-called breaking the chessboard was to cut off the past and change the situation completely or even destroy it. Without destruction, there can be no construction. After destruction, there can be a new construction. What a madman. The white-robed goddess frowned. She didn't think that Xianxia's method would work. Ha ha ha, what a good way to break the chessboard. Without destruction, there can be no construction. The black-clothed old man laughed. At this moment, the mist in front of him had gradually disappeared, revealing a skinny face that looked ordinary. Even the white-clothed goddess had not seen him before. However, his eyes seemed to have a myriad of luster, like an endless starry sky. Apart from that, the excitement and joy that blossomed in his eyes were also expressed in his words. Is this the way to break the chessboard? The white-robed goddess murmured. She couldn't believe that Xianxia's way of breaking the chessboard was to cut off the chessboard of heaven and earth. In other words, destroy. After destroying, there can be construction. There are all kinds of strange things in the 3,000 great worlds. One era, another era. My friend, your way of breaking the chessboard has given me hope. The skinny old man said. His heart was filled with emotions. He had gone through countless reincarnations and faced countless challenges to get to where he was now. Is this the way to break the chessboard? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even he didn't expect that to be the way to break the chessboard. Without destruction, there can be no construction. That was why Xianxia never acted according to the rules. This time, he took a risk and he wasn't confident that he could win. However, it was too difficult to break the chessboard. Senior, may I ask who exactly are you? The white-robed goddess knew that she was extremely tiny in front of him. She didn't dare to guess how terrifying this person was. I've said it before. I don't know who I am. I'm just a thought, not a real spirit. This time, you've broken the chessboard and freed me. Here's the Ice Origin Lake water bead. The old man flicked his finger and a crystal-clear spiritual bead was pushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed it. The Ice Origin Lake water bead was much more powerful than the dragon bead. Xianxia knew that he couldn't control the Ice Origin Lake water bead with his current strength. The moment Xianxia accepted the Ice Origin Lake water bead, the white-shirted goddess's eyes were filled with disappointment. Without Xianxia, she might not be able to leave this place alive. The Ice Origin Lake water bead should belong to Xianxia. She had no complaints. When you reach the Emperor realm one day and return to this place, I will give you a great fortune. The old man looked at Xianxia with a smile. All right. Xianxia did not say much. He had no idea when he would reach the Emperor realm. He did not take it to heart. However, the white-shirted goddess was deeply shocked. Do you know that the skinny old man before you is one of the strongest people in the world? Do you know how powerful he is to be able to give pointers to an Emperor realm expert? The skinny old man turned around and left. His figure gradually faded into nothingness as he murmured. He continued to murmur, a dream to the three pure ones. The three pure ones will appear and form the sacred court. I will cut off the past and not let down the heavens. After speaking, the old man disappeared into the depths of the void along with the sound of the wind. The surrounding pressure had also disappeared at this moment. At the same time, the entire divine world was shaken. At the foot of the great spiritual mountain in the West Pole divine region, a broken statue that had not moved for thousands of years shattered into pieces. At the East Sea in the East Sea of the Dongxing divine region, unprecedented waves rose. An abandoned relic rose from the sea and shook the 9 heavens. The entire Dongxing divine region was in an uproar. At the desolate divine region, countless ancient demonic beasts wreaked havoc and roared for thousands of miles. At the central continent divine land, an old man stood on a pagoda. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the north. He coughed lightly. He formed a hand seal with his fingers and suddenly opened his eyes that had not looked at the geniuses of the central continent for many years. A terrifying ray of light shot out from his eyes, as if it could see through thousands of miles. He said softly, "Is the sky really going to change?" At the ridge of Zhou Mountain, above the Luofeng Valley. Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stared at the towering chasm in silence for a long time. Xiangho had already been killed by him and only her soul was left. It was trapped in the great soul-forming light and the white-shirted goddess in front of him was about to pass away. Can I exchange for your Ice Origin Lake water bead? Anything you want, no problem. The white-robed goddess looked at Xianxia with anticipation. Is it okay for me to want you? Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed loudly. The white-clothed goddess's sword had already appeared on Xianxia's neck. The moment it closed in on him, Xianxia knew that he couldn't run even if he wanted to. I'm just joking. Don't be so agitated. Xianxia pursed his lips and said in a low voice. If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't make me kill you. The white-robed goddess said arrogantly. Is the Ice Origin Lake water bead very important to you? If you want to exchange it with me, is there anything more valuable than it? Xianxia's words made the white-robed goddess speechless. That's right. What she wanted was the Ice Origin Lake water bead because it was related to her life and death. However, was there anything more important than the Ice Origin Lake water bead in her hands? There doesn't seem to be. The white-shirt goddess turned around and left. Her eyes were filled with sadness. What's your name? Xianxia suddenly stopped the white-shirt goddess. The white-shirt goddess was slightly stunned. You and I are from two different worlds. Who I am is not important to you and I don't care who you are. Alright then. Catch. Xianxia threw the ice origin lake water bead to the white-shirt goddess. The white-shirt goddess looked at Xianxia in disbelief and was slightly stunned. However, Xianxia had already turned around and left. Like what you said, who I am is not important to you. However, remember my name. My name is Xianxia. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Xianxia's figure was still nowhere to be seen. However, the white-shirt goddess was still standing there blankly. Do we really not owe each other anything? The white-shirt goddess touched the ice origin lake water bead in her hand and sighed. She had mixed feelings in her heart. Fire Qilin, this is a good item. That Xianxia has jumped into the Luofeng Valley. Aren't we the rulers of the entire Linhe boundary now? Haha. A mid-divine king realm expert said. Yeah. Xianxia is dead. The supreme elder of Clear Stream sect and the three old monsters are all dead. What do we have to be afraid of? Haha. The Linhe boundary will be ours in the future. Another mid-divine king realm old man said with a smile. 6 mid-divine king realm experts said proudly and hovered in the sky above Profound Feng sect. Fire Qilin is an ancient divine beast. If we can tame such a divine beast, we will definitely be able to shine. In the Linhe boundary, we will be able to rule the heavens. It's a pity that the Fire Qilin is extremely difficult to tame. Even with the few of us working together, we still failed to take it down. Looks like we need to increase the number of early god kings. We have to take it down. Profound Feng sect is nothing to be afraid of. But we must get this Fire Qilin. Countless experts hovered in the sky above Profound Feng sect. The Fire Qilin had lasted for 10 days. If it wasn't for the Fire Qilin, perhaps the Profound Feng sect would have been annihilated. Xianxia's death was a great shock to the Linhe boundary. Now that the devil incarnate was dead, the Linhe boundary regained its peace. No one could stop them. Xianxia was extremely important to the entire Linhe boundary. The Luofeng Valley was a place of death that was acknowledged by the entire northern cold divine region. How could Xianxia survive after entering the Luofeng Valley? So, at this moment, these people were extremely mad. They were not afraid of the Profound Feng sect, they were only after the Fire Qilin. Whoever obtained the Fire Qilin would definitely become the leader of the entire Linhe boundary. How could they not be excited? Although the Fire Qilin did not belong to the Profound Feng sect, the Fire Qilin was still protecting the Profound Feng sect. So, their target was the Profound Feng sect. They knew the relationship between Xianxia and the Fire Qilin. But now that Xianxia was dead, who would be able to save those people? Xianxia's death required the emergence of a new leader of the Linhe boundary to decide the fate of the entire Linhe boundary. The change of power was normal. Xianxia's death was just the beginning. Xianxia? When will you come back? Senior Fire Qilin, it's better for you to leave now. Although our Profound Feng sect is weak, we will not allow others to trample on our dignity as long as we still have our pride. Xian Qingming said solemnly. His expression was extremely depressing. Profound Feng sect was facing a life-and-death situation right now. It was all because of the Fire Qilin that Profound Feng sect put his life on the line. Otherwise, the mountains and rivers would have become crushed stones under those people's feet. The Fire Qilin shook his head and said, I will not leave, even if it means death. Xian Qingming admired the Fire Qilin's stubbornness, but at the same time, he felt guilty. However, the Fire Qilin knew that their real target was him. As long as they could obtain the Fire Qilin, they would become the rulers of the Linhe boundary. Moreover, Xianxia was a thorn in their side. Now that Xianxia had disappeared without a trace and nobody knew whether he was dead or alive, they wanted to torture his father to death to vent their hatred. In their eyes, Xianxia was already dead. How could he survive if he jumped into the Luofeng Valley? However, the Fire Qilin felt that as long as Xianxia was still alive, he would not allow anyone to step into the Profound Feng sect. He wanted to protect Xianxia's sect and his father. Not only humans, but also the divine beasts. Their promises were also priceless. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. The Fire Qilin knew that Xianxia's kindness to him could not be repaid even if he died 9 times. Therefore, he had to keep his promise. Xianxian had said that when he returned, the Fire Qilin would not frown even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled. Sect Lord Xian, is the Luofeng Valley really that terrifying? Jiang Zhenhai looked at Xian Qingming and asked with difficulty. To him, Jiangchen was his everything. He believed that Jiangchen wouldn't die so easily. But looking at the enemies coming from all directions and the unknown of Jiangchen's fate, his heart was still unsettled. Xian Qingming smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to answer this question. Jiangchen's death was already a foregone conclusion. No matter how powerful he was, that was one of the 6 death grounds of the northern cold divine region. Not to mention the Linhe boundary, even the Lone Dragon County and the northern cold divine region wouldn't dare to explore the Luofeng Valley. Those reckless people never appeared again after they entered Luofeng Valley. Even the Divine Emperor realm super experts were no exception. The Luofeng Valley was an incomparably huge abyss of death to them. No one dared to step into it. To the people of the Linhe boundary, they would rather die than to go to the Luofeng Valley. The experts of the Clear Stream sect, Divine Pale sect and Ghost Eye sect disappeared at this moment. Countless experts who were secretly watching the battle saw Jiangchen and the 3 supreme elders falling into the Luofeng Valley. It had been more than a month now, there wouldn't be any news about them anymore. The Luofeng Valley, the 9 Heavens Dragon and Phoenix Fall. Even if you're peerless and powerful, you can't defeat the Luofeng Valley. Xian Qingming said in a low voice. He could only sigh in his heart when he mentioned Jiangchen. Jiangchen was the strongest disciple in the history of Profound Feng sect. Moreover, Profound Feng sect was the pride of the entire Linhe boundary. Unfortunately, Jiangchen was too outstanding and died at an early age. It was a pity that Jiangchen died before he could rise in Linhe boundary. If it wasn't because of the supreme elders on the 3 great stages forcing him to perish together, Jiangchen would definitely be able to dominate the Lone Dragon County in the future. Even though Profound Feng sect was in danger, he did not blame Jiangchen. It was the will of the heavens. What's the use of forcing it? Then my son, Jiang Zhenhai remained silent for a moment and murmured. His eyes were filled with worry and sorrow. However, he wanted to see Jiangchen alive, dead or alive. His son knew very well that Jiangchen might not die without a burial place. From Saint Origin World to Nai Region Immortal World, and now to the Divine World, Jiangchen had gone through countless life and death tribulations, but he was always able to survive in the end. Although Jiang Zhenhai thought so, he was still worried after hearing Xian Qingming's words. Not everyone could get close to the Luofeng Valley, a Divine Emperor expert was like a supreme venerable to them. Even they lost their wings in the Luofeng Valley, the terror of the Luofeng Valley was self-evident. Brother Zhen, even if I die, I want to be with you. I believe that your son will not let you down. Lin Ruyue comforted him. But how could Jiang Zhenhai be happy? If Jiangchen did not return, then Profound Feng sect would be in danger and they would become the dust of history. I have a plan. Elder Jiang, let the Fire Qilin send the 2 of you away. Xian Qingming said. Jiang Zhenhai shook his head. My son is a man of indomitable spirit. How can I, his father, be a coward? If we leave now, wouldn't Profound Feng sect be the first one to face the calamity? Live and die together. I, Jiang Zhenhai, will never frown. Jiang Zhenhai and the Fire Qilin were so stubborn. To Xian Qingming, it was a big problem. He did not want Jiang Zhenhai to be in danger. But now, it seemed like they could only live and die together. No wonder he was able to raise such an indomitable and righteous son like Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha. Fire Qilin, you're at the end of your rope. If you want to fight with your life on the line, then wait for your death. I don't believe that you can go against the entire Linhe boundary. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Surrender now. Fire Qilin, Jiangchen is dead. If you guys continue to resist, then don't blame us for being merciless. Jiangchen is dead under the Luofeng Valley. It's futile to struggle. Why? A wise man submits to circumstances. Fire Qilin, with your intelligence, don't you know that you're in a dead end now? Why are you still talking to him? Fire Qilin's body is a treasure. We can't keep it for ourselves. Let's tear it apart and eat it. Isn't that great? Haha. The shadow that Xianxia left on us in the past shall be repaid by his beast and father. 6 experts gathered here. Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pale sect were the leaders. 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts occupied half of the place. There were also 20 early Divine King Realm experts. The Fire Qilin would not be able to escape. These people were the hidden elders of the sect. Although they couldn't be compared to Xianyuan Wuqiong, Dan Yingqing, or even Li Jian, they were still true old monsters. Mid-Divine Kings weren't easy to deal with. Even if the Fire Qilin was talented, the 6 mid-Divine Kings were enough to give him a hard time and a sense of danger. Fight with my life on the line. I, the Fire Qilin, am not afraid. Even though the Fire Qilin was being suppressed by the 2 great experts, it did not show any signs of being defeated. Instead, it was getting more and more courageous. But how could the 6 great experts not know that? As long as the Fire Qilin was slowly killed, the Fire Qilin would naturally be defeated. The Fire Qilin knew that this was his last battle. Regardless of whether Jiangchen could come back or not, he had tried his best. Jiangchen's kindness was as heavy as a mountain. The Fire Qilin could not repay him. But his persistence and determination made those people who tried to take advantage of him feel ashamed. Those people bullied the weak and feared the strong. When Jiangchen suppressed the Clear Stream sect, no one dared to go against him. But when they knew that Jiangchen was dead, they immediately pointed their spears at the Profound Wind sect, and the Fire Qilin was also coveted by everyone. Without any hesitation, the Fire Qilin joined forces with several other sects to suppress the Profound Wind sect and punish the Fire Qilin. When Jiangchen was here, you cowards didn't dare to be presumptuous. Now that Jiangchen has disappeared without a trace, you guys are acting so wantonly and using all of your methods. I'm truly impressed. Humph. I will not let you guys succeed even if I have to risk my life. If you want to catch me, bring some of you down with me first. The Fire Qilin was unstoppable as it soared into the sky. Its fiery aura swept across the sky like a thunderbolt. Everywhere it passed by was scorching hot. The 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts did not dare to be careless. They quickly retreated as they fought. Everyone, let's kill this monster and eat it. Li Kuangying said with a cold smile. He was a hidden elder of the Ghost Eye sect, and his strength was not any weaker than the sect lord. However, he was also in closed-door training. Now that there was no one in power in the Ghost Eye sect, he also appeared here to lead the group. All right. I agree. The horn of the Fire Qilin is mine. It's a supreme treasure for alchemy. Ha ha ha. Dan Guifeng said with a smile. The prodigy elder of the Divine Pale sect went into seclusion for 1,000 years. After he came out of seclusion, he soared to the sky and brightened the eyes of the entire Linha boundary. Ha ha. Well said. I must get these 2 legs of the Fire Qilin. After eating them, I will definitely feel refreshed and my strength will soar. Someone laughed out loud. 6 people surrounded the Fire Qilin. Although the Fire Qilin was ferocious, it was still difficult for him to fight against 6 people alone. These 6 people were the true experts of the Linha boundary, and they were definitely not weaker than the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin had already experienced 4 battles, and it was getting more and more difficult for him. No matter how extraordinary your natural talent is or how extraordinary your divine beast is, you still have to lower your head before us. Fuck off. Every move was vicious, forcing the Fire Qilin into a dead end. He could only fight with his back against the wall. The 6 of them retreated as they fought, not giving him any chance at all. The Fire Qilin was in a perilous situation. The god artifacts in the hands of the 6 of them attacked one after another. The Fire Qilin could not keep up with them. He was continuously injured. This time, it was even more difficult for him. The wounds on his body had not healed yet. He had already lost the initiative under the continuous attacks of the 6 people. At this moment, his injuries were getting more and more serious. He had lost the aggressiveness to fight till the end. The Fire Qilin was defeated by the 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts. The other early Divine King realm experts also took action, not giving the Fire Qilin any chance to fight back. This battle was not any weaker than the battle between Xianxia and the other sections. However, the Fire Qilin did not have the ability to turn the situation around like Xianxia did. Numerous wounds could be seen on his body, dripping with blood. Growls could be heard coming from his body, expressing his anger and unwillingness to accept this. However, facing so many powerful experts, it was getting more and more difficult for him. His situation was extremely worrying. The 6 mid-Divine King realm experts did not want to fight a life-and-death battle with him. They wanted to exhaust him to death. This was the most effective method, to fight the Fire Qilin till the end. In that case, they would suffer great losses as well. However, exhausting the Fire Qilin to death was the best method. The Fire Qilin's body was covered with blood. How tragic and how difficult it was. Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai were heartbroken. However, there was nothing they could do. With the death of Jiang Chen, they could only become sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The battle between the sects and Linhe boundary had only just begun. With the disappearance of Jiang Chen, the transcendent existence, the Linhe boundary would not be peaceful for at least 100 years. No one dared to fight against the Fire Qilin's desperate attack. After all, who would live and who would die at this moment? Even if they survived, they would be heavily injured by the Fire Qilin. Why should they fight against him? You damned humans, who dares to fight against me? The Fire Qilin roared furiously. Unfortunately, the Fire Qilin was alone against close to 20 god kings. Fresh blood flowed out unceasingly. It was a sight that made one's heart ache. His blood-red eyes formed scabs. Thick scales covered his entire body. His muscles and bones were exposed, making one feel pity for him. The Fire Qilin was gasping for air. He knew that he did not have much time left. Jiang Chen, let's continue this relationship in the next life. Even if I die, I will die standing. I will not embarrass you. The Fire Qilin's eyes were filled with tears as he charged into the clouds. He wanted to fight to the death with them. This fella is definitely going to die. He's still struggling. He really doesn't know his place. He would rather die than to surrender. Sigh, if that's the case, it suits my appetite. Hee, it's the first time I've eaten the meat of the Fire Qilin. Someone said with a smile. His eyes were filled with excitement and greed. He's going to die soon. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. Li Kuangying said with a cold smile. He and Dan Guifeng charged forward with irresistible force. The Fire Qilin was filled with despair. It seemed that Jiang Chen was already dead. He did not believe it at the beginning. Now, the Fire Qilin had no hope. Fire Qilin, your time of death has come. The Fire Qilin looked at the enemies coming from all directions. There was no joy nor sorrow in his heart. In this life, he hadn't even stepped onto the peak and he was about to be killed. It had to be said that in the Qilin clan, this was a common occurrence. After all, the Qilin clan wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Dragon clan. The Dragon clan also had their own clans and clans. The Qilin clan completely relied on their inherited memories and didn't have a true clan. This led to the rarity of Qilins. Get lost. An earth-shattering roar was heard. Everyone trembled. The Fire Qilin suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the majestic figure in the void. He was filled with shock and surprise. Jiang Zhenhai was the same. He looked at the back of the figure holding the green robe in shock. His eyes were filled with tears. His son did not let him down. Xian Qingming was extremely shocked. Everyone in the Linhe boundary knew that the Luofeng Valley was a place of death. Those who had entered it had never come out. However, many people saw Jiang Chen and the 3 supreme elders falling into the Luofeng Valley. What was the result? Jiang Chen rose to the sky once again, looking down on the world. Li Kuangying, Dan Guifeng, and the others looked at each other. Fear filled their minds. Jiang Chen, is it really him? Isn't he dead? Why is he here again? Did he come out from the Luofeng Valley? This was a shocking secret. Who would believe it? No, he's definitely not Jiang Chen. He's definitely not. Everyone stared at his back, and they couldn't help but feel scared. If Xianxia really showed up, wouldn't that mean all of them were going to die here? Did Xianxia really break the shackles and curse of the Luofeng Valley and come back to the world? That was a place that even Divine Emperor Realm experts were afraid of. No one knew if any Emperor Realm experts had entered that place before. Even in the central region Divine Land, such an existence would be feared by everyone. Their appearance would not be known at all. Isn't Xianxia dead? Are you serious? Didn't Xianxia fall into the Luofeng Valley? Then who is this person? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Li Kuangying roared furiously. Everyone was scared stiff by Xianxia's roar, not daring to move at all. There were more than 20 Divine King Realm experts and 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts on the scene, but they were stunned by a half-step Divine King. It was unbelievable. How could a half-step Divine King have such an imposing aura? Looks like you guys don't think that you've done anything wrong. Clearstream sect is just an example. But you guys are so stubborn. You even tried to attack my father when I'm not around. There's no need for you guys to live anymore. Xianxia's voice was very calm, but when it reached everyone's ears, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, and their expressions changed dramatically. Even if Xianxia didn't do anything at this moment, they were still on guard, afraid that Xianxia would use a killing move and kill them. Xianxia, are you really Xianxia? How did you get out of Luofeng Gorge? I saw you fall into Luofeng Gorge with my own eyes. Where are the 3 great elders? Dan Guifeng gritted his teeth and said, unwilling to admit this fact. Xianxia glanced at the Fire Qilin and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your hard work." The Fire Qilin growled and shook its head. Xianxia's gaze fell upon the Fire Qilin. At this moment, he was really heartbroken. These bastards almost sent the Fire Qilin to the Avicii hell. There's no need for you guys to live anymore. The 3 stinky cobblers are already dead. But you guys are still stubborn? Today, all those who participated in this matter will be annihilated. I want the Linha boundary to be filled with blood. I want you guys to know who's the real ruler. Xianxia's voice shook the sky. Everyone instinctively took a step back, as if they wanted to get away from Xianxia's sight. However, none of the 20 Divine King Realm experts dared to confront Xianxia at this moment, even though they were much stronger than Xianxia. This was Xianxia's mightiness. They were afraid, too afraid. He destroyed the Clearstream sect, killed dozens of Divine King Realm experts and 3 half-step hierarchs. Was this something a half-step Divine King could do? No one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, these were undeniable facts and their deepest experience. Xianxia, we didn't mean to offend you. Can we just let this matter go? Our Ghost Eye sect will definitely respect you in the future. Li Kuangying, who was a mid-Divine King, had already lost his sharpness. At this moment, he actually lowered his head. No one had expected this, but it was also an undeniable fact. In front of absolute strength, they had no chance to resist. How could they fight against Xianxia? Xianxia was not dead yet. The 3 Supreme Elders had already become history. Xianxia's mightiness was needless to say. The Luofeng Valley had made them thoroughly understand just what kind of freak Xianxia was. Yes, we are willing to respect Master Jiang and have no intention of rebelling. Dan Guifeng also said with a smile, his face full of flattery. Oh, really? Now you want to negotiate with me? When you wanted to destroy my profound Feng sect, why didn't I see you being so humble? What qualifications do you have? Why should I let you respect me? Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. Xianxia couldn't stop laughing madly. The 3rd time he asked made them hold their breaths. Was this guy going to start a massacre again? Xianxia, don't hurt yourself. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of you? Li Kuangying bit the bullet and said. He had always been afraid of Xianxia. Even their supreme elder, Li Jian, had disappeared. How could Xianxia fight against a half-step hierarch? He still had this bit of self-awareness. It's all too late now. Today, I will make Xianxia's name the nightmare of the entire Linha boundary. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Whoever blocks my path must die. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was raised. The sword qi swept across 800 zhang, causing the sky to lose its color. Let's attack together. It's no big deal if we die. We must not let this guy continue to dominate the Linhe boundary. Otherwise, when will we have the chance to stand out? Dan Guifeng was the first to fight against Jiang Chen. Everyone knew that if they did not take action now, they would not be in a good situation. Jiang Chen's murderous intent had made them tremble. Jiang Chen raised his sword and the 3,000 lightning strikes. More than 20 Divine King realm experts were killed on the spot. Profound Feng sect was filled with deafening cheers as they welcomed Jiang Chen's return. At this moment, Jiang Chen was fully deserving of his title. After this trip to the Luofeng Valley, he had once again become the idol of Profound Feng sect. In just one day, the 17 great sects were annihilated. Jiang Chen had killed millions of people with a single sword. It was destined to be a crazy massacre. Jiang Chen was not an executioner. He did not kill innocent people. He did not kill anyone below the heavenly god realm. However, those so-called super great sects had killed all their elders, sect leaders, and geniuses. Their sect's foundation was destroyed and millions of people were forced to live in misery. Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire Linhe boundary in just one day. No one dared to go against him. Who dares to stop me? Within 10 days, led by the Heavenly Star sect, there were more than 100 sects in the entire Linhe boundary that brought countless treasures to congratulate Jiang Chen. The Profound Feng sect became the pinnacle of the entire Linhe boundary in an instant. Countless elders and sect lords gathered here. Xianxia was extremely busy. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Jiang Chen's prestige had spread across the entire Linhe boundary. No one did not know about him. He had become the #1 expert in the Linhe boundary. No one dared to go against him. Needless to say, Jiang Chen's return had completely disrupted the order of the Linhe boundary. At the same time, the order of the Linhe boundary had also been rearranged. Among the 10 great sects, only Heavenly Star sect did not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. After all, they were brother sects and had a lot of connections. However, even the people from Heavenly Star sect had to listen to Xianxia. Profound Feng sect was pushed to the heart of the struggle. It was not good, but it was not bad either. If Profound Feng sect wanted to rise, they needed strength and opportunity. Now that Jiang Chen was guarding Profound Feng sect, who would dare to make a ruckus? No one doubted Jiang Chen's strength. Being able to come out from Luofeng Valley proved everything. Most importantly, there was no news from the 3 half-step hierarch realm supreme elders. Needless to say, Jiang Chen was still alive and they must have died. At this time, Jiang Chen had become the ruler of the Linhe boundary. Therefore, hundreds of sects in the Linhe boundary came from afar to congratulate Jiang Chen and the Profound Feng sect. In less than 100 years, the Profound Feng sect would definitely become the leader of the Linhe boundary. Even the Heavenly Star sect might not be able to achieve such glory. All of this was because of Jiang Chen. Xianxia welcomed the guests from all directions with a humble and courteous attitude, making those sects extremely happy. It seemed like the sect lord of Profound Feng sect was not an arrogant person. As long as they could build a good relationship with Profound Feng sect, they would not suffer any losses in Linhe boundary in the future. From their point of view, although Profound Feng sect was weak now, it would definitely rise in the near future. The current Profound Feng sect's foundation was still shallow. Everyone knew that the people who came to congratulate Profound Feng sect were all holding precious treasures and treasures. Although the icing on the cake might not be a good thing, they would not go against those who were smiling at them. Since Jiang Chen was in seclusion, Xianxia took over. In fact, none of them said that they were looking for Jiang Chen, they were just complimenting him. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't someone they could meet just because they wanted to. Moreover, everyone had a tacit understanding that befriending Xianxia was naturally related to Jiang Chen. Everyone was smart. Jiang Chen did not want to be the ruler of the Linhe boundary, but no one could take it away from him. Profound Feng sect and Xianxia would be Jiang Chen's biggest helper in the future. Even though Jiang Chen had eliminated more than 10 sects, the Linhe boundary was a huge place with hundreds of sections. The population was still flourishing and it did not affect the balance of the Linhe boundary. Countless of Profound Feng sect's disciples' faces were filled with radiance. Those disciples from other sects were envious when they saw the disciples of Profound Feng sect. In the past, Profound Feng sect was just a small sect. But now, it had the demeanor of a great sect. Countless people had sent gifts to welcome them. This was Profound Feng sect's biggest event ever since the establishment of the sect. Moreover, Profound Feng sect was the leader of this event. Everyone's face was glowing. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Sect Lord Xian. A peerless genius has appeared. Us old fellows are proud. That's right. Jiang Chen's appearance has brought us great fortune. It's our Lin Boundary's fortune. Isn't it because of Sect Lord Xian's guidance? Jiang Chen's rise was inextricably linked to Sect Head Xian. Ha ha ha. That's right. Come, Sect Lord Xian. Lin Boundary, we will definitely follow your example and strive to have another monstrous genius in the Lin Boundary after 100 years. Sect Lord Xian is wise and powerful. Brother Jiang Chen is peerless. Profound Feng sect will definitely become the leader of our Lin Boundary in the future. Congratulations, Sect Lord Xian. Haha. Countless sect elders and sect lords were complimenting Profound Feng sect without holding back. Even Jiang Zhenhai, who was observing secretly, felt proud in his heart. After all of this was because of his son, who was able to stand above all the other sections. Even though he couldn't see them, he could feel the huge crowd in the Profound Feng sect. The drums were beating in unison, making people excited. Brother Zhen, you've really given birth to a good son. Lin Riyue held Jiang Zhenhai's hand tightly and said with a smile. The smile on Jiang Zhenhai's face was extremely pure, like a child who got his favorite toy. It was a smile that Lin Riyue had never seen before. Jiang Chen should be the one to raise his son. After all, Jiang Chen was the center of attention. Who in Lin Boundary did not know about him? After all, Jiang Chen was still cultivating on a mountain ridge in Profound Feng sect. This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, the effect should be the best if I let my father consume it directly. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to withstand the medicinal effect. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart will definitely help him in his cultivation in the future. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time if he wants to absorb all of its energy. Jiang Chen thought for a while and murmured. At this moment, the divine origin qi in Jiang Chen's body had reached its peak after a few battles. In addition to the divine origin essence that he had absorbed from Luo Binci, Jiang Chen already had a sign of breaking through when he was in Luo Feng Valley. However, he was worried about his father, so he rushed back to Profound Feng sect. If he was one step late, the fire Qilin would have died, his father would be in danger, and Profound Feng sect would no longer exist. Let's break through first. Jiang Chen had been stuck in the half-step Divine King realm for quite some time. Especially after going through a few life and death battles, Jiang Chen had already accumulated enough divine origin qi. His soul realm had already reached the hierarch realm. All of his breakthroughs were already completed. In addition to refining the divine origin essence, Jiang Chen could only proceed step by step. Even so, 1% of the divine origin essence was enough for Jiang Chen to break through. The divine origin qi continued to flow and gathered around Jiang Chen's body. A dense mist was formed. It was the myriad qi. The changes that the myriad qi brought to Jiang Chen's body were out of his expectation. Looking at his dantian, it was crystal clear and flawless like a newborn. He had never dreamt that his body would be so transparent. Many golden dragon patterns covered Xiao Chen's body, densely packed like they were made of gold, sparkling and translucent, flawless and flawless. The dragon transformation art continued to circulate. The spirit and blood in his body had reached their peak. Dragon marks were appearing all over his body. However, Jiang Chen still could not feel the threshold of the Divine King realm. 3,470,000 dragon marks. He initially thought that he could reach the Divine King realm after breaking through 3,400,000 dragon marks. However, it seemed like it was still not enough. Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation art and the divine origin essence continued to flow into his body. The dragon marks continued to grow. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. Each dragon mark was growing crazily. It was like a wound on his body. To Jiang Chen, it was a great pressure and pain. The golden dragon marks gathered. Xianxia inspected his body. The divine origin essence in his dantian was the size of a fist, emitting a blazing light. Day after day, 3 months had passed. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached 3,500,000. However, it did not stop there. The divine origin essence had given Xianxia an indescribable amount of yuan qi essence. 3 months had passed. Spring had returned. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body had increased to 3,990,000. Xianxia could finally feel the threshold of the divine king realm. This time, he would not let his guard down. After the number of dragon marks skyrocketed, Xianxia's body also underwent a tremendous change. However, he didn't know that with the birth of nearly 4 million dragon marks, his strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Rumble, thunder rumbled above profound Feng sect. The peak of the mountain was filled with thunder and lightning, shaking the entire sect. There's no need to panic. Focus on your cultivation. Your senior brother Xianxia is about to make a breakthrough. Do not approach him. Xian Qingming's voice reverberated in the sky. All the disciples heaved a sigh of relief. So it's senior brother Xianxia breaking through. All of them were in high spirits. Senior brother Xianxia was so powerful and he's still improving himself. What qualifications do they have to stop cultivating? Is he finally going to break through? Xian Qingming murmured with a hint of worry. The Clear Stream sect can't do anything to you. The Linhe boundary can't restrict you. You can even come and go as you please in the Luofeng Valley. The 9 heavens lightning should not be too hard for you, right? Xian Qingming said faintly. Although there were not many people who could break through under the heavenly lightning, especially the Divine King Realm, there might not even be one Divine King Realm expert in the Linhe boundary every 1,000 years. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the Divine King Realm. Therefore, after Xianxia killed so many Divine King Realm experts, the great sects in the Linhe boundary were almost wiped out. A Divine King Realm expert was the foundation of their sect. Xianxia's expression was the same as usual. He raised his head and looked at the lightning in the sky with a faint smile on his face. Come, I want to see exactly how powerful you are. Xianxia shouted in a low voice, looking at the heavenly lightning above the 9 heavens. He was full of vigor. Everyone was extremely careful when facing the heavenly lightning as they were afraid of being struck to death by the heavenly lightning. If they were not careful, they would fail their breakthrough. That would be a matter of life and death. However, in Xianxia's eyes, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly lightning at all. In fact, he treated each heavenly lightning as a deadly attack. Only after going through the baptism of the heavenly lightning could he be considered to have entered the true tribulation, transforming into a dragon. Rumble. When the fiery red heavenly lightning appeared, Xianxia was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this heavenly lightning before. However, it was extremely terrifying, causing him to frown his brows. Be careful, Xianxia. This is a fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning. This lightning is extraordinary. The chi of fire is comparable to your 5 elemental true fire. Most importantly, it can attack with lightning. With the fusion of fire and lightning, even a peak divine king might not be able to survive the lightning tribulation unscathed. The fire Qilin said. In my inherited memories, my ancestors have passed through this heavenly lightning. There were 3 of them. However, none of them managed to pass through the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning. You must be careful. The fire Qilin warned again. Xianxia's expression became solemn. He was not an arrogant person. Especially when facing the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning, even he felt a sense of danger. When the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning was born, the heavenly tribulation rose. When the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning fused together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. I would like to see if you can strike me to death. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. He sneered as he stared at the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning fearlessly. Roar the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning was incomparably violent. The terrifying fire and lightning fused together like an immemorial void dragon. The fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning crashed down. Xianxia was pushed back by the power of the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning. His face turned pale in shock. Come on. Xianxia roared as his eyes shone. At this moment, even with the toughness of his body, he could feel the fiery lightning spreading all over his body. The fusion of fire and lightning was indeed terrifying. His entire body was numb and burning. It was extremely painful. But even so, it was not enough for him to lower his head. 8 fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Xianxia was baptized by the 8 lightning bolts. To be exact, it should be a crazy bombardment. At this moment, Xianxia was extremely weak. The 8 fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning had put Xianxia in a difficult situation. However, there was still the last heavenly lightning, which was the most terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the previous 8. The terrifying fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning had already reached its limit. The 9th heavenly lightning could destroy the world. Even a peak divine king might not be able to withstand it. I don't want to be struck to death by you. Since it's like this, let's see who wins. Xianxia gritted his teeth. The fire Qilin had never expected that Xianxia would not be able to defend himself against the most terrifying heavenly lightning. I will devour you. The fire cloud tyrant sky lightning did not explode but was swallowed by Xianxia. Xianxia used the source of the dawn sky golden lightning and 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning to entangle the fire cloud tyrant sky lightning. The 2 sources of lightning suppressed the fire cloud tyrant sky lightning together, showing how terrifying the fire cloud tyrant sky lightning was. Xianxia circulated his dantian. He knew that it was dangerous, but he didn't want to let go of this heavenly lightning. He wanted the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning to suppress it. It would become his trump card in the future. Although it was just a lightning without a source, the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning was rare and powerful. Suppress it. Xianxia used the myriad chi cauldron to suppress the 3 lightning bolts. At that moment, the fire cloud tyrant sky lightning gradually calmed down. Xianxia knew that this fire cloud tyrant sky lightning could only be used once. It was not easy to fuse heavenly lightning together. The fire cloud tyrant sky lightning was extraordinary. Xianxia stood up and changed into a set of clean clothes. He had finally broken through to the divine king realm. It's a pity that it's just a heavenly lightning without a source. Every time I make a breakthrough, I'll have to waste a heavenly lightning. 2 heavenly lightnings can only make people below the hierarch realm retreat. If I could get another heavenly lightning's lightning origin and merge 3 heavenly lightnings, even a hierarch realm expert would be shocked. Xianxia murmured. The dragon transformation skill operated automatically. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body surged once again. It only calmed down after reaching 4.3 million dragon marks. His 9 dragons and 10 elephants' strength had increased once again. The next breakthrough would require at least 2 to 300,000 dragon marks. At this moment, Xianxia's aura had undergone a tremendous change. Every movement he made seemed like it was made by nature itself. Moreover, he was extremely sensitive to the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. His 6 ears could hear everything from thousands of miles away as if he was right in front of him. Xianxia's gaze was like a rain of swords shooting toward the vast land. Everything was locked in a stalemate. His aura was completely restrained. If he moved, thunder would rumble within 5 kilometers, and wind and rain would blow within 100 kilometers. Is this the presence of a divine king? Xianxia smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He could move mountains and rivers. With a thought, he could travel 1,000 miles. The God King realm was a huge leap. Reaching the God King realm, if there were no life or death battles, one could enjoy eternal life. A divine king realm expert could be considered as an expert even in a county. Even in the northern cold divine region, a divine king realm expert was qualified to travel far. This level of strength was nothing in the central region divine land, but in the Feng County and other regions, a divine king realm expert could be considered as an expert. A divine king realm expert could enjoy eternal life, but which divine king realm expert would be willing to be ordinary? Only by overdrawing one's potential would one reach the end of their lifespan in advance. Only by fighting to the death could one comprehend the mysteries of heaven and constantly improve. Therefore, the immortality of a divine king was only a general concept. Everyone had the attitude of an expert, but an ordinary divine king like Yu was hard to find in this world. This was also the reason why, in the domain, most of the truly powerful and talented divine kings had already embarked on a long journey. However, in the past 10,000 years, very few of them had returned to their homeland. A general died in 100 battles, a warrior did not return for 10 years. Experts naturally had a stage that belonged to them. Turning back would mean retreating, moving forward would mean death. Emperor realm experts, it was the dream of countless people. However, there were only a few who could reach the emperor realm. More importantly, without experiencing hundreds of battles, who could understand the secret of the emperor realm. Xianxia's aura was vigorous and the divine origin qi in his body was surging. He was like an ancient giant beast that was trying to break free from its shackles. Xianxia could feel that kind of explosive power, how terrifying it was. After stepping into the Divine King realm, Xianxia finally understood the difference between the Divine King realm and the Heavenly God realm. Even a half-step Divine King would not have such an experience. A Divine King realm expert could already communicate with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. They could cultivate invisibly. Xianxia did not even need to circulate the dragon transformation skill while cultivating. The transformation of the Divine King realm was the real transformation. A heavenly god was not considered as an expert in the divine world, but their strength was not ordinary. They could become the lord of a small city. However, the Divine King realm was different. After breaking through to the Divine King realm, one's vision would be broadened, and one would have the heart to pursue the strong. This was the most important thing. The Divine King realm would attract attention no matter where it was. The Divine King realm had already opened a real path to become an emperor. Without entering the Divine King realm, how could one obtain the heart of a great emperor? Only those who had reached the Divine King realm would have a glimmer of hope to become a great emperor. However, that glimmer of hope was extremely slim. Below the great emperor realm, there was still the hierarch realm. It was not easy to reach the hierarch realm. Some divine kings were unable to break through the shackles of the hierarch realm in their lifetime. Even the peerless monstrous geniuses among the divine emperors had a slim chance of becoming a great emperor. More importantly, after entering the Divine King realm, breaking through would not only require the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, but also the steady improvement of the soul and the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If the divine son of the 9 heavens did not have the ability to comprehend, it would be hard for him to achieve great things. If he had the ability to comprehend, so what? It was enough to show that it was harder to break through after the Divine King realm. The word comprehension had blocked millions of experts from entering the Emperor realm. Xianxia knew that it was not easy to reach the Emperor realm. However, he was more confident in himself. He was a weak void god when he first entered the divine world. Now, he had some achievements. Although he was not a great figure, it would not take long for Xianxia to travel all over the Lone Dragon County. The growth of the profound Feng sect was inevitable. Xianxia did not say anything. However, everyone knew that he was the biggest support of the profound Feng sect. Xianxia agreed tacitly because he was going to travel far from here. His father needed a quiet place to cultivate and the profound Feng sect was the best place for him to do so. Xianxia channeled the boundless energy of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart into Jiang Zhenhai's body. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart did not disappoint Jiang Zhenhai's expectation. It had completely healed all of Jiang Zhenhai's injuries. His limbs and eyes were all healed. Moreover, his strength had broken through to the mid-heavenly god realm. This was something that Xianxia had never expected. Haha. This Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is really powerful. You are still unable to fully absorb the boundless energy within it. Once you've fully absorbed it, your strength will rise to the next level. Xianxia said with a smile. His eyes were filled with gratification. But now, it was different. Jiang Zhenhai was no longer alone. He had Lin Ruyue. The two of them were hugging each other tightly. Xianxia felt extremely happy when he saw his father's current state of mind. I'm not alone anymore. I'll protect you, Xiaoyu. Jiang Zhenhai said with a serious face. Relying on his own son was an external force after all. Lin Ruyue could be said to have awakened Jiang Zhenhai's second spring. Right now, Jiang Zhenhai was extremely focused on training. If he didn't have enough strength, How could he protect the woman he loved? Lin Ruyue was also extremely happy. She snuggled in Jiang Zhenhai's arms. Seeing that he was safe and sound, her heart was completely at ease. In front of the bed, Jiang Chen was holding his father's hand. The two of them held each other tightly. Their relationship was deeper than the sea. Father, you've recovered. I should go now. Aunt Lin, please take care of my father in the future. Jiang Chen said. Are you in such a hurry? Jiang Zhenhai really wanted to get closer to his son, but he knew that Jiang Chen was not the kind of man who would let his emotions get the better of him. A real man's ambition was to travel far and wide. His dream, his sky, was much bigger than he could ever imagine. Yes, I'll leave today. Jiang Chen said. Xian Qingming also arrived at this moment. Jiang Chen, are you really leaving? Xian Qingming said reluctantly. The profound Feng sect was still developing and the Linhe boundaries foundation was not stable yet. Now that Jiang Chen was leaving, the sect's development would definitely be restricted. However, Xian Qingming would not ask Jiang Chen to stay. Everything was brought to him by Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen's guidance, he would not have reached the peak late heavenly god realm. Now, Jiang Chen had become the pillar of the profound Feng sect. I will set up a new formation before I leave. At that time even a hierarch realm expert will be helpless. As long as you guys stay in seclusion and cultivate, no one will come to profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen said confidently. His promise was the most genuine protection for Xian Qingming. I won't say much. With Brother Zhang's strength, it's more than enough for him to be the great elder of profound Feng sect. Profound Feng sect will be his home in the future. Xian Qingming said. This was his promise to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen set up another formation in profound Feng sect. This time, his strength had increased by a lot. The formation he set up was even more terrifying, especially the defensive formation. Compared to the offensive formation, the defensive formation was much easier to set up. After Jiang Chen set up the formation, even he himself was shocked. It was more than enough to stop a hierarch realm expert. Even if the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries came to break the formation, he would probably be defeated as well. Oh right, Jiang Chen. Hundreds of sects have offered a lot of treasures. Just tell me what you want. Many of them are very high grade, we can't use them. Xian Qingming said. Treasures? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, I can take a look. 1,000 years knotweed, 1,000 years ginseng, 10,000 years ancient vine heart, essence of cordyceps, and many more. Xian Qingming looked at the gift book in his hand as if he was counting his family treasures. 10,000 years ancient vine heart? Jiang Chen was moved. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was used by his father. Now, he really wanted a scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, how could it be so easy to get one? If this 10,000 years ancient vine heart could replace the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, then there might be hope to concoct the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Let me see. Jiang Chen said. Xian Qingming took out the 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on it. This 10,000 years ancient vine heart was indeed full of vitality. Although it could not be compared to the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, it was still a true treasure. It should be able to replace the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Now, the heaven-seizing fortune pill was only left with the heavenly serpent's gallbladder and the one eye of energy spring. Out of the 5 ingredients, he had obtained 3 of them. Jiang Chen couldn't wait any longer. If he could successfully concoct the heaven-seizing fortune pill, it would definitely be a great improvement for him. Alright, I'll take this 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Jiang Chen only took the 10,000 year ancient vine heart because he knew that the profound Feng sect needed these things very much, much more than he needed them. These things might only be used to concoct pills, but to the profound Feng sect, these treasures could bring the sect to the next level and become a true great sect. It was definitely a big step forward for them. Just this 10,000 years ancient vine heart? Facing so many treasures, even Xian Qingming could not sit still. However, these were obtained by Jiang Chen after he risked his life for them. Without him, why would the 100 great sects give these to profound Feng sect, but Xianxia did not expect that Jiangchen did not want anything else other than the 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Xianxia was shocked and instantly understood Jiangchen's intention. Jiangchen wanted to make full use of these treasures and make the profound Feng sect stronger. This was the most important thing for Xianxia. How about this? I'll leave 3 days later and concoct these medicinal herbs into pills. It should be able to increase the strength of many disciples. Jiangchen's words made Xianxia shed tears of gratitude. Jiangchen was a divine king. When he was still in profound Feng sect, his skill in concocting pills was praised by everyone. Even Xianxia could not catch up to him. The pills concocted by Jiangchen were definitely good stuff. 3 days later, Jiangchen had concocted more than 10,000 pills for profound Feng sect. Although he had exhausted a lot of energy, he was still very happy. These pills might not be supreme-grade immortal pills, but they would definitely help profound Feng sect to rise to the next level. Yang Jian and Man Shui stared at Jiangchen silently. The two of them were disciples of profound Feng sect who rose up at the same time as Jiangchen. But now, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Cultivate well. I don't want you two to be defeated by me. When I return to profound Feng sect, I hope to see you two change. Jiangchen said with a smile and patted their shoulders. At this moment, Yang Jian and Man Shui had already reached the doorstep of the heavenly god realm. However, they were nothing compared to Jiangchen. They could not be compared at all. A feeling of inferiority arose in their hearts. The eastern ancient mountain range stretched on for thousands of miles. It was a dense ancient forest that was rarely visited. It was only 200,000 miles away from the Chilean region's Lingju city. This was the largest mountain range around the Lingju city. It stretched on for hundreds of thousands of miles. There were countless demonic beasts that were below the divine king realm. There were even hierarch realm demonic beasts. The eastern ancient mountain range was the only way to enter the Chilean boundaries Lingju city. Jiangchen wanted to take a shortcut to return to the Lingju city. Jiangchen would be able to handle it as long as he didn't meet any hierarch realm demonic beasts. The Battle of the Nine Boundaries and the Battle of Tongshan Mansion were not far away. Time would not change the realm of the experts above the divine king realm. Sometimes, it was not rare for talented experts to go into seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The divine world was never lacking in experts. You would never know how many supreme experts were around you. The eastern ancient mountain range was terrifying and many people did not dare to take the risk. Even the Lingju city was far away from here. God knows how many people had lost their lives in the eastern ancient mountain range, becoming the dust of history and the soil of the mountains. Even the Tianqi mountain range paled in comparison to this place. I've really opened my eyes. I didn't think that I would be able to meet such a beautiful girl in this godforsaken place. This is really good fortune, a great fortune. A black-robed old man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks said with a smile. His eyes were filled with lust as he stared unblinkingly at the beautiful girl not far away. It was as if he wanted to swallow her whole. He had been in the eastern ancient mountain range for many years. Just like the aborigines of the eastern ancient mountain range, he was familiar with the hinterland of the mountains, forests, and swamps. Old man, we found this together. I don't want to eat your leftovers. Beside the old man was a chubby young man. His appearance was abnormally ferocious, so much so that it would cause one's heart to tremble with fear. He was even worse than a ghost. He was so ugly that one would feel nauseous just by looking at him. Although he looked like a teenager, it was hard to guess how old he really was and how strong his cultivation was. Damn fatty, don't tell me I can enjoy it alone? Kaka, we've been brothers for so many years. Am I that kind of person? The black-robed old man looked at Fatty ambiguously. That's more like it. I like crowds, he. Fatty looked at the black-robed old man with a beaming smile on his face. It's still two tender chicks, a boy and a girl. I'll eat the boy, and I'll eat the girl when I'm tired of playing with her. The black-clad old man was like a bolt of lightning as he flew through the forest, disappearing in a flash. Senior brother, this time, we've completely lost contact with the Great Elder and the others. What should we do now? the girl said in a sweet voice. Her stunning appearance could make one drool. She looked at the white-robed young man with a silver spear, her eyes were filled with admiration and adoration. In fact, she was very happy at this moment. She just didn't know when she would be able to walk out of this dense forest and reunite with the great elder and the others. The white-robed young man frowned as his heart was in turmoil. After all, when they entered the eastern ancient mountain range, the great elder had specially instructed them not to be separated from the others. However, in the end, they were separated from Hai Huasi in that strange fog forest. They hadn't received any news from them for more than 10 days. If this continued, they didn't know when they would be able to leave this place. Even if they flew up to the sky, they would still be surrounded by fog. It was like a maze that extended in all directions. Even if they went in one direction, they still wouldn't be able to get out of this place. I don't know either. This place is indeed very strange. The great elder and the others couldn't find their sect. Now, only you and I are together. For now, we can't be separated anymore. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to move forward. We can only take one step at a time. The white-robed young man was also holding the young girl's hand tightly, fearing that she might be in danger. The young girl's face was filled with happiness. Although she was nervous as this was her first time leading the sect, she was exceptionally happy. This was the world that she wanted to be with just the two of them. This is the happiest moment of my life. The young girl tightened her white and flawless jade-like hands. She lowered her head and lightly bit her red lips. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, Big Brother Ping will support it for you. The white-robed young man's eyes were like arrows as he smiled. The young girl nodded silently as a warm feeling spread from her heart. Gagaga, they are really a celestial couple. How enviable, jealous, and hateful. The black-robed old man said with a strange smile. The white-robed young man held his spear with a gloomy expression as he pointed the spear towards the sky. Trying to act mysterious? Who is it? Get the hell out here. The white-robed young man roared. Little doll, what a hot temper you have. I wonder how capable you are. The black-robed old man smiled as he crossed his arms in front of his chest with a confident expression. Old monster, don't block my way. Otherwise, the spear in my hand will kill you. The white-robed young man said coldly as he pointed his spear at the black-robed old man. TSK TSK TSK. How hot-tempered. This is my territory. Don't you think I should come out and collect some protection fees? Hee hee. This is your territory. Does that mean that you know how to get out of here? The white-robed young man looked at the black-robed old man in shock. Say it. What do you want? As long as I can do it, I will not go back on my words. As long as you can bring us out of here. Really? The black-robed old man said. Cut the crap. I, Luo Ping, never joke. Luo Ping frowned and said impatiently. Then it's easy. As long as you keep this little girl by my side. Hee hee hee, I'll let you go. How about it? Old fart. Looks like you're courting death. Luo Ping protected the girl behind him. His eyes were sharp as a powerful aura burst out from his body. He was ready to fight the old man to the death. Sigh. Young man, you're so hot-tempered. I've already said that this is a fair trade. Why are you angry? Don't tell me you're losing out by exchanging a life for a life? I like this little girl a lot. The black-robed old man's eyes lit up as he stared at the girl. Senior brother, this guy is annoying. Luo Ninger pouted her lips, looking cute and innocent. The black-clothed old man's heart was itching with impatience. This little girl, I'm definitely going to have her, hee hee. Old thief, how dare you speak such arrogant words? See if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart. Luo Ping shouted angrily. His spear shone brightly and dashed towards the old man. His aura was like a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. Heh, it's good that you've come. I've been itching for a fight during this period of time. In this part of the eastern ancient mountain range, there aren't many people who dare to fight with me. For the sake of this lass, I'm going all out. The black-robed old man said with a hideous smile. He coveted Luo Ninger, causing Luo Ping to be furious. This old fart is really despicable. If I can capture him, I'll be able to get out of this misty forest. Old fart. Today, Luo Ping, will fight you to death. In an instant, Luo Ping and the black-clothed old man exchanged more than 10 moves. Their terrifying aura shattered the surrounding rocks and ancient trees, leveling the ground. The black-clothed old man retreated as he fought. Luo Ping's spear radiance was powerful, but it could not hurt the black-clothed old man. The two of them fought back and forth, fighting to their heart's content. However, the black-clothed old man was always able to find the right opportunity to attack Luo Ping, causing Luo Ping to be overwhelmed. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation, with no one gaining too much of an advantage. Luo Ho Spear, Jinyuan Liang. Luo Ping held his silver spear and struck like a dragon. Starlight shredded the void, causing the surrounding space to collapse. The scene was extremely chaotic. Interesting, so it's the Luo Ho Spear of Qianhua Boundary's #1 sect. Hee. The black-clothed old man sneered. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He seemed to be extremely angry and fearful of the Luo Ho Spear. Good that you know. Old fart, surrender now. Luo Ping's eyes gleamed coldly, his spear technique was even better than before. The Luo Ho Spear was one of the most powerful techniques of the 100 Battles sect, and it was also Luo Ping's most powerful technique. His spear technique was known as the #1 spear god in the Qianhua Boundary in the past 1,000 years. Even when facing this unknown old man, Luo Ping did not show any signs of fear. Pity, your Luo Ho Spear is not good enough. Back then, Luo Yingxiong used the Luo Ho Spear to dominate Qianhua Boundary. I've experienced his prowess. Compared to him, you're still lacking. The black-clothed old man said in disdain. Obviously, he did not put Luo Ping in his eyes. You have a sharp tongue. Old fart, if I don't show you something, you won't know what I'm capable of. Luo Ping stepped on the void and soared into the sky. Spear shadows followed his figure, covering the void. Thousands of spear radiance pierced through the void. Senior brother, be careful. Luo Ninger said nervously. This old fart was getting more and more mysterious. She did not know where he came from. Both of them were in danger, they must not fall into his trap. Oh, your strength is not bad. Hee, no wonder you dare to be so unbridled. You want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? You are still too inexperienced. Your little beauty is very fond of you. The black-clothed old man kept provoking Luo Ping with his words. Luo Ping was enraged and his attacks were restricted. His battle with the black-clothed old man became even more chaotic. On the contrary, the black-clothed old man was extremely stable. Even though the outcome of the battle was not decided yet, Luo Ninger could already see her senior brother Luo Ping's decline. Luo Ninger's anxiousness had explained everything. If Luo Ping continued to fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the black-clothed old man was obviously an experienced old fox. Plus, they were in the enemy's territory, he had an overwhelming advantage. The black-clothed old man gradually gained the upper hand and started his counterattack against Luo Ping. Ghost Eagle Claw. A series of afterimages streaked across the sky. The black-clothed old man's palm turned into a claw and a gale swept across the sky. Luo Ping could only defend passively. He had completely lost his initial sharpness. Because he was restricted in front of the black-clothed old man, he could not unleash his full strength. On the contrary, the old man started to counterattack fiercely. Although Luo Ping was shocked, he did not panic. He tried his best to stabilize his body. However, he realized that the old man's attacks were completely different from before. The sharp claw made a creaking sound when it clashed with his silver spear. Even the mid-heavenly divine tool had scratch marks on it. Such a terrifying technique. This eastern ancient mountain range is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Luo Ping was extremely surprised. He had already reached the peak of early divine king, but he was still suppressed by this old man. With his talent and the terrifying battle experience of the greatest clan, he was not afraid of anyone at all. He could even stand against mid-divine kings. However, Luo Ping felt an unprecedented pressure at this moment. Luo Ping's expression changed drastically. I'm not interested in playing with you anymore, little fella. The black-robed old man snorted and launched another attack. Compared to before, his attacks were even stronger. Luo Ping was overwhelmed by the chaotic attacks. Even the 100 transformation godly spear lost its effectiveness at this moment. The black-robed old man's fierce attack swept towards Luo Ping. Luo Ping did not have any chance to fight back. He was forced back by the 3 claws and spurted out blood. The area between his thumb and forefinger on the silver spear was torn apart. The white-clothed figure was covered in blood and his cold face was covered in sweat. At this moment, Luo Ping's shirt was completely torn apart and he looked quite miserable. The other claw had grabbed his shoulder blade. Luo Ping's left shoulder could no longer be lifted. Damn old man, I'll kill you. Luo Ninger roared in anger. She clenched her fist and charged towards the black-clothed old man. No, Ning-er, Luo Ping said. His heart trembled slightly. His own life was secondary. He could not allow Ning-er to be in danger. She was the woman he loved. Hee, little girl, your opponent is me. Suddenly, a chubby silhouette appeared in front of the black-clothed old man like a wall, blocking Luo Ninger's path. Luo Ninger's attack landed in front of the chubby young man, but she was instantly repelled. Her expression changed as she retreated, leaving deep footprints on the bluestone beneath her feet. Another expert, Luo Ping thought. His expression was extremely ugly. They would definitely die under the joint attack of these two fellas. The chubby young man was unstoppable. His defense was extremely shocking. Luo Ninger was repelled by his attack. This was enough to prove how strong the opponent was. Old man, you're quite interesting to play with these two little fellas. I'm gritting my teeth. This fella looks nutritious, his muscles are definitely chewy. Hee. As for this little girl? Look at her, I can't help but drool. Looks like I'm quite lucky today. The chubby young man sneered as he looked at Luo Ping and Luo Ninger. What should we do now, senior brother? Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping. Both of them might not be able to fight against the opponent. You leave first. Leave this to me. I can hold them back. Luo Ping said. This was the only way. As long as he could buy some time for Luo Ninger, they might be able to fight. It was almost impossible for them to escape. Want to leave? Ha, dream on. Do you really think that you have the ability to stop us? The chubby young man chuckled, looking at Luo Ping in disdain. How would I know if I don't try? Luo Ping said calmly. He was ready to die, to pave a path for Luo Ninger. No, senior brother. I cannot leave you alone. There's no time, let's go, otherwise, we'll both die. Luo Ping said while gritting his teeth. He could not bear to see Luo Ninger being tainted by these two, he would rather die. These two fellas were obviously lusting after Ninger's beauty. Even if I die, Ninger will die with you. Luo Ninger hugged Luo Ping's arm tightly, her eyes were filled with determination. Why can't you understand? Sigh. Luo Ping smiled bitterly, but the two of them had no other way out. What a pair of ill-fated lovebirds, I love and hate them at the same time. But I have a special trait, I like to separate lovebirds, he. The black-robed old man said coldly, his eyes were filled with malice. Even if I, Luo Ping, die today, I'll drag you guys down with me. Luo Ping roared and charged forward. Luo Ninger did not want to be outdone, she will not leave, she will stay with senior Luo Ping forever. Body of 100 battles, explode. Luo Ping's eyes were filled with battle intent. This was the strongest technique of his battle sect and also the trump card that he had prepared for the great battle of the 9 boundaries. However, he had no choice but to use it in advance. Whether or not he could save his life depended on whether or not these two guys could defeat him. Luo Ping held the silver spear in his hand, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm. His defense was already extremely strong, and he had trained his body in the number 1 sect of the 100 battles sect. He had gone through hundreds of battles, and had trained his body to be as tough as steel. His strength lay in close combat. He was confident that he could withstand the attacks from the two of them, but he did not know how long he could last. Black Eagle, number 1 sect of 100 battles, you're quite capable, looks like we can't underestimate our opponents. Fatty said with a smile. I know, I fought with Battle Sect a few thousand years ago, how could I not know? I almost died in the hands of that bastard Xianxia. Black Eagle said while gritting his teeth, obviously still holding a grudge against Xianxia. Now that he had captured the people of Battle Sect, how could he be merciful? That's good. One of us will attack and the other will defend. Let's see how he deals with this. Fatty was confident, his defense was not weaker than Luo Ping's. The three of them instantly clashed, 1 against 2. Luo Ping's strength was not enough and he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. This was something no one had expected. Luo Ninger initially thought that her senior brother could at least last a few rounds, but Luo Ping could only defend and not retaliate. Senior brother. Ninger will lend you a hand. Luo Ninger did not hesitate and quickly attacked the two of them. She also held a silver spear in her hand, but it was slightly weaker than Luo Ping's. Early Divine King was indeed strong, but it was a little lacking when facing Black Eagle and Luo Ninger. Even when Luo Ninger joined the battle, she could only defend against a part of Black Eagle's attacks. The two of them retreated step by step. The number 1 sect of 100 battles was invincible, the martial arts that they were proud of were useless in front of the two of them. Undeniably, Luo Ping and Luo Ninger had tried their best. However, their opponents were too strong. They were mid-divine kings and old monsters that had lived for many years. They were weaker in terms of strength and experience. Plus, they were familiar with the Battle Sect. Knowing one's own strength and one's enemy was the key to victory. Luo Ping and Luo Ninger had fallen into a life-or-death situation under such a favorable situation. Run, Ninger, I will stop them even if I have to die. Luo Ping roared in anger. However, he could not defend against Black Eagle's continuous claw attacks at all. Once the spear light was unleashed, it was instantly deflected by Black Eagle. Black Eagle's attacks were like thunder from the 9th heaven. Every move and every technique was perfect. Although Luo Ping had used the 100 battle body, it was still a drop in the bucket. Facing the two's attacks, he could not turn the situation around. I, Luo Ninger, am Brother Ping's woman when I'm alive, I will be Brother Ping's ghost when I die. I will never regret this in my life. Luo Ninger bit her lips and smiled bitterly. Luo Ping roared like thunder, his heart was filled with anger. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch his beloved being captured, there was nothing he could do. I, Luo Ping, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Luo Ping attacked with all his might, not fearing death. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against Black Eagle and Fatty. Kid, even if you risk your life, you're still a worm, not a dragon. Ha ha ha. Black Eagle mocked Luo Ping, his smile was filled with arrogance. The two's continuous attacks finally caused great damage to Luo Ping. Pooh, Luo Ping spurted out a mouthful of blood, the divine origin energy in his body was almost depleted. If we fight one-on-one, I'm afraid we won't even have a 50% chance of winning. Fatty said softly. However, the two of them had the upper hand in terms of experience, strength, timing, and location. Luo Ping had no chance to turn the tables. Black Eagle nodded. Luo Ping was at the end of his rope, Luo Ninger was also forced to retreat. Her face was pale as she was not able to fight back. Overconfident fella, I will pee on your face today. Take a good look at yourself, hee hee. Fatty's smile suddenly changed, he squinted his eyes and stared at Luo Ping. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Luo Ping held his silver spear, gritted his teeth, looked at Luo Ninger and took a deep breath. Brother Ping, no. Luo Ninger's expression changed, she hugged Luo Ping tightly. Ha ha ha, interesting, I'm dying of laughter. Fatty laughed, his eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. Luo Ping smiled bitterly, even if he died, he would not allow it. Killing is just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground, these two disgusting fellas. A sigh was heard, Fatty and Black Eagle's eyes turned cold, they suddenly turned around and saw a green-shirted young man carrying a long sword on his back, standing with his arms crossed, staring at them coldly. Kid, you're courting death? There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and now you've met an arrogant fella. Looks like my meal tonight won't be bad. The two sneered, staring at the green-shirted young man in disdain. Jiangchen? It's really you. Luo Ping stared at Jiangchen in disbelief, his pupils shrunk, a flame of passion was ignited in his heart. Luo Ping recalled the scene of Jiangchen sweeping across the world in the divine tomb a long time ago. Although he had never interacted with that man, he was the one who opened the door to the divine world. Otherwise, they would have become wandering ghosts in the divine tomb. At that moment, countless youths were filled with high spirits and admiration towards Jiangchen. Countless women were subdued by that majestic and unparalleled figure. Fighting against the countless remnant souls in the divine tomb alone, that was truly peerless. However, at this moment, Luo Ping was still worried. Because Jiangchen was able to become the center of attention in a special environment. But now, Jiangchen's strength was even weaker than Luo Ping. It seemed like he had just broken through to the divine king realm. After all, when he followed the elder to Linhe boundary to save Jiangchen, he was still quite weak. Now, even if he had broken through to the divine king realm, so what? The two guys in front of him were terrifying mid-divine king realm existences. Moreover, they were in someone else's territory, that was the most troublesome part. Jiangchen will always remember your kindness for saving my life. Jiangchen smiled faintly and nodded at Luo Ping. In the divine tomb, he did what he was supposed to do. As for how many people he had saved, Jiangchen did not count it as it was just a simple task. However, he had received Luo Ping's kindness when he was in danger. Jiangchen had always been a person who knew how to repay kindness. Now that he had met Luo Ping, it was impossible for him to just stand by and do nothing. Black Eagle and Fatty looked angry. This Xiaoqingyan simply didn't put them in his eyes. Newborn cows are not afraid of tigers. I'm so envious. It's a pity that your good days are coming to an end. Black Eagle said angrily. Let me deal with these two beasts first. Jiangchen said. Brother Jiang, this is not an ordinary matter. I'm afraid you're not their match. You should leave as soon as possible. You gave me my life, I don't want to get you into trouble. Luo Ping shook his head and said while gritting his teeth. Don't worry. They're just two beasts. They're restless beasts. If I don't teach them a lesson, they might turn the world upside down. Ha ha ha. Jiangchen laughed. Black Eagle and Fatty were filled with anger. They looked at each other and revealed their killing intent. Then, they rushed towards Jiangchen. Brother Ping, who is he? Can he really save us? His strength is at most on par with mine. Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping and asked softly. Do you still remember the time I went to the Linhe boundary after I broke my relationship with the elders of the sect? Luo Ping said. Is that him? Luo Ninger was surprised. Not bad. He once held the heavenly lightning in his hand and controlled the universe, causing us, the geniuses and monstrous geniuses that stepped into the god realm from the immortal realm, to fear him like a tiger, to revere him like a god, and it was difficult for us to look up to him. He was also once in dire straits, struggling at death's door. No matter what, he will always be a legend in my heart, a legend that I will revere for the rest of my life. Luo Ping looked at Jiangchen and murmured, every word coming from the bottom of his heart. Luo Ninger stared at Luo Ping in astonishment. One should know that Luo Ping was known as the most monstrous genius in Xianxia boundary for the past 10,000 years. He was even chosen by the sect lord to be his disciple. His talent was peerless and his cultivation was profound. However, in his eyes, Luo Ninger could clearly feel that he was looking at Jiangchen with admiration, as if he was a god. That green-robed man, how strong is he? To be able to make a monstrous genius in the past 10,000 years look so highly upon him. But, I don't know if he can withstand their attacks. But since he's so confident, he shouldn't be too weak. Back then, his strength was not considered as outstanding, but he was able to make countless monstrous geniuses bow down to him. At this moment, Luo Ping was filled with doubt and worry for Jiangchen. Could he really defeat these two fellas? Others might not be able to do it, but Jiangchen might be able to do it. You really don't know your place. You're a retard, if I eat you, will I become retarded too? Fatty snorted at Jiangchen and said in disdain. I don't know if you're retarded or not, but I don't think I can eat a fat pig like you. Xianxia shook his head. Sharp-tongued. I think you really think too highly of yourself. Make your move. This will be the last time you make your move in your life. Show me all your skills. I want to see what makes you so arrogant and conceited. You're just a brainless fella, humph. Black Eagle harumphed. You're not worthy for me to draw my sword. Xianxia smiled calmly. His words almost made Fat Cat and the Black Eagle's lungs explode. Was this guy trying to be arrogant? They've seen arrogant people before, but they've never seen such a weak and arrogant fella. Even if he doesn't die in their hands, he won't live long. He's looking down on us. Come on, fatty. I won't eat this fella, it's all yours. Black Eagle said with a sigh, obviously mocking Xianxia. Alright, little guy, I'll use you as a snack first. Fatty flew up, his huge figure pouncing towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was calm as he looked at Fatty calmly. Xianxia threw a punch at Fatty's body, but Fatty completely ignored it. But in the next second, when he wanted to attack, he realized that Xianxia's punch had caused his body to tremble. The impact of the punch had caused his internal organs to suffer severe injuries. This fella is strange. Hurry up, Black Eagle. Fatty growled in a low voice. His face was slightly pale. If it wasn't for his amazing defense, if it was an ordinary person, that punch would have at least caused serious injuries. Black Eagle saw that Fatty's eyes were cold and solemn, so he didn't want to watch anymore. Both of them attacked quickly, not giving Xianxia any chance to fight back. But would Xianxia be afraid of them? He had just broken through to the Divine King realm, he could fight against a mid-Divine King with just his physical strength. Why would Xianxia be afraid of him? Xianxia was like a peerless god of war, fighting against two enemies at the same time. He was barehanded, but his punches landed on Fatty and Black Eagle's face. On the contrary, when their attacks landed on Xianxia's body, it was like they were scratching an itch for Xianxia. What a terrifying physical strength. Luo Ping gasped. Xianxia was only an early Divine King, but his physical strength was countless times more terrifying than his. His punch was even more powerful than the 9 dragons and 10 elephants. Even the sect master might not have such a level of physical strength. But the sect master has already reached the late Divine King realm. Luo Ninger covered her mouth in shock. She looked like her foster father in disbelief. Xianxia, it's still Xianxia after all. Luo Ping's eyes were brimming with tears. Just how powerful was he to be able to take on 2 mid-Divine Kings head-on with just the strength of his body? How could he not be excited? Luo Ping was not weaker than anyone, he was strong and he believed that the road ahead would be tough. However, he knew that he would never be able to surpass Xianxia's majestic figure. However, Luo Ping was not discouraged. Xianxia was his idol. Even if he could not surpass Xianxia, his future would be limitless as long as he could follow in his footsteps. Even Luo Ninger was dumbfounded. She couldn't tell who was who in the close combat. However, the sound of their punches hitting each other could be heard. Xianxia was fearless. Even though he was facing 2 opponents at the same time, he did not show any mercy. He activated the Heavenly Dragon battle armor once again, making the 2 of them unable to do anything to push Xianxia back. On the contrary, Xianxia was getting more and more courageous, his attacks were getting sharper and sharper. Even though there were 2 of them, one of them was an expert in offense, but he still lost to Xianxia in defense. The other one was also an expert in defense, but he was also defeated by Xianxia's offense. It was hard for him to do anything. Damn it, this guy is as hard as a rock, isn't he a monster? Black Eagle didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already suffered 3 punches from Xianxia. Those 3 punches had shaken his internal organs and also his confidence. Let's go all out. I don't believe that this guy can fight us to the end. Fatty bellowed and took the lead to attack, because they couldn't wait any longer. This guy seemed to have no end to his attacks. Instead, his combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. If they allowed Xianxia to waste his time, they would die for sure. Fatty roared furiously and took the lead. Eagle strikes the sky, claw splits the mountain. The Black Eagle unleashed many terrifying claw marks, tearing the sky apart. Chilly winds howled furiously and engulfed Xianxia, covering the sky and covering the earth, causing dust to fly everywhere. Mountain suppression, 1,000 kilograms tremor. As Fatty roared, he had already grown to a size of 10,000 feet. He came crashing down, covering the sun and the sky. Raising his head, Luo Ping's expression changed. Insignificant skill. Xianxia shook his head. The azure dragon's 5 steps, ascending the sky with each step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The 4th step had already caused Fatty's pressure to stagnate. When he took the 5th step, Fatty felt the pressure from the sky. He found it hard to breathe. On the contrary, he was suppressed by Xianxia. With a stomp, Fatty's body was torn apart, blood splattered everywhere. True Dragon Palm. Xianxia stretched out his hand and the True Dragon Palm crushed Black Eagle's palm. Black Eagle was terrified and his face turned pale. He wanted to fly up to the sky and escape, but Xianxia held Black Eagle's palm tightly in his hand, causing him to lose the strength to resist. Spare us, little friend, spare us. We know our wrongs. Black Eagle's expression was pale, all of his bones were crushed by Xianxia. The True Dragon Palm carried a dreadful dragon's prestige, causing Black Eagle and Fatty to tremble. They were scared speechless. The dragon's prestige and the dreadfulness of the True Dragon Palm made them lose their will to fight anymore. Xianxia suppressed them with a thunderous method. So powerful. It's really powerful. Luo Ping murmured. Although he and Xianxia were both at the early Divine King realm and he was slightly stronger than Xianxia at the peak of the early Divine King realm, he was still unable to fight back against Xianxia. 2 mid-Divine King realm experts were captured by Xianxia in such a casual manner. They were even scared to the point of wetting their pants. 2 bastards, you almost killed my friend. Tell me, what's the point of keeping you alive? Xianxia glanced at them coldly. Black Eagle and Fatty's faces changed. Xianxia did not give them any reason to speak and stomped on Fatty's body. Fatty was crushed to death and Xianxia clenched his hand, turning Black Eagle into ashes in an instant. Xianxia is powerful, independent from the world. This was what Luo Ping was thinking at the moment. Xianxia was too strong. It was extremely difficult to fight someone who was at a higher level than him. Especially when his opponent had the upper hand. However, none of them could escape from Xianxia's hands. Luo Ninger also looked at Xianxia in a daze. This seemingly harmless young man killed 2 mid-Divine King realm experts in a blink of an eye without showing any joy or sorrow. His demeanor was indeed unparalleled. No wonder this guy is so respected in Brother Ping's eyes. Brother Luo, I'm really sorry. Xianxia is late. Looking at Luo Ping's injuries, Xianxia shook his head and said. He took out 2 pills and with a flick of his finger, they fell into the hands of the 2. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang, why do you say that? If you didn't come in time, I would have lost my life here. Luo Ping was filled with gratitude towards Xianxia. From today onwards, he owed Xianxia another 2 lives. Fate, it's really hard to describe. Hee hee. Xianxia said with a smile. Being able to meet an old friend in this vast mountain range was truly a fortunate thing. Yeah, Brother Jiang, where are you going? Are you going to the Chilean boundaries Lingju City? Luo Ping looked at Xianxia in shock. After taking the pill, his body felt better and his strength recovered a little. Xianxia nodded. You too? Why don't we go together? At least we can have a companion. Luo Ninger said. She was very curious about this idol who was respected by Luo Ping. This is Junior sister. Luo Ninger. Xianxia. Xianxia nodded at Luo Ninger. Then let's go together. Xianxia said. Alright, with Brother Jiang here, our journey will definitely be smooth. We'll have to rely on Brother Jiang. Haha. Luo Ping smiled. Brother Jiang, I'm not sure if you've heard that the Battle of the 9 Boundaries is for the quota to enter the Tongxian Mansion. Many geniuses from the 9 boundaries are gathered here. Lingju City is really a gathering of heroes this time. Luo Ping said solemnly. I'm also going because of this. I had some matters that delayed my return to Lingju City. I should be arriving soon. Xianxia said. With your talent, it should be easy for you to enter the Tongxian Mansion. Looks like I'm under more pressure now. Hee hee. Although there was a smile on his face, Luo Ping was extremely nervous. This time, the battle royale of the 9 counties had gathered all the genius disciples here. This showed how important the quota for the Profound Connection Divine Palace was. Hundreds of geniuses would gather in Lingju City. At that time, it would be the real battle between the geniuses. Although Luo Ping was confident that he was strong, he might not be able to win. There would be more than 10 geniuses from each boundary. The number of geniuses in the 9 counties would reach 200 to 300. At that time, there would be more than one genius. Among the geniuses, there would be battle maniacs. Let's talk about it when the time comes. I'm afraid there won't be many people who could enter the Tongxian mansion. Although there are many geniuses, there are even more monstrous existences. At that time, it'll be clear who's a genius and who's a coward. Jiangchen smiled. The battle of the 9 boundaries would definitely set off a huge wave that would sweep through the entire Qilian region. Under Jiangchen's guidance, the 3 of them quickly walked out of the misty forest. In fact, the misty forest was just a smokescreen for Fatty and Black Eagle. It was not even a maze. However, those who did not know about formations would be easily trapped in it. There are a few Divine King Realm auras. They should be humans. Jiangchen frowned. This crater does look weird. Luo Ping nodded. Brother Luo, if you are not in a hurry, why don't you go down and take a look? Jiangchen looked at Luo Ping and said. Alright, there might be some treasures. Luo Ping smiled. The 3 of them were Divine King Realm experts, so they were not afraid of danger. Plus, with Jiangchen here, Luo Ping was more confident. The scorching crater of the volcano emitted a terrifying wave of qi. When it spewed out, it caused one's mind to feel stifled. The surroundings of the crater were covered in scorching rocks. The 7 youths did not even blink as they focused their attention on the flat cave at the bottom of the volcano. They even retracted their auras, not releasing them at all. You guys, when will this fella come out? Who knows? But we've been waiting here for 3 days. Could this guy be hibernating? No. It's the active period of the volcano now. The Qi Lian Heavenly Snake will not hibernate. Plus, the season is not right. That's hard to say. Hee hee, I hope this fella is not that hard to deal with. The 7 of them lowered their heads and said. They did not even dare to raise their voices as they were afraid that they would startle the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake. Yangqin Gang, aren't you from the Heavenly Snake residence? Tell me, what should we do to lure the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake out? A man who looked like a teenager said in a low voice, arrogant and bossy. His white robes were spotless, and his eyes were long and narrow, filled with a sinister aura. The Qi Lian Heavenly Snake only moves under the crater. I've only heard about it. Even I have never seen it before. How would I know? The man called Yang Qinggang said in a deep voice. He frowned as if he was unhappy with the young man. Don't you guys deal with snakes all year round? Why haven't you seen the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake before? Haha. The young man curled his lips and said in disdain. Wang Su, is this the upbringing of the Yun family? Why do I feel that you're just an immature kid with no upbringing? Humph, Yang Qinggang sneered. Who are you calling uneducated? The young man shouted. However, he was still rational and did not make any noise. Otherwise, the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake would be alerted. Shut up, Wang Yun. Enough. Wang Su said in a deep voice with a regretful expression. But, brother, Wang Yun said unwillingly. However, the words he wanted to say were swallowed by Wang Su's frightening glare. Forget it. We came from the Longgu boundary together. Can't we have some tacit understanding? Next to him, a young man in a gray robe sighed. Lu Yunxing, don't pretend to be a big shot. You're not a good person either. Humph, Wang Yan shouted at the gray-robed young man in a low voice. Clearly, he was the kind of person with a bad temper. Who did I offend? Hee hee hee. Lu Yunxing gave a wry smile and shrugged. There must be a reason behind this. The reason why the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake has yet to come out is definitely not simple. Yang Chenling said quietly. Yang Qinggang and Yang Qinggang were brothers of the Heavenly Snake residents. There was also Yang Qinyuan beside him. The three brothers were all from the Heavenly Snake residence, and they were also powerful legendary figures in the Longu boundary. Only a young man was lying on the ground without moving. He was observing the flat cave, fearing that there might be any danger. "Brother, what do you think?" Yang Qinling and Yang Qingang looked at Yang Qingyuan at the same time. "Let's wait and see. The Qi Lian Heavenly Snake should be absorbing the energy of the volcano. Otherwise, it wouldn't have built its cave here. If we could get the snake egg, it would be a great fortune. Don't continue with this Qi Lian Heavenly Snake. Although it's an early Divine King Realm Qi Lian Heavenly Snake, it's a close relative of the Nine Serene Heavenly Snake. It can be considered as an ancient ferocious beast. Ordinary mid-Divine King Realm experts would not be able to deal with it," Yang Qingyuan said solemnly. Every word he said was like a gem. "Someone's coming?" Yang Qingyuan's expression changed as he looked up. Jiang Chen, Luo Ping, and the other two had already arrived. "Who are you?" Wang Yin shouted and stared at Jiang Chen, Luo Ping, and the others with a solemn expression. "I am Qianhua Boundary, Luo Ping. I found this place strange, so I came to check it out." Luo Ping clasped his fist and said. Rumble in the cave of the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake, a loud sound was heard and the whole cave started to shake. "It's all your fault. You scared the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake. I don't care if you are from Qianhua Boundary or Qianbei Boundary. You have to compensate us," Wang Yin said while gritting his teeth. He looked like a young man who had achieved success. Jiang Chen and Luo Ping frowned their eyebrows. If it wasn't for his shout, the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake would not have been scared. It was obviously his own mistake. How dare he put the blame on Jiang Chen and Luo Ping? He was so hateful. Jiang Chen could not wait to kill such a person. "Wang Yun, don't be rude. Qianhua Boundary is the #1 sect of 100 battles. The 7 of us are from Longu Boundary. We are going to Lingju City this time. I think the 3 of you are going to do the same," Wang Si said. "That's right. We are all on the same journey. It is fate that brought us together. Please forgive us if we have offended you earlier," Luo Ping said humbly. After all, the situation was worse than them. Their appearance had indeed caused the beast's cave to shake violently. Wang Si waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. They were all very clear that it was clearly this Wang Yun who had shouted, and even they were shocked. "Since you are friends from Qianhua Boundary, forget it. However, we are chasing after this Qi Lian Heavenly Snake. I wonder if you guys can lend us a hand," Yang Qingyuan said in a low voice. After all, they were 3 early Divine King Realm experts. If they were to join them, 10 of them would be enough to deal with the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake. Luo Ping glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained silent. "We are in a hurry. We shall not disturb you guys anymore. I hope you guys can forgive us," Luo Ping said. Jiang Chen was right. They did not know where these people came from. No matter if it was true or not, they did not want to take the risk. "You want to leave after scaring away our Qi Lian Heavenly Snake? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Wang Yun continued. This time, no one said anything. After all, if they didn't show up, this matter wouldn't have happened. Even Wang Yan's elder brother, Wang Su, and Yang Qingyuan silently agreed with Wang Yan's actions. Wang Yun didn't say anything. "Then what do you want?" Luo Ping said. Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly. "Qi Lian Heavenly Snake. If they could get the Heavenly Snake's gallbladder, they would not come empty-handed this time." "We can stay, but I have a condition," Jiang Chen said. "What condition?" "Just say it," Yang Qingyuan said. After all, with these 3 people, their operation would definitely be flawless and full of confidence. "I want the gallbladder to catch the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake." "Ha ha ha. What a joke. You want the Heavenly Snake gallbladder? Who do you think you are? Do you think we are idiots? The most important part of the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake is the gallbladder. It's a treasure that has been around for thousands of years. Be it eating it directly or making it into a pill, it's extremely valuable." "You are really greedy," Yang Chen said in disdain. Lung Lung looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength is average. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant? Brat, you've really made me have a whole new level of respect for you. I, Wang Yun, have never met someone as ignorant as you. If you don't need it, I won't force you. Brother Luo, let's go. Jiang Chen smiled. He was not angry. Since they invited him, they must not have enough confidence. I'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, he must have the gallbladder. Alright. Luo Ping must be on the same side as Jiang Chen. Come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing? Wang Yan stood in front of Jiang Chen with his sword in hand. Then what do you want? Jiang Chen said. Kneel down and kowtow to us 3 times. Then, we will let you go. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to leave. Wang Yan was extremely overbearing. No one said a word. Obviously, they agreed with Wang Yan's decision. What a bunch of unreasonable robbers. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. At this moment, the young man who had been observing the volcano cave said in a low voice, "The Qi Lian heavenly snake is running away. If we don't take action now, I'm afraid we won't have a chance anymore." The young man took the lead and ran towards the volcano cave. Jiang Chen looked sideways and frowned. He did not expect to see a familiar person. However, he did not see the person's face clearly and did not know his identity. There's no time to lose. If we don't act now, it might be too late. Yang Qingyuan said in a low voice. The rest of them also lowered their heads in silence. At this moment, they had no time to argue with Jiang Chen and the others. They had to strike first. Otherwise, if the Qi Lian heavenly snake escaped, their efforts would be in vain. I'll let you go today. I'll deal with you later. Remember, I'm from Longgu Boundary. My name is Wang Yan. Wang Yan cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen's group before turning around and quickly catching up to Yang Qinyuan's group. Are we really not going to help? Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Luo Ping looked at Jiang Chen and asked in confusion. It's not sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight, but to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I must get the heavenly snake gallbladder. Alright, then we'll wait here. It's best if both sides suffer. Hee hee. Luo Ping sneered and said. This Wang Yun was too arrogant. The most hateful thing was that this fellow really thought that he was the emperor. He was so overbearing. If it wasn't for the fact that they had more people, he would have taken action long ago. Luo Ping was not a pushover either. However, since Jiang Chen did not say anything, he followed Jiang Chen's footsteps. Senior brother, since when did you become so bad? Luo Ninger blushed and pouted. These 2 fellas have already started to scheme against her. This is called the nature of a man. How can it be bad? Cough cough. Luo Ping said seriously. The 7 of them instantly took action and rushed to the entrance of the volcano cave. A blazing red giant python flew out from the cave. The 7 of them retreated, but they blocked the Qi Lian heavenly snake's path. This fella should be about to lay eggs. She's not that strong. In fact, she's a little weak. We can definitely take her down if we work together. Yang Qinyuan stood proudly in the sky and said. The 6 of them nodded and shouted at the same time. The 7 early Divine King Realm experts quickly approached the Qi Lian heavenly snake. Although they were all early Divine King Realm experts, this was a real battle between heavenly kings. These people were not easy to deal with. To be able to become one of the monstrous prodigies, their strength was definitely not just limited to this. Some of them could even fight mid-divine kings. No wonder Wang Yun was so arrogant at such a young age. It was reasonable because he had always been the most talented person in the world. He was brilliant and arrogant. How could others enter his eyes? Monstrous prodigies had their own pride. Even though Jiang Chen, Luo Ping and the others were also geniuses, in Wang Yan's eyes, he was still invincible. At least, other than his big brother, no one could tame him. No wonder it's the close relative of the ancient ferocious beast, the 9 Abyss heavenly snake. This Qi Lian heavenly snake is indeed extraordinary. Even though it's weak, it's still so powerful. Yang Chenling said in a low voice. He was shocked. Facing the seven of them, the Qi Lian heavenly snake was not weak at all. It even carried a domineering aura. It was unbelievable. A mid-divine king realm demonic beast was not easy to deal with. To the demonic beasts above the divine king realm, bloodline was extremely important. This Qi Lian heavenly snake was only a mid-divine king realm expert, but it already had the aura of a late divine king realm expert. The seven of them could not gain any advantage from it. It's just a beast. I don't believe that we can't take it down with so many of us. Wang Yan said with a cold smile. He did not care about the Qi Lian heavenly snake. As expected, Wang Yun and the others joined hands to defeat the enemy. Their strength was exceptionally strong. Even though this ferocious beast was gifted, they were not easy to deal with. Wang Yun wasn't the only genius among the top experts and supreme geniuses in this world. Although the others didn't like Wang Yun, they didn't say anything. This guy was too good at showing off. Didn't he know how to keep a low profile? Even though they were geniuses, there were some who were mediocre. Not every genius could make it to the end. The Battle of Lingju City this time, the Battle Royale of the 9 counties, was a true battle between the geniuses. Hundreds of monstrous geniuses would fight against each other. The scene would definitely be shocking. The attacks of the 7 of them had reached their peak. At this moment, the Qi Lian heavenly snake was losing its strength. She was being suppressed by the 7 of them. She could not stop crying. Each of their attacks was fatal. Even with her terrifying defense, it was still difficult for her to fight against the 7 experts. It's him? Xianxia was slightly surprised. One of them turned out to be the genius of Longgu Boundary who saved his life in the past, Fu Di. Who? Brother Jiang, do you know him? Luo Ping was shocked. Back then, he was one of the people who saved me in Linhe Boundary. Although we are not close, I owe him a great favor. If it wasn't for all of you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be where I am today. Jiangchen smiled. Another one who owes Brother Jiang a great favor. Actually, you don't owe us anything. Without you, how could we enter the divine world? Everyone knows that it's already a great fortune to be able to enter the divine world. We're just repaying you a little favor. Luo Ping said in a serious tone. It's different. I, Jiang Chen, am a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. This time, it seems like we can't kill them all. The 7 of them fought against the Qi Lian heavenly snake and it was a one-sided battle. Even they did not expect that the Qi Lian heavenly snake was in its weakest state. Therefore, the 7 of them did not face much resistance and completely suppressed the Qi Lian heavenly snake. Its 100-zhang body could twist the universe but it could not escape from the hands of the 7 of them. The 7 of them did not dare to be careless. In order to kill the Qi Lian heavenly snake, they had to exhaust it to death. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the counterattack of a mid-divine king realm expert. Even geniuses like them would not dare to take such a risk. A mid-divine king realm ferocious beast. No one knew how powerful it was. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Therefore, the 7 of them fought with the Qi Lian heavenly snake but they were not in a hurry to kill it. After all, no one was willing to be the one who might be severely injured. Hell, the Qi Lian heavenly snake let out a blood-curdling shriek. The shriek was ear-piercing. This guy looks like he's trying to escape. Everyone, be on your guard. Yang Qinyuan shouted. The rest of them did not dare to be slow. They surrounded the Qi Lian heavenly snake and suppressed it completely. It was difficult for them to advance or retreat. At this moment, Jiangchen furrowed his brows, because he could feel an unusual qi rapidly approaching them, and it was definitely not an ordinary qi. As expected, in less than 10 breaths' time, a giant fiery serpent sprang into the sky and charged at the 7 cultivators at a shocking speed. The 7 cultivators were startled, as they immediately backed off to avoid the attack. After all, the giant serpent was too terrifying, which was hard for them to accept. Not good. It's its partner. Another Qi Lian heavenly snake? Ha ha ha. We're rich. Seems like we've gained a lot this time. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. At this moment, the 7 of them were determined to take down the other Qi Lian heavenly snake. Apparently, this Qi Lian heavenly snake was not easy to deal with. Compared to the previous one, it could only be stronger. Everyone, be careful. It's not easy to deal with it. Yang Qinyuan said. Brother Yang, don't worry. Humph. Since when did we let you down? Haha, this time, it's time for our Longgu boundary to shine. I'd like to see how many people in Lingju City are able to fight against us. Wang Yin said in an overbearing manner. Undeniably, he had the right to be arrogant. However, he was too arrogant and did not put anyone in his eyes. He did not know that there was always someone stronger than him. Not to mention a divine king realm expert, even a hierarch realm expert or a divine emperor realm expert was above his head. Alright, don't underestimate the enemy. Yuner, 2 Qi Lian heavenly snakes are not easy to deal with. Wang Si said in a low voice, glaring at Wang Yun. At this time, Wang Yin shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He didn't care at all. He was going to become an emperor realm expert in the future. How could he be scared by 2 beasts? Wang Si said in a low voice and stared at Wang Yun. At this moment, Wang Yun shrugged. He did not care at all. He was going to become an emperor realm expert in the future. How could he be scared by 2 beasts? Another Qi Lian heavenly snake. Seems like they are not in a good situation. Jiangchen said with a smile. Brother Jiang, do you think that they might not be able to defeat these 2 Qi Lian heavenly snakes? Luo Ping looked at Jiangchen. These 2 heavenly snakes are obviously a pair. Under such circumstances, how could 2 mid-divine king realm beasts not fight with their lives on the line? Do you think that 7 early divine king realm experts would be willing to fight with their lives on the line? Who wouldn't be cautious? At this moment, they will definitely be defeated. At least, it's impossible to kill these 2 Qi Lian heavenly snakes. Even though they are talented and have great skills. Jiangchen sneered. This was the human heart. These 2 Qi Lian heavenly snakes would definitely fight with their lives on the line. They would definitely not use all their skills. So what if they were talented? Especially the likes of Wang Yun, he might not have experienced many real bloody battles. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he was just an immature brat. How could there be a lack of talented people in the world? But how many of them could overcome all the obstacles and finally become a king realm expert? Luo Ping's heart moved slightly. Jiang Chen could see through their ending with just a single glance, at least it wouldn't be too different. To be able to see through it so thoroughly, one had to admit that Jiang Chen had experienced countless battles. How could he have such sharp eyes? However, Luo Ping believed in Jiang Chen. How dare you sneak attack my wife? You should all die. The Qi Lian heavenly snake said in a deep voice. Bastard, who do you think you are? Humph, it's your honor to be killed by us. Wang Yin said in disdain. Despicable and greedy humans. Even if I die today, I will fight with you till the end. The male Qi Lian snake roared furiously and spoke in the human language. His snake eyes were staring at everyone, taking in everything that was happening to him. Bastard, you cannot die for me. If you die, we will die together. The female Qi Lian heavenly snake gritted her teeth. Her weak body had greatly reduced her strength. No matter what, you must protect our child. If necessary, I will hold them back and you can take the chance to run away. The male Qi Lian heavenly snake said to the female Qi Lian heavenly snake. The 2 Qi Lian heavenly snakes looked at each other gently. If my wife is at her peak, we can combine our strength and kill all of you. But even so, if you want to fight with me, you must have some skills. The male Qi Lian heavenly snake said in a deep voice. So noisy. 2 beasts. How dare you show off in front of me? Seems like you really think that you are better than us. Humph. Wang Yin was the first to make a move. The other 6 people did not want to be outdone and they quickly got closer. The 2 Qi Lian heavenly snakes looked at each other with high fighting intent. Undeniably, as the peerless geniuses of the Longgu boundary, these people were extremely powerful. Each of them had the battle strength of a mid-divine king realm expert and the battle was extremely fierce and terrifying. The male Qi Lian heavenly snake fought against the 5 of them. But no matter how powerful it was still a beast after all. Facing Wang Yun and the others' attacks, the male Qi Lian heavenly snake gradually lost the initiative and was completely suppressed. The 5 of them could not kill the male Qi Lian heavenly snake. The female Qi Lian heavenly snake was also fighting against Lu Yunxing and Wang Su. Both of them were in a stalemate. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Luo Ping was even more certain of Jiang Chen's words. The 7 great divine kings were indeed talented, but none of them had shown their best skills. However, the price of doing so was that they would also be heavily injured. Unless it was the last resort, or when their lives were in danger, they would use the battle to heal themselves. After all, the more people, the more power they had, the stronger they would be. However, the Qi Lian heavenly snake was not so obedient. At this moment, the Qi Lian heavenly snake had entered a state of madness because these humans were threatening his wife and the snake egg in her arms. Qi Lian heavenly fire, burning 1,000 li. The male Qi Lian snake roared and spewed out a stream of true fire from its mouth. The heavenly fire swept across the sky and trapped all 5 of them in the heavenly fire. The male Qi Lian snake twisted its body and urged the heavenly fire to burn, which made them feel a great pressure. I didn't expect this fella to have some tricks up his sleeves. Guys, it's time to show your true strength, Yang Qingyuan said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. They all knew that if they continued to hide their strength, they might be suppressed by the Qi Lian heavenly snake. At that time, they would be severely injured and it would not be worth it. All right, the others said at the same time. Numerous divine weapons slashed through the air. The male Qi Lian serpent had also put in a lot of effort. This was the heavenly flame in his body, it was his lifeblood. If he lost this battle, his life would be in danger. The 5 of them had increased their combat strength. However, at this moment, the battle with the male Qi Lian snake was still extremely difficult. Under such a desperate situation, the Qi Lian demonic beast's terrifying attack was indeed not to be underestimated. If it was some ordinary early divine king realm expert, the male Qi Lian snake could have withstood it alone. However, these guys were too ferocious. They did not look like early divine king realm experts at all. They thought that they would definitely win. However, this time, the male Qi Lian snake was suffering from the joint attack of the 5 of them. It was getting more and more difficult to fight. However, the burning heavenly fire did not stop. Do you want to die? The female Qi Lian serpent shouted. The male Qi Lian serpent was using his heavenly flame to fight. Once his heavenly flame was exhausted, he would be completely done for. For my children and you, I can die. Ha ha ha. Go. The male Qi Lian snake roared. No, I won't go. The female Qi Lian snake was in a daze. Lu Yunxing and Wang Su quickly took action and injured the female Qi Lian snake severely. The male Qi Lian snake was furious. My wife and children. The prairie-blazing heavenly flame sprayed out, covering a radius of 1,000 li. The 7 of them were all burned by the heavenly flame. Their injuries were rather severe, but there was no danger to their lives. However, under the prairie-blazing heavenly flames burning, it was still abnormally terrifying, because this was the Qi Lian male snake's heavenly flame origin. I will perish together with you. Those who stand in my way will die. The male Qi Lian snake's origin heavenly flame was quite terrifying. It caused the expressions of the 7 people to change. They quickly retreated as they were all affected. The might of the heavenly flame burned in all directions, and even his soul was being burned. Be careful, Brother Jiang, Luo Ping said in a deep voice. 5 elemental trigram fire array. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and a formation appeared, protecting the 3 of them. Luo Ninger's face was filled with shock. Jiang Chen was really powerful. With a thought, a formation was formed and easily blocked the prairie-blazing heavenly fire that the 7 great geniuses feared. However, this time, the male Qi Lian snake was destined to have no way to reverse the situation. Without the origin of heavenly fire, it also lost its vitality. The origin of heavenly fire was the direction of its life. Damned fella. Wang Yan's face turned gloomy as he gritted his teeth. His entire body was scorched and even his soul was injured by the origin of heavenly fire. The 7 of them were in the same situation. No. The female Qi Lian snake's roar pierced through the forest. It was deafening and heart-wrenching, making everyone sigh. At this moment, it was on its last breath. However, the male Qi Lian snake did not have any signs of life anymore. The explosion of the origin of heavenly fire had made it shine with the brightest light in its life. It was also the indomitable spirit of a father and a husband. However, at the same time, it had taken its life. At least we did not waste our energy. This fella is already dead. Hee hee. Lu Yunqing said with a smile. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Although they were severely injured, they had gotten what they wanted after all. The Qi Lian heavenly snake's body was also a treasure. However, the most precious thing was the snake gallbladder. Yeah, to meet two at the same time, it's a great fortune. Ha ha ha. Yang Chenling said with a smile. To the heavenly snake mansion, the Qi Lian heavenly snake's body was a treasure and they could use it. How do we distribute the gallbladders? Wang Yan said with a smile. His long and narrow eyes were filled with a trace of coldness. The heavenly snake mansion does not want the gallbladder. Other than the gallbladder, the rest of the snake's body belongs to us. Yang Chenling said in a deep voice. To them, although the heavenly snake's gallbladder was important, it might not be worth it to exchange for the Qi Lian heavenly snake's body. Moreover, if it was someone else, they might not know the use of the Qi Lian heavenly snake. Wang Su and Lu Yunqing looked at each other. Both of them could accept it. After all, their target was the heavenly snake's gallbladder. The Qi Lian heavenly snake's body was useless to them. However, the heavenly snake mansion treated it as a treasure. They were happy to do them a favor. All right. Wang Su and Lu Yunqing said at the same time. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed the male Qi Lian heavenly snake's body. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Wang Yin roared in anger, pointing at Jiang Chen. Reap the benefits of others. Don't you understand? Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's you? Jiang Chen? Fu Di looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Brother Fu, long time no see. Jiang Chen will always remember your kindness. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Fu Di was extremely angry at first, but when he saw that it was Jiang Chen, his anger dissipated. Just like Luo Ping, he was in awe of Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen's kindness was something that they would never be able to repay. Brother Jiang, please don't make things difficult for me. Fu Di said with a bitter smile. You know them? Lu Yunqing looked at Fu Di. Jiang Chen, the one who shook the Linhe boundary and turned it upside down? He, seeing is believing. Yang Chenling sneered. I've long heard that the 100-sect alliance of Linhe boundary couldn't do anything to you and was massacred by you in the end. Looks like you're only SOSO, to think that you dare to rob the fruits of others' labor. Yang Chenling said in disdain. The name Jiang Chen was not unfamiliar to them. Although they were not in the same boundary, they had heard of the great incident that happened in the Linhe boundary. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Even Jiang Chen was said to be a god, to the point that he became the ruler of a boundary. But to these peerless geniuses, they just laughed it off. Was Jiang Chen really that amazing? At least, they didn't believe it. That's right. I owe Brother Jiang a debt of gratitude. Without Brother Jiang, I wouldn't be able to achieve what I have today. Fu Di said with a solemn expression. Since you said that you owe Fu Di a debt of gratitude, then why did you rob us? Wang Su stared at Jiang Chen Lung. I owe Fu Di a debt of gratitude, what does it have to do with you? You bastard, you're so ungrateful. How dare you snatch our Qi Lian heavenly snake? How dare you try to take advantage of us? Are you even qualified? Wang Yan said with a pale face. Why don't you talk to him, Fu Di? Yang Qingyuan looked at Fu Di, but Fu Di shook his head. It's not that Brother Jiang is indebted to me, but he is indebted to me. Fu Di's words made the other 6 people's faces turn gloomy. Even Lu Yunqing was extremely indignant. Fu Di was really a stone in the latrine, smelly and stubborn. Even in Longgu boundary, he was still the same. Although they were from the same sect, Lu Yunqing had always been at odds with Fu Di. Fu Di was a guy who had ascended from the immortal world. How could he cultivate so fast that even his younger brother was squeezed out of the position of a core disciple? Brother Jiang, we've spent a lot of effort to take down the Qi Lian heavenly snake. You should know that. I know that all of you are geniuses in the immortal world. I guess you're going to Lingju City too. Don't you think you're going to be a laughingstock? Plus, what you're doing is embarrassing for both of us. Yang Qinyuan said. They had spent a lot of effort to defeat the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake and Jiang Chen wanted to take advantage of it. Wasn't this a joke? Even he, who was as steady as a mountain, became extremely angry. I, Jiang Chen, always do things openly. Why do I need others to tell me what to do? This Qi Lian Heavenly Snake is mine. Jiang Chen said faintly. Jiang Chen, don't be so shameless. If you don't give us the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake, don't even think about leaving this place today. Wang Yun harumphed. Really? You guys are severely injured. Are you sure you want to fight with us? First of all, do you think you're capable? Jiang Chen smiled. Wang Yun was speechless. He might not be afraid of Jiang Chen's strength, but the other party had 3 early Divine King Realm experts. All of them were in their peak condition. How could the 7 of them fight against them? Plus, Fu Di might not help them. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone knew that Jiang Chen was clearly robbing them. He was naked. Brother Jiang, do you really want to go to such extremes? There's a saying from the ancients, leave a way out for future encounters. Wang Si said in a deep voice. So what if I see you in the future? Do you think I, Jiang Chen, am afraid of you? He. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. Everyone fell silent. Because this guy was too shameless. He wanted to kill you while you were down, he wanted to snatch your things, and he didn't give you any face. So what? Obviously, this was the result that Yuan Shen, Wang Su, and others were not willing to accept. Alright. Today, we will swallow this grievance. When we meet again in Lingju City in the future, we will fight to the death. Wang Su's words were like pearls. He gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Chen. Yang Qinyuan sighed, but he was still furious. Luckily, they still had a Qi Lian Heavenly Snake. Just when they were about to attack the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake, Jiang Chen stood in front of the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake to protect it. Do you want to kill us all? Yang Qinyuan's fury was finally completely ignited. This fellow was not only insatiable, he was also pressuring them step by step. This was the rhythm of forcing them to their deaths. Our group of people had worked so hard, are we going to work so hard for you? This Qi Lian Heavenly Snake already has a child, we can't kill it. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, don't think that we are afraid of you. If we were to fight to the death, you guys might not be our match. Wang Yun was furious and said with a livid face. So what? I, Jiang Chen, am not afraid of anyone. If you want the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake, you have to get through me first. Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. Do you think that you can offend the entire Longgu boundary with your strength alone? Lu Yunqing's face looked ferocious as he roared. They were severely injured just to get the Qi Lian Heavenly Snake. Now that they were about to get it, Jiang Chen interfered. Who wouldn't be angry? At this moment, Fu Di could only choose to remain silent. He could not help anyone, and he could not be Jiang Chen's enemy. Do you really think that we are afraid of you? Jiang Chen, do you really want to do this? You should know that we won't let you off for what you've done today. Wang Si said in a deep voice. He wanted Jiang Chen to understand the stakes of this matter. Although they were in a bad situation now, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to defeat them once they left this place and reached Lingju City. But this rash young man did not care about anything. If you want to fight, let's fight. Jiang Chen was ready to fight anytime. If it wasn't for Fu Di, he would definitely not give them any face at this moment. Everyone fell into silence. Jiang Chen's continuous pressure had pushed them to the brink of breaking out. However, if they were to fight with their lives on the line, they would definitely miss out on the battle royale of the 9 counties. Moreover, they might even lose their lives. It's not worth it for them to do so. However, none of them could take this lying down. Jiang Chen was practically shitting on top of their heads. The grudge between them had been completely set in stone. Good. 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 Yang Qinyuan said good 3 times. His face was gloomy. Today, we admit defeat. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will continue to flow. Xianxia, right? Let's wait and see. I'll be waiting. Xianxia smiled faintly. Yang Qingyuan harumphed coldly. In the end, he could only turn around and leave. No one had expected that Xianxia would fight with them till the end and reap the benefits. They had never expected that Xianxia would be so daring. They would definitely seek justice when they arrived at Lingju City. Kill me or plunder me. Do as you wish. The female Qi Lian snake said. She was already indifferent to life and death. If it wasn't for the snake egg in her heart, she would have left with her husband. I will only take the gallbladder from your husband. I don't want his corpse and I will not kill you. All living things have feelings. Your husband is a good husband and a good father. I, Jiangchen, do not kill those who have feelings and righteousness. Jiangchen said. Jiangchen looked at the female Qi Lian snake and said solemnly. You really won't kill me? The female Qi Lian snake looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. Even Luo Ping was shocked. Only Luo Ninger looked at Jiangchen with gentleness and admiration. This is a real man. Both of you risked your life to protect your child. I am grateful. You should thank your husband and the child in your womb. As a mother, you are a great man. Jiangchen said. Thank you, benefactor. The female Qi Lian snake kowtowed to Jiangchen thrice and left. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Brother Jiang, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Luo Ping's gaze towards Jiangchen became more and more respectful. A person's strength did not lie in his strength, it was his charisma that made Luo Ping admire him. Jiangchen looked at Luo Ping with admiration. I am not a Buddha. I don't care about the lives of ants. But I know that the heavens and earth are heartless and all living things are like dogs. If I am heartless, the heavens and earth will cease to exist. Jiangchen shook his head and smiled. The heavens and earth are heartless and all living things are like dogs. I've learned something. The heavens and earth are heartless. If humans are heartless, there will be no humanity in this world. Luo Ping murmured. If the heavens have feelings, it will grow old. The heavens have always been heartless. Lingju City, City Lord's Mansion. A stalwart man in purple robes stood on top of the City Lord's mansion and stared at the void. His eyes were sharp and his powerful aura caused the surroundings to tremble. All of a sudden, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Water rippled above the vortex, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the vortex. The black hole stopped moving and the whirlpool remained the same. Two figures walked out from the whirlpool calmly. It's a pleasure to meet friends from afar. Ha ha ha. The man in purple robes laughed. He was the city lord of Lingju City, the leader of the Chilean boundary, the reverend of the 9 boundaries, Ziqing Tian. Long time no see, brother Z is still as elegant as ever. Sorry to disturb you, Mojiuchi. The black-robed man clasped his fists and said. His expression was cold and his eyes were bright like torches. He was a true hierarch realm expert and also the reverend of the 9 boundaries, the lord of Mo boundary, Mojiuchi. Don't mention it, brother Mojiuchi. I believe this devastatingly beautiful woman is brother Emojio's adopted daughter, right? Ziqing Tian smiled. That's right. Qingqing, greet Reverend Qing Tian. Mojiuchi said with a serious face. Yan Qingqing greets the Reverend. Yan Qingqing took a step forward, bowed slightly, and said gently. Dressed in red, her slender figure could move one's soul. Between her brows, there was an overbearing heroic spirit. Her strength was extraordinary, and every frown and smile was filled with sweetness and tenderness. Ha ha ha. You're indeed brother Mojiuchi's adopted daughter. You're talented and powerful. How enviable. Indeed, she is devastatingly beautiful. I wonder how many geniuses would bow down to her. Ziqing Tian nodded. Reverend is too humble. Yan Qingqing smiled and looked extremely charming. Even Ziqing Tian, a hierarch realm expert, could not help but sigh. She was indeed the best in the world and hard to find in the heavens. Brother Z, there are only 20 spots for Tongxian Mansion this time. The 9 boundaries are in one group. That means there's only 60 people who can enter the northern cold divine region. It's much lesser than last year. Mojiuchi said faintly. That can't be helped. You and I don't have the qualifications to change all of this. He. Out of the 27 realms, only a few dozen people can enter the deity territory and bring glory to the Lone Dragon County. But that's all for later. Right now, all the geniuses from the 9 universes are gathered here. I'm feeling a lot of pressure. After all, it's not easy to be the supremacy of the 9 boundaries. Xianxia frowned and sighed. That's true. Hence, this time around, I chose to retreat behind the scenes. As for the position of the supremacy of the Maha realm, with the lifelong realm lord supporting me, I'm more than happy to be free. I also came here to take a look. Who knows, maybe I might be able to find a good son-in-law for me. Emojoji said with a smile. However, Xianxia sneered in his heart. I don't know what you're up to. That's great. I don't want to be the Reverend Lord of the Chilean boundary anymore. How about handing it over to Brother Majo? Ha. Ziqing laughed. What are you talking about, Brother Z? I'm just here to join in the fun. I'm not interested in the Battle of Tongshan Mansion. Even if she's my adopted daughter, she won't get any special treatment. She still has to go through the competition to be qualified to enter the Tongshan Mansion. Emojoji shook his head. Yeah, the quota is scarce. Only 20 people are selected from the 9 boundaries. It's really shocking. The rise of geniuses is always accompanied by the fall of many geniuses. Qingqing's peerless beauty will definitely be able to get a spot. There's no doubt about this. Xianxia looked at Yan Qingqing and nodded. I heard that Brother Z's son is a true dragon amongst men. His strength has already reached the late Divine King realm. With such cultivation, he'll definitely be able to enter the top 3 in the Battle of the 9 Boundaries. My son is slow-witted. Not worth mentioning. Although Xianxia said so, his face was full of smiles. With Zishi's strength at the late Divine King realm, he should be able to enter the top 5. There's still 10 more days before the Battle of the 9 Boundaries begins. Geniuses will gather and monstrous geniuses will appear. No one would dare to speculate until the end. There will be countless dark horses in every battle of the 9 boundaries. Emojoji said solemnly. It's extremely difficult to break through to the Divine King realm. Even if these fellas are all outstanding geniuses, it's still not enough. To be able to become an honorable, all of them are talented and determined. Moreover, they have enough time and comprehension. It's hard to find an honorable god among a million divine kings. Especially in a desolate place like the Lone Dragon County, there are very few geniuses. It's hard to find an honorable god in 10,000 years. Xianxia felt the same way and said silently. The path of cultivation is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Emojoji sighed. Brother Emojoji, stay in the city lord's mansion for now. We'll talk again in the future. Xianxia said. At this moment, there was a voice transmission in his mind. It was Zishi's soul transmission. He was waiting outside the door and it was an important matter. Alright, we'll talk another day. Haha. Emojoji squinted his eyes and looked at Xianxia who was leaving. He said softly. It's up to you to get the Great Bright Lord's relic. Yes. Yan Qingqing said softly. She had already gotten the Great Bright Lord's relic. The importance of the relic was self-evident. In the side hall of the city lord's mansion, Zishi returned with a solemn expression. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Xianxia said faintly. He did not reprimand Zishi as he had always been calm. If it wasn't an important matter, he would never be so flustered. Jiangchen is not dead. Zishi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Can you be sure? Xianxia asked. Yes. Not long ago, he caused havoc in the Linha boundary. The entire Linha boundary was turned upside down because of him. Zishi continued to say. Good. What a devil incarnate. Ha. Interesting. This fella's strength is not to be underestimated. He's definitely a true genius. Even you admit that you're inferior to him. Back then, his strength was not even at the Divine King realm, right? Xianxia smiled and rubbed his chin. This fella was definitely one of the most terrifying geniuses in the Linha boundary and the 9 boundaries. He did not die. This meant that this fella was very lucky to be able to escape from the Thunder Rush Sea. This showed that this fella was not an ordinary person. Eastern Emperor sect has gotten themselves a good disciple. Xianxia said. There's another piece of news. I'm not sure if it's accurate, but it's widely spread in the Linha boundary. Xianxia said. Let's hear it. He came out from the Zhou mountain ridge, under the Luofeng valley. Xianxia said word by word. His face was solemn. He did not know if he should believe it or not. The Zhou mountain ridge, Luofeng valley? Xianxia's expression became more solemn. If this was true, then Jiangchen was not a simple person. Xianxia could even put Jiangchen on the same level as himself. It was a place that even Hierarch realm and Divine Emperor realm experts could not enter. It was a place where all the dragons and phoenixes of the 9 heavens fell. I don't really believe it. But there's one thing. You must be on good terms with Jiangchen. You must not be his enemy. Xianxia nodded silently. He had experienced Jiangchen's battle in the Thunder Rush Sea and knew how terrifying it was. Therefore, he kept his father's words in mind. No matter if Jiangchen had entered the Zhou mountain ridge and Luofeng valley, at least it was true that he had swept across the entire Linha boundary. Jiangchen had grown to a point where everyone was fearful of him. At least in the Linha boundary, no one could beat him. Initially, they thought that Jiangchen was dead for sure, but he still managed to escape from the Thunder Rush Sea. No one knew how he did it, but that steel-like silhouette of his had done it. This was true strength. This kid will definitely become someone great in the future. I believe in his strength. It's rare for a Hierarch realm expert to appear in 10,000 years. Jiangchen will definitely live up to everyone's expectations and stand out from the crowd. He must be determined to enter the Tanshan mansion this time. Xianxia said sincerely. Tanshan mansion, you must not be at a disadvantage. Our city lord's mansion must be the winner. Yes. Although I'm not as strong as Jiangchen, ordinary divine kings are no match for me. Jiangchen nodded. Xianxia said. The strength of a late divine king was not a joke. Xianxia was one of the peerless geniuses in the Chilean boundary. Even Eastern Emperor Tai of the Eastern Emperor sect, Guegu of the Killing Luo sect and Xianxia of the Heavenly Profound sect might not be able to defeat him. However, those 3 guys were the most terrifying existences in the entire Chilean boundary. They had not fought against each other for thousands of years just for the quota to enter the Tanshan mansion. There would definitely be an earth-shattering battle at that time. Be neither arrogant nor rash. You can achieve great things. Alright, you can go now. The people from the Tanshan mansion will be here soon. Xianxia closed his eyes and said faintly. Lingju City, North City, Wu's workshop. Wu's workshop was the biggest workshop in Lingju City. It was considered as the hub of the Chilean boundary. Countless experts gathered here. Wu's workshop had become a hot spot. The medicinal pellets here were in high demand, especially those prodigies who came from outside. They were all generous. Many of them came to Lingju City to concoct a cauldron of medicinal pellets. Many high-grade medicinal pellets were hard to find. Jiangchen also went to Wu's workshop to look for some supreme herbs. He already had the 10,000 years blood Lingji, the human-faced demon ginseng, the heavenly snake gallbladder, and the 10,000 years ancient vine heart that could replace the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The only thing he lacked was a spirit spring to refine the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Now that Jiangchen had broken through to the divine king realm, the effect of the heaven-seizing fortune pill on him was greatly reduced. Moreover, his body had been transformed by the myriad qi. The heaven-seizing fortune pill could not keep up with Jiangchen's pace of cultivation. Even if he swallowed it now, the effect would be greatly reduced. However, the heaven-seizing fortune pill was extremely beneficial to his father, Jiangchen. That was why Jiangchen was so serious, especially after his father had entered the divine world. Jiangchen knew that his father's talent was not the best. That was why he had to help his father break through to the divine king realm in order to obtain eternal life in the divine world. Only after his father's strength had improved, he would be able to protect Aunt Lin. Even if Xianxia did not mention it, Xianxia could see that his father's eyes were filled with vigor after being together with Aunt Lin. As her son, how could Xianxia not know that? Which man did not want to be able to protect the woman he loved? The heaven-seizing fortune pill was like a tailor-made pill for his father. That was why Xianxia was fully prepared, he only needed the spiritual spring. After entering Lingju City, Luo Ping and Luo Ninger parted ways with him. After all, he did not see any elders in the sect along the way. The two of them received a message from the elders after they entered Lingju City. That's why they rushed over immediately. Wu's workshop was like a huge bazaar. Within 100 meters radius, it was filled with shops selling medicinal pellets. Some were sold by individuals, some were sold by Wu's workshop. In short, this place was not really closed to the public. Wu's workshop was doing business in the same way. Anyone who came from all over the world could sell their medicinal pellets here. However, they had to pay some divine origin stones to Wu's workshop. At this moment, Wu's workshop was filled with people. Even though it was not the battle royale of the 9 counties, there were still a lot of people in Lingju City. However, it seemed like there were countless Divine King Realm experts stationed in Lingju City. Not many people could get close to them even if they did not release their powerful aura. The Chilean boundary belonged to one of the 4 great boundaries of Lone Dragon County. It was also the hub of the entire Chilean boundary. There were many Heavenly God Realm experts here. Although Divine King Realm experts were not everywhere, there were still quite a number of them. After all, this was the biggest city within a few million miles. The Lingju city had reached an unprecedented level of prosperity. Jiang Chen's main purpose this time was to fight for the spiritual spring. However, he could only try his luck. It was not easy to get a true treasure after all. Even if he wanted to get it, he would have to pay a huge price. Jiang Chen walked around Wu's workshop for 3 days, but didn't find any pills or supreme treasures that tempted him. After all, who would take out true treasures to sell unless there was a special reason or a situation forcing them to do so? However, Jiang Chen did not give up. He walked around Wu's workshop for 2 more days. Undeniably, Jiang Chen's luck was pretty good as he managed to find it. However, he did not know whether it was the spiritual spring or not. An old man in ordinary clothes was curled up in the corner. His hair was messy and his face was full of wrinkles. He was resting with his eyes closed. There was a small wine cup in front of him. It was very small, but it was overflowing with dense spiritual qi. If it wasn't for the divine origin force, the area within 10 miles would be filled with the spiritual qi from the wine cup. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He did not know what this thing was, but it was his first time seeing such dense spiritual water. "Brother, how much is this spiritual spring?" Jiang Chen asked. "Not selling, only exchanging for medicinal pills." The old man did not open his eyes and said in a low voice. He was not worried that someone would snatch his spiritual spring water. After all, it was just a small cup and it was not worth losing some expert's face. Moreover, this was Wu's workshop, one of the 3 major forces in Lingju City. It was said that Wu's workshop was guarded by 2 half-step martial saints. Who would dare to offend such a force? Jiang Chen smiled. This old man had quite a temper. "What is this spring water?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Dragon Eye spring water," the old man said faintly. "Brother, what's the difference between the Dragon Eye spring water and the spiritual spring water?" Jiang Chen asked. "Spiritual spring water? Don't you know that the spiritual spring water is the Dragon Eye spring water?" the old man said impatiently. He squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. "This Dragon Eye spring water comes from the Dragon Eye mountain of the Dongxing divine region. There is a spiritual spring the size of a palm on top of the Dragon Eye mountain. Every 100 years, it can produce a jug of spiritual spring water. It is said that it was formed by the eye of a divine dragon in the dragon mansion of the Dongxing Sea. This is just a sample. There is still a jug of the real Dragon Eye spring water. You won't exchange it for a goblet of spiritual spring water, right?" The old man said a few more words because he could see that Jiang Chen seemed to be very interested in the Dragon Eye spring water. "I want this spiritual spring water," Jiang Chen said. You need at least an elementary immortal grade elixir to be qualified to exchange for my dragon eye spring water. The old man said faintly. How about one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill? The old man shook his head, seemingly unmoved. This is what I got after waiting there for 100 years with my life. 2. This is the most I can afford, Xianxia said. He only had 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills left. As for the Azure Spirit Pill, he still had 3 Azure Spirit Pills, but it was not worth it to use them to exchange for the Dragon Eye Spring water. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded. In fact, he was also moved by 1 pill. After all, since he came here, no one had asked him about the spiritual spring water. Moreover, 1 spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was indeed enough. An immortal-grade elixir would cost at least dozens of divine origin stones, or even hundreds. He had heard of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Just 2 years ago, there was a rumor that someone had sold it at a high price in the Thousand City auction house. Okay, deal, the old man said in a low voice, but he was slightly happy. However, at this moment, Xianxia saw an inconspicuous big stone beside him. This is? Xianxia raised his head and looked at the old man. Little brother, your eyes are really sharp. I got this from the 13 Gorge of the Ghost Domain. Back then, it could be said to be a narrow escape from death. The 13 Gorge of the Ghost Domain is one of the scariest places in the entire Dongxing Divine Continent. Furthermore, it's filled with demons and monsters. The old man continued to exaggerate. I just want to know what this is. Xianxia frowned. Could it be that this fellow was going to tell him about the adventures of the old man? The ghostwood vibranium is an exceptional material for forging divine armaments. It's extremely tough, and even god kings can't break through it. If it weren't for my exceptional techniques, it would have been impossible for me to bring back such a treasure from the 13 Gorges of the Ghost Domain. Back then, I defeated the 10 Direction Ghost Mother and fought the 13 Gorge alone. It was a battle that caused the sky to turn dark and the wind to change color. In the end, I defeated enemies from all directions and obtained this ghost wu vibranium from the Huku Dragon Cave. Even if it's used to refine an essence divine weapon, it's an excellent item. The old man's mouth was still full of saliva, and he insisted on finishing, even though Xianxia's forehead was already full of black lines. A high-grade celestial god artifact. It's up to you, Xianxia said. He initially thought that the old man was pretending to be profound, but he turned out to be an old hen, cackling endlessly. Forget it, I'll take it as a gift. Who asked us to be fated? I'll still sell you the Dragon Eye Spring water, and I'll let you have this ghost wu vibranium. The old man pretended to be in a difficult position, but in fact, he was already overjoyed. Although this stone was precious, it was useless in his hands. Most importantly, even if someone wanted to forge a divine weapon, they wouldn't be able to melt it. Although the old man said it was easy, how capable would one be to forge a essence divine weapon? Even in the northern cold divine region, there might not even be 3 to 5 of them. Even if there was one, would they be willing to forge a essence divine weapon for a divine king? To be able to forge a essence divine weapon, one must be a hierarch expert. To put it bluntly, Xianxia was nothing in their eyes. Hence, this ghost wu vibranium was of little value. It was a great deal to be able to exchange it for a high-grade celestial god artifact. Just when the old man was about to pass the ghost wu vibranium and the Dragon Eye Spring water to Xianxia, a faint voice rang in Xianxia and the old man's ears. I'm willing to pay double the price for the spiritual spring water and the ghost wu vibranium. The old man's ears pricked up when he heard Xianxia's words. However, he smiled bitterly. After all, he had already given the item to Xianxia. One shouldn't be so immoral, and he wasn't a treacherous person. The old man looked at Xianxia. I'll reward you handsomely. The black-robed young man glanced at Xianxia and said arrogantly. What if I say that I'm not willing? Xianxia said casually. The black-robed young man's eyes turned cold as he looked at Xianxia. I like people with hard bones, because they will always become soft in my hands. The black-robed young man smiled, as if he was dismissive of Xianxia. What a coincidence, I'm amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If you're willing to negotiate, I might give you the item. Looks like you're not going to negotiate, why should I give you face? I just don't know whose bones are harder. Xianxia looked at the black-robed young man Linglong coldly. A mere early divine king dares to talk to me like this? Humph. The black-robed young man snorted. Ha ha ha, kid, you've got guts. I like it. I never thought that the people of Killing Luo sect would be so shameless. Gui gu, you're getting more and more despised. TSK TSK TSK. However, I also want the spirit spring water. What a coincidence. A half-naked man walked towards them slowly, his arms crossed. His aura was strong and his rough face was domineering. Many people dared not to get close to him. Seems like he's not the only one who's blind. Gui Gulingling said. At this moment, many people had gathered over. The three Divine King Realm experts were actually confronting each other here. Jiang Chen's lips turned cold. He never thought that this black-robed young man was from the Killing Luo sect. No wonder he dared to be so presumptuous. As the second-ranked sect in the Qi Lian boundary, the Killing Luo sect was definitely one of the top 5 sects in the entire Qi Lian boundary. Gui Gu of the Killing Luo sect, it's him? Gui Gu is known as the number 1 in the Qi Lian boundary, to think that he's here in Lingju City. Number 1 in the Qi Lian boundary? Don't you know about Donghuang Taiye and Xianxia? The three of them are known as the number 1 in the younger generation, but they've never fought against each other before. I'm afraid that this battle royale of the 9 boundaries will be decided in one battle. Haha, that's right. However, the Gui Gu's strength is obviously stronger. The Killing Luo sect is the only one that could fight against the Heavenly Profound sect in the Qilian region. Even the Eastern Emperor sect is slightly inferior to them. Seems like there's going to be a good show. What show? Do you think that kid dares to fight against Gui Gu of the Killing Luo sect? Isn't he courting death? The 3 young experts of Qilian boundary had never fought against each other before. Nobody dared to claim that they were the strongest. Especially when Eastern Emperor sects Donghuang Taiye and Heavenly Profound sects Xianxia came out from seclusion at the same time. This battle royale of the 9 boundaries would definitely be a gathering of heroes. After all, the Killing Luo sect was famous and the strength of the Ghost Valley was well known. At least in the Qilian boundary, there were only 2 people who could compete with them. Who could compete with the Ghost Valley? Qitian boundary, Heavenly Xing sect, Xing Feng. The half-naked man stood with his arms crossed and said faintly. No wonder, this fella wants to interfere, he's also a famous fella. Yeah, Qitian boundary is second only to Qilian boundary, Heavenly Xing sect is also the number 1 sect in Qitian boundary. Xing Feng, I'm afraid he's someone who could compete with the 3 experts of Qilian boundary. It's getting more and more exciting. Haha, I wonder who will win. At least that fella should know his place and withdraw, right? What qualifications does he have in front of these 2 people? He can only blame his bad luck. Hee, who would continue to rush forward after encountering these 2 troublesome fellas? Is there something wrong with his brain? More and more voices appeared in Jiang Chen's ears. However, no one was qualified to take away what he wanted. Jiang Chen was quite famous in Lingju City as he was the one who repaired the teleportation formation. However, Lingju City was too big. It was 100,000 li from the north to the south. This was the northern city, nobody knew who Jiang Chen was. Little brother, why not, forget it. It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but you can't win against them. The old man looked down at Jiang Chen and smiled bitterly. It's all right. Jiang Chen said. There's a first-come, first-served rule for everything. I'm definitely taking the spirit spring water. Jiang Chen Lingling said, ignoring Gui Gu and Xing Feng. His domineering gaze shocked everyone. Who is this fella? How could he be so courageous to fight against Gui Gu and Xing Feng? Wasn't he courting death? You can't say that. I want the spirit spring water to refine pills. There are some things that can only be put to good use in the hands of a useful person. If you waste it, you will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Gui Gu sneered. Is that so? Do you think you're the only one who knows alchemy? I want the spirit spring water for alchemy as well. Jiang Chen said. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I want the spiritual spring water for the same reason. Third Elder Xing, don't you think so? Xingfeng took a look at the old man behind him and said with a smile. Although he was a big guy, he was obviously wise. So, the two of you want to rob me of my things? Jiangchen smiled. How can you say it's robbery? After all, this thing hasn't fallen into your hands yet. Don't you think so, brother? Xingfeng looked at the old man and the old man smiled bitterly. This thing should belong to this little brother. After all, we've already agreed on it. Then, it seems like we'll have to do something. Xingfeng said coldly. Obviously, he did not plan to give up on the spirit spring water in Jiangchen's hands. Wu's workshop is a clean place. I hope that everyone will not make a big fuss. A cold voice reverberated in the void. A white-clothed old man with white hair and beard stood on the Dragon Gate signboard of Wu's workshop. He looked calm and composed. I am the chief alchemist of Wu's workshop, Wu Jingyun. Wu Jingyun said in a deep voice. Her voice reverberated in all directions, causing many people to take a few steps back. They were pushed back by her powerful aura. Even old Master Wu Jingyun is here. Looks like we're going to be disappointed this time. Yeah, old man Wu is the chief alchemist of Pill Workshop Wu. He's a peak god king and possesses great cultivation. Even the city lord has to show some respect to old man Wu. Looks like Wu's workshop knows that these people are not ordinary. They're not willing to offend them. Only old Master Wu can control the situation. The onlookers were full of reverence towards old Master Wu. He was the chief alchemist of Wu's workshop, an existence that countless people respected. One should know that even the city lord had asked old Master Wu to refine pills for him. His status was incomparably respected. The strength of Wu's workshop was not any weaker than the three great sects of the Chilean boundary. Wu's workshop's appearance made those who wanted to watch the show let out a sigh. Lingju City was overcrowded with people. Countless experts were looking forward to the battle. They would not allow a divine king expert to fight. Oh, it's old Master Wu. My apologies. Ha ha ha. Xingfeng cupped his hands and said as he shook his head. At this moment, if they still wanted to start a fight in someone else's territory, they would be really stupid. Guegu became silent. He had to show respect to Wu's workshop. Moreover, the chief alchemist of Wu's workshop had appeared. No matter what, Lingju City could not be compared to their own territory. Thank you, old Wu, for speaking so bluntly. However, I think that since the two of you want the spring water in my hands so much, why don't you be my witness? If the two of you can take out something that I feel is comparable to the Dragon Eye spring water, I will bet with you. How about that? Jiangchen said. Little brother, you're a passionate man. Ha ha ha. Then I'll be your witness. Wu Jingyun said with a smile. He looked at Jiangchen with interest. How do you want to bet? Xingfeng laughed and looked at Jiangchen fearlessly. Alchemy. Whoever could refine the best elixir would be the winner. As for the bet? My bet is an azure spirit pill, a bottle of Dragon Eye spring water and this ghost Wu vibranium. Jiangchen said proudly. Eliminating doom pill. Low-level immortal grade pill. It can remove impurities. It can be eaten by humans and beasts. It can remove the impurities in the body. Guegu said faintly. That's a good pill. But is it useful for puppets? Jiangchen asked. If the eliminating doom pill was useful for the 12 fire god guards, then he could give it a try. Guegu squinted his eyes and looked at Jiangchen. It's useful. What about you? Big guy. Jiangchen looked at Xingfeng. Xingfeng smiled faintly. The old man behind him stepped forward and said in a deep voice, the Yuan bone-splitting grass is definitely more precious than some ordinary immortal-grade pills. But I still want a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. The old man squinted his eyes and his smile became even more feminine. It sounds like an exorbitant price. But your Yuan bone-splitting grass is useful to me. I can accept it. Undeniably, Jiangchen's counterattack was out of Guegu and Xingfeng's expectation. Who would have thought that this unknown guy dared to challenge them? Most importantly, he even wanted to compete in alchemy. Wasn't he seeking his own death? Everyone knew that killing Luosek's alchemy was famous in the entire Lone Dragon County. Guigu was famous in the Chilean region for his alchemy. Xianxia was seeking his own death by doing this. They thought that Xianxia would choose to avoid the conflict under the protection of the chief alchemist of Wu's workshop. However, who would have thought that this guy was so stubborn and wanted to compete with Guigu of Killing Luo sect and Xingfeng of Heavenly Xing sect? Wasn't he asking for trouble? At this moment, it was not just about the spiritual water anymore. It was about their dignity and glory. Killing Luo sect and Heavenly Xing sect were inviolable. Moreover, they were the leaders of their sects and the top geniuses of the younger generation. How could they be indifferent to Xianxia's threat? Therefore, from the beginning, no matter what Xianxia said, they would definitely agree to it. Especially Guigu, he was very confident. Is this guy's brain damaged? He dares to challenge Guigu and Xingfeng, isn't he seeking his own death? Who knows? He must be crazy to be famous. He wants to step on Guigu of Killing Luo sect and Xingfeng of Heavenly Xing sect. He must be dreaming. Arrogance is a scary thing. Moreover, this guy doesn't know his own position at all. I'm getting more and more curious. How will this guy be tortured? I can't wait to see it. None of the onlookers thought that Xianxia would win because Guigu and Xingfeng were too famous. Among the younger generation of the Chilean region, there were only a handful of people who could surpass them. Moreover, who would have the confidence to challenge them like this? Everyone thought that Xianxia would choose to keep the peace and leave with his tail between his legs, but the result made everyone's jaws drop. They really couldn't understand Xianxia's approach. You will pay for your arrogance, Guigu said indifferently. If one isn't frivolous, it would be a waste of his youth, Xianxia said with a smile. He was not afraid of the alchemist elder behind Guigu and Xingfeng. What an ignorant fellow, Guigu Lingling said. He was looking at Xingsan, who was next to Xingfeng. Only he could be his greatest enemy. Whoever wins will have this item. Senior, I'll have to trouble you. Xianxia looked at Wu Jingyun. All right. As the chief alchemist of the Wu workshop, Wu Jingyun's words carried weight and no one dared to refute him. Moreover, with his presence, the onlookers would not make a ruckus. However, Xianxia's arrogance was like a moth flying into a flame in many people's eyes. Wu Jingyun was also looking at Xianxia silently. This guy gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through, because Xianxia's eyes were calm that he had never seen before. Since Xianxia had decided to gamble, he must have some confidence in winning. Plus, he knew who he was facing, they were all elites of the younger generation. If he wasn't confident, how could he be so arrogant? Although Xianxia was slightly weaker, he had also broken through to the Divine King realm. Wu Jingyun was curious about Xianxia. As for those onlookers, they were nothing to be worried about. How could those true God realm and heavenly God realm guys know how terrifying a Divine King realm expert was? Elder Xingsan, everything depends on you, Xingfeng said solemnly. Leave it to me, Xingsan said confidently. Eliminating Doom Pill's recipe, Dragon Eye Spring Water, Azure Spirit Pill and Ghost Wu Vibranium. This time, we have gained a lot. Haha. Xingsan's eyes were burning with passion. To him, these two guys were just juniors. No matter how powerful they were, how powerful could they be? Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. However, they still had to pay the price for their ignorance. As for Xianxia, a nobody, Xingsan did not put him in his eyes at all. Only Guigu of the Killing Luo sect was worthy of his attention. Although he was a junior, he was still a young expert of the Killing Luo sect. He should not be underestimated. The smile on Xianxia's face became brighter. To him, this time's alchemy was a gamble. However, the other party was too aggressive. If he did not fight back, would he still be Xianxia? Moreover, there was no need to go to war in an alchemy competition. Since all of them had such lofty aspirations, then why should he be courteous? It was still unknown who would be the winner in the end. However, Xianxia knew that as long as he could refine the heaven-seizing fortune pill, he would definitely win. 30 miles ahead is Little Lonely Mountain. There are hundreds of alchemy platforms. It's the place where Wu's workshop refined pills. The three of you can go there, Wu Jingyun said with a faint smile. Jiang Chen and the other two glanced at each other. They broke through the void and went straight to Little Lonely Mountain. Almost everyone heard the news and went to the Little Lonely Mountain to see what was going on. After all, it was rare to see such a gamble. Moreover, it was a battle between Divine King Realm experts, the famous experts of the Ghost Valley and the Heavenly Xing sect. It was rare to see one in 1,000 years. Little Lonely Mountain was more than 1,000 feet high. The mountain was gentle, and the grass and trees were overgrown. The green was everywhere, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. It could be considered a paradise. There were many rare and strange beasts in the forest. As the private mountain range of Wu's workshop, it stretched for hundreds of miles. It was also extremely beautiful, and the spiritual energy formed the mountain. Little Lonely Mountain is rarely open to the public. This time, we can see the glory of Guegu and the others in alchemy. It's extremely lucky. Yeah. Most importantly, Old Man Wu will supervise it personally. It will be a very exciting competition. Haha, I can't wait. Among these three, I think Guegu of the Killing Luo sect is the most promising. On Little Lonely Mountain, Jiang Chen, Guegu, and Xing San were already in their positions. They were ready to refine pills. You three, please do your best. Since you trust me, Wu Jingyun, then I will not let you down this time. Wu Jingyun said faintly. After dismissing dozens of people from Wu's workshop who were concocting pills on the small mountain, there were only Jiang Chen and Wu Jingyun on the alchemy platform. However, there were more than 100,000 people watching them. Azure Spirit Pill, Ghost Wu Vibranium and Dragon Eye Spring Water. Jiang Chen pushed his palm and placed the three items in front of Wu Jingyun. Wu Jingyun was slightly startled. She squinted her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. If the Azure Spirit Pill was refined by him, then he might not be weaker than her. It would not be easy for him to refine the Azure Spirit Pill. The pill recipe is here. Guegu Linling said and pushed the pill recipe to Wu Jingyun. The Yuan bone-splitting grass is here. Little guy, I'd like to see how capable you are to be so arrogant. You're a shameless guy. Xing Feng harumphed coldly. With Elder Xing San here, he knew what was going on. Elder Xing San could refine a middle immortal grade medicinal pill. Not everyone could do that. Even if Wu Jingyun wanted to refine such a medicinal pill, her success rate might not be higher than Elder Xing San. Guegu Linling stared at the black cauldron in his hand. He did not say much and started to prepare his medicinal pill. At this moment, his eyes became solemn. Jiang Chen was also calm. He had left half a pot of Dragon Eye Spring Water to refine the Heaven-Seizing Fortune pill. Now, he had gathered all the ingredients: 10,000 years blood Ganoderma, human-faced demon ginseng, heavenly snake gallbladder, one-eye spirit spring and 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Although the quality of the 10,000 years ancient vine heart was slightly worse than the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, there was only one scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, Jiang Chen was confident that he could refine the heaven-seizing fortune pill. As for the final grade, it would depend on his luck. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning as he looked at the Eliminating Doom pill. If he could get the Eliminating Doom pill, he would be able to refine the 12 Fire God Guards again. Moreover, with the help of the Ghost Wu Vibranium, the 12 Fire God Guards would definitely improve further. After entering the Divine King realm, it would not be easy to change the 12 Fire God Guards. However, as one of Jiang Chen's strongest skills, the 12 Fire God Guards would definitely be extremely powerful if they could improve further. However, he still needed to refine the medicinal pill first before he could get the formula of the Eliminating Doom pill and the Yuan bone-splitting grass. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Without any distractions, he prepared to start refining the Heaven-Seizing Fortune pill. The Heaven-Seizing Fortune pill was not easy to refine, and compared to ordinary immortal-grade pills, it was extremely difficult to refine. If Jiang Chen wanted to refine it in one go, it would be quite difficult. The flames in Xing San's hand surged. His expression was calm. It was a rare beast flame. Although it wasn't as strong as true fire, it was still extremely terrifying. As soon as the flames appeared, everyone's faces turned red. The medicinal ingredients in their hands were continuously thrown into the flames and refined. His technique was extremely skillful and domineering. As expected of the alchemy elder of the heavenly Xing sect, his alchemy technique was extremely good. Even the chief alchemist of the Wu workshop, Old Master Wu, couldn't find any fault with it. As expected of an expert from the heavenly Xing sect. With his alchemy skills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a middle immortal grade pill. Wu Jingyun said with a solemn expression. He's going to refine an immortal grade pill? It's not a waste of time to come here. To be able to witness the birth of an extraordinary immortal grade pill, it's definitely exciting. If it's a middle immortal grade pill, I'm afraid many people would be shocked and fight for it. Not everyone can refine a middle immortal grade pill, but it seems like the heavenly Xing sect's elder is very confident. There were many divine king realm experts among the crowd. Of course, they could tell that Xing San was going to refine a middle immortal grade pill. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. However, at this moment, the Guegu did not want to be outdone. As a sect that specialized in alchemy, the Killing Luo sect had always been one of the best in alchemy. Even the Wu workshop might not be weaker than the Killing Luo sect, especially when Wu Jingyun was impressed by his alchemy skills. This is the Thousand Ghost Devouring Cauldron of the Killing Luo sect leader? Wu Jingyun's expression was extremely solemn. Legend has it that the Thousand Ghost Devouring Cauldron was refined by countless ghosts and spirits. For 49 years, the Black Cauldron had devoured thousands of ghosts and spirits, suppressing all kinds of demons and monsters. Moreover, it could be used to refine pills. Although it was an evil item, the pills refined by the Thousand Ghost Devouring Cauldron were extremely pure. In the past, Wu Jingyun had a competition with the Killing Luo sect leader and both of them were on par with each other. However, the Thousand Ghost Devouring Cauldron had left a deep impression on him. The Killing Luo sect's old ghost actually passed the Thousand Ghost Devouring Cauldron to him. Looks like he's very talented. Wu Jingyun murmured. Looks like the other two are in danger. 9 Revolution returned to Elixir. It's up to you now. Guegu said faintly. The spiritual herbs in his hand were continuously thrown into the Thousand Ghost Devouring Cauldron. The fire that he was controlling was extremely cold. The blue and white flame was constantly jumping as if it could pierce through one's mind. Many people felt chills when they saw the flame. Such a strange flame. Xianxia frowned and looked at Guegu. The blue and white flame was not any weaker than his 5-elemental true fire. Moreover, it seemed to be extremely dangerous. Guegu raised his head and looked at Xianxia with an evil smile. Xianxia was shocked. This fellow was not simple indeed. 9 Hell Heaven Burning Fire. This is the treasure of the Killing Luo sect. Wu Jingyun said with a sigh. The 9 Nether Heaven Burning Fire was also a kind of heavenly fire, but it was mutated. Its fire was extremely cold, but it could burn everything in the world. The old ghost of Killing Luo sect relied on this Thousand Ghost Devouring Cauldron and the 9 Nether Heaven Burning Fire to dominate the Chilean boundary. 9 Revolution returned to Elixir. Looks like Guegu has completely inherited the old ghost's skills. Moreover, it seems like he has surpassed his master. This fella's control of fire is really powerful. Looks like it's going to be a fierce battle between Xing San and Guegu. Just as Wu Jingyun was sighing, Xianxia also used the Qilin Saint Fire. Because the heaven-seizing fortune pill needed to be concocted with a warm fire, using 5 types of true fire at the same time would not only not reach a perfect degree of refinement, but also might cause a loss of medicinal efficacy. Therefore, Xianxia only used the Qilin Saint Fire to refine the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Hoo! As soon as Xianxia used the Qilin Saint Fire, the crowd was in an uproar. No wonder Xianxia dared to be so domineering and wanted to compete with Guegu. He came prepared. The Qilin Saint Fire was much more powerful than the 9 Hell Heaven Burning Fire. The Qilin was the sovereign of all beasts. The Qilin Saint Fire could only be obtained by fusing with the true fire of the Qilin. It was extremely difficult. Xianxia's Qilin Saint Fire instantly suppressed Guegu and Xing San. The crowd exclaimed. Relying on external objects is just an unorthodox way. Xing San harumphed. Although he was shocked by Xianxia's Qilin Saint Fire, he was confident in his own alchemy skills. Instead, he looked at Xianxia's Qilin Saint Fire with jealousy. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant, he had something to rely on. The Qilin Saint fire should be the warmest fire for refining medicinal herbs. Not simple, not simple. Wu Jingyan looked at Jiang Chen. This time, the three of them had made him extremely solemn. This was no longer a competition between the younger generation. Even though he was the chief alchemist of Wu's workshop, he still felt a great pressure from them. Jiang Chen refined and extracted the 10,000 years old blood lingji, human-faced demon ginseng and other treasures in an orderly manner. 3 days passed by quietly. However, not a single one of the 100,000 spectators left. Instead, more and more people came. Everyone wanted to witness the prestige of a high-ranked alchemist. One should know that even the city lord's mansion would show great respect to an alchemist who could concoct immortal-grade pills, not to mention some of the big sections. Jiang Chen was only refining now. Once he succeeded, he would use the 5-elemental true fire and the myriad qi cauldron to refine the immortal-grade pills. At that time, those people would be dumbfounded. Many sects were watching to see who this Jiang Chen was. Even if he wasn't a peerless expert like Gue Gu who was famous throughout the Qilian boundary, he must be extraordinary. If they could recruit him into their sect, it would definitely be a shocking thing. On the evening of the 3rd day, the setting sun was like blood. Suddenly, a thundercloud slowly condensed in the sky. Is this the pill lightning? It's indeed an immortal-grade pill. The alchemist elder of Heavenly Xing sect is extraordinary. He's the first one to succeed. Someone said in surprise. Yeah, it's finally time to reveal it. Xingxian's eyes were calm as he stared at the silver cauldron in his hand. He was methodical and not flashy. However, he was experienced. Wu Jingyun was moved by this. He's a true alchemist grandmaster. He shouldn't be underestimated. The pill is done. Xingxian shouted. The thundercloud in the sky became more and more intense. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the thundercloud. As long as the pill went through the baptism of the pill lightning, it would definitely be a success. This scene caused many people's breathing to turn heavy. However, to Xingxian, it was nothing at all. After all, he had refined more than 1 or 2 immortal-grade pills. Xingfeng's eyes became more and more prideful. This time, Heavenly Xing sect would definitely make the people of the Qilian boundary look at them in a different light. Although the battle royale of the 9 boundaries had yet to take place, it was extremely important to make a name for Heavenly Xing sect. Fuse. Xingxian clasped his hands together and the alchemy furnace in his hands shone brightly. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Many people didn't dare to look at it as they were afraid that the alchemy furnace would turn into ashes. If that was the case, it would be a pity. Xingxian was calm and composed as he defended against the pill lightning with both of his hands. At this moment, the embryonic pill turned sparkling and translucent. After the baptism of the pill lightning, the embryonic pill had transformed into a true immortal-grade pill. Xingxian heaved a sigh of relief. More than 100,000 people gathered around him. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Xingxian smiled confidently. He slowly opened his palm and said in a loud voice, "This pill is called the Overlord pill. It can increase one's cultivation level in a short period of time without any side effects. It can be used by anyone below the hierarch realm. Old Master Wu, please have a look." Wu Jingyan's expression was solemn. She carefully observed Xingxian's Overlord elixir and nodded silently. It's indeed an ultimate immortal-grade pill, the Overlord pill. This pill is quite full, it's called a 60% Overlord pill. Even if I were to refine it, I would only be able to reach 70%. Although the Overlord pill is not a true supreme grade pill, it's quite famous among the middle immortal grade pills. An Overlord pill could save a life at a critical moment. Wu Jingyun praised from the bottom of her heart. A 60% Overlord pill was extremely powerful. Countless people cheered for Xingxian and even gave him a thumbs up. To be able to concoct a middle immortal grade pill, he was worthy of Wu Jingyun's respect. Thank you for your appraisal, Old Master Wu. Xingxian smiled elegantly. He was confident that these 2 juniors would never be able to refine a better pill than him. Look, there's a pill lightning gathering above Gue Gu's head. At this moment, they looked at Gue Gu again. As expected, a grey pill lightning was hovering above Gue Gu's head. The pill lightning was rumbling, but Guegu did not move at all. He was staring at the embryonic pill in the 1,000-spirit devourer cauldron. 60% overlord pill? Humph, how dare you show off in front of me with this? Guegu sneered. Once the pill lightning falls, I will let you know who's the real alchemist master. Guegu looked up and saw the grey pill lightning falling down. Although the pill lightning was powerful, it was not the heavenly lightning. However, the more difficult the pill was to refine, the more powerful the pill lightning would be. Obviously, the pill lightning above Guegu's head was much more terrifying than ordinary pill lightning. What can a mere pill lightning do to me? Guegu murmured. The pill lightning had dispersed, it could not hurt him at all. The 9 transformation elixir was quietly lying on his hand like a newborn baby. The terrifying energy made many people hold their breath and take a deep breath. 9 transformation elixir. It can increase the success rate of one's breakthrough. Anyone below the hierarch realm can take it. It can greatly increase the success rate of breakthrough. Guegu said faintly. Everyone took a deep breath. Although the 9 transformation elixir was not as direct as Xianxia's pill, everyone could see that the value of the 9 transformation elixir was not low. One should know that a heavenly god realm expert's breakthrough to the divine king realm was enough to stop countless people from advancing. The 9 transformation elixir was completely useful for those below the hierarch realm. This meant that the 9 transformation elixir was a true upper-grade panacea. Xingxian and Xingfeng looked at each other and stared at Guegu silently. This fellow was quite capable. Such a pill could not bring you any benefits directly, but it could give you a lot of benefits. This pill is perfect. It's a complete 70% pill. Plus, the effect of the 9 transformation elixir is much stronger than the overlord pill. I think everyone can feel it. Wu Jingyan looked solemn. Although she did not speak much, everyone could see that Wu Jingyan's evaluation of the 9 transformation elixir was quite high. This Guegu's pill concoction technique was almost on par with hers. He's too powerful. This Guegu is not only talented in pill concoction, he's also one of the top 3 young experts in the Chilean boundary, just like Eastern Emperor Tai and Xianxia. Guegu is my idol. Let's not talk about his strength. His alchemy skill alone is enough to make him invincible in the 27 regions of Lone Dragon County. Those who want to get him will definitely go after him like a flock of ducks. Even old man Wu is not picky about it. It's perfect. Guegu will definitely win this bet. You don't say. Isn't there another fella? Ha ha ha. Don't joke around. Is this fella here to make up the numbers? Countless people sneered at him. Jiangchen's Qilin Saint Fire did amaze everyone. However, it seemed like he had fallen into silence and did not do anything now. Xingxian shook his head and sighed. Xingxian did not lose unjustly. Moreover, he had gained the support of many people. After all, as a disciple of a great sect, he should be more dignified than those uncivilized people. Thanks for letting me win. Guegu said faintly. Although he seemed to be returning the courtesy, in fact, his arrogance and disdain had made Xingxian extremely uncomfortable. He was defeated by a junior, it was really shameful. What bad luck. Xingfeng harumphed coldly. At this moment, he also wanted to see what Jiangchen was up to. How could he not master it after such a long time? Could it be some kind of earth-shattering joke? Guegu's pride was inseparable from his strength. He was powerful, so he had the right to be arrogant. If he did not have the strength to be arrogant, then it would be shameful. Jiangchen looked calm and smiled. He was not in a hurry at all. There was a saying that good food was not afraid of being late. At this moment, Jiangchen was ready to refine the pellet. 5 elements true fire, rise. Jiangchen shouted. The fire of sun, Qilin Saint Fire, true dragon fire, vermilion bird divine fire and true thunder fire were all released by Jiangchen. The 10-li radius of the alchemy platform on the small mountain became incomparably hot. Those who were impatient just a moment ago also revealed a shocked expression. These are the 5 elements true fire? Wu Jingyan sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention those onlookers, even he had never seen so many true fires. Refining an elixir with 5 types of true fires at the same time was a terrifying thing. The impurities within had been refined by the true fires over and over again, and had been tempered thousands of times, had already reached the point of perfection. Myriad Qi Cauldron, it's all up to you now. Xianxia held the Myriad Qi Cauldron in his hand. At that moment, Wu Jingyun, Guigu, and Xingsan's pupils shrank and their eyes fell on Xianxin's Myriad Qi Cauldron. Treasure, it's definitely a treasure. Wu Jingyun thought in her heart. Whether it was the 5 types of true fire or the cauldron of heaven and earth, they were all incomparably shocking. This guy was really frightening. The same went for Guigu. He did not expect Xianxia to have such a powerful technique. Guigu was completely shocked as he was eyeing the heaven and earth treasured cauldron. Oh my god, is this real? 5 types of true flames? He actually relied on his own strength to control 5 types of true fire? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Someone said with a hoarse voice, his face pale. At this moment, he couldn't bring himself to ridicule Xianxia anymore. This is too frightening. 5 types of true flames. Just how much ability does one need to be able to control these 5 types of true flames? Unbelievable. What did 5 types of true flames signify? It signified a prairie fire. Everyone had no choice but to re-evaluate Xianxia. This seemingly unremarkable person actually possessed such a powerful technique. Xianxia raised his head. His pill lightning was colorful and incomparably resplendent. This pill lightning seems to be different. Xianxia murmured. At this moment, the embryonic pill in his hand had started to gather. It's the 5-colored pill lightning. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Jingyun's expression changed completely when she saw the pill lightning above Xianxia's head. At the same time, those who knew the reason behind it also changed their expression. Including Xingsan and Guigu. Elder Xingsan, what is the 5-colored pill lightning? Xingfeng asked in confusion. He slightly frowned as he felt an ominous premonition. Legend. I've only heard of it before. A divine-grade pill can turn into a living being. Only a divine-grade pill can possess the baptism of the 5-colored pill lightning. The 5-colored pill lightning is not weaker than the heavenly lightning. It's equivalent to the baptism of the heavenly lightning. The 5-colored pill lightning means a divine-grade pill. Impossible. I don't believe it. Xingsan murmured, his face was filled with astonishment. Divine-grade pill, I don't believe it. Guigu stared at Xianxia and the 5-colored pill lightning above his head. It was the symbol of a divine-grade pill. Xianxia also felt the 5-colored pill lightning above his head. It was much more terrifying than the other's pill lightning. However, only he knew how terrifying the heaven-seizing fortune pill was. This heaven-seizing fortune pill is so terrifying. Looks like I've underestimated it. Xianxia frowned. The heaven-seizing fortune pill was formed by the 5 elemental true fire and the myriad qi. It completely made up for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart's deficiency. Moreover, the terrifying pill essence made Xianxia extremely solemn. This heaven-seizing fortune pill was between the middle immortal grade and high immortal grade pill. It was said to be a middle immortal grade pill because the effect of the heaven-seizing fortune pill would be greatly reduced for those above the divine king realm. Of course, this was just Xianxia's initial thought. However, the moment the heaven-seizing fortune pill was formed, Xianxia could feel its terrifying pill essence. In terms of grade, it had completely reached the standard of a high immortal grade pill. It was even many times stronger than an ordinary high immortal grade pill. The pill's grade has been raised to a high immortal grade pill by me? Even Xianxia didn't expect this. The reason why he was slower than the others was because he was too greedy. He squeezed out all the medicinal effects from the pill and concocted 3 heaven-seizing fortune pills. He didn't concoct one, he concocted 3 high immortal grade pills at the same time. Xianxia was unprecedented. Even those who had the confidence to concoct a divine grade pill might not dare to concoct 3 pills at once. This was not an ordinary pill, it required one's heart and mind to concoct it casually. It was extremely taxing on one's mind and spirit. It was already extremely difficult to concoct a single pill. To concoct 3 pills at the same time, the refinement of the ingredients must be near perfect. The reason why Xianxia took the risk to refine 3 pills was because he wanted to give one to his father and one to Yu. As for the last one, he wanted to see how it would turn out. However, even though Xianxia was constantly recovering with the myriad qi, his mind and spirit were greatly consumed. Not to mention his divine origin power. Currently, he was almost using all his strength to refine the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Xianxia's ambition did not stop there. He also wanted to see how difficult it was to refine 3 high immortal grade pills at the same time. Xianxia did not dare to say that he could refine a divine grade pill. However, he had some confidence in refining a high immortal grade pill. It's up to you. 3 high immortal grade pills are really difficult. Everyone's eyes turned ugly and their faces were filled with shock. Xianxia was drowned in the 5-colored pill lightning in an instant. The earth-shattering might of the pill lightning made them dumbfounded. Even Guegu, Xianxia, and the others stared at the terrifying 5-colored pill lightning in silence. The aura was monstrous and it was comparable to the heavenly lightning. This kind of pill lightning was not something that ordinary people could withstand. This fella, could he have been devoured by the pill lightning? Such a terrifying pill lightning. Even a mid-divine king might not be able to escape unscathed. It's over, it's over. Looks like this guy is going to die for sure. It's not worth it to sacrifice his life for the sake of alchemy. Going for wool and coming home shorn. I've always disliked him. This fella doesn't know what's important. Old man Wu had already given him a chance to live, but he still wants to compete with Guegu. When Guegu was famous in the Chilean region, he was still drinking milk. Some exclaimed, some sighed, and some felt sorry for Xianxia. However, it had already happened and nobody could do anything about it. When the 5-colored pill lightning struck, even Xianxia, who was a mid-divine king, felt his heart skipping a beat. It's too terrifying. The 5-colored pill lightning was completely different from the pill lightning produced by their immortal grade pill. Could it really be a divine grade pill? Guegu stared at the 5-colored pill lightning coldly. He was still unwilling to believe it. Xianxia's life and death had become the focus of everyone's attention. From the looks of it, it is most likely a divine tier medicinal pill. Even though I have never seen a divine tier medicinal pill appear in this world, this 5-colored pill lightning is indeed the sign of a divine tier medicinal pill appearing in this world. Wu Jingyun watched silently. More than 100,000 people were looking forward to Xianxia's death. No matter what, this reckless guy would definitely become the laughingstock of the North City of Spirit Jade City. He had shot himself in the foot. He could have left safely, but he insisted on competing with others. In the end, he would be annihilated in the explosion of the 5-colored heavenly lightning. This is fate, ha ha ha, kid, this is your fortune. Xingfeng sneered. Although he had lost to Guegu, he could only blame himself if Guegu faked his death in the 5-color pill lightning. The medicinal pill is not bad. Unfortunately, he is unable to control such a powerful pill lightning. Death is already right in front of him. Haha. Xianxia said disdainfully. After all, Xianxia had cheated him of a broken bone Juan grass. It was a treasure that was comparable to a middle immortal grade pill. Such a treasure was priceless. However, he did it to win against Xianxia and Guegu. At this moment, Xianxia was calm and composed in the midst of the 5-colored pill lightning. The deterrence of the pill lightning was not enough to cause any pressure to him. His body could withstand the heavenly lightning, let alone the 5-colored pill lightning. Even though the pill lightning was terrifying, Xianxia's body was even more terrifying. Lightning snakes covered Xianxia's body. His body was also filled with lightning. The 5-colored pill lightning formed a series of radiance, shining brightly on the alchemy platform on Little Lone Mountain, extremely dazzling. After the radiance, dust rose. The entire mountain became quiet. At this moment, Xianxia was the focus of everyone's attention. Because everyone was waiting to see Xianxia fall and turn into ashes. From the looks of it, it's hopeless. The 5-colored pill lightning will probably blast him until not even his bones are left. Who else can be blamed for this? Isn't it his own fault? He could have left safely, why did he have to act tough? It's hard to predict. Although this guy might not be a peerless expert, it's not easy for him to achieve the prestige of a divine king with his cultivation. It's a pity. A pitiful person must have something hateful about him. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked him to think so highly of himself? This is retribution. In this world, there were always people who wanted to watch a good show. Especially those who had nothing to do with them. Regardless of whether Xianxia was dead or alive, he would become their topic in the future. The 5-colored pill lightning finally dispersed. 2 out of the 3 heaven-seizing fortune pills in Xianxia's hand were hidden. Otherwise, if people knew that he had concocted 3 high immortal-grade pills at the same time, the whole Chilean boundary would be shocked and the Lingju city would be in an uproar. Xianxia looked at the high immortal-grade pill in his hand and shook his head slightly. He sighed as if he was not satisfied. However, concocting 3 high immortal-grade pills at the same time was a huge burden to him. The heaven-seizing fortune pill was completed. The pill's fragrance spread in a 10-li radius. The sound of thunder gradually died down, and the dust settled. A strong and healthy figure stood calmly on the alchemy platform. His aura was vigorous, and he was as still as a mountain. Xianxia held the pill in his hand, full of metal. Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that Xianxia could withstand such a terrifying 5-colored pill lightning. That was comparable to the heavenly lightning. Moreover, Xianxia was untainted by the dust and stood proudly in the world. This is simply unbelievable. Wu Jingyun murmured, her expression was solemn. Guigu, Xingfeng and the others had the same expression. Xianxia's appearance was a great shock to them. The 5-colored pill lightning that was comparable to the heavenly lightning could only be formed by a divine-grade pill. However, the terrifying pill lightning did not harm Xianxia at all. Who wouldn't be shocked? This fella is really something. Xingxian said in a low voice, his expression was solemn. Xianxia could walk leisurely in the 5-colored pill lightning, it was enough to prove his capability. Although concocting pills was different from cultivating, both of them were similar. Without the support of strength, even if Xianxia could concoct a divine-grade pill, what could he do? If he couldn't even withstand the pill lightning, he would definitely die. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Finally, I have concocted a low-quality pill. I hope you won't laugh at me. Xianxia said with a smile. His body flashed and appeared in front of Wu Jingyun. The latter nodded her head heavily and looked at Xianxia with a gratified expression. A high-grade immortal-grade pill. To be able to attract the 5-colored pill lightning. I would like to see what kind of pill you have concocted. Wu Jingyun smiled indifferently. Xianxia turned his palm. Wu Jingyun's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Xianxia in disbelief. The terrifying and dense pill chi was already shocking. 9 pill marks were enough to prove that this pill was a 90% pill. Even if Xianxia had concocted a middle-grade immortal-grade pill, he would definitely be able to win. Unless he had concocted a low-grade immortal-grade pill, Xianxia would definitely win this gamble. However, when Wu Jingyun looked at it, her expression changed again. A high-grade immortal-grade pill. This. High-grade immortal-grade pill. A 90% pill. Lad, I must be blind. May I know what kind of pill it is? It has such a terrifying pill chi. Wu Jingyun was also shocked. Guigu and Xingxian were also shocked. Although they did not believe it, they still had the ability to see it. How could they not see that the pill in Xianxia's hand was a high-grade immortal-grade pill? Moreover, there were 9 pill inscriptions all over the place. A 90% ranked pill had deeply shocked them. Heaven-seizing fortune pill. As the name suggests, it's to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth, cleanse one's body, break through the shackles and become a god. Xianxia said faintly. What? It's the heaven-seizing fortune pill? Rumor has it that the heaven-seizing fortune pill is extremely terrifying. Even a divine king would be able to increase his cultivation realm by 1 level. Every sip, every breath, it's able to help you complete your cultivation without any pressure. It's like an unpolished jade that can merge with the heavens and earth. Wu Jingyun said in a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with excitement when he saw the heaven-seizing fortune pill. He was currently at the peak of divine king realm, but it had been a few thousand years since he made any progress. It's almost impossible for him to reach the venerable realm without any great fortune. However, this heaven-seizing fortune pill could help him complete his transformation instantly and enter the half-step hierarch realm. It's not surprising that even the chief alchemist of Wu's workshop was so shocked by the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Because even Wu Jingyun couldn't concoct such a terrifying pill. He had successfully concocted a high immortal grade pill before, but he was still unable to break through the 50% mark. However, Jiangchen managed to raise it to 90% mark. If he knew that Jiangchen was still not satisfied with this, he would definitely be able to concoct a 100% mark pill if he had the scarlet-clad ancient vine heart. What would he think? Guigu and Xingxian were also speechless. Because Jiangchen's heaven-seizing fortune pill was incomparable to their pills. Be it the grade or the effect of the pill, it was incomparable. Jiangchen's heaven-seizing fortune pill was better than the two of them. It's perfect. I lost. Guigu said in a low voice. He had never thought that there would be someone in the younger generation who could defeat him. However, Jiangchen came out of nowhere and he was really annoying. Although he was just an early divine king, his skill in concocting pills was unparalleled. Even the sect lord could not concoct such a terrifying pill. High-grade immortal pill might be a little difficult for the sect lord, but he could still refine it. However, it was almost impossible to surpass the 50% mark. Guigu took a deep breath. He did not only surpass himself, but also the sect lord of Killing Luo sect. It's a fair loss. He. This person's alchemy skills are not any weaker than Wu Jingyun's. Xingxian said with a bitter smile. Xingfeng's eyes were burning with passion. Not only him, Guigu, Xingxian and even Wu Jingyun were staring at the heaven-seizing fortune pill in Jiangchen's hand. Only divine kings and above knew how powerful the pill was. There were some divine king realm experts who were watching the battle. They were worried about the heaven-seizing fortune pill in Jiangchen's hand. Some of them even had evil thoughts about it. This was because Jiangchen's pill had startled too many people. Many god kings were already itching to try it out. If it were not for Wu Jingyun's grandfather, many of them would have probably fought each other. Jiangchen was just an early divine king. A gentleman's crime would be aroused by his wealth. He was bound to become the focus of everyone's attention. However, this focus had probably become the target of everyone. Little friend's skill in refining pills is extremely profound. This time, even Guigu of the Killing Luo sect and Elder Xingxian of the Heavenly Xing sect are slightly weaker than you. Wu Jingyun said. He had given them some respect. It was not just slightly weaker than them. With Jiangchen's achievement, he would definitely be respected by everyone in the city lord's mansion and the entire county. Countless forces would definitely fight for him. To be able to refine a high immortal grade pill of such a high grade, even he felt inferior. The formula of the eliminating doom pill and the bone-splitting yuan grass were given to Jiangchen. Thank you, old Wu. Jiangchen took the formula and the bone-splitting yuan grass and clasped his hands together. No need to be so polite. There's no seniority in learning. Little friend, even I don't have the right to be arrogant in front of you. Wu Jingyun said seriously. Although he was stronger than Jiangchen, he did not dare to say that he could refine a high immortal grade pill with 90% effectiveness. I have a request. I wonder if you are willing to sell the heaven-seizing fortune pill in your hand to me. No matter what request you have, I, Wu Jingyun, will not hesitate. Wu Jingyun took a deep breath and looked at Jiangchen with a burning gaze. Jiangchen shook his head. I'm sorry, old Wu. This pill is very useful to me. I can't give it up. I hope you can forgive me. You're right. It's hard to find such a pill. Little friend, please don't take it lightly. Don't you know that treasuring a treasure is a crime? A gentleman does not take what others love. I'm sorry for being rude. Wu Jingyun also sighed, expressing her deep regret. Thank you, old Wu, for your understanding and warning. Jiangchen nodded silently. Although this Wu Jingyun also desired the heaven-seizing fortune pill, she didn't lose the demeanor of an elder, which was admirable. Wu Jingyun turned around and disappeared into the void. But at this moment, countless people had their eyes on Jiangchen with the heaven-seizing fortune pill. I have to say that your pill refining skills are one of a kind. You win. But it won't be easy for you to leave this place. Guegu said faintly. I'm willing to buy your pill. Otherwise, you won't be able to bring it out of this small mountain. Xianxia sneered. This Guegu was also interested in his pills. However, he was so direct and forced to sell it to him. You can choose not to accept it. But you won't have the chance to sell it after me. Do you think that there won't be hundreds or thousands of people eyeing your heaven-seizing fortune pill? In your hands, this level of elixir is merely warming up your hands. How long can it last? I'm buying it. But they're robbing it. Guegu's words were true. Xianxia could even feel the covetous gazes on him. It was unbearable. Countless Divine King experts had their eyes on him. As long as he took half a step out of the small mountain, there would definitely be a fierce battle in Lingju City. I can't. Your words do make sense, but I, Xianxia, am a stubborn person. I won't let them go even if they want to. So what if those fellows are eyeing me? Don't even think about taking it away from me, Xianxia. Xianxia said calmly. How childish. Who knows how many naive and laughable pills have been eaten by you? Do you think you can show disdain for all heroes? Or do you think that you're the best? I'm trying to save you, but you're making a mistake. Your words are beautiful, but why do you have to make it sound so open and aboveboard? How childish. Xianxia retorted. Guegu's face turned cold. Do you think that you're the best in Lingju City just because you've won me in alchemy? It's as easy as taking something out of my pocket to kill you. Guegu shook his head and laughed at himself. Brother, if you join my heavenly Xing sect, I'll make sure that you're safe. What do you think? Although Xing Feng was eyeing the heaven-seizing fortune pill in Xianxia's hand, Xianxia's strength was much more terrifying. If such an alchemist joined the heavenly Xing sect, the sect's strength would definitely rise to a higher level. Thanks for the offer. But I'm not interested. A wise man submits to circumstances. It seems like you don't know the meaning of this sentence. Are you really going to push yourself into a dead end? Xingxian said with a sneer. You're really good at alchemy. However, do you think you'll die if you walk out of the mountain while being surrounded by so many divine kings? Xing Feng squinted his eyes. If Xianxia could join them, it would be the best result. This guy is in a dilemma. I wonder how many people are eager to try. Once he walks out of the mountain, he'll definitely become the target of everyone. Sigh. An early divine king is so capable to concoct such a terrifying pill. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing. This guy is unlucky. Hee. But now, let's see if he can get through the Killing Luo sect and the Heavenly Xing sect. Everyone was worried about Xianxia's safety. However, they were not concerned about him. They were curious about who could get out of the encirclement and fight against Xianxia. What they really cared about was who would get the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Xianxia looked calm. He did not put Guegu and Xing Feng in his eyes at all. He was arrogant. Of course, he would be laughed at by everyone. They thought that Xianxia was making a mistake. If this continued, he would suffer a double loss. The heaven-seizing fortune pill had become the target of everyone. Could he really leave safely? Among those people, there were some desperados. Some of them were about to die. If they could get the heaven-seizing fortune pill, it would be worth it to risk their lives. I'll wait for you outside the mountain. Xing Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Xianxia. His meaning was clear. The battle would start once they get out of the mountain. Guegu turned around and left. Hundreds of Divine King Realm experts were waiting for an opportunity. They did not dare to act recklessly in the mountain of Wu's workshop. However, once they leave, Xianxia would definitely become the target of everyone. Xianxia's expression was calm as he walked out of Little Lone Mountain. Countless people in Wu's workshop were staring at him, waiting for an opportunity. Guegu and Xing Feng stood in front and behind of Xianxia. They're really impatient. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. These two guys were not easy to deal with. Even Xianxia could not say that he could defeat them. One was a peerless genius of the Heavenly Xing sect, the leader of the Qi-Tian boundary. The other was one of the three experts of the Qi-Lian boundary, who was on par with Dong Huang Tai, Xian and Shinji. You asked for it. Xingfeng said with a smile. His aura was released, it was extremely terrifying. His aura was like a sword, pointing at Jiang Chen. Who dares to touch the people of my Eastern Emperor sect? A low and deafening roar was heard. The experts from all directions were shocked. 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew 2 of them. One was Donghuang Taiji and the other was Murong Yuner. As for the last one, he was wearing green clothes, standing in front of them. His aura was extremely terrifying. Compared to Guegu and Xingfeng, his aura was fluctuating. The surrounding people were shocked. Luckily, Jiang Chen, you're still alive. Donghuang Taiji said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with excitement because Jiang Chen had saved his and Murong Yuner's lives. Moreover, Jiang Chen was from the Eastern Emperor sect. Donghuang Taiji thought that Jiang Chen would definitely die. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen managed to escape from the Thunder Rush Sea? It was a great surprise for Donghuang Taiji and the Eastern Emperor sect. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the green-clothed man. Their gazes met and a terrifying battle intent burst out. However, the green-clothed man obviously would not make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Because their purpose for coming here was to protect Jiang Chen. Donghuang Taie. It's Donghuang Taie. To think that the Eastern Emperor sect is involved. The Eastern Emperor sect is an existence that is comparable to the Killing Luo sect. This time even the Phantom Valley will be in trouble. Guegu stared at Donghuang Taie silently and smiled, that's right. To think that the Eastern Emperor sect is also involved. But are you sure that this fella is from your Eastern Emperor sect? Am I? Do I need you to teach me? Donghuang Taie smiled faintly. His killing intent soared to the sky. Who would dare to take a step closer at this moment? So what if he's from the Eastern Emperor sect? I heard that Donghuang Taie is one of the strongest young experts in the Chilean region. But I'm curious, between you and Guegu, who's stronger? Xingfeng crossed his arms in front of his chest as if he did not care. If you want to fight, I, Donghuang Taie, will accompany you. Such arrogance. Guegu, why don't you join hands with me and test brother Donghuang's strength? Guegu's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, he did not want to fight anymore. Since Jiang Chen was from the Eastern Emperor sect, it's not worth it to fight in the Lingju city before the battle royale of the 9 counties. However, even if he couldn't kill him, it's fine to test this fella's strength. Guegu knew that Xingfeng and Donghuang Taie would definitely be his greatest opponents. It's better to test their strength, there's no harm in it. That's what I was thinking. As soon as Guegu finished his words, Donghuang Taie stood still. The 3 of them unleashed their aura. 3 mid-Divine King Realm experts had such a terrifying aura. Even a late Divine King Realm expert would not be able to match up to them. Those spectators who wanted to reap the benefits from the fight started to retreat. Because the 3 of them were too strong. Lingju City is a restricted area. I'm afraid that the 3 of you should not fight anymore. Mr. Jiang Chen is the esteemed guest of the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord has ordered me to look for him, please be our guest. A lightning-like figure flew towards them. Zixi eyes were as cold as ice and he said faintly. It's the young City Lord. Oh my god. This fella has such a powerful background? I thought that the Eastern Emperor sect was powerful enough and it's impossible for us to do anything to him. To think that the young City Lord has come. Luckily, we did not act rashly. A guest of the City Lord's mansion. Did the City Lord know that this fella has concocted a high immortal grade pill? This fella is unfathomable. The appearance of the young City Lord, Zixi made Guegu and Xingfeng frown. However, they could not fight against a late Divine King Realm expert. Moreover, this person was here to protect Jiang Chen. A guest of the City Lord's mansion and the young City Lord had personally invited him. Even their sect lord might not be able to get such an honor. Guegu and Xingfeng knew that they might not stand a chance this time. However, the battle royale of the 9 boundaries would start in a few days' time and they would have to fight each other then. Since he's the City Lord's distinguished guest, who would dare to make things difficult for Mr. Jiang Chen? It's all a misunderstanding. Xingfeng smiled. He was just a heavenly Xing sect from the Qitian boundary, even if he had the Qi Tian boundary as his backing, he was nothing in the eyes of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. A wise man submits to circumstances. Xing Feng vividly demonstrated this saying. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Donghuang sect, we will meet again. Guigu turned and left, not wanting to stay any longer. Thank you. Jiangchen looked at Zishi and the latter heaved a sigh of relief. You're still alive, that's our greatest reward. Zishi said with a smile. This is senior brother Donghuang Taie, Morong Yeno looked at Jiangchen said. Jiangchen thanks senior brother. Jiangchen was not a stubborn person. Although both of them showed off their abilities, there was no enmity between them and they were both from the Eastern Emperor sect. Not bad, I hope you won't disappoint me in this battle royale of the Nine Boundaries. Donghuang Taie turned around and left. That's how he is, there's only cultivation in his eyes. However, when he heard that you, a disciple of the Donghuang sect, were in trouble, he did not hesitate to come. He wouldn't be Donghuang Taie if he wasn't arrogant. Donghuang Taiji said. I'll accept his kindness. Jiangchen said with a smile. Jiangchen knew what Zishi meant, it was the city lord's intention. Jiangchen was in awe that the city lord thought so highly of Jiangchen. Needless to say, the city lord wanted to rope him in. Previously, Jiangchen had solved the problem of the broken formation and restored the Spirit Jade City's teleportation formation. Moreover, he was able to concoct such a terrifying immortal-grade pill. How could he not be tempted? Zishi must have told everything about the battle at the Thunder Rush Sea to Ziqing Tian. In this way, Ziqing Tian would definitely pay more attention to Jiangchen. That battle was truly earth-shattering. Even a hierarch realm expert appeared. However, at the crucial moment, Jiangchen was dumbfounded. The hierarch realm expert actually died. It was too shocking, and Jiangchen could still remember it vividly even now. Jiangchen had never been arrogant. But at this moment, as the city lord of Spirit Jade City, the Chilean Boundaries realm lord, and the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, Ziqing Tian would definitely show goodwill to him. Others might not know, but Ziqing Tian knew very well how dangerous the Battle of the Thunder Rush Sea was. Even though Zishi had experienced it himself, he did not want to experience it a second time. Those who had ill intentions towards Jiangchen had already left. It would not take long for Jiangchen's name to spread across the northern city. After greeting Zishi, Jiangchen left with Donghuang Taiji. After all, he was now a member of the Eastern Emperor sect. Brother Jiang, we'll meet again. Let's meet again at the Battle Royale of the Nine Boundaries. The appearance of the young city lord, Zishi, was a reminder to those who had ill intentions towards Jiangchen. How could anyone touch a guest of the city lord's mansion? Didn't Guigu and Xingfeng leave with their tails between their legs? Moreover, Jiangchen had the Eastern Emperor sect as his backing. Anyone who dared to attack Jiangchen at this moment would be an idiot. Even if he did attack Jiangchen, he would have already realized how terrifying death was. The city lord would never allow him to leave Lingju City. I thought that you're really dead, never thought that. Sigh, life is unpredictable. But with you around, our Eastern Emperor sect will definitely have a good result. This time, my master, Donghuang Shuiqing, will be the one to lead us. He will be very happy to see you. Donghuang Taiji said with a smile. Jiangchen had helped him to break through the barrier and enter the Divine King realm. To the serious Donghuang Taiji, other than Morong Yun'er, only Jiangchen could make him smile. Donghuang Taie, you're pretty strong. Jiangchen said with a smile. He has such a bad temper. In his eyes, there is only cultivation. Even my master is not worthy of his attention. In the entire Donghuang sect, he will only show some respect to the sect leader. He will not show any respect to any of the elders. But this fella does have the right to be proud. He, one of the three great kings of the Chilean boundary, it's not a groundless rumor. Only Guigu and Xianxia from the Heavenly Profound sect could compete with him. But it seems like that fella from the Heavenly Xing sect is not someone easy to deal with. Looks like there are many experts in this battle royale of the Nine Boundaries. It's going to be a battle of life and death, a fierce battle. Donghuang Taiji said with a solemn expression. The battle had yet to start but it was already filled with smoke. Your strength has also reached the Divine King realm. Looks like Dong Huang Taya might not be your match now. Morong Yener said with a smile. You've overestimated me. How strong can an early divine king be? Jiangchen shrugged and said. Dong Huang Taiji might have laughed it off if it was someone else who said it. But Jiangchen was so calm, even when facing Gui Gu of the Killing Luo sect and Xing Feng of the Heavenly Xing sect. He did not believe that Jiangchen could be compared to an ordinary early divine king realm expert. Before becoming a divine king realm expert, he was already invincible, stepping on the icy divine dragon palace and became the only one who walked out of the Thunder Rush Sea. I thought you've already died in the Thunder Rush Sea. So Yuner became the third person. Now that you're back, Yuner can withdraw from the competition. Dong Huang Taiji said. Yuner, am I right? Morong Yuner forced a smile and nodded her head. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. How could Jiangchen not see through Dong Huang Taiji's thoughts? He did not want Morong Yuner to participate, as this was not a game but a real battle of life and death. Even if you die there, no one would feel sorry for you. Tongxian Mansion was the dream of countless people. However, before entering the Tongxian Mansion, the battle of life and death was not something that ordinary people could go through. However, Morong Yuner and Dong Huang Taiji were in love. She could not let her beloved man go alone. I'll go look for Zixi. The city lord's mansion should give me face. As their guest, I'll participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties as a disciple of Linhe Boundary. It's not against my original intention. Jiangchen smiled and said jokingly. But sometimes, keeping people at a distance is not love. Being with you, even hell is better than heaven. I feel at ease with you around. Jiangchen smiled and sent a telepathic message to Dong Huang Taiji. The latter was slightly stunned and nodded silently. Morong Yener looked at Jiangchen gratefully. Tears welled up in her eyes, but they did not flow down. Oh yeah, I heard that there was a huge commotion in Linhe Boundary. 3 half-step hierarch experts appeared. They are the supreme elders of Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect. My friend heard that it was a huge commotion. However, he did not mention his name. He said that he was a nobody and caused a huge commotion in Linhe Boundary. I don't think any sect will be able to enter the battle royale of the 9 counties this time. Dong Huang Taiji looked at Jiangchen with a puzzled expression. That's me. Jiangchen said. Where are the 3 half-step hierarch supreme elders? Dong Huang Taiji looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. Dead. Jiangchen said casually. Although it was just a simple sentence, Jiangchen knew that it was dangerous. He did not ask further. However, the name Jiangchen was a synonym for abnormal in his heart. This time, even though Dong Huang Taie, Xianxia, Gui Gu and the others had come out of seclusion, Dong Huang Taiji still had high hopes for Jiangchen. His combat strength could never be measured by common sense. The battle royale of the 9 counties was imminent. Jiangchen went to the city lord mansion to look for Zixi. After Zixi reported to Ziqing Tian, there was no doubt about it. Ziqing Tian could not control who could enter Tongxian Mansion, but he could still decide who could participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties. Moreover, the battle in Linhe Boundary had given Ziqing Tian a headache. However, he did not expect that Jiangchen managed to suppress the battle by himself. Jiangchen's terrifying strength had annihilated all the super sects in the boundary. No one dared to go against him. Not everyone could achieve such strength. Even Ziqing Tian was curious about how terrifying Jiangchen was. The battle royale of the 9 counties would definitely be an eye-opener for everyone. Thank you, Brother Z. Please thank the city lord on my behalf. Jiangchen said. Father would like to invite you to the back hall. However, he is currently receiving the envoy from Tongxian Mansion. Is the city lord looking for me? Jiangchen made up his mind. It should be because he had concocted a high immortal grade pill. That's why the city lord came looking for him. Back when he was auctioning the pill in the 1000 City Auction House, the city lord already had an idea about him. He wanted Jiangchen to cure the nether cold poison, but he wasn't in a hurry. Plus, Jiangchen was helpless at that time. Now, he could give it a try. In the city lord mansion, there was an old man with a white beard. He was wearing a luxurious robe and his aura was not weaker than Xianxia's. Divine Messenger, how have you been? Hee, 10,000 years have passed but you still look the same. Xianxia smiled and looked at the white-bearded old man. Reverend Z, there are only 20 people who can enter Tongxian Mansion in the Battle Royale of the 9 counties. The Divine Messenger said with a smile. The Battle Royale of the 9 counties is imminent. Thank you, Divine Messenger. Xianxia said. It's all right. Tongxian Mansion is a great university in the northern cold divine region. Not everyone can enter it. It's normal to be strict. Furthermore, there is a great bright Lord's relic as a reward for the champion of the 9 realms. The Profound Connection Divine Envoy said proudly. As the envoy of the Profound Connection Divine Palace, his strength was unquestionable. Although he might not be as strong as the Reverend of the 9 boundaries, he should not be underestimated as his position was not weak at all. As a divine envoy of the Profound Connection Divine Palace, he was respected by everyone who would dare to disrespect him. Every Profound Connection Divine Envoy had the strength of a hierarch. Great Bright Lord's Relic. The reward from Tongxian Mansion is really tempting. Even I am tempted. Hee. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Ha ha ha, Brother Lianqing, it's been 10,000 years. How have you been? At this moment, Reverend Mo Jiochi of the Mo He boundary walked over with a smile on his face. To think that Reverend Mo He is here too. It's been a long time. I miss you. Lianqing Yanyun's eyes lit up as he said with a smile. Xianxia frowned as he saw Mo Jiochi being so excited. What is this fella planning? It's been 10,000 years since we last met. I came here after knowing that the person sent by Tongxian Mansion might be Brother Lianqing. I never expected to meet my old friend here. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha. Mo Jiochi's smile was clear on his face. The two of them were chatting happily. Brother Mo Jiochi, don't forget that this is our Chilean boundary. Haha, do you really think that you're not an outsider here? Xianxia laughed and said. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with playfulness. Ha ha ha, I've neglected Brother Z in a moment of excitement. Please forgive me. Mo Jiochi said with a smile. Xianxia felt uncomfortable. This was the Chilean boundary, not his Mo He boundary. This time, my adopted daughter will also be participating in the Battle Royale of the 9 boundaries from the Chilean boundary. I wonder if Brother Z, the experts from the Chilean boundary will show mercy to us. Mo Jiochi looked at Xianxia calmly. Lady Qingqing is a peerless beauty. She'll definitely be one of them. Xianxia said indifferently. At this moment, he was getting more and more curious. Why did this Mo Jiochi come to the Chilean boundary? Looks like it's worth thinking about. That's for sure. I hope I won't bring unnecessary trouble to Brother Z. Mo Jiochi squinted his eyes and smiled. Why would I? The Battle Royale of the 9 boundaries is extraordinary. I won't be able to control the outcome. Who will be the last one standing will depend on their own abilities, right? You're right. The Battle Royale of the 9 boundaries is just around the corner. I wonder how many people from the Chilean boundary will stand out from the rest. I'll wait and see. Mo Jiochi said calmly. Although it's just a quota, Yan Qingqing will be participating in the Battle Royale of the 9 boundaries in the Chilean boundary. That means that his boundary will have 2 more quotas than the Chilean boundary. However, his real motive was not just this. If that's the case, I'll wait and see. Brother Lianqing, Brother Mo Jiochi, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Xianxia turned around and left the hall. After all, Jiang Chen was still waiting for him. Moreover, Xianxia was cautious of Mo Jiochi. This fella must have some ulterior motives. Now that the Battle Royale of the 9 boundaries is around the corner, he mustn't mess up. You'd better not let me know that you have ulterior motives. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Sorry to keep you waiting, my friend. Ha ha ha. Xianxia waved his sleeves and sat on the main seat. He said with a smile. He did not have the dignity of a city lord at all. Instead, he looked very approachable. This was also a form of respect for Xianxia. Otherwise, why would the Reverend give him face? Because in Xianxia's eyes, Xianxia was indeed worthy of respect. City Lord, you're exaggerating. Xianxia smiled indifferently. If someone respected him, he would respect them tenfold. Respect was mutual. Moreover, Xianxia knew that he had to keep a low profile in front of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. At that moment, Xianxia was sent away by Xianxia and a barrier was set up in the back hall. Xianxia was slightly moved. He had already guessed what Xianxia was thinking. Xianxia did not think that Xianxia wanted to make things difficult for him. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries was a hierarch expert. It would not take much effort for him to make things difficult for an early Divine King realm expert. My friend, you should know what I want to tell you. Xianxia's expression became serious. I'm still not confident about getting rid of the nether cold poison. However, I can help you to suppress it temporarily. How much you can get rid of depends on your luck. Unless you're 2 realms higher, I can only help you to get rid of the nether cold poison completely. Xianxia said in a deep voice. He could only try his best. As for how much he could help him, it was up to fate. Xianxia smiled. He was relieved after hearing what Xianxia said. At least there was still a glimmer of hope. Now that countless experts have gathered in Lingju City for the battle royale of the Nine Boundaries, I, as the city lord, cannot fall behind. If anything happens and the nether cold poison breaks out, it will be quite troublesome. Since Xianxia had chosen to let Xianxia help him, there was no need to hide anymore. Moreover, Xianxia knew about the nether cold poison in his body. There was no need to hide anymore. Let me take a look at the nether cold poison in your body. Xianxia said. All right. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he waited for Xianxia to make his move. After all, he was helpless against the nether cold poison for tens of thousands of years. Although it wouldn't kill him, it would be quite fatal if it continued. Not only would it be difficult for him to break through to the next realm, but his strength would gradually be eroded by the nether cold poison. One day, when he couldn't withstand the erosion of the nether cold poison, it would be the end of his life. Xianxia took a few steps forward and grabbed Xianxia's arm. He frowned. If it weren't for the city lord's profound cultivation, anyone below the hierarch realm would have been killed by this nether cold poison. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. I can only do my best. Xianxia didn't have full confidence, but he could try using the 5 elements true fire. As his strength reached the Divine King realm, the power of the 5 elements true fire had also increased. Moreover, the myriad chi could neutralize hundreds of poisons. He didn't know how effective it would be against the nether cold poison. Xianxia gathered the 5 elemental true fire in his hand. Even Xianxia was slightly startled and his expression became solemn. It was not easy to control the 5 elemental true fire at the same time. Even an expert who was a realm higher than Xianxia would not be his match with the 5 elemental true fire alone. The 5 elements true fire converged into a terrifying flame and was forced into Xianxia's body by Xianxia. Xianxia's body trembled and the 5 elements true fire continued to burn. The nether cold poison was gradually burned away by the 5 elements true fire. Although the speed was not fast, Xianxia was extremely excited. The 5 elements true fire was indeed effective against his nether cold poison. The true fire could cure the poison and the fire could extinguish the poison. Xianxia's 5 elements true fire formed a violent fire dragon and kept forcing it into Xianxia's body. The fire dragon flowed and burned through Xianxia's body. The nether cold poison was engulfed by more and more fire. Xianxia became more and more excited. The nether cold poison that had troubled him for tens of thousands of years finally had a glimmer of hope. Time passed minute by minute. Xianxia controlled the 5 elements true fire and injected a trace of myriad chi into the 5 elements true fire so that the fire dragon could engulf the nether cold poison at a faster rate. A day had passed and Xianxia's expression was still calm. Even Xianxia showed a trace of fatigue. This guy was really hard to predict. Xianxia's evaluation of Xianxia had increased by a level. Xianxia had eliminated more than half of the nether cold poison. However, there was still 1/3 of the poison left. Even the five elements true fire and the myriad chi couldn't restrain it because a lot of the nether cold poison had seeped into the bone marrow and meridians. It was not something that could be completely transformed overnight. There's still a part of the cold poison. I guess you'll need to force it out bit by bit. External forces won't be of much help. I'm afraid it'll take more than 100 years. Xianxia said in a deep voice. He had tried his best and Xianxia was very satisfied with the result. At least he didn't need to worry too much about the pressure brought by the nether cold poison when he fought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to fight as he was afraid that the nether cold poison would break out and he would completely lose the ability to fight. Xianxia, I won't say much. I can't thank you enough. As the Reverend of the 9 boundaries, although I can't leave the 9 heavens and 10 boundaries of the Lone Dragon County, I will definitely not disappoint you if you need me. Xianxia said in a deep voice. As the Reverend of the 9 boundaries, his promise was extremely valuable. Xianxia nodded. It felt good to let an hierarch expert owe him a favor. Moreover, as the Reverend of the 9 boundaries, Xianxia's power might not be what Xianxia could imagine. Although the nether cold poison could not be completely removed, it has helped me to get rid of the nether cold poison. Not to mention 100 years, it doesn't matter even if it takes 1,000 years. Ha ha ha, this damn thing has tortured me for tens of thousands of years. Sigh. Xianxia laughed and said. He was extremely excited but at the same time, he felt a little emotional. If it wasn't for the nether cold poison, he wouldn't have been unable to improve his strength for tens of thousands of years. Xianxia, I only hope that City Lord can ensure the safety of the Linha boundary. That's enough. Xianxia said with a smile. To Xianxia, this was not a problem at all. Linha boundary was under his control and he was responsible for it. Xianxia was strong and talented, he would never be the overlord of the Lone Dragon County in the future. If one day, he could step onto the stage of the Northern Cold Divine Region and even go to the Central Region Divine Land, he would be a true expert. It's nothing. It's my duty. Xianxia, I have high expectations of you. In the future, you will definitely not be limited to the Chilean boundary or the Lone Dragon County. You don't have to worry. If I, Xianxia, am in the Lone Dragon County, I will definitely protect the profound Feng sect of the Linha boundary. The battle royale of the 9 boundaries, everyone's attention, monstrous geniuses gathered here. Chilean boundary, Lingju City, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were in chaos. Thousands of Divine King Realm experts came to witness the prosperity of the Chilean boundary. Tongxian Mansion was one of the great academies in the northern cold land, together with Tongtian Divine Palace, River Styx Divine Palace and Thousand Autumns Divine Palace. They were known as the 4 great academies of the northern cold divine region. Tongxian Mansion was famous, it rose and fell for millions of years, but it never left a deep mark on the 4 academies. Rumor has it that the 4 academies were founded by Emperor Realm experts, no one knew if it was true or not. But there were Divine Emperor experts. Those who could enter Tongxian Mansion had to be at least an early Divine King Realm. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to enter Tongxian Mansion. What was the Divine King Realm? It was an expert who could establish his own sect, an expert who could attain eternal life. But in Tongxian Mansion, he was only qualified to be a student. One could imagine how powerful Tongxian Mansion was. Moreover, Tongxian Mansion would only recruit students once every 10,000 years. Those who came out from Tongxian Mansion were not weak, most of them had become hierarch realm experts. However, there were strong and weak geniuses, monstrous geniuses, some were strong and some were weak. Some would be experts no matter where they went, while some were destined to be mediocre in the camp of experts. However, in Tongxian Mansion, 1 out of every 10 people would become a hierarch realm expert. This showed that those who could become Divine King Realm prodigies had the ability to become hierarch realm experts. In a boundary, a hierarch realm expert would only appear once every 100,000 years. In a county, it would only appear once every 10,000 years. This was the strength of a hierarch realm expert. Everyone hoped to enter the Tongxian Mansion to receive the best resources and education. They wanted to reach the hierarch realm. Only then would they be considered as a true tyrant and become the pillar of the Lone Dragon County or even the Northern Cold Divine Region. Without reaching the hierarch realm, one would not know how many experts there were in the world. Therefore, the battle royale of the 9 counties that happens once every 10,000 years is bound to be a terrifying bloodbath. Only the strong can advance to the next level. Only the strong can survive and soar in the vast world. With the Chilean boundary as the leader, the prodigies from the 9 boundaries came one after another. Lingju City became the center of attention. Apart from that, the Emoji boundary and the Heavenly Star boundary were also doing the same. The experts from the 9 boundaries were fighting for supremacy. Only the most outstanding ones were qualified to enter the Profound Connection Divine Palace. However, the Reverend of the Maha boundary, Emoji, had come to the Chilean boundary, and the Reverend of the Lifelong boundary was in charge of the Maha boundary. This made Xianxia very confused. Lingju City was bustling with noise and excitement. Many experts had arrived at this moment. Even though some of them could not participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties, they were extremely curious and wanted to see what was going on. At the outskirts of the southern city of Lingju City, countless experts had gathered. There were more than hundreds of thousands of experts from different boundaries. However, only a few of them were qualified to participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties. There were a total of 9 boundaries. Each boundary had 10 great sects and each sect only had 2 quotas. This time, the Linha boundary had suffered a great loss and the war was endless. They chose to avoid the war. Of course, it was all because of Jiangchen. The Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect, and Divine Pill sect were annihilated. Who would dare to say a word? Excluding the Linha boundary, each boundary only had 20 quotas. However, the Heavenly Profound sect, Killing Luo sect, and Eastern Emperor sect each had 3 quotas. There were less than 200 people from the Chilean boundary. Among these people, only 20 of them were qualified to enter the Tongshan Mansion. Huangdi Mountain was located at the south of Lingju City. It was one of the biggest mountains in the Chilean boundary. It stretched for millions of miles and crossed the 3 great boundaries. It was said that there were Divine Emperor realm experts in the Huangdi Mountain. However, it was just a rumor. No one had ever seen the prestige of a Divine Emperor realm expert. The Huangdi Mountain was named Huangdi Mountain because of its continuous mountainous terrain. It was difficult for an Emperor realm expert to fly over it. But no one knew if a true emperor could cross over to the other side. The battle royale of the 9 counties was held once every 10,000 years. The Tongshan Mansion was held in this Huangdi Mountain. There were countless Divine King realm monsters in the Huangdi Mountain. Even an ordinary hierarch realm expert would not dare to go deep into the mountain. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, 3 silhouettes soared into the sky. Countless people were in awe. A hierarch realm expert was not someone that anyone could go against. They only had respect in their hearts. The 3 of them were the Reverend of the Chilean boundary, Xianxia, the Reverend of the Emoji boundary, Emoji, and the Messenger of the Tongshan Mansion, Xianxia. The 3 of them were extremely talented. As hierarch realm experts, their aura swept across the void. Everyone was in awe. The prestige of a hierarch realm expert was inviolable. Welcome, prodigies from the 9 boundaries. Today is a gathering of heroes. You are the greatest prodigies of the 9 boundaries. I hope that you will not disappoint me. There are only 20 quotas for the Tongshan Mansion. You must seize it. Xianxia said solemnly. In the 9 realms, at this moment, all of them were ready for battle. Only the strong can stay in the battle royale of the 9 counties. The Tongshan Mansion never collects trash. Whoever can stand at the peak of the younger generation will be the real king. However, everyone must kill a Divine King realm monster and obtain its monster spirit to prove the prestige of a Divine King. Whoever can obtain the silver dragon fruit that ripens once every 10,000 years will be the first in the 9 boundaries. The reward for the first place is the Great Bright Lord's relic. It's the West Pole Divine Land's Buddhist relic. Even a hierarch realm expert would be envious of it. This kind of peerless treasure only belongs to a peerless expert. Xianxia said faintly with a calm expression. However, everyone was shocked. Great Bright Lord's relic? What's that? Is it very powerful? You idiot. You don't even know about the Great Bright Lord's relic? It's a Buddhist treasure. Only when a true eminent monk passes away will a relic be born. Do you think it's powerful? Great Bright Lord's relic? That's a Buddhist treasure. If one could refine the Great Bright Lord's relic, he would be able to reach the hierarch realm with half the effort. This Tongxian mansion is really generous. The whole Lingju city was in an uproar. The reward of Tongxian mansion was indeed tempting. However, only the true experts could become a disciple of Tongxian mansion. Once they entered Tongxian mansion, they would be able to soar freely in the vast ocean and soar freely in the sky. Who wouldn't want to go to such a place? The Great Bright Lord's relic, it's this thing again. I wonder what use does the Great Bright Lord's relic in Xianxia's hands have? Xianxia frowned. At this moment, it was really crowded. There were more than 1,000 divine kings. There were countless people who came to watch the battle. There were more than 100 experts from Lingju city. However, the ones who attracted the most attention were the experts from the 100 sects of the 9 boundaries. They were the main characters today. Lianqing Yanyan's words caused everyone to cheer. Naturally, there were no mediocre people who came here. All of them were working hard to be number one. Whoever could become number one would be able to stand out from the crowd and obtain the Great Bright Lord's relic. Most importantly, they would be able to enter Tongxian mansion with the title of number one in the 9 realms. That would be truly domineering. The path of cultivation is against the heavens. Although it's a trial, it's also a trial. Huangdi Mountain is terrifying, anyone who can walk out of it is an expert. It's not easy to cultivate to the God King realm. You're on your own. Ziqing Tian said in a deep voice. This was also a warning to the disciples from the 9 boundaries. Huangdi Mountain was not an ordinary place, it was not just a trial, it was a real life and death battle. Because there was no rule that killing was not allowed in Huangdi Mountain. There was a cycle of reincarnation in the heavenly Tao, and there was no turning back for slaughter. True experts also stepped on the corpses of countless people to ascend to the 9 heavens. Qilian Boundary. Tianqian Sect, Xianxinji. Xianlang, Xianqing. Qilian Boundary. Killing Luo Sect, Ghost Valley. Zhou Tong, Fangbai. Qilian Boundary. Eastern Emperor Sect, Donghuang Tai A Morongyun Qilian Boundary. 9 Dragon Manor, Longxingyun, Longxinghua. Dragon Bone Boundary. Tianyun Snake Residence, Yangqingyuan. Dragon Bone Boundary. Nanchuan Wang Families Wangsu, Wangyun. Qi Heaven Boundary. Heavenly Xing Sect, Xingfeng. Qianhua Boundary. Battle Sect, Luoping, Luoninger. Floating World, Untroubled Realm, Huyu Realm, Fangshan Boundary, City Lord Mansion, Zixi. More than 170 Divine King Realm warriors were about to enter Huangdi Mountain. Why is there no Linhe Boundary? Yeah, why didn't anyone from Linhe Boundary come? Could it be that the Linhe Boundary doesn't have any more experts? TSK, what do you guys know? Linhe Boundary suffered a heavy blow previously. The experts of the 10 great sects were all killed. I'm afraid that no one from Linhe Boundary will be able to participate in this trial. So, is Linhe Boundary really finished? Everyone couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like the Linhe Boundary was really going to decline. Compared to the other boundaries, it had no advantage at all. Even the battle royale of the 9 counties couldn't send out any true experts to participate. It was really sad. Emohi Boundary, Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's appearance attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. After all, Yan Qingqing's peerless beauty and charm were peerless and incomparable. Countless experts were bowing down to her. Yan Qingqing's white robe fluttered in the wind, without a speck of dust on it. Such a lady should only exist in the heavens. How many times would I hear of her in the mortal world? Her beauty is unparalleled. She's so beautiful. If I could have her as my wife, I'm willing to be her slave for the rest of my life. Don't be a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Whoever dares to defile Lady Qingqing, I'll be the first to deal with him. Yan Qingqing's beauty was unparalleled. Even in this world where strength was respected, she was still able to mesmerize millions of people. Jiangchen appeared silently and stared at the beautiful lady who was walking towards him with a smile. This was his woman, a beauty that could topple a city, a beauty that could bring chaos to the world. The battle royale of the 9 counties. Xianxia rose to the sky and followed the footsteps of those geniuses. However, no one knew that he was there. In front of the Huangdi mountain, hundreds of Divine King Realm disciples were rushing up the mountain in high spirits. Yan Qingqing suddenly turned her head around, but it was all for naught. She always felt that there was a familiar figure watching her every move silently. When the crowd was about to reach the end, someone finally provoked Jiang. That's Jiang. Lin Ha Boundary's Jiang. Lin Ha Boundary? Isn't that Jiang of Eastern Emperor sect? The two of them are the same person. When the teleportation formation in our city was destroyed, it was Jiang who helped to repair it. Didn't they say that Jiang died in the Thunder Rush Sea? That's right. That person is Jiang. I'll never mistake him for someone else. Someone shouted. Countless people started guessing whether Jiang was still alive. Even though Jiang fame was not that great, but after the battle in the Lin Ha Boundary, many people knew about the existence of this devil incarnate. Dong Huangzhuqing looked at the endless Song Mountain solemnly. Jiang, oh Jiang. You've really shocked me. I hope that you'll become the pride of our Eastern Emperor sect. With Dong Huang Tai and you, we should be able to enter at least 2. Dong Huangzhuqing had high hopes for Jiang. Even though he did not enter the Huangdi mountain as a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, Jiang was still a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect in his heart. However, other than the Eastern Emperor sect, the rest of the 9 major sects of the Chilean boundary were filled with anger towards Jiang. Because other than the Eastern Emperor sect and the 9 Dragon Palace, no one managed to leave the Thunder Rush Sea alive. Wasn't this enough to prove everything? Jiang. Is he the one who killed the people of the 10 major sects? He's still alive after the trip to the Thunder Rush Sea? We can't let such a ruffian get away scot-free. Even if he entered the Huangdi mountain, our killing Luo sect will not let him go. Good, Jiang. Since you're still alive, our Shining sect will tear you into pieces even if you're at the end of the world. Jiang had provoked the public's anger. In the Chilean boundary, other than the Eastern Emperor sect and the 9 Dragon Palace, all the other sects wanted to kill him. Hundreds of figures entered the Huangdi mountain. At this moment, the trial had just begun and the massacre had just begun. The legendary experts who represented their respective domains were all gathered in one place. The battle royale of the 9 counties was, in fact, an endless massacre. If enough people were killed, then those who were left would be the true elites, the true demonic geniuses. The howls of wolves, tigers, and apes could be heard from thousands of miles away. Huangdi Mountain was covered with layers of mist. Thousands of mountains echoed each other like a dragon. The mountains were rugged and steep. The mountains were covered with swamps and beasts. It was a dangerous place. However, for Divine King Realm experts, as long as they did not encounter any strong beasts, they would not be in danger. Even so, no one dared to be careless. Once they made a mistake, they would probably die here. Huangdi Mountain was a dangerous place. Not everyone dared to be careless, not even those powerful and talented monstrous geniuses. Senior Brother Liu, look, there seems to be a foggy swamp in front of us. We should be careful. Fu Di said in a deep voice. He did not dare to be careless at all. They had been in Huangdi Mountain for more than half a month. They had encountered 2 early Divine King beasts, but they were both killed by Lu Yunxing and him. Now, they had the capital to stay alive. However, during this period, Fu Di was also seriously injured. Lu Yunxing was only slightly injured. Fu Di still needed Senior Brother Lu's help. It would take him 3 to 5 days to fully recover. Alright, you should be careful too. Lu Yunxing said in a low voice. Although he also had a lot of opinions about Fu Di, this guy was a latecomer after all, which made his brother's situation in Tianmen Pavilion extremely awkward. He thought that the brothers would go together, but he did not expect that Fu Di would rush out. However, they were both from the Tianmen sect after all. Even though Lu Yunxing was a bit angry, the two of them still had to be careful. After all, they were bound together in the same sect, in the same region. Naturally, they could not kill each other, especially in the Huangdi Mountain where danger lurked everywhere. The only person he could trust was Fu Di. "Shit, there's something in the foggy swamp," Fu Di said in a deep voice. His face changed and he quickly retreated. After receiving Fu Di's signal, Lu Yunqing also retreated quickly. At this moment, Lu Yunqing's injuries were not serious. Naturally, he retreated out of the mist swamp in a blink of an eye. However, Fu Di was not so lucky. Instead, he was slammed into the mist swamp by the tail of a green crocodile. What a terrifying beast. It's actually a divine king. Fu Di sucked in a breath of cold air. He stepped into the void, wanting to leave this foggy swamp. However, another crocodile bit his ankle and instantly dragged him into the swamp. "Fu Di!" Lu Yunqing exclaimed. When he was about to rescue Fu Di, he saw 7 crocodiles appearing around the crocodile. At this moment, Lu Yunqing's expression changed. There was a total of 8 crocodiles. Their strength could not be underestimated. Their aura had reached the Divine King realm. They had never thought that they would encounter such a crisis when they were only 50,000 miles away from Wangdi Mountain. Lu Yunqing hesitated. At that moment, he had to think for himself. If there were 2 or 3 crocodiles, then he might choose to take action. After all, Fu Di was his partner. However, there were 8 crocodiles at the same time. He retreated because he might not be able to withstand these crocodiles. 8 powerful crocodiles were in the swamp. These guys seemed to be moving slowly, but they were moving like rabbits. In the swamp, 3 crocodiles had already forced Fu Di into an extremely embarrassing situation. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. "Brother Lu, save me!" Fu Di exclaimed. His face was pale. At this moment, he felt a great pressure. The 3 crocodiles were constantly compressing Fu Di's space. The other crocodiles were also approaching him rapidly. Fu Di's situation was getting more and more difficult. Fu Di kept calling for help, but he did not receive any response. He turned his head and saw Lu Yunqing looking at him in despair. Lu Yunqing shook his head with a complicated expression on his face. "I'm sorry, Brother Fu." Lu Yunqing shook his head. He had mixed feelings. He wanted to save Fu Di because Fu Di was the only person he could rely on in this huge Wangdi mountain. However, he did not want to die because the 8 crocodiles were too terrifying. Lu Yunqing knew that if he took action, the 2 of them would only have a very small chance of survival, let alone death. Every man for himself, this was his instinct. Moreover, Lu Yunqing had already decided to give up on Fu Di. The relationship between the 2 of them was not that harmonious, so he had to be more careful in the future. Without a partner, it would be quite difficult to survive in Wangdi Mountain. Fu Di was also in despair, but he was still struggling. His desire to live was still extremely strong. At this moment, 4 figures arrived quickly. It was Yang Qinyuan, Yang Chenling, Wang Yun and Wang Su. Because of the rules of Tongxian Mansion, only 2 people came from the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Lu Yunqing's face was filled with joy. Even Fu Di showed a trace of joy. He was finally saved. "Everyone, please help us. Tianmen House will definitely repay you in the future." Lu Yunqing's expression changed as he said in a low voice. "It's not easy to save people in this kind of dangerous situation," Yang Qinyuan said faintly. Fu Di's expression changed. Lu Yunqing also felt embarrassed. After all, they came from the Longgu boundary. At this time, they chose to leave someone to die. However, their hearts were filled with sorrow. At the same time, they also sighed at the impermanence of the world. "Oh? Isn't this our hero? Jiang Chen's savior. Ha ha ha, how did he end up like this?" Wang Yan stood with his arms crossed and sneered at Fu Di. His eyes were cold. Compared to those who constantly attacked Fu Di, he was even more ruthless. "Brother Wang, Lu Yunqing looked at Wang Yun with a bitter smile. "Brother Lu, if it wasn't for him, would we have been humiliated by Jiang Chen? Now you should know who your friend is, right? This bastard colluded with Jiang Chen and almost caused us to be in trouble. You still want to save him? Humph, you are too naive. Isn't he Jiang Chen's savior? Why didn't Jiang Chen come to save him at this time? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha." Wang Yan's words made Lu Yunqing speechless. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene where Xianxia forced them into a corner not long ago. He was extremely angry. Moreover, Fu Di had colluded with Xianxia, which made him furious. However, Fu Di was his senior and junior brother after all. It was hard for him to accept the fact that Fu Di had harmed his own brother. Guys, why don't we save him first? Then let him kowtow and apologize to us. I can guarantee that he won't say anything. Lu Yunxing took a deep breath and said. Yang Qinyun said lightly, Lu Yunxing, it seems that you still don't see the situation clearly. He is in cahoots with the traitor Jiangchen. Do you think we can save him? If we save him, isn't it equal to slapping our own face? We can't comply. And don't you forget the humiliation that Jiangchen left behind for us that day. Aren't you angry at all? Anyone with flesh and blood will hate him to the bone. They can't wait to eat his flesh. But now, you want us to save Jiangchen's man. This is absolutely impossible. I advise you to stop before it's too late. Yang Qinyuan's words were sharp. Lu Yunxing's face turned pale and he struggled. But Yang Qinyuan's words were reasonable. It seemed that Fu Di must not be left alive. I'll be happy to see him being eaten by these crocodiles. Ha ha ha. Wang Yin sneered. His eyes were extremely cold and resentful. Jiangchen was not here. So they vented all their anger on Fu Di. Even Lu Yunxing was helpless. Alright, I'll listen to you guys. Lu Yunxing said while gritting his teeth. At this moment, he had made up his mind. Since he couldn't save Fu Di, he could only stand in the camp of these people. Everyone has to make a choice. No matter right or wrong, even if it was a little decisive, it was the most correct choice. That's right. Ha ha ha. With the 5 of us joining hands, even if we encounter the 3 great experts of the Chilean boundary, what's there to be afraid of? Whether it's Xianxia of the Heavenly Profound sect or Dong Huang Taya of the Eastern Emperor sect, they're all trash. Wang Yin said with a domineering and arrogant face. Lu Yunxing sneered. At this moment, Fu Di was in despair. These fellas did not want to save him and even made fun of him. Fu Di's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. You bastards. Fu Di knew that he was definitely going to die. The 8 crocodiles were definitely not something he could handle. Now, he was advancing step by step. The other crocodiles had also joined the battle. Fu Di used all his strength and kept attacking. He wanted to escape from this foggy swamp. However, it was to no avail. Ha ha ha. Death is so interesting. Yang Chenling said with a smile. She was extremely happy. This is retribution. Back then, Jiang Chen had forced us to not dare to act rashly. Now, we can only watch him being eaten alive. This can be considered as us venting our anger. Wang Se said with a gloomy face. Kid, come out now. Ha ha ha. If you can't come out, I'll let you have a taste of my urine. Wang Yun, I'll fight you to the death. Puff. Fu Di's entire body was heavily injured. His entire body was covered in flesh and blood that had been torn off by the crocodile, and it was extremely mangled. His expression was unsightly to the extreme, and his eyes were on the verge of splitting apart. However, he was powerless to turn the situation around, and he was completely helpless. He could only silently wait for death and fight until the last moment. Ha ha ha, this is retribution. Fu Di, now you know the consequence of betraying us? Did Jiangchen save you when you were on the same side as Jiangchen? You will bear this sin on behalf of Jiangchen. If we meet this bastard in the future, we will pay him back double. Yang Chenling was also full of sarcasm, which made Fu Di struggle on the edge of life and death. It was a kind of spiritual torture. Jiangchen will definitely take revenge for me. Fu Di was already dying. He could only rely on his instinct to resist, but it was a drop in the bucket. There was only a fine line between life and death. Today's hatred must be avenged today. A cold shout rang out in the sky as a figure arrived like a lightning snake. Like a shooting star, it instantly snatched Fu Di from the mouths of the 8 giant crocodiles. At this moment, Fu Di was only left with a single breath. I'm sorry, brother Fu. Jiangchen is late. Jiangchen shook his head. He could not bear to look at Fu Di, but he had saved his life. It's not late, Fu Di said with difficulty. His eyebrows finally relaxed and there was a trace of vitality. Xianxia. I didn't expect you to dare to come again. There was a way to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you came to hell. Wang Su shouted angrily. His murderous intent was overwhelming, and he pointed his sword at Xianxia. Everyone, including Yang Qingyuan, Yang Qinling, Wang Yun, and even Lu Yunxing, did the same. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly, and the curve of his mouth became more and more thought-provoking. Good. 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 Is this how you treat your friends? It's really an eye-opener for me. Xianxia said coldly. Don't be so arrogant. Didn't you know that you could leave safely that day? If we were not injured, would you be able to leave safely? You even ruined our plan. Today, you actually walked into our trap. Humph, humph, don't blame us for being ruthless. Yang Qinling gritted his teeth. The shadow that Xianxia left on them was a stain in their lives. Xianxia was strong, but weren't they just as strong? When had the monstrous geniuses who stood at the pinnacle of the Dragon Bone realm ever suffered such humiliation? It could be said that Xianxia had caused them to lose all face. They had long since remembered this grudge in their hearts. Now that Xianxia had returned and appeared here, it could only be said that it was fate arranged by the heavens, allowing them to exact their revenge. Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia. Chen of Wang. Jiang of Dynasty. Wang Yun was incomparably cold and arrogant, looking at Xianxia with disdain. If the era was reversed, why would he be afraid of Xianxia? The humiliation he suffered that day, he would definitely repay it tenfold, 100-fold. That's right, you're only fit to be beasts. I had no intention of killing you, but it's a pity that you've forced yourselves into a dead end. Who else can you blame? Fu Di is my benefactor and my brother. Not only did you leave him in the lurch, you even added insult to injury. I've seen your despicable side. Xianxia and Lingling said. When Fu Di heard it, he felt both sarcasm and relief, but most of it was gratitude. It was human nature and he couldn't blame anyone. He treated them with all his heart, but in return, they abandoned him mercilessly. Even Lu Yunxing was the same. Death was so calm in front of them. Xianxia, do you still want to do evil at a time like this? Do you really think you have the ability to fight against us? You really think too highly of yourself. If it weren't for the fact that our strength was damaged back then, would it have been your turn to start around? You still dare to come out now? You're courting death. Humph humph. Yang Qinling was also filled with battle intent towards Xianxia. At this moment, the blood in their bodies had been ignited. If they didn't fight with Xianxia to the end, how could they show their desire for revenge? Back then, he had swallowed the insult and humiliation and almost knelt down in front of Xianxia. His hard work had gone down the drain and he had helped Xianxia instead. Who could bear such a grudge? Moreover, they were such proud and talented disciples. How could they tolerate it? The pride of the strong must be raised with the attitude of the strong. Little brat, how dare you scold me? You really don't know what's good for you. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Even if you become a ghost, you'll remember me, Wang Yun. Wang Yun took the lead and laughed coldly. Now that Xianxia was here, he could forget about leaving. Xianxia, hurry up and leave. There's too many of them. Fu Di said in a deep voice. Finally, he was able to catch his breath. Xianxia had fed him an energy recovery pill, and his condition had stabilized. Trying to run now? It's too late. The sword in Wang Su's hand was shining brightly. Fu Di was extremely worried. Wang Su and the others were 5 early divine kings. Xianxia was the only one left. How could he fight against Wang Su and the others? 1 against 5. If it was an ordinary divine king, he might be able to. But these 5 were the strongest monstrous prodigies in the entire Longgu boundary. Who would dare to fight against them? It was already difficult enough for him to fight one-on-one. Even 2 mid-god kings would not dare to challenge him here. Don't worry. They're just a bunch of trash. Do you really think they're something? Hee hee. In my hands, they're even worse than trash. Not only are they filthy, they're also weak. Xianxia smiled faintly. But his smile was filled with killing intent. Fu Di was in a dilemma. He did not want Xianxia to be trapped because of him. But Xianxia was so confident at this moment. He couldn't help but recall the time when Xianxia held the sun, moon, and stars in the divine tomb. At that moment, he was the center of attention. The experts of the 10 Directions immortal world had no choice but to bow down to him. This was strength, however, this was not the divine tomb after all. It was the divine world. Could Xianxia still be able to control the life and death of others like he did in the past? Fu Di was not sure because those people were too strong. Fu Di knew that he did not want Xianxia to be injured. If Xianxia died because of him, he wouldn't be able to repay Xianxia's kindness even if he were to die 100 times. Ignorant brat. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Kill you. Yang Qingyuan squinted his eyes. Leng Leng said. At this moment, the 5 of them were ready to fight at any time. You have the advantage in numbers, but your strength might not be enough. There's no one in this world who can make me, Xianxia, lower my head. Xianxia's arrogance soared up to the sky as he pointed at the 5 of them. His aura was like a ferocious dragon emerging from the ocean, and he showed no signs of fear. Even though he was fighting against 5 enemies by himself, his expression remained the same. No matter if he won or lost, at this moment, in Fu Di's heart, Xianxia was an invincible hero. You'll pay for your arrogance. I swear. Wang Yin smiled coldly. The killing intent and gentleness at the corner of his lips were obvious. Killing you is like killing a chicken. If you want to fight me alone, you'll die miserably. But in other words, even if the 5 of you come at me together, you'll still die miserably. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant for. In a while, you will understand how foolish and laughable your actions are. Wang Si's illusory sword shadow soared up to the sky. He took the lead and had the momentum to shock the world. Layers of sword shadows overlapped and tore countless towering ancient trees into pieces. A gale suddenly rose. He was unstoppable. Brother Wang, good move. Lu Yunxing said solemnly. Wang Si's sword danced in the air and his aura was overbearing. He was already aiming at Xianxia's life. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Wang Si claimed to be the leader of the Longgu boundary, so he was not afraid of a nobody like Xianxia. In his eyes, Xianxia would definitely be defeated by his sword. Although both of them were at the early Divine King realm, there were differences in the Divine King realm. Wang Si was confident that no one below the early Divine King realm could defeat him. Even if he was at the mid-Divine King realm, he would not be afraid. Wang Si's voice was like a thunderbolt that swept across the sky. Xianxia's expression was calm and he did not move at all. At this moment, Fu Di's face was filled with shock. He was afraid that Xianxia would be killed by Wang Si. He was terrified. Xianxia, you must hold on. Fu Di thought in his heart. Xianxia's expression suddenly froze. Wang Si's sword suddenly stopped an inch away from Xianxia's forehead. It couldn't move forward any further, as if time was frozen at that moment. Fu Di was shocked. Such powerful strength. He can even freeze the void. Wang Si's heart shuddered. His eyes widened and his facial expression changed slightly. Just when he was about to retreat, Xianxia suddenly grabbed Wang Si's sharp divine weapon with one hand at lightning speed. Wang Si couldn't move it at all. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying Xianxia was. Because he couldn't even move his divine weapon when Xianxia was standing right in front of him. This showed how dangerous Xianxia's situation was. Xianxia was calm and steady like Mount Tai. He clenched his fist and the divine weapon in Wang Si's hand was shattered into pieces. An incomparably precious heavenly divine tool was like a toy in Xianxia's hand. How could they not be frightened? Everyone's countenance changed. Heh. Wang Si was the most shocked one. He had never thought that Xianxia could destroy a heavenly divine tool in such a short time. How powerful was that? At least, Wang Si did not dare to imagine. Piss off. Xianxia let out a loud shout. He turned his palm into a fist and punched Wang Si's chest with the branch. It looked light, like a kite with a broken string, but only Wang Si knew how painful it was. It was a simple punch, but if it wasn't for him using all his strength to protect his heart meridians, perhaps Wang Su would have died just now. Wang Su, who was flying away, barely stabilized his body. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and solemn. "We can't let him live. Let's kill him together," Wang Su said in a deep voice. Deep inside his heart, there was a storm. Only he knew that Xianxia had already displayed his absolute power. Even he, a monstrous genius who was confident in his early divine king realm, was afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. He had fought with many experts before. Even some mid-divine kings did not have such a terrifying power. Yang Qingyuan, Lu Yunqing, and the others were not stupid. They could see that Wang Su was in a disadvantageous position in the fight just now. However, without fighting, no one could feel the terrifying power that almost made Wang Su breathless. Even someone as confident as Wang Su had no choice but to ask his brothers to join hands and kill Xianxia. If not, it would be impossible for him to defeat Xianxia alone. "Brother!" Wang Yan's face was filled with anxiety. He hated Xianxia to the bone. His face was pale and his killing intent and battle intent surged. "Guys, let's attack together. Brother Wang seems to be at a disadvantage. We need to focus on fighting the enemy." Yang Qingyuan's eyes were sharp, he had already seen through Xianxia's strength. If Wang Su was defeated by Xianxia, he wouldn't want to become Xianxia's plaything. With the 5 of them working together, Xianxia would definitely lose. He wasn't as reckless as Wang Su. At this moment, only by working together would they be invincible. Wang Su alone wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. "All right." Lu Yunqing's expression was solemn. At this moment, he had completely disregarded Fu Di. He was the safest when he was with Yang Qingyuan, Wang Su, and the others. After all, they were the elites of the Longgu boundary. Of course, they would not dare to harm him. However, this Xianxia was different. He was so arrogant and he was only an early divine king. Lu Yunqing really did not know what gave him the right to be so arrogant. Although he had defeated Wang Su, his cultivation realm was only at the early divine king realm. "Bastard, how dare you hurt my brother? I think you're tired of living," Wang Yun shouted angrily. The long 9-jointed whip in his hand struck towards Xianxia. Yang Qingyuan and Yang Qinling did not show any weakness. They followed behind Wang Yun and rushed towards Xianxia. Lu Yunqing struck with his long spear and Wang Su was the last one. 5 early divine king realm experts joined hands to attack Xianxia. Fu Di's face looked extremely terrible. 5 great experts. Even if they were mid-divine kings, they would die here. Those who could participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties were the backbone of a world. They were true peerless experts. Although early divine kings were not as common as gods, there were still quite a lot of them. It was not easy for them to participate in the battle as early divine kings. Even among the early divine kings, only 1 in 10,000 of them were able to do so. Fu Di's worry was completely reasonable. After all, he might not be able to last more than 10 rounds against the joint attack of the 5 great experts before dying here. But could Xianxia really survive this battle? Xianxia sneered. He did not put the 5 experts in his eyes at all. 1 trash is trash. 5 trash is still trash. Xianxia did not care about them. He did not even take out his heavenly dragon sword. He fought with the 5 experts with his bare hands. The terrifying wind from his fists surged in the void. Xianxia used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each of his fists was shocking. The 5 experts were extremely anxious. They could not give Xianxia a fatal blow. On the contrary, Xianxia took the initiative and attacked fiercely. The 5 experts looked solemn. They were afraid that Xianxia would hit them and injure them severely. Xianxia's aura was like a dragon. Even though he was fighting against 5 people, he was still able to force them to retreat. The 9-section whip in Wang Yan's hand was exquisite and incomparable. It seemed to be able to hurt even the soul. However, when it hit on Xianxia's back, there was no feeling at all. The moment Xianxia suddenly turned his head, Wang Yan's heart trembled. Xianxia's gaze was like that of an ancient ferocious beast. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This kind of gaze was something he had never seen before in his life. It was really terrifying. You are the most arrogant one. Today, you will die for the first time. Xianxia turned into a flash of lightning and went straight towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan's facial expression changed drastically. Wang Su also quickly followed up. He was afraid that Xianxia would kill Wang Yan. 9-section whirlwind whip. Wang Yan's whip technique was like thunder, exploding in the sky. However, Xianxia was much stronger than him. The Great Void technique swept across the sky, making it hard for people to find out where Xianxia was. How dare you? Wang Su shouted angrily. Xianxia had already appeared in front of Wang Yan. The two of them were less than 3 feet apart. Xianxia's mouth slightly curved up. His eyes were cold. He continuously used the Great Void technique. Wang Yan's facial expression changed drastically because he did not know where Xianxia was. He could not find Xianxia. Yang Qingyuan and the others were also confused. This guy was like a divine beast of the void. He could appear in the void at any time. It was hard to find him. Today is the day you die. Xianxia sneered. He held the other end of the 9-section whip and continuously approached Wang Yan. He used the 9-section whip to wrap around Wang Yan's neck. Wang Yan's eyes were full of fear. Xianxia's terrifying strength surprised everyone. Only now did he understand why his brother would suffer in the hands of Xianxia. However, at this moment, it was already too late. No. Wang Su's roar was deafening like thunder, but Xianxia did not stop at all. Wang Yan did not even have the chance to roar before he was strangled to death by Xianxia's 9-section whip. At that moment, his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness, but no matter what, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Death was death, even Wang Yan's soul could not escape. Xianxia directly smashed his soul into pieces, and Wang Yan died in an instant. Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they gasped. Is this his true strength? Even though Yang Qingyuan, Lu Yunxing, and the others were not seriously injured, Xianxia's terrifying mien still made them fearful. Xianxia. I won't rest until one of us is dead. Return my brother's life. Wang Su's eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent was soaring. His brother was killed by Xianxia, one could imagine the anger in his heart. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. His brother was talented and his achievements would only be higher than him in the future. It was just that he was still young, but he was killed by Xianxia. Such hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Yang Qingyuan and the others also knew that at this moment, their enemy could only be Xianxia. If they did not kill him now, when he killed them one by one, they would definitely be in a more miserable state. Xianxia's mien shocked them, but everyone knew that this battle was inevitable. Wang Yan was killed, and it made them feel how terrifying Xianxia was. Perhaps Xianxia gave them a strong feeling before, but when their companion was killed, their hearts were completely shaken. The next one was likely to be one of them. Don't give him any chance. Don't let him find a loophole to defeat us one by one. Yang Qingyuan shouted. Wang Su wanted to attack alone, but he still held back. After all, once he left the situation of the 4 of them, there was only one ending, and that was death. Now you know that you have to attack together? It's too late. Hee. Xianxia was completely dismissive of the 4 of them. With only his physical strength, it was enough to compete with them. Lu Xing Overlord Spear. Lu Yunxing's spear was like a dragon, revealing a domineering aura. The spear radiance was 100 zhong long, and it went straight to Xianxia. Boundless heaven and earth, 3 lives breaking water. Yang Qingyuan and Yang Chenling attacked together, destroying the sky and earth. Wang Su was not to be outdone. He formed a seal with both of his hands, and his aura was unparalleled. The 4 of them used all their means, wanting to kill Xianxia here. 14 deadly swords. Wang Su's sword shadow moved like the stars. It was magnificent, and the sword momentum was peerless. At least in his opinion, it was so. Xianxia secretly shook his head. These 4 people were quite strong, but compared to him, they were still lacking by a little bit. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. The 5 elemental true fire in Xianxia's palm merged into one. The 3,000 flames dragon seal broke out from his body and destroyed the vast sky. The four people's facial expression changed drastically. Their terrifying attack was completely destroyed by the 3,000 flames dragon seal. A giant fire dragon that could devour the sky pressed down on them. The four silhouettes immediately retreated. However, how could they understand the dreadfulness of the 3,000 flames dragon seal? The giant fire dragon swallowed the four of them, and almost burned them into ashes. Even so, the four of them were still pale, and they were heavily injured. They no longer had the arrogant and domineering demeanor from before. Fu Di was already dumbfounded. Was this really the battle prowess of an early god king? Xianxia was still the all-powerful Xianxia. He was still the same as before. Only Xianxia could be called a genius. These people were just a drop in the ocean in his eyes, not worth mentioning at all. His terrifying seal could destroy everything, and it made people fearful, and they couldn't resist it at all. Such terror was deeply imprinted in Fu Di's heart, and became an indelible monument. Only an expert like this could be called an expert. Under Xianxia's 3,000 flames dragon seal, all attacks were useless. Xianxia looked down at the sky, and looked at the four of them coldly. The four of them were already heavily injured, and their faces were pale. Fu Di, please beg Brother Jiang, please don't kill us. Lu Yunxing said nervously. Xianxia's dreadfulness had left a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, he had completely lost his will to resist. If Xianxia was angered, they would certainly be killed. Yeah, Brother Fu, please beg Brother Jiang for mercy. He will never kill us. Yang Chenling also said with a bitter smile. At this moment, facing death, no one could face it directly. Jiang Chen's power was unstoppable. Yang Qinyuan and Wang Su didn't say a word. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already controlled their life and death. No matter what they said, they were still defeated. There was no reason for it. They could only hope that Fu Di still had a shred of humanity left in him, and could save them from this deadly situation. Fu Di's expression was a bit complicated. He looked at Lu Yunxing, and he didn't know what to do. No matter what, he came from the Tianmen attic, and Lu Yunxing and he were from the same sect. At this moment, he really didn't know what to do. What arrogant words. How can a person be so shameless? Do you still remember that not long ago, when Fu Di was in danger, he asked for your help? Do you still remember everything you said? How could Fu Di endure everything that he had done? Now you are shamelessly asking Fu Di to plead for you. What a joke. Ha. Is this the so-called dignity of a genius? You are shameless to the extreme. Jiangchen said coldly, full of disdain for these people. Jiangchen, it was all our fault. Can you give me a chance? After all, Tianmen sect saved you and Fu Di also saved you. Are you really going to bite the hand that feeds you? Lu Yunxing said in a low voice. He was a little unconfident. Well said. Bite the hand that feeds you. If Fu Di hadn't been there, I would have killed all of you the moment you killed Sky Snake. It's true that I owe Fu Di a favor, but what does that have to do with you? How can you live in this world when you are like this? Fence-sitter, if you had hesitated from the beginning and still had a trace of conscience, perhaps I wouldn't have killed you. However, you actually changed sides and watched Fu Di being killed without doing anything. Moreover, you even tried to curry favor with this group of people. Do you really think that your face is so valuable? Or is it that in your eyes, everyone else is an idiot, and you are the only one who is extremely smart? Jiangchen sneered. At that moment, Lu Yunxing's face was pale and he was completely speechless. His face turned red because of Jiangchen's words. All of this was his own fault. I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. I beg you, Jiangchen, for the sake of Fu Di, please be magnanimous and let me go like a fart. I beg you. Lu Yunxing knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiangchen and Fu Di. Fu Di even felt a little sorry for him. When Fu Di was about to speak, he was stopped by Jiangchen, who waved his hand and said, "Don't interfere in this matter. The people here deserve to die." Jiangchen said coldly. Jiangchen, if you kill me, my Wang clan will never let you off. My Tianyin Snake Mansion will definitely make your life a living hell. Yang Qingyuan and Wang Su's faces were pale. At the moment of death, no one was not afraid. Alright, I'll be waiting for your sect to come and collect the debt at any time. I, Xianxia, have never feared any power or influence. Xianxia waved his hand and a fiery light soared into the sky. The four of them were enveloped by the five-elemental trigram fire formation and were incinerated. Even their souls were completely incinerated. At that moment, Fu Di blamed himself in his heart. However, he was rather happy to see that Xianxia was fine. After all, if it wasn't for Xianxia, he would have lost his life here. In an instant, the five of them were turned into ashes. Fu Di sighed in his heart. Xianxia's strength had really shocked him. Who in the Divine King realm could be his opponent? They are a group of treacherous and cunning people. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. When dealing with them, you cannot be soft-hearted. Your kindness is too easy for them to take advantage of. Give them a taste of their own medicine. How they treat you, you must pay them back tenfold, 100-fold. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. I've learnt something, Brother Jiang. Fu Di nodded his head solemnly. His heart was filled with emotions. However, Xianxia's words meant that he would not be moved by his kindness so easily in the future. Xianxia did not feel anything when he killed the 5 Divine King prodigies from the Longgu boundary. The 5 of them were just clowns in his eyes. Brother Fu, here are 10 energy recovery pills. Please keep them. I can't go with you because I'm afraid of dragging you down. Xianxia passed the 10 energy recovery pills to Fu Di without any hesitation. Fu Di's face was filled with gratitude and bitterness. Xianxia had made a lot of enemies in this journey. Not to mention the others, just the 10 major sects of the Chilean boundary alone. Except for the Eastern Emperor sect and the 9 Dragon Palace, the remaining 8 major sects were all hostile towards him. Because when he returned to the Chilean boundary, Xianxia heard that he had killed all the people of the 10 major sects and he was left behind in the Thunder Rush Sea. Of course, if he didn't come back, perhaps all of this would become a fleeting cloud and no one would ask about it. After all, the one who returned from the Thunder Rush Sea was the young master of the City Lord's mansion, Zixi. As for the Eastern Emperor sect and the 9 Dragon Palace, they were just lucky. However, Xianxia was different. He was framed by someone who put all the blame on him. The 8 major sects had long hated him to the core. Once there was a chance, they would never let him go. Therefore, if Fu Di followed Xianxia, he would only be seeking his own death. Xianxia wouldn't be able to protect Fu Di when the time comes. Brother Fu, let's meet again if we're fated. We can work together again in the Profound Connection Divine Palace. Xianxia smiled calmly. Fu Di also swept away the haze on his face and nodded silently. Xianxia left in a carefree manner. Fu Di, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. He saw the shadow of Xianxia in the divine tomb. This guy who seemed to be as strong as them was already the leader of the group. In the past, there were people who were stronger than him in the divine tomb, but none of them had the courage and means to resist the pressure of the divine tomb alone. This was why there were geniuses from other immortal worlds. However, compared to Xianxia, they were worlds apart. Xianxia, one day, I will catch up to your footsteps. My reputation as a genius isn't undeserved. The current Fu Di could only look up to Xianxia. Although he regarded Xianxia as his life and death brother, the battle intent in his heart couldn't be erased. Everyone had the heart to become stronger. 1,000 li of majestic mountains towered 9,000 meters into the sky, piercing through the clouds. In the middle of this call, surrounded by mountains, there was a scorching hinterland. The grass and trees were all ashes, and the rocks were all grayish-brown in color. They would shatter upon contact, turning into fine powder that fell to the ground. There were almost no living creatures in the surroundings, only the tender shoots of grass. There was a dot of green amidst the grayish-black, giving off a unique charm. The wildfire can't burn away the grass, the spring wind blows again. This should be the place. Ha ha ha. A man in white robes laughed and waved his folding fan. His aura was extraordinary, as though he was unparalleled. His pair of eagle eyes scanned the surroundings. Emo Fangzhou, look at the scorched lands around us. How did they form? A tanned man with a bare upper body asked in a low voice. He had a domineering expression on his face. Aoki-han, how dare you call me by my name? Are there no rules after leaving the clan? The white-robed man said coldly. The half-naked tanned man was Aoki-han. Young Master Fangzhou, don't forget that I am the disciple of the ninth elder. I'm his direct disciple. Even you don't dare to bully me, right? Aoki-han obviously did not like Imo Fangzhou and he did not respect him because this fellow was too much of a bully. He used to bully others in the Imo family. Oh? An outsider dares to be so arrogant in front of me, Imo Fangzhou? Just a mere ninth elder. Not to mention a trash like you, even if the ninth elder was here, what can he do to me? A fellow at the bottom of the elder council also dares to challenge me? If this was the Imo family, I would have killed you 100 times. The white-robed man, Lung Lung said. If you weren't born in the Imo family, you would have died 100 times. Aoki-han said calmly. Enough. This time, our Imo family is not here to embarrass ourselves. The white-robed man said in a deep voice. He held a folding fan in his hand and his aura was much stronger than the white-robed man. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person. This person was the person who had cooperated with him in the divine tomb, Moling Dongchen harumphed. Imo Fangzhou and Aoki-han also harumphed and fell into silence. After all, Moling Dongchen was their leader this time. His order was the highest authority in Wandi Mountain. Imo Fangzhou looked at Moling Dongchen with covetous eyes. He stared at Moling Dongchen coldly and the slyness in the depth of his eyes was not something that others could understand. Aoki-han was very obedient to Moling Dongchen. When they were in the divine tomb, Moling Dongchen's strength had won Aoki-han's respect. In the Imo family, Aoki-han was indebted to Moling Dongchen's care. Therefore, he had always been respectful to Moling Dongchen. The three of them walked for hundreds of miles, but they did not see any trace of wild beasts. Many of the wild beasts had also turned into skeletons and turned into ashes with a touch. However, at this moment, Aoki-han kicked a piece of wood. The black wood almost tripped Moling Dongchen because he did not care about it at all. The seemingly sturdy ancient trees and rocks had turned into powder. However, this piece of wood was extremely sturdy. It was not damaged at all and it looked extremely strange. What kind of broken wood is this? Aoki-han frowned and said with a gloomy expression. He had just gotten angry at Imo Fangzhou and now, he kicked a broken piece of wood. How could he not be angry? Even Blockhead was against him. Wait, Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Regardless of whether it was the ancient trees or the rocks, the birds or the beasts, they were all turned into ashes. Why is this round log not damaged at all? It's just burnt black. Moling Dongchen's words shocked Aoki-han and Imo Fangzhou. That's right. This place was either burned or struck by lightning. It was completely barren. How could there be such a sturdy ancient tree? Moling Dongchen knew that this ancient tree was not simple. At least, he did not know what it was. However, it must be something extraordinary. Could this be the 1,000 years agarwood? Imo Fangzhou said in a deep voice. Moling Dongchen did not say anything. Instead, he carefully observed the black piece of wood. There were 8 indiscernible circular patterns on it. It looked extremely strange. It's indeed the 1,000 years agarwood. It's the thunderbolt agarwood. It's extremely rare. It's indestructible after being struck by lightning 8 times. It's enough to prove that this thunderbolt agarwood is a real treasure. It's more than 100,000 years old. The older the agarwood, the more valuable it is. This thunderbolt agarwood is even more valuable. Moling Dongchen's words made Imo Fangzhou and Aoki-han breathed heavily. How valuable is this agarwood? Aoki-han asked in a low voice. Let's put it this way. It's priceless. Even 10,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones won't be able to change its value. Moreover, this is an agarwood that has been struck by lightning 8 times. Moling Dongchen's face was solemn as he held his breath. Moling Dongchen took a deep breath. The value of this thunderbolt agarwood could not be measured by money. It's enough to move a god emperor. Because this thunderbolt agarwood can be used to set up formations and concoct divine-grade medicinal pills. Even the legendary god emperor might not have seen a few divine-grade medicinal pills. Moling Dongchen's words made Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou licked their dry lips. It seemed like they had found a real treasure in Huangdi Mountain this time. This thunderbolt agarwood was a rare treasure. It could be used to concoct divine-grade medicinal pills. Even the Mo family, who was powerful, had never heard of a divine-grade medicinal pill. What about this thunderbolt agarwood? Mo Fangzhou said. If we give it to the family, we will only get some rewards at most. Moreover, it's definitely not as valuable as this thunderbolt agarwood. Moling Dongchen said faintly, suppressing the shock and excitement in his heart. This thunderbolt agarwood made Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou's eyes red. All right. This time Mo Fangzhou and Mo Qihan, who had always disagreed with each other, surprisingly stood on the same side. There was a total of 10 meters of thunderbolt agarwood and the three of them could get 3 meters each. Mo Fangzhou could not wait any longer. Moling Dongchen took out his divine weapon and slashed at the thunderbolt agarwood. However, there was no result. It could only leave a shallow mark on the thunderbolt agarwood. It could not cut the thunderbolt agarwood. Rumor has it that the thunderbolt agarwood can only be cut by the samadhi true fire. Is it true? Moling Dongchen's face turned pale and said in shock. I don't believe it. Mo Fangzhou squinted his eyes and took out his divine weapon and slashed at the thunderbolt agarwood. However, the result was the same. The thunderbolt agarwood did not move at all. How could this be? Mo Qihan felt that it was unbelievable. At this moment, a sneer appeared behind the three of them. 3 idiots. Do you think you can touch the thunderbolt agarwood? Ha ha ha. Who are you? Mo Qihan shouted as he stared at the skinny young man. Fangshan Boundary, Mountain River Sects Wu Yu. The young man said with a smile. Fangshan Boundary, Mountain River Sect? Mo Fangzhou slightly raised his eyebrows. Oh, a friend from Fangshan Boundary. Hee. Mountain River Sect is strong, that's for sure. But our Mo clan is not to be trifled with. If you want to use Mountain River Sect to force us to submit, I'm afraid it won't work. Even if we fight, do you think you can get away with it? There are 3 of us and you, only one. Mo Fangzhou said in disdain, not putting the young man in his eyes. Mo clan? I'm scared. Who doesn't know that the Mo clan is powerful? Otherwise, the other sects wouldn't only have 2 slots to enter the Huangdi Mountain, but your sect would have 3. But in this Huangdi Mountain, even if your Mo clan's hands are long, can you reach here? Wu Yu sneered. You're right. I never planned to use Mo clan to pressure you. If Mo clan came, not to mention the entire Fangshan boundary, even the reverends of the 9 boundaries in Qi Lian boundary would have to give face to our Mo clan's patriarch. I alone am enough to deal with you. You're all prodigies, but your Fangshan boundary is still too weak. How strong can the fella that came from there be? Frog in the well. Mo Fangzhou shouted coldly. Oh right, I forgot to mention. Your Fangshan boundary and Linhe boundary are not far apart. Why are you guys here instead of Linhe boundary? They know they're trash and gave up on the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. But you guys are shameless. Mo Fangzhou shrugged. He was extremely disdainful towards Fangshan boundary. He did not put Mountain River Sect in his eyes at all. The Mo clan was one of the top clans in Lone Dragon County. They were not to be trifled with. Even the reverends of the 9 boundaries had to give them some face. Mo Fangzhou did not put Mountain River Sect in his eyes at all. Arrogance required capital, and Mo Fangzhou had it. The Mo clan was a unique existence in the entire Lone Dragon County. After millions of years of accumulation, it wasn't something that a small sect could touch. It was said that the Mo clan once had an expert in the Emperor realm. However, no one knew if it was true or not. However, there was no doubt that the Mo clan had a deep foundation. Wu Yue was so angry that he laughed and shook his head. No matter how strong the Mo clan was, could they really enter Huangdi Mountain and kill him? Wu Yu sighed and scoffed. Looks like a newborn calf is really not afraid of a tiger. The people of the Mo clan, what arrogant words. Could it be that the elders in your clan have not told you that there is always someone better out there? My Mountain River Sect is not something you can laugh at. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know who the real genius is. You? Was he worthy of being called a genius? I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha, my Mo clan has never been afraid of anyone. Mountain River sect, right? Including the people from your Xianxia, I'll beat them up one by one. Who do you think you are? Mo Fangzhou shouted. His battle intent surged and he was ready to strike any time. Alright. You think I'm afraid of you? There are no cowards in Mountain River sect. Wu Yue looked at Mo Fangzhou in disdain. Both of them were at loggerheads. Of course, it was all because of the Thunderbolt Daggerwood. Everyone has desires. Greed and desire were distracting thoughts that no one could get rid of. In front of the Thunderbolt Daggerwood, Wu Yu was worth a fight. How could an ordinary person have the fortune to encounter such a rare treasure? Wu Yu's target was obvious. It was the Thunderbolt Daggerwood. He would never give up on it. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a precious treasure? Even the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries would not be able to resist such temptation. Both of them were ready to fight at any time. Moling Dongchen and Amo Qihan looked at each other. This fella's appearance was too strange. Moreover, once the news of the Thunderbolt Daggerwood was spread out, everyone would come to snatch it. There were countless experts in the Nine Boundaries and monstrous geniuses. Now that the Thunderbolt Daggerwood had appeared, it would definitely cause a commotion. Experts from all over the Nine Boundaries would come to fight for it. F*CK, this fella is lying. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Mo Fangzhou smiled and remained calm. Don't worry. You don't need to do anything to this trash. I will definitely kill him. This matter must not be leaked out. We must separate the Thunderbolt Daggerwood as soon as possible. Mo Fangzhou's words made Moling Dongchen realize that Mo Fangzhou was not blinded by anger. If they insisted on doing things their own way, they would be exposed very quickly. The current situation was to get rid of this guy from Mountain River sect in Fengshan Boundary as soon as possible and leave this place as soon as possible. Want to leave? Hee. Let's see if you have the ability to get past me. Wu Yu sneered and raised his sword. His aura was like a dragon as he pointed his sword at Mo Fangzhou. His murderous aura spread out and the entire scorched land became chaotic. Such arrogance. Aren't you afraid that you'll hurt your tongue? Since you're so stubborn, then I can only teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. I'll return this to you. Mo Fangzhou's body shook and his aura was unparalleled. Both of them had reached the peak of the early Divine King realm and could enter the mid-Divine King realm at any time. F*CK. If you can't defeat him, just say it. I won't just stand by and watch. Ha ha ha. Amo Qihan said with a laugh. However, Moling Dongchen did not refute his words. Indeed, the most important thing was to get rid of the opponent as soon as possible. If Mo Fangzhou couldn't defeat him, not to mention Amo Qihan, even he would take action. However, if the two of them took action now, Mo Fangzhou would lose his face. Don't worry. He's just a clown. I don't need you to save me. Mo Fangzhou harumphed coldly. He did not want Amo Qihan to watch him die. Mo Fangzhou was determined to kill this person who wanted to take his treasure away. Nice words. But I don't know how strong you are. Humph. Wu Yu snorted coldly. The sword in his hand was 9 feet tall. The wind danced, rippling the void. The gigantic sword pressed down, causing the sky to change color. Wu Yu's strength was displayed to its fullest at this moment. The terrifying sword intent crushed down. That unparalleled violence manifested his anger and dominance. Great. Today, I'll show you something new. Our Mo family is not something that anyone can bully. Those who humiliate our Mo family shall be killed without mercy. Mo Fangzhou held the divine staff in his hand and soared into the sky. He clashed with Wu Yu. His thunderous attack shocked everyone. A battle between divine kings. Although the Mountain River sect of the Fengshan Boundary was the weakest in the 9 boundaries like the Linhe Boundary, they were not a bunch of weaklings. Wu Yue was one of the strongest experts in the Mountain River sect. He was a dazzling star in the Fengshan Boundary, a leader of the younger generation. Wu Yue's strength was extraordinary. Although he had yet to reach the mid-Divine King realm, His battle strength at the peak of the early Divine King realm made him almost invincible in the same realm. Let's see how powerful the people from the Mo clan are. Wu Yue took the lead, slashing out a hole in the void with his giant sword. Mo Fangzhou was calm and composed, waving the divine staff in his hand. His aura was like a rainbow as the weapons clashed, clanging noises could be heard. Two silhouettes clashed continuously in the sky, fighting for their lives. Exquisite rise, mountain river sword dance. Wu Yue slashed down with his sword. The shadow of the sword blurred as it charged forward relentlessly. The huge sword rippled and the void trembled, forming sword shadows in all directions. The shadow of the sword slashed down on the mortal world. The shadow of the sword was strange and exquisite. The sword danced enchantingly and moved like a rainbow. Mo Fangzhou did not dare to be slow and quickly took action as well. His opponent's sword dance and the aura of mountains and rivers were pressing down on him. This time, he really met an expert. Mo Fangzhou thought that he was a peerless genius, but so was Wu Yue. He was born to be a genius. In the battle royale of the 9 boundaries, who was not a genius, the battle between the strong was bound to be spectacular. Even Moling Dongchen and Mo Qihan became extremely solemn as they concentrated on the battle between the two. The battle between the two was spectacular. The shadows of the staff smashed down from the void, causing the clouds to rumble and lightning to flash. Clear Sky 8 Trigram Staff. Mo Fangzhou's rod pierced through the heavens as he clashed with Wu Yue. Both of them were pressuring each other, but neither of them could do anything to the other. The battle lasted for a long time and both of them had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Naturally, the excitement of the battle could not be described with words. The sword and rod clashed, tearing through the void. That terrifying aura made both sides appreciate each other. In this battle, Mo Fangzhou had fought for the Mo family. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in such a remote place. To be able to fight me to this extent, you can be considered a true expert. However, if you want to defeat me, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. Mo Fangzhou looked at the sky and smiled. He had lived for 300 years, and even if the two of them were equally matched, he didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. The arrogance and willfulness of a great clan made him feel inferior to Wu Yue. Wu Yue narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold light suddenly appeared, and the corners of his mouth also became more and more feminine. Don't be too happy until the end. Not everyone will be able to laugh until the end. Wu Yue laughed coldly, but Mo Fangzhou didn't care. The two of them fought once more, turning everything within 1,000 miles into dust, causing the surroundings to shake. Brat, you dare to compete with me? You're just a piece of trash. Mo Fangzhou mocked, completely disregarding Wu Yue. The battle between the two of them was getting more and more terrifying. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at a shocking speed, tearing through the sky like a meteor. Every strike of Mo Fangzhou's rod was filled with domineering aura that was unparalleled in the world. That domineering attitude of his struck fear into everyone's heart. However, Wu Yue wasn't afraid at all. His expression was solemn as he searched for Mo Fangzhou's weakness at all times. 9 feet of ice blade, 800 miles in one strike. Sword shadows overlapped, rampaging through the world. Wu Yue found the right opportunity to suppress Mo Fangzhou when he was careless. At that moment, Mo Fangzhou was slightly stunned. Although Wu Yue's attack was strong, he wasn't weak either. Trying to suppress me with your strength? Dream on. Mo attack, layers of rod shadows. Mo Fangzhou's battle intent was shocking. However, he had already lost from the start. Wu Yue's attack was faster and more ferocious than his. Mountain and river sword, slash the mountains and rivers, shatter the sky. Wu Yue's figure flickered, completely unfathomable. At that moment, even Moling Dongchen's expression changed slightly. This asterisk shoal, careless and lost Jingzhou. Looks like he's still one move behind. He's actually not weak, he might even be stronger. At least, that's how it seems now. However, he's too arrogant and presumptuous. He never put his opponent in his eyes. If he loses this battle, it'll be a good lesson for him. Mo Qihan said softly. As an outsider, the two of them could see the truth. Mo Fangzhou was one move behind and had fallen into a passive position. Light and shadow intertwined, the sword aura became more ferocious, slashing the rod shadows and soaring towards Emo Fangzhou. Emo Fangzhou's expression turned cold as Wu Yue had already arrived. Wu Yue's sword was like a mountain pressing down on Emo Fangzhou. As the sword slashed down, Emo Fangzhou was pushed back. The divine rod in his hand was slightly loosened and his palm cracked. His aura was instantly suppressed by Wu Yue. Bastard! Emo Fangzhou roared in rage, but Wu Yue did not give him the chance. Steady and orderly, he made Emo Fangzhou fall into a passive position. Emo Fangzhou's underestimation of his enemy was the most important reason for his defeat. Initially, Wu Yue did not have 100% confidence. But now, he had the absolute initiative. The terrifying sword shadows closed in again and again, causing Emo Fangzhou to slack off for a moment. The two of them chased each other and Emo Fangzhou finally paid the price for underestimating his enemy. Wu Yue laughed coldly and pressed forward. Finally, the two of them had a slight change. The 9-feet-long ice blade shone in the sky and wherever it passed, Emo Fangzhou found it hard to defend. Emo Fangzhou lost the initiative with every step. Stupid fella. Wu Yue closed in on Emo Fangzhou again, not giving him any chance. He attacked continuously, making Emo Fangzhou furious and regretful. However, the result was meaningless. He lost in the end. Under Wu Yue's ferocious attacks, he was continuously injured. Although it was not life-threatening, he was at a disadvantage now. He did not have the chance to fight Wu Yue anymore. Get lost. Wu Yue hollered in rage and pointed his sword into the air. Emo Fangzhou fled in a sorry state with an ugly expression on his face. He was speechless and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was really unwilling to accept his loss. Now, you still want to challenge me? Emo clan, just SOSO. You're all unworthy of your reputation. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yue laughed loudly. Moling Dongchen and Emo Qihan frowned their eyebrows. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Defeating the weakest doesn't mean you can stand above the rest. Emo Qihan crossed his arms. Although Emo Fangzhou was furious, a defeated general does not speak bravely. Even if he was unwilling, he could only harumph coldly. Of course, he could not boost his opponent's morale and destroy Emo Qihan's reputation. You can continue if you're not satisfied. Emo Qihan's expression turned cold as his battle intent surged. However, he knew that his strength was on par with Emo Fangzhou's. He must not underestimate his opponent. Otherwise, he would be in an awkward situation. Of course, I won't be the one fighting you guys. There's no such thing as taking turns to fight me. Wu Yu shrugged and said. He waved his hand and 10 Divine King Realm experts appeared behind Wu Yu. At that moment, even Moling Dongchen's countenance changed. 10 Divine King Realm experts were not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Most importantly, Emo Fangzhou was injured. It was too difficult for the three of them to deal with 11 of them. They might even lose their lives. Moling Dongchen was confident that he could fight against 3 of them, but what about Emo Qihan and Emo Fangzhou? The 2 of them would definitely be in danger. At this moment, the situation was completely reversed by Wu Yu. He gradually understood that Wu Yu was just trying to show off his strength. Wu Yu made him understand that his strength was not to be trifled with. Emo Fangzhou's defeat had boosted his confidence. 11 Divine King Realm experts. Such strength was enough to defeat many other forces. Even a mid-Divine King Realm expert would not be able to turn the situation around. Moreover, even though they were early Divine Kings, there might be people who could fight against mid-Divine Kings. This was not a groundless rumor. There were monstrous geniuses above the experts. There was no lack of people with great talent. Leave the Thunderbolt Agarwood behind and the 3 of you can leave safely. Wu Yu said faintly. His elegant demeanor made Emo Qihan feel extremely pressured. If they were to fight now, they were obviously much weaker than them. It would not take long for them to be defeated. Moling Dongchen was unwilling to give up. But what's the use of it? Although the Thunderbolt Agarwood was precious, could it be more precious than their lives? If they lost their lives, how could they enjoy the Thunderbolt Agarwood? After weighing the pros and cons, they could only settle for the next best thing, to protect themselves. After all, there were 11 God Kings. A formation like that was not something that just anyone could take on. It was very likely that they would not be able to bear the price. Moling Dongchen gritted his teeth. They were the first to discover such a rare treasure. Now, they had to hand it over to someone else. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? Are we really going to give them the Thunderbolt Agarwood? Mo Fangzhou gritted his teeth and said furiously. Do you have a better idea? Mo Qihan said. Originally, the Mo attack technique was prepared to be used at the last moment when I fought for the first place in the 9 boundaries. But now, it seems that I have to use it in advance. After thinking for a while, Moling Dongchen finally made up his mind. This time, if they didn't try their best, the Thunderbolt Agarwood would not be worth it. Moreover, even the Great Bright Lord's relic was not as precious as the Thunderbolt Agarwood. Why would they give up what was near and seek what was far away? Obtaining the Thunderbolt Agarwood was of utmost importance. Let's risk it. If you can't win, don't linger and retreat quickly. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. All right. Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou nodded at the same time. They were not willing to give up the treasure that they found. They would not be able to eat or sleep well. It would even leave a huge shadow on their path of cultivation. They must fight this battle. This was what Mo Qihan agreed to. Although he was not a member of the Mo family, he was trained by the Mo family. Now, he was considered as half a member of the Mo family. How could he not care about the Mo family's reputation? Moreover, there was also his own benefits involved. Mo Qihan would not let it go just like that. What? Still thinking of resisting? Wu Yu frowned. These unappreciative guys. Do they really want to have a life and death struggle? To them, there was no benefit at all. Moreover, he was confident that he could kill all of them. He took action to punish Mo Fangzhou so that he could suppress them. That way, they would not have to fight each other. The only thing they should do was to preserve their strength. It was not a good sign to have a life and death battle with their opponents at this moment. If they were unlucky and got attacked by others, they would lose more than they gained. Using the simplest method to achieve the most perfect result. Wu Yu's plan was not bad. Unfortunately, Moling Dongchen and the others did not want to give up because the Thunderbolt Agarwood was too tempting. It was worth risking their lives for. If we don't try, how would we know who will have the last laugh? That's what you said. Mo Qihan said with a smile. Since he had chosen to fight with his life on the line, he would not show any mercy. There were many experts in the Mo family, and there were many strong ones. However, Mo Qihan was chosen to participate in the battle royale of the 9 counties. It was enough to show his strength and talent in the eyes of the Mo family. In just a few years, he had reached the Divine King realm. Moreover, he was an expert from the immortal world. His future would be limitless. It could be said that Mo Qihan could already fight against 3 ordinary Divine King realm experts by himself or even more. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Alright, I will let you know how powerful our Fangshan boundary is. Guys, since they don't know what's good for them, then we can only fight to the death. Wu Yu's words were filled with murderous intent. The 10 people behind him were incomparably dignified. At this moment, a battle of life and death was bound to break out. These people were all from Fangshan boundary. Their unity was not ordinary. It's useless to talk too much. If you want the Thunderbolt Agarwood, you'll have to go through the 3 of us first. Moling Dongchen said faintly. He was ready to fight. As you wish. Wu Yu's eyes turned cold and his killing intent surged. He held the 9-foot ice sword tightly and pointed it at Moling Dongchen because he knew that he was the most powerful one among the 3 of them. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the ringleader. Only by defeating him could they take down the others. Moling Dongchen stepped on the void and waved his folding fan. The wind and clouds surged and the atmosphere was majestic. The 2 of them fought almost instantly. The 9-foot ice sword in Wu Yu's hand was very powerful. He kept launching terrifying attacks. The sky changed color and dark clouds rose. Although Moling Dongchen's strength had reached the mid-Divine King realm, he had just broken through not long ago. It was difficult for him to fight against the 4 of them alone. Fortunately, he had the MO attack art. So he was fearless. At least, he must not be afraid in this battle. Otherwise, it would be too shameful. In the future, he would never be able to overcome this obstacle in the MO clan or even in his own heart. Mountain and River Sword, shatter mountains and rivers, undefeatable Dongfeng. Wu Yu's momentum was ferocious. At this moment, he had finally displayed his true strength. The horrifying sword momentum was stronger than the previous one. It was as if the mountains and rivers were shattered and the wind was blowing. Moling Dongchen was facing a formidable enemy. In addition to the 3 Divine King Realm experts supporting him from the side, he had fallen into a passive position. MO attack feather fan, Ling Xian. A golden fan shadow swept across the void. However, Wu Yu was well prepared. The two of them continued to exchange blows. The 9-foot ice sword was not in a disadvantageous position. Unfortunately, it was besieged by 4 people. It was not easy for it to remain undefeated. On the other hand, Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou were in a difficult situation as compared to Moling Dongchen. Mo Qihan was still fine, but Mo Fangzhou was already injured. It was hard for him to fight against the 3 of them at the same time. Mo Fangzhou would definitely be defeated if this went on, and his ending would be even more miserable. Mo Qihan was also struggling as his opponents were all monstrous geniuses. Although Fangshan Boundary was not like Qi Lian Boundary where there were many experts, they were all geniuses. You might not necessarily be stronger than them. The 4 of them joined hands and Mo Qihan could only defend passively. Even so, it was considered good. Compared to Mo Fangzhou, who was retreating step by step, at least Mo Qihan managed to stabilize himself. From the beginning, Moling Dongchen knew that this battle would be tough. However, he did not expect Mo Fangzhou and Mo Qihan to be so passive. However, since they had decided to fight to the death to protect the Thunderbolt Aggerwood, they would fight till the end. You don't have much time left. If you stop now, I might let you go for the sake of the Mo clan. Wu Yu said proudly. He was not afraid of Moling Dongchen at all. This time, they had already gained the upper hand. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the other 2 people were also in danger. You want my Thunderbolt Aggerwood? Impossible. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Looks like you're useless even though I've given you a chance. Since you insist on staking it all on one throw, then let me see your true ability. Just what is it that makes you so fearless? Wu Yu roared in anger. The killing intent in his eyes rose to a whole new level. His blood-red eyes pierced through the sky. With a flash of his sword, he approached Moling Dongchen. 11 Divine King Realm experts had completely sealed off all of their escape routes. There was no room for negotiation in this battle. Ink attack technique, 1 speck of dawn. Moling Dongchen held the golden feather fan in his hand and swung it horizontally. A speck of light burst out and gradually occupied the entire 1,000 miles of scorched land. It became the hottest speck of light in the entire battlefield. Wherever the feather fan passed by, the radiance would rise to the sky and cut off the dust and wind. Wu Yu's facial expression changed drastically. The Mo clan was indeed not an ordinary clan. This ink attack technique was really terrifying. It was just 1 speck of dawn, but it was like the destructive light of the sun in the sky. It was so dazzling that one could not open his eyes. Wu Yu retreated while fighting. However, Moling Dongchen did not retreat at all. Instead, at this moment, he dashed forward and the radiance was everywhere. 1 speck of dawn was one of the top techniques of the ink attack technique. It was personally drawn by his grandfather on his feather fan when he participated in the Battle Royale of the 9 counties. The ink attack technique was the foundation of the Mo clan. The ink attack technique was a marvelous work of art. It was similar to a formation, yet different from a formation. It was like the essence of the changes in space between the heavens and earth. It was called the ink attack technique. Only the experts who had reached the hierarch realm could use the ink attack technique and practice the Mo clan's ink attack technique. Otherwise, they would not be able to control the ink attack technique and it would be equivalent to digging their own grave. The Mo clan once had an Emperor Realm expert. The ink attack technique's 36 styles had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The ink attack technique could easily defeat those who were at a higher realm than them. Especially after entering the hierarch realm, the ink attack technique was almost invincible. The Mo clan's ink attack technique? Wu Yu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. He was extremely afraid. The Mo clan was able to become a unique existence in the Lone Dragon County. There was no need to doubt their strength. Moreover, the Mo attack technique was a technique that made countless people tremble in fear. Even the supremacies of the 9 boundaries respected the Mo clan. It was evident that the Mo clan was powerful and the Mo attack technique was ferocious. Today, no matter what, I'll kill the 3 of you here. Wu Yu knew that the ink attack technique was not something that ordinary people could practice. Everyone knew that only the hierarch realm experts could practice the ink attack technique. Moling Dongchen was able to use the ink attack technique. It was definitely not a long-term plan. He must have been taught by the elders of his clan. As long as he could endure this period of time, the 3 people from the Mo clan would be his. Moling Dongchen also knew that he did not have much time left. The ink attack technique consumed a lot of divine origin energy. It was not easy for him to use such a terrifying ink attack technique. A ray of morning light. Kill. Moling Dongchen waved his folding fan. The light swept across the area. The mountain wind collapsed and the earth cracked. It was unstoppable. However, Wu Yu and the others avoided the light and did not want to fight with Moling Dongchen to the end. Damn it. Moling Dongchen knew that if he continued to fight with them, it would only bring them harm. His ink attack technique was about to be used up. At least, it was impossible to use the ink attack technique again in a short period of time. The ink attack technique was invincible. A ray of morning light swept across the void and everything became silent. However, the opponents did not want to fight with him face to face. The 4 of them split up. There was no chance for them to kill him. Finally, Moling Dongchen's ink attack technique was only used at the last moment. It killed a Divine King realm expert who could not dodge in time. Everyone's countenance changed. However, at the next moment, Moling Dongchen became extremely weak. Wu Yu seized the opportunity and attacked again, putting Moling Dongchen in a difficult situation. However, no matter what, Moling Dongchen was a middle Divine King realm expert. He was very powerful. Now that there was one less Divine King realm expert, it was not that difficult for him to fight against the 3 of them. However, the space was still being compressed. Mo Fangzhou turned around and saw that his body was covered with cuts and bruises. He almost lost his combat power. However, he still fought until the end without any cowardice. Mo Qihan's facial expression changed drastically. He took a few steps back and was in a passive position. The 4 experts had joined hands to attack him and he was fighting against 4 of them alone. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Currently, Moling Dongchen was the one who was in the best situation. Fight to the death. Warriors are heroes. If you can kill me, I, Moling Dongchen, will have no complaints. Moling Dongchen was ready to fight to the death. Somehow, the figure in the divine tomb suddenly appeared in his mind. Xianxia, the king who got rid of all illusions and stood proudly in the universe. He heard from Mo Qihan that he was also in Lone Dragon County. However, he didn't know where he was and where his home was. How dare you kill our people from Fengshan boundary? Now, accept your trial. Wu Yu roared in rage and his killing intent surged. The remaining 10 people hated the people from Mo clan to the core. After all, their brothers were killed by Moling Dongchen. They must take revenge for this. Wu Yu's killing intent was heavy and his sword chi was oppressive. He was the leader of Mountain River sect. As one of the most powerful experts in Fengshan boundary, although Wu Yu's strength had not reached the mid-Divine King realm, he was even stronger than an ordinary mid-Divine King realm expert. His Mountain River sword art was invincible. Sword shatters mountains and rivers, undefeatable western sky. Wu Yu's sword was as sharp as 1,000 miles. When the huge sword slashed down, even Moling Dongchen had to avoid it. Without the help of the 2 divine kings, Wu Yu might not be able to hurt Moling Dongchen. However, at this moment, Moling Dongchen's injuries had worsened and he had lost his initial battle strength. Even if I die, you won't get any benefits. Ink attack, heavenly breaking feather. Moling Dongchen harumphed coldly. His mouth was filled with determination. The two of them clashed together. 1 against 3. Moling Dongchen's feather fan was flying everywhere. Even though he was fighting with his life, he still managed to defeat the other two. Wu Yu was also severely injured. Compared to them, Moling Dongchen's injuries were more serious. Amo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou were on the verge of death. At this moment, Moling Dongchen had the thought of retreating. Although the opponent's strength was not top-notch, there were more than 10 Divine King Realm experts. It was still a great force. Leave quickly. Moling Dongchen shouted in a deep voice. He turned around and left. However, at this moment, Wu Yue's eyes were bloodshot. He did not intend to let Moling Dongchen and the others leave. Qihan, protect the troops. Retreat. Moling Dongchen quickly retreated, but Wu Yu chased after him. At this moment, Moling Dongchen did not expect that Wu Yu's target was Mo Fangzhou and Mo Qihan. The 9-feet-long ice blade fell from the sky like the judgment of God. Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou's countenance changed drastically. No, Mo Fangzhou roared in rage. His heart was filled with fear. Now that he had lost his fighting strength, he would definitely die if that sword slashed down. Mo Qihan was in the same situation. Facing Wu Yue's attack, he kept retreating to stabilize his body. However, he still could not escape from Wu Yue's sword aura. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yue and Mo Qihan's sword arrived. Even their clothes were fluttering without any wind. Damn it! Moling Dongchen was furious. However, as the commander of the Mo clan, he could not give up on Mo Fangzhou and Mo Qihan and leave. Moling Dongchen rushed forward without hesitation. He put his palms together and caught the sword. The horrifying sword shadow was accompanied by an earth-shattering airwave. Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou were blown away. Moling Dongchen's clothes were fluttering and his hair was disheveled. At that moment, he was also severely injured and he was blown away. His face was pale. It was the last choice of life and death. Wu Yu also suffered a great impact and was severely injured. However, the rest of them were still fine as they were not severely injured. Their fighting strength was not to be underestimated. They could totally ignore the 3 people from the Mo clan. Her long hair was fluttering in the air. Everyone was stunned. Her hair reached her waist. She was a beautiful young man. It turned out that Moling Dongchen was a peerless beauty. How could this be? Even Mo Qihan was stunned. He did not know that Moling Dongchen was a woman. Moreover, she was so beautiful. Her temperament was extraordinary. Even though she was severely injured, her beauty was still comparable to the fairy of the 9 heavens. He had been in the Mo clan for quite some time. However, he did not know that Moling Dongchen was a woman who was disguised as a man. Even though her hair was disheveled and messy, it could not hide her unparalleled charm. Originally a goddess, a beauty that could topple a city, Mo Qihan was intoxicated by her beauty. Who would not be attracted by such a woman? Unfortunately, I can't protect her. Mo Fangzhou murmured. Obviously, he knew that Moling Dongchen was a woman. Moreover, he did not hide his love and lust for Moling Dongchen. Is the Mo clan really going to end up like this? Mo Fangzhou gritted his teeth. However, he had completely lost his combat power. He was basically waiting for death. Moling Dongchen slowly raised her head. Her beauty was unparalleled and unparalleled. Her elegance and coldness made Wu Yue and the others' eyes light up. Such a peerless beauty. I can't help but pity her. Wu Yu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Seems like you guys are quite lucky this time. The Mo clan's goddess. TSK TSK TSK. She must be pretty tender. Yeah. Brother Wu, it seems like we're really lucky this time. Ha ha ha. The Mo clan's goddess is wagging her tail in our hands. It's exciting to think about it. Today, our Fengshan boundaries sects are rising. Brother Wu, you're really our Fengshan boundaries lucky star. The experts from the Fengshan boundary behind Wu Yue sneered and said. Apart from mocking and ridiculing Moling Dongchen, they also coveted Moling Dongchen to the point that their saliva was dripping all over the ground. Moling Dongchen's beauty could even rival the daughter of the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries, Yan Qingqing. Who wouldn't admire her? Now, Moling Dongchen had become their prisoner. Moling Dongchen looked at Wu Yu and the others silently and sneered. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling. It seemed like the jade-faced man had a reasonable explanation. A group of trash bullying others. My Mo clan does not have people who are submissive and pleading for mercy. In a Mo Kihan's heart, when he was in the divine tomb, he felt that this person was very handsome. Even women could not be compared to him. Now, he finally knew the truth. He was shocked by Moling Dongchen's beauty. Even he was deeply attracted by it. You're about to die but you're still so stubborn. Hee hee. What a shame. But do you think that these two useless people can protect you? Wu Yu looked at Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou in disdain. Moling Dongchen fell into silence. At this moment, they were indeed in a life and death situation. TSK TSK TSK. It's despicable. There are so many men bullying a weak girl. It's really disgraceful. Who is it? Wu Yu shouted as he looked at the young man who was walking towards them. He became solemn because the person in front of him was not simple. Qi Tian Boundary, Heavenly Xing Sect, Xing Ming. The sturdy young man said faintly. He was calm and composed, looking down on everyone. He looked at Moling Dongchen and smiled. His smile was elegant. He was full of admiration for Moling Dongchen. Qi Tian Boundary? You're from the Heavenly Xing Sect, Xing Feng's younger brother, Xing Ming. Wu Yu's expression changed. The person in front of him was a genuine mid-divine king, and his aura was extremely solemn. He did not care about the 10 divine kings at all. His boldness was awe-inspiring. Xing Ming's expression was solemn and unhappy. He never wanted to live under his brother's shadow. It seemed like most people knew him through his brother, Xing Feng. This made him extremely annoyed. As a mid-divine king, he had to live under his brother's shadow. It was easy to imagine how angry he was. Since you know who I am, get lost now. Xing Ming said coldly. Brother Xing, we're from Fengshan Boundary. Do you really want to go against the entire Fengshan Boundary? You may be strong, but we're not to be trifled with. Wu Yu said. Obviously, he would not be scared off by Xing Ming. In that case, we'll have to fight. Since you only know my brother, Xing Feng, I'll let you know my strength today. Xing Ming and Wu Yu stared at each other. None of them wanted to take a step back. Qi Tian Boundary is full of heroes but there are no cowards in our Fengshan Boundary. If we fight to the death, you alone might not be able to defeat all 10 of us. Wu Yu said. I'm going to protect this girl. Because she's going to be mine. Xing Ming said domineeringly. Moling Dongchen frowned. This guy did not come with good intentions. He might not be sincere in saving them. Mo Fangzhou and Mo Qihan's faces looked terrible too. Hee hee hee. Heroes always fall for beauties. Do you know why I want to kill them? Wu Yu said with a smile. Say it now. Xing Ming said impatiently. That's because that woman possesses Agarwood, Thunderstruck Agarwood. Wu Yu specially emphasized that it was Thunderbolt Agarwood. Xing Ming's pupils shrunk. He suddenly turned around and looked at Moling Dongchen. Is that true? If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Brother Xing, in today's battle, I can choose to take a step back. This Thunderbolt Agarwood, you and I can each take half. Let's stop here and bury the hatchet. What do you think? Wu Yu laughed and squinted his eyes. At this moment, Xing Ming looked at Moling Dongchen with a meaningful look. Even if that's the case, and I understand your reasoning, why should I split it with you? What right do you have to share it with me? This Thunderbolt Agarwood is mine. The woman is also mine. Ha ha ha. Xing Ming was incomparably arrogant, even more so than Wu Yu. His laughter reverberated through the air and traveled thousands of miles. The eyes of Wu Yu and the rest turned colder. You're really greedy. It seems like you want to go against us even if you have to risk your life. Wu Yu realized that he had underestimated Xing Ming. Xing Ming was demanding an exorbitant price and wanted to take everything for himself. Moling Dongchen and the other two were in despair. Xing Ming was not their savior. He was just like Wu Yu, an out-and-out robber. Give it to me. Xing Ming's eyes turned cold, He quickly took the spatial ring from Moling Dongchen's hand. Moling Dongchen's expression turned cold and she quickly retreated. However, Xing Ming was too powerful and she was already at the end of her rope. She could not fight back at all. Xing Ming stretched out his hand and the spatial ring was about to be sucked into his palm. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed. Everyone gasped. The speed was too fast. Even Xing Ming's face turned cold. The thunderbolt agarwood that he was about to get was snatched away by someone else. You're not just a robber. Moreover, it's such a beautiful woman. Where's your public morality? A sneer sounded beside Moling Dongchen's ears. Moling Dongchen's beautiful eyes twitched. This voice made her feel comfortable. Even though she could not see his face, she had already guessed who he was. Her partner in the divine tomb, the stubborn young man who turned the situation around with his own strength. Even the invitation from God Luo clan and Mo family were ignored by him. He was Jiang Chen. A warm feeling appeared in Moling Dongchen's heart. This guy did not disappoint her after all. From the moment she heard about him from Mo Qihan, his figure had appeared in her mind. She did not come to the battle royale of the 9 counties in vain. Boss Jiang, it's really you. Mo Qihan was extremely excited. In the divine tomb, Jiang Chen was their backbone. Among millions of experts, the only person they respected was Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, these so-called geniuses from the immortal world would not exist. In front of Jiang Chen, their so-called geniuses were not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Chen's appearance gave Mo Qihan a reassurance. At this moment, he knew that the former king would not disappoint him. Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you interfere in my business? Xing Ming's eyes were burning. He stared at Jiang Chen Lung with anger burning in his heart. The thunderbolt agarwood that he was about to get was snatched away by Jiang Chen just like that. Who should bear this anger? It goes without saying. I don't care who you are. Even if your brother is here, I will not give you any face. Heavenly Xing sect's people, are they all scums? Your brother was defeated by me and you still want to fight with me? Jiang Chen looked at Xing Ming in disdain. Not only Xing Ming, even Wu Yue and Moling Dongchen's countenance changed. Did this fella really defeat Xing Feng of Heavenly Xing sect? This was simply too shocking. Heavenly Xing sect was on the same level as Heavenly Profound sect and Eastern Emperor sect. Xing Feng's strength was comparable to the 3 great experts of Qilian boundary, Heavenly Profound sect's Xianxia, killing Luo sect's Gui Gu and Eastern Emperor sect's Donghuang Taie. This fella actually defeated Xing Feng. Who is he? You're that alchemist. Xing Ming instantly knew who this person was. Before entering Wangdi Mountain, his brother and the elders of his sect had lost to this alchemist. It seemed like it was true. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. You only won because of my sect's elders' alchemy skills. Do you think that you, an early divine king, can compete with my brother? Dream on. Although I don't like him, I have to teach you a lesson for slandering him. Otherwise, you'll really think that you're invincible. We should be fine as long as he's here. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. He was extremely calm. As long as Jiang Chen was here, everything would be fine. Mo Fangzhou squinted his eyes. He had heard Mo Qihan mention this fella before. This fella was also from the immortal world. His strength should be extraordinary. However, no matter how strong he was, could he really fight alone? There were 10 early Divine King Realm experts and a mid-Divine King Realm expert from the Heavenly Xing sect. How could he be so fearless? Isn't he being too arrogant? Is he really that strong? Mo Fangzhou said. You've never seen it, so you'll never understand what Jiang Chen's name represented in the Divine Tomb once upon a time. Mo Qihan said faintly. He turned a blind eye to Mo Fangzhou's doubt and anxiety. It was not because he was disdainful, but because he did not understand what Jiang Chen's strength represented. At least, Mo Qihan did not believe that Jiang Chen's strength was only that much. Since he had the confidence to stand here, it meant that he was confident. Are we really going to hand our lives over to an early divine king fella? Mo Fangzhou murmured. However, at the next moment, he suddenly realized that they had no way out. At this moment, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have fallen into a hopeless situation and Moling Dongchen would have died. Mo Fangzhou felt sorry for Jiang Chen's misfortune, but he was angry at Jiang Chen's lack of strength. He could not change his fate, he could do nothing about it. Jiang Chen looked at Xing Ming and said calmly, "Even so, your brother was still defeated by me." Jiang Chen's strength made Wu Yu and the others fall into deep thoughts. Who is this fella? Is he really that strong? He didn't even take Xing Feng of the Heavenly Xing sect seriously. That guy was at least one of the top 10 geniuses in the battle royale of the 9 counties. How could he be defeated by an early Divine King kid? But now, he was fearless as he faced Xing Ming. Xing Ming also confirmed that it was Jiang Chen. He did not know what to do. However, he was not willing to leave just like that. After all, the 10 of them were early Divine Kings. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, they still had the upper hand in terms of numbers. What he was worried about the most was that the 2 of them would not fight to the death. If that's the case, even if he wanted to reap the benefits, he would not be able to. Currently, Wu Yu was becoming more and more cautious. The situation was the most delicate. No one knew who would become the target of all. However, what he needed now was to join hands with Xing Ming to defeat Jiang Chen. As for who would emerge victorious, it would depend on the will of the heavens. At least for now, Xing Ming had already gone against him. He had to take a step back first. I, Xing Ming, never kill a nameless person. Jiang Chen. From the moment you knew my name, no one could save you anymore. Jiang Chen smiled. But at this moment, Wu Yu and the others' countenance changed. They came from the Fengshan boundary, they knew that there was a devil in the Linhe boundary. Otherwise, they would not have missed the battle royale of the 9 counties. Although the Linhe boundary was a weak boundary, it was still easy for them to produce some Divine King geniuses. However, none of them attended the battle royale of the 9 counties. It was all because of this guy called Jiang Chen. Could it be someone with the same name? Wu Yu's heart was beating like a drum. The brothers beside him also became nervous. They did not know how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even though they had only heard about it, it was already scary enough. To be able to turn the entire Linhe boundary upside down, how could he be an ordinary person? Wu Yu did not believe it. His brothers did not believe it either. You are Jiang Chen from the Linhe boundary? Wu Yu asked. He wanted to get a negative answer, but Jiang Chen's devilish smile had explained everything. Annihilating dozens of sects in the Linhe boundary, causing chaos in the Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen, it's really you. Wu Yue's words made Xing Ming frown. He did not expect Wu Yue to be such a troublemaker. Although the Linhe boundary was not a big boundary, it was still terrifying for him to annihilate dozens of sects in the Linhe boundary. Xing Ming had to admit that Wu Yue's courage was extraordinary. However, Xing Ming did not know that the 10 great sects of the Linhe boundary were almost annihilated by Jiang Chen. Not only those small sects were annihilated by him. Jiang Chen was the leader of the Linhe boundary. No one dared to go against him. It's really him, the devil in the nude. Brother Wu, looks like we have to fight with our lives on the line this time. That's right. How did we meet such a death god? The prodigies behind Wu Yu frowned their brows and looked solemn. Just Jiang Chen's name alone had given them enough pressure. The scariest thing was that Wu Yu knew that the supreme elders of Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect, who were half-step hierarch super experts, had disappeared while they were chasing after Jiang Chen. No one knew if they were still alive. Jiang Chen might not have the strength to kill them as they were experts that were infinitely close to the hierarch realm. However, the result shocked everyone. Jiang Chen was safe and sound while the 3 of them had disappeared without a trace. Since you know who I am, I advise you not to mess with me. I don't like to kill innocent people. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His face looked kind and harmless, causing Xing Ming to be dumbfounded. Does this fella really have the ability or is he just putting on a false front? This fella is not simple. Brother Xing, let's join hands and kill him. What do you think? When the time comes, we'll split it into 5. The thunderbolt Agarwood must not fall into his hands. Wu Yu knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He dared not let Jiang Chen and Xing Ming fight. If they lost, they would be the first ones to suffer. Wu Yu was not afraid of Jiang Chen, but he did not want Jiang Chen to appear and disrupt the current situation. All right. Xing Ming did not say much. Although he was arrogant, Wu Yu seemed to be very powerful. To be able to stir up the entire Linha boundary, he must not be an ordinary person. The best way to kill this guy was to defeat Jiang Chen and see how the situation turned out. It's not a bad idea to kill these guys after defeating Jiang Chen. I would like to see how powerful you are. Xing Ming looked at Jiang Chen and said. No matter what, Jiang Chen's strength was only at the early Divine King realm. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? Jiang Chen, be careful. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Although he was powerful, Jiang Chen was not a pushover. There would be a fierce battle soon. Whether it was Moling Dongchen or Mo Qihan, they trusted Jiang Chen completely. Only Mo Fangzhou did not agree with Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was here to save them, the way he looked at Jiang Chen was not friendly at all. Because when Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen, his gaze was very gentle. There was even a trace of trust and certainty in Moling Dongchen's gaze. This was not good news. Even the entire Mo family regarded Moling Dongchen as a goddess. All the geniuses of the Mo family fell in love with Moling Dongchen at first sight. Boy, you don't want to walk the path to heaven. You want to be a hero and save the beauty. I'm afraid that you'll suffer a double loss. Since you're so arrogant, I'll teach you a lesson and take back the things that you've won from my heavenly Xing sect. Xing Ming shouted in anger. His eyes were as cold as an arrow. Noisy. Defeat me. That's not all. Maybe there'll be additional rewards. Jiang Chen said calmly. Facing Xing Ming, Wu Yue and the other top 10 experts, he did not show any signs of disappointment. He was extremely domineering. Jiang Chen, we'll give you one last chance. Don't make a mistake. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, it'll be useless under our joint attack. The arm will never be able to resist the thigh. Wu Yue said in a deep voice. Although this battle was unavoidable, it would be better if he could defeat Jiang Chen without a fight. But obviously, Wu Yue had thought too much. Jiang Chen did not care about him at all. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Today, I, Jiang Chen, shall start a massacre. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen dashed out like a dragon towards Wu Yue and the others. I've always wanted to see if the legendary Jiang Chen in the Linha boundary is really unstoppable, like a god that has descended from the heavens. Wu Yue was not afraid at all. He immediately attacked Jiang Chen with his 9-foot ice blade. Jiang Chen punched Wu Yue's 9-foot ice blade with his bare hands. The terrifying rebounding force made Wu Yue's expression change drastically. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. He took a step forward and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to push Wu Yue back. Wu Yue gasped and gritted his teeth to block the attack. However, he was already pushed back a few hundred steps. In a split second, he repelled Wu Yu. The terrifying pressure caused the 9 God Kings behind Wu Yu to not even be able to react before they saw Wu Yu, the most powerful person on their side, lose. What a powerful fella. Although Wu Yue was shocked, he did not panic. The aura in his body became chaotic. Jiang Chen's attack made him breathless. It was a terrifying and powerful attack without any fancy moves. The outcome of the battle was decided immediately. Wu Yue was extremely shocked. He knew that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent. Wu Yu was also an early Divine King and he was close to the peak of the Divine King realm. However, he was still not Jiang Chen's match. The shock in Wu Yu's heart was finally confirmed. This fella who was invincible in the Linha boundary was not just an empty shell. Be careful. This fella is not simple. Wu Yue added after thinking for a while. Not simple at all. Jiang Chen's attack was like lightning, pushing Wu Yue back. Even Xing Ming was slightly stunned. Jiang Chen's attack was unstoppable. Wu Yue could not fight back at all. Xing Ming felt pressured by Jiang Chen's attack. However, he was a mid-divine king, so he would not be intimidated by Jiang Chen's attack. As expected of Boss Jiang, Mo Qihan said sincerely. He had already guessed that this would happen. However, when Xianxia appeared in front of him and defeated Wu Yue with lightning speed, he was still shocked. They were both early divine kings, why was there such a huge difference? There was only one reason, he was Jiangchen. Moling Dongchen had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She almost never smiled because there weren't many things that could move her. However, at this moment, Jiangchen had defeated Wu Yu. It had given her a great shock. She wasn't Jiangchen's match in the past and she was still weaker than him now. Kid, interesting. Let me fight you. Xingming shouted and charged forward. His sturdy body gave people a great shock. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. He fought against Jiangchen bare-chested. Their palms and fists collided. The terrifying energy formed a strong gale that swept across a radius of 10 li. Give it your all, don't hold back. Wu Yu bellowed. He wasn't a gentleman. The most important thing right now was to defeat Jiangchen, especially after he had suffered a loss in Jiangchen's hands. He understood that he must not give this bastard any chance to defeat Jiangchen. If they wanted to fight, they would fight to the death. Xingming was enraged and overbearing. The Qi-Tian boundary was a great boundary second only to the Qi-Lian boundary. The strength of the heavenly Xing sect was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the entire heavenly Xing sect had two mid-divine king peerless prodigies. One of them was the violent Xing Feng and the other one was Xing Ming, who refused to submit to the heavenly dynasty. The two brothers were unparalleled in the world. However, Xing Ming was suppressed by his elder brother, Xing Feng. He could not refute at all. Everyone knew about Xing Feng of heavenly Xing sect, but not many people knew that Xing Ming was as powerful as him. Therefore, this battle was the battle for Xing Ming to enter Huangdi Mountain. He wanted to show the world that there was not only Xing Feng in heavenly Xing sect, there was also Xing Ming who was not any weaker than him. Jiangchen was the stepping stone for him to prove his name. Including these reckless people from Fengshan boundary, everything was under his control. Big brother, I want to let you know that I am not weaker than you. Xing Ming's heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. He could only succeed in this battle and he could not afford to fail. Plus, he did not put Jiangchen in his eyes. A mid-divine king realm expert was much stronger than an early divine king realm expert. Although Moling Dongchen had broken through, he had just broken through not long ago. An expert who had reached the mid-divine king realm for half a year and an expert who had reached the mid-divine king realm for 500 years were totally different. Xingming was the latter. Let's see how many rounds you can last in my hands. Xingming did not hold back and attacked Jiangchen at lightning speed. An expert's strength could be seen as soon as he took action. It seemed like Jiangchen was able to suppress Wu Yue so quickly, it was not without reason. Such terrifying battle prowess was indeed frightening. After dozens of moves, even Xingming was getting more and more shocked. Jiangchen was slowly suppressing him and gaining the upper hand. This was something he had never expected. An early divine king was suppressing a mid-divine king with just his flesh and blood. This was something he had never heard of before. There were some experts who could fight those who were stronger than them because of their divine weapons or some heaven-defying abilities. However, Jiangchen didn't use any fancy tricks, he just fought with his life on the line. A warrior was a hero, he was unparalleled. Boss Jiang, you're a god. Aokihan said in his heart. Jiangchen's realm was similar to his, but no one knew why Jiangchen was so terrifying. His tyrannical means had caught a mid-divine king off guard. Xingming was no longer as arrogant as before. He snorted and looked at Wu Yue and the others. His expression slightly changed as he roared, "What are you waiting for if you don't act now?" Xingming knew that if he fought with his life on the line, he might be able to defeat Jiangchen, but wouldn't Wu Yue and the others reap the benefits? Therefore, he must pull them into this battle. Wu Yue and the others nodded heavily. Although Jiangchen was strong, he could not win against them in numbers. As the saying goes, a tiger cannot fight against a pack of wolves. The human wave tactic was the simplest and also the most troublesome tactic. Xingming was forcefully pushed back by Jiangchen. Jiangchen's terrifying strength and every strike was ruthless. His iron-like fist broke through the void. Everyone's countenance changed. However, Wu Yu and the others did not hold back. The 10 great experts joined hands to fight against Jiangchen. It was quite a shocking scene. Moreover, Xing Ming was a mid-divine king. It was not easy to see him in Huangdi Mountain. No matter if it was Xing Ming or Wu Yue, they were all here for the Thunderbolt Daggerwood in Jiang Chen's hands. The value of the Thunderbolt Daggerwood was immeasurable. It was enough for them to risk their lives for it. Furthermore, they did not think that Jiang Chen was their opponent. Even if you are the reincarnation of a god emperor, I will make you stay here today. Wu Yu took the lead and charged at the front with Xing Ming. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. Facing 11 people, his expression did not change. He wanted to see how many attacks his body could withstand. You better give me a surprise. Let me wait and see. Jiang Chen smiled and walked steadily. Even though Xing Ming and Wu Yue were leading the attack, they could not suppress Jiang Chen completely. Instead, he managed to turn the situation around. Divine King realm experts were not ordinary people. When a divine king was angry, there would be millions of corpses. However, in front of Jiang Chen, these divine king realm experts could not do anything at all. Jiang Chen did not change at all. He punched the divine king realm experts with his terrifying physique. Those divine king realm experts' countenance changed drastically. They trembled and did not dare to take it head-on. 2 of them wanted to fight against Jiang Chen. However, as soon as they came into contact, their arms were shattered. Jiang Chen's terrifying strength was unstoppable. Such a terrifying physique. Xing Ming took a deep breath. His expression was solemn. It seemed like he could not hold back anymore. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. War God's 3 profound transformations. First transformation, War God's body, only I am supreme. Xing Ming was domineering like a dragon. His aura rippled out and his skin started to turn red. One of the most terrifying skills of the heavenly Xing sect, the War God's 3 profound transformations. It trained one's physique to be as tough as steel. Let's see if you can be tougher than me. Xing Ming squinted his eyes, his gaze was as cold as ice. Like a raging bull, he charged forward. Wu Yue and the rest opened up a bloody path for him. Xing Ming's punches were majestic and oppressive, every step he took was like a lotus. War God's 3 profound transformations? It sounds pretty scary. Jiang Chen said calmly. Under everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chen did not dodge. Jiang Chen's attack collided with Xing Ming's. Xing Ming's attack was blocked by Jiang Chen's palm. Both of them took 2 steps back. None of them gained the upper hand. However, Xing Ming was enraged. His War God's 3 profound transformations could defeat any mid-divine king realm cultivator. Even those who were slightly weaker would be crushed by his attack. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. His War God's 3 profound transformations could defeat any mid-divine king realm cultivator. Jiang Chen, I, Xing Ming, will never forgive you. Xing Ming's War God's body swept across the sky and earth. Even Wu Yue and the others took a few steps back as they were afraid that the battle would affect the innocent. However, Jiang Chen was able to stand on equal ground with Xing Ming. Heavenly Xing Sect's War God's 3 profound transformations? Even the War God's body can't do anything to Jiang Chen. Looks like this fella is pretty strong. Mo Fangzhou said. The Heavenly Xing Sect's War God's 3 profound transformations shocked the entire world. It was one of the trump cards of the Heavenly Xing Sect. However, Jiang Chen was able to stand tall under the pressure of the War God's body without showing any signs of losing. Mo Fangzhou's confidence was completely crushed by Jiang Chen's War God's body. Mo Fangzhou was in a dilemma. On one hand, he hoped that Jiang Chen could defeat Xing Ming, Wu Yue and the others. Because if that's the case, he would be able to escape from the abyss of suffering. On the other hand, he hoped that Jiang Chen's strength was weaker than him. If that's the case, he would not be weaker than Moling Dongchen. Undeniably, Jiang Chen became solemn facing Xing Ming's War God's 3 profound transformations and the War God's body. Xing Ming's War God's body was quite powerful. His strength had reached the Middle Divine King realm. With the help of the War God's body, he could even fight against an ordinary late Divine King. Whereas Lin Fan's body was not weaker than Xing Ming's. Follow him closely. We must make Jiang Chen pay the price. Wu Yue roared. The 9 people behind him followed his footsteps. the 11 of them attacked one after another. On the other hand, Xing Ming was like a human-shaped weapon. Each of his attacks was filled with explosive power. Jiang Chen's war god's body was not weaker than Xing Ming's. Blazing flame sword rain. Heavenly stem wind, berserk hammer, suppress. Behind Wu Yue, the other experts also unleashed their attacks, all of them closing in on Jiang Chen, intending to kill him. Xing Ming and Jiang Chen were engaged in a fierce battle. It would be best if they could take this opportunity to kill him. Jiang Chen sneered. They had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen was not bothered by their sneak attack. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen turned around and struck with his palm. A golden dragon soared up to the sky and turned into rays of golden light. The 9 Divine King Realm experts were forced back by the strike. The light of the true dragon shone on the ground and the 9 Divine Kings were instantly sent flying away. Their facial expression changed drastically. The true dragon swept across the ground and the golden light dispersed. The true dragon's chi soared up to the stars. Such a terrifying technique. Wu Yue's expression changed. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time, otherwise, he would not be able to escape. The 9 of them were heavily injured, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Kid, eat my fist. Xing Ming took the chance to receive the attack without any hesitation. Jiang Chen used the cauldron's strength and gave a series of kicks, blocking Xing Ming's attack. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head, his lips curled into a smile. Have you fought enough? Jiang Chen's gaze shocked Wu Yue and Xing Ming. This fellow was like an eagle looking at a wolf, full of strangeness and evilness. Your war god's physique is worthless in front of me. Jiang Chen's figure turned into a series of afterimages, the 9 phantom wolves. Each of his attacks were filled with sharp attacks, landing on Wu Yue's body. Wu Yue did not have any strength to fight back. After withstanding 7 punches from Jiang Chen, his palm was shattered by Jiang Chen. His face turned pale, he did not dare to continue his attack. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy, he crushed Wu Yue's bones and meridians with 10 punches. No, Wu Yue wailed, but Jiang Chen didn't move at all. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Wu Yue. Although Xing Ming came from behind, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. He threw out his last punch, Wu Yue could not escape anymore. His punch penetrated Wu Yue's body. This bloody scene made the 9 Divine King Realm subordinates of Wu Yue shiver in fear, they could not bear to look at it. There's only one ending for you to provoke me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Wu Yue's body was penetrated by Jiang Chen's punch, he was completely torn apart. Wu Yue turned around and met Xing Ming. Xing Ming and Jiang Chen continued to clash, but they only lasted for less than 20 moves. Jiang Chen's punches were too terrifying, each of them could shake his soul, the pressure was suffocating. Not good, Brother Wu is dead, we must leave as soon as possible. The 9 of them looked at each other solemnly. If they did not leave as soon as possible, they would definitely die in Jiang Chen's hands. However, Jiang Chen would not let them go. He stretched out his hand and lightning flashed in the sky. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning blocked their way. How is this possible? Why would the heavenly lightning appear here? Yeah, the heavenly lightning is too terrifying. These are 2 different types of heavenly lightning. Could it be that Jiang Chen is controlling it? No, I don't believe it. He can control the heavenly lightning. Everyone exclaimed in shock, but no one knew where the heavenly lightning came from. This guy, could it be that he can control the heavenly lightning? Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen deeply. Above the void, the 2 heavenly thunders had completely covered the 9 of them. It had proven everything. The heavenly thunders were flickering, constantly suppressing the fear and unwillingness in their hearts. Jiang Chen's black hair was like a waterfall and his aura was like a dragon. The 2 heavenly lightning struck down from the sky without any sign. The 9 of them were scared out of their wits and tried their best to resist the heavenly lightning. However, they were still unable to resist the pressure of the heavenly lightning. Under the heavenly lightning, the 9 of them turned into ashes. Moling Dongchen, Mo Qihan and even Mo Fangzhou were dumbfounded. None of them had expected that the heavenly lightning would kill them. Xing Ming also felt great pressure after the death of the 10 of them. Because of Jiang Chen's pressure, he could not withstand it anymore. Each of Jiang Chen's punches carried a tremendous force. Even his war god's body could not withstand it. Jiang Chen, you bastard! Xing Ming fought against Jiang Chen like a madman. However, his body was hit by Jiang Chen's punches one after another. His internal organs were injured to varying degrees. Even the war god's body could not protect him at this moment. This guy is a fool. Xing Ming roared madly in his heart. The war god's 3 mysterious transformations that he was proud of could not even withstand a single blow from Yi Shiwen. How strong was this guy's physical strength? While Xing Ming was still in shock, Jiang Chen's last wave of attack had arrived. Each step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was dazzling. Xing Ming could not withstand Jiang Chen's pressure at all. His war god's body finally collapsed. His internal organs and blood vessels were completely ruptured. His face was pale and he kept retreating. You're the first person to be able to fight against my war god's body barehanded. Puff. Xing Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was heavily injured and he knelt down on one knee. Jiang Chen's punches had destroyed his war god's body. Trash. Forever trash. The war god's body is worthless in front of me. Jiang Chen said faintly with a prideful expression. From the beginning till the end, he was fighting 11 people with his flesh and blood. He was still calm and looked down on everyone. His calmness made Emo Qihan and the others feel that they were inferior to him. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. I've lost, I admit defeat. But, you can't kill me. Xing Ming looked at Jiang Chen with burning eyes. Can't kill you? Hee, if I want to kill you, not even the Heavenly Emperor can stop me. Jiang Chen shook his head in disdain and snorted at Xing Ming. I am from the Heavenly Xing sect. If you kill me, my brother, Xing Feng, will not forgive you. Xing Ming said in a deep voice. At this moment, even if he was disdainful towards his brother, he had to use Xing Feng's name to suppress Jiang Chen. Your brother, Xing Feng, is also trash in front of me. I, Jiang Chen, do not need a reason to kill. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. This is my Tao. Jiang Chen said and his eyes turned cold. Xing Ming's expression changed drastically. Jiang Chen really wanted to kill him. No, you can't kill me, no. Before Xing Ming could finish his words, Jiang Chen sneered and threw a punch. His aura was like a thunderbolt, killing Xing Ming. In the depths of the great mountains, the roars of beasts rang out incessantly, and the cries of beasts rang out incessantly. The entire place was gloomy, and the atmosphere was strange and dark. Numerous 100-meter-tall stone ramparts were like the horse-faced bull's head that stood before the gates of hell, and they were sinister and terrifying. Ancient trees withered and the mountain water dried up. 3,000 miles of soul bones were covered with white snow. A sturdy man with a giant hammer in his hand stepped on the dense white bones. The sound was crisp and ear-piercing. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the ray of light at the top of the canyon. His eyes were like torches, and flames rose. In his hand, a white jade bracelet broke. It was the only symbol of their brotherhood. Roar! The muscular man roared in anger and smashed the valley with his hammer. Thousands of miles of white bones turned into powder. I don't care who you are. I will tear you into pieces. Otherwise, I will not be a human anymore. The muscular man was Xing Feng from the Heavenly Xing sect of the Qitian boundary. He was also Xing Ming's brother. He was one of the top 10 super prodigies in the battle royale of the 9 counties. There was a special connection between Xing Feng and Xing Ming. Their parents had passed away. Xing Feng and Xing Ming had a close relationship. However, Xing Ming was more talented than Xing Ming. His brother had always been unconvinced and wanted to surpass him. However, Xing Ming had always been living in his brother's shadow. That was why they were not on good terms. That was why Xing Ming always acted in his own way. Second brother, oh second brother, in the end, you still lost to your own conceit. Xing Feng held the broken white jade bracelet tightly. It was the only symbol of their brotherhood. However, it was broken now. How could he not be angry? As the elder brother, he could not take care of his brother when his parents were not around. The pain and self-blame he felt was self-evident. Xing Feng's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He knew that there would be less than 20 people who could kill his brother among the less than 200 people. Although Xingfeng was not as powerful as him, he was still a mid-divine king. With the body of the war god, even if he could not defeat him, few people could kill him. He was almost invincible among those at the same level. Xingfeng's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. He roared again and again as he rushed up to the sky. With his arrogant attitude, no one dared to be his enemy. He must find the murderer who killed his brother and tear him to pieces. Xing Ming had died. Wu Yu and the others had also become the souls of the dead under Jiang Chen's hands. No one could compete with him anymore. Jiang Chen's strength had given Moling Dongchen, Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou a deep shock. Mo Fangzhou knew that he was not qualified to be Jiang Chen's opponent. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Mo Qihan and Mo Fangzhou saw it. Who would have thought that the once elegant and handsome young man would turn out to be a peerless beauty? Even my eyes are blind. Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen with a smile. Moling Dongchen smiled shyly, but he was not shy. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen with ripples in his eyes. Elegant and handsome young man is a thing of the past. Dressing up as a man is just a cover-up. This time, it's all thanks to you. It's just fate. You and Mo Qihan are my old friends. How can I just stand by and watch? A hero saving a damsel in distress. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed and said. Mo Qihan nodded his head slightly. Boss Zhang's power is unparalleled. Even though I'm prepared, I'm still shocked. You're still the same as before. Mo Qihan's words were from the bottom of his heart. Although it sounded like he was trying to flatter Jiang Chen, it was the truth. Jiang Chen's strength had surpassed them by a lot. Even though their realms were the same, his means were enough to change fate. We're brothers. Don't treat me like an outsider. Jiang Chen patted Mo Qihan's shoulder and said. His smile was mellow and elegant. Jiang Chen remembered Mo Qihan's kindness in saving his master. Those people were all elites. Jiang Chen would always remember their kindness for helping him to fight against the Lin He boundary. Since we're brothers, can you return the ring to me? Moling Dongchen's red lips moved slightly as she said. Jiang Chen was stunned. He smiled and passed the ring to Moling Dongchen. My injuries are too serious. I'm afraid you'll have to help me put it on. Moling Dongchen lowered her head and said in a low voice. At this moment, Mo Fangzhou's heart sank and his face looked terrible. Moling Dongchen actually asked Jiang Chen to put the ring on his finger. It was really infuriating. However, he could not do anything at this moment. Mo Qihan was also slightly stunned. Immediately, his eyes were filled with a smile. In his hometown, when a man puts the ring on a woman's finger, it meant that he would protect her for the rest of her life. Jiang Chen did not think too much about it. He held Moling Dongchen's hand and gently put the ring on her finger. At this moment, Moling Dongchen's mouth revealed a faint smile. However, she did not show any other expression and just slightly nodded her head. She was not a frivolous woman. Moreover, she was the princess of the Mo clan. Even if she had feelings for him, she would not tell him everything. It was natural for her to have feelings for him. Who would not be envious of a hero? Moling Dongchen was not a weak little girl. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised. However, her face was once again covered with a faint frost. However, she looked even colder at this moment. She used to be a handsome young man. Today, she was as beautiful as a fairy. It was as if the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not realize that this handsome young man who had fought side by side with him was actually a girl. This is the Thunderbolt Agarwood. Here. Moling Dongchen took out the Thunderbolt Agarwood from her ring. You can't do this. Mo Fangzhou said in a deep voice. He looked unhappy. Firstly, it was because Jiang Chen put the ring on Moling Dongchen's finger. Secondly, he could not tolerate that his item was taken by someone else. Humans are selfish. Even though Jiang Chen had saved them, he did not think that it was necessary to repay Jiang Chen with the Thunderbolt Agarwood as it was too precious. Why not? Moling Dongchen said coldly. Her beautiful eyes were like ice blades. She looked at Emo Fangzhou. Emo Fangzhou held his breath. This woman was like a female demon. Moreover, she wanted to give such a precious treasure to Jiang Chen at this moment. You guys are talking about love and you want to give my item as a gift? Emo Fangzhou was furious. We should let the elders of the Mo clan deal with it. After all, this thunderbolt agarwood is not something to be trifled with. Emo Fangzhou looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Should I give it to the elders of the Mo clan or to you? Don't forget that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, your soul would have been destroyed. Do you still have the right to stand here and talk? Although the thunderbolt agarwood is precious, compared to your life, which one is more important? Humph. Emo Fangzhou, aren't you being too shameless? Boss Jiang saved our lives. If he didn't help us, the thunderbolt agarwood would have been his, and we would have died 100 times. Emo Qihan was furious and looked at Emo Fangzhou. Emo Fangzhou gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, this is something that our Mo family found. How can we give it to someone else? We should hand it over to our ancestors and let them judge. I, Moling Dongchen, can't do such a shameless thing. I will make the decision now. If you dare to say anything, I will not give you any face anymore. The Mo family has always paid attention to kindness. If we lose kindness, how can our Mo family survive? It's just a thunderbolt agarwood, what's the big deal? Moling Dongchen said. Her domineering words made Emo Fangzhou speechless. This bitch. She gave all the good stuff to her lover. How dare she say it in such a dignified way? When we return to the Mo family in the future, I will definitely complain about her. Let's wait and see. Helplessly, Emo Fangzhou could only swallow his anger. After all, they owed Jiang Chen a favor. If they were to fall out with Jiang Chen now, it would not be good for anyone. You're too polite. This isn't good? In that case, I shall respectfully accept. Jiang Chen said and took the thunderbolt agarwood from Moling Dongchen's hand. His heart was in turmoil. Although he might not be able to refine the thunderbolt agarwood now, it would definitely be a top-notch treasure to refine pills in the future. It was not an exaggeration to call it a peerless treasure. Seeing Jiang Chen keeping the thunderbolt agarwood, Emo Fangzhou gritted his teeth even more. This fella came for the thunderbolt agarwood and pretended to be righteous. Trying to seduce the Mo family's princess? Does he really think that he can be unscrupulous just because he has some abilities? He's shameless to the extreme. Emo Fangzhou hated Jiang Chen to the core even though Jiang Chen saved him. Moling Dongchen did not know whether to cry or to laugh. She could see that Jiang Chen really liked the thunderbolt agarwood and she was even happier about it. Chief Jiang, what do you plan to do next? Why don't we go deeper into Huangdi Mountain? Emo Qihan said. There was strength in numbers, they were indebted to Jiang Chen. Emo Qihan naturally wanted to follow Jiang Chen, ever since the Divine Tomb. Although he was arrogant, he kept his arrogance in front of Jiang Chen. Alright, but I might need to go into seclusion for a while. Jiang Chen nodded. Now, he must refine the 12 fire god guards properly. If he did not refine the 12 puppets again, it would be hard for them to make any progress. Even so, Jiang Chen had already unleashed their full potential. But now that he had the Ghost Wu Vibranium and the Eliminating Doom pill formula, Jiang Chen was confident that he could upgrade the 12 fire god guards to another level, but that would depend on his ability. Alright, we will wait for you. Moling Dongchen said without hesitation. Even Emo Qihan did not expect her to agree so readily. Undeniably, Emo Qihan had a good impression of Moling Dongchen. However, he was not stupid. He could see that Moling Dongchen seemed to care about Jiang Chen a lot. As for himself, he was destined to be the goddess. Moreover, Emo Qihan would never do anything out of line in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was his respected teacher and Jiang Chen was his benefactor. Therefore, Emo Qihan only had respect and admiration for Moling Dongchen at this moment. Emo Fangzhou was so angry that his face turned green. However, he was just sulking. In Moling Dongchen's eyes, he was not worth mentioning. Moling Dongchen and the other two were guarding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instantly disappeared and entered the Zulong Tower. He started to refine the Eliminating Doom pill. Xianxia had already found all the ingredients required for the eliminating doom pill. He had gained a lot in Wangdi Mountain. When Xianxia was about to refine the 12 fire god guards, a cold voice sounded in his ears. I never expected that you would grow so fast. You finally showed yourself? Xianxia looked at the Zulong Tower with a smile. Not far away, there was a beautiful woman who was shrouded in flames. It was Red Lotus. Unfortunately, Xianxia still could not see through Red Lotus's strength. This unique karmic fire of the Red Lotus was really strange. It's not easy to refine the 12 fire god guards again. If your eliminating doom pill and ghost wu vibranium are just 5 elemental true fire, it's not easy to merge them completely. Red Lotus said faintly. Are you going to help me? Xianxia said with a smile. At least you have the capability to be independent now. Whether the 12 fire god guards can regain their glory and become better than before depends on your ability. There's not much I can help you with. Red Lotus said. Alright. Xianxia nodded heavily and started to refine the eliminating doom pill. The 5 elemental true fire gathered. The eliminating doom pill was an elementary immortal grade pill, so it was not difficult for Xianxia to refine it. However, it was not easy to merge the eliminating doom pill and ghost wu vibranium with the 12 fire god guards to complete the transformation. Therefore, Xianxia was not in a hurry to refine it. After all, the 12 fire god guards had reached the early divine king realm. If he wanted to change them completely, he could only forcefully increase their grade. Only in this way, they could be independent. After refining the eliminating doom pill, Xianxia was not in a hurry to form the pill. Instead, he melted the embryonic pill and refined it into the 12 fire god guards. After the elixir of the eliminating doom pill was melted and integrated into the 12 fire god guards, with the addition of Xianxia's tempering, rays of terrifying starlight burst out. Xianxia began to refine the ghost wu vibranium. The degree of refining the ghost wu vibranium was beyond Xianxia's expectation. It took him 3 years to refine it. Fortunately, Xianxia was in the Zulong Tower, so he did not have a strong concept of time. Even so, it took him 3 years to refine the ghost wu vibranium completely. However, Xianxia did not know that a true grandmaster of refining would probably need 8 to 10 years to refine a heavenly god tool. If it was an origin divine tool, it would take at least 100 years. It was already shameful for him to refine the ghost wu vibranium in 3 years. The ghost wu vibranium and the 12 fire god guards also slowly fused together. Xianxia constantly refined it and improved the quality of the 12 fire god guards. The eliminating doom pill removed a part of the impurities in the fire god guards, and the addition of the ghost wu vibranium made the 12 fire god guards even more sturdy. The toughness of their bodies was already incomparable to before. After 8 years, Xianxia finally fused the eliminating doom pill and the ghost wu vibranium into the 12 fire god guards. Xianxia was extremely satisfied. This time, he really made the 12 fire god guards reach an unprecedented peak. The toughness of the fire god guard's body was comparable to the toughness of an origin divine tool. Their battle prowess had even reached the peak of early divine king realm. The 12 fire god guards could easily fight against 3 or 4 mid-divine kings. It's perfect. Pfft. You call this perfect? I'm afraid you don't know what perfection means. Red Lotus curled her lips and said disdainfully as if she was looking at a bumpkin. Why don't you give me a demonstration if you're capable? Xianxia said with a smile. He was not angry at all. The fire god guards were almost perfect in his eyes. With the help of the craftsman god's inheritance, it was indeed the best work that he could make now. Watch carefully. Hong Lian shuddered and flames surged. She had also turned into a phoenix of flames. She swept up and completely wrapped around the 12 fire god guards. The fire god guards underwent a qualitative change after being refined by the flames. One should know that this was the most terrifying flame in the world, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Time passed by, but Xianxia's face looked extremely solemn. He felt an unusual aura, heavenly lightning. What's going on? Is Xianxia going to break through? Mo Fangzhou asked. If that's the case, this fella is too terrifying. Early divine king realm already possessed unfathomable power. Now that he's going to break through, he would become the most monstrous genius in the entire world. It's hard to say. Aokihan said in a low voice. When he raised his head, there was a double-colored heavenly lightning in the sky. One was red and the other was yellow. It formed into two shocking heavenly lightning vortexes. Even Moling Dongchen was shocked by it. If this is really the heavenly lightning, we must retreat. Otherwise, it'll only bring more trouble to Jiangchen. Moling Dongchen said. They had never seen or heard of a double-colored heavenly lightning. This double-colored heavenly lightning is hovering above our heads. Jiangchen has disappeared, but he must still be in this world. Aokihan said. No matter what, we can't face the heavenly lightning with him. Otherwise, we'll be harming him instead of helping him. Moling Dongchen asked Mo Fangzhou and Aokihan to step back as well. If it was Jiangchen's heavenly thunder, they would probably make the heavenly thunder more violent. By then, Jiangchen would definitely die. The sky thunder was not an ordinary thing. Not to mention Jiangchen, even a true ruler would not dare to go against the sky thunder. It would be best if I could hack you to death. Mo Fangzhou sneered in his heart. The heavenly lightning looked extremely strange. It was a double-colored heavenly lightning, one red and one yellow. It was hard to tell how terrifying it was. However, there must be a reason behind it. He hoped that Jiangchen would turn into ashes under the heavenly lightning. If that's the case, his thunderbolt Agarwood would be returned to its rightful owner. Mo Fangzhou sneered, but Aokihan saw it. This guy was an inhumane bastard. Not everyone in the Mo family was as kind as Moling Dongchen. There were many scheming people. That's why he would rather go out and train than stay in the Mo family. If he stayed in the Mo family, he would gradually become a sacrifice for the family's power struggle. Mo Fangzhou sneered. Aokihan was always on guard against Mo Fangzhou. Even when he was facing his savior, Mo Fangzhou did not show any respect. On the contrary, his mouth was full of disdain. Who could see through his heart? Jiangchen, I believe you'll be fine. Moling Dongchen was also praying for Jiangchen in his heart. The red and yellow heavenly lightning was a bit strange. However, he did not know how powerful it was. Jiangchen could only judge it himself. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and looked at the two heavenly lightning in the sky. Could it be because of the fire god guards? It's a double-colored heavenly lightning? Looks like the quality of the fire god guards is not ordinary. Red Lotus's beautiful eyes glimmered. She seemed to know about the double-colored heavenly lightning. This double-colored heavenly lightning came because of the fire god guards? Jiangchen was puzzled. Red Lotus looked solemn and nodded silently. That's right. To be precise, the fire god guards are puppets. However, they have the potential to become divine weapons. It's very difficult to define what kind of existence they are. Everything had a spirit. A flower was a world. Even a stone could become a spirit object, not to mention the fire god guard. The fire god guard is a human in the first place. It's just that it was refined into a puppet after death, so it can't be regarded as a human in essence. However, it can still break through, which is no less than a human. In particular, the breakthrough this time is a heaven-defying change to God King. Even I can't predict whether the fire god guard will be able to give birth to its own puppet spirit in the future. However, at least as a divine weapon, the grade of the fire god guard is comparable to an origin immortal weapon. It is not inferior. Red Lotus's words shocked Jiangchen. It seemed like he had underestimated the fire god guards. Your heavenly dragon sword has the existence of a sword spirit, which is the so-called sword soul. A puppet can also give birth to a puppet spirit, because it has surpassed too much. It has already jumped out of the boundaries of a puppet, and it is difficult to define it in a short time. If a puppet can give birth to a puppet spirit, it should at least be above the hierarch realm, right? Jiangchen asked. That's right. However, it's almost impossible for a puppet to break through to the hierarch realm. It has never happened in the divine world. Even the craftsman god couldn't do it. Because in a sense, a puppet can't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The divine king realm is the limit. Every hierarch realm expert is a tyrant who holds the power of life and death. The divine origin chi needed by a hierarch realm expert is far beyond that of a divine king realm expert. Red Lotus explained to Xianxia. He gradually understood that a puppet could never surpass the hierarch realm. However, Xianxia did not think so. There was nothing impossible in the world of experts and the unpredictable divine territory. If a puppet could give birth to a puppet spirit, it was not impossible to enter the hierarch realm. It was just that no one could do it. In the world, as long as there's something that goes against the natural order, there will be a change in the world, especially those that go beyond the balance. When humans cultivate against the natural order, they will be baptized by the heavenly thunder and be punished by the heavens. I'm afraid the transformation of the fire god guards has reached the condition to attract the heavenly thunder. Red Lotus said in a deep voice as she stared at the two-colored heavenly thunder above the void. Heavenly thunder, is there really someone above the 9 heavens who controls everything? Xianxia murmured. Red Lotus was slightly stunned and continued. According to the ancient legend, the heavenly way is the existence that controls everything. However, the heavenly way is not human nor is it a Holy Spirit. No one knows what the heavenly way is. Even the Emperor realm experts above the 9 heavens might not be able to see through it. Red Lotus words stimulated Xianxia's inner exploration. What is the heavenly way? What can the heavenly lightning do to me? Xianxia sneered. He was not afraid, but he understood that he must deal with the heavenly lightning as soon as possible. Otherwise, Moling Dongchen and Aoki Han would be worried about his safety. It's best to let the fire god guards withstand the heavenly lightning alone. You should know that it's better this way. Red Lotus said. Xianxia had thought about it before, but he was afraid that the fire god guards wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the heavenly lightning. After all, this wasn't an ordinary lightning, and it wasn't a battle between humans. If the fire god guards were annihilated by the heavenly lightning, everything that he had done would be in vain. All right. Xianxia nodded heavily. He could refine the fire god guards again. However, he had gradually developed feelings for the fire god guards. If they were really destroyed, he would be very sad. Red Lotus words reminded Xianxia that if he did not experience the heavenly lightning, how could he see the rainbow? Bolts of dual-colored heavenly lightning fell on the fire god guards. The 12 fire god guards turned red and yellow at times. The terrifying bombardment almost reached Yi Futian at an angle. The heavenly lightning pierced through the void and eventually turned into bolts of lightning that spread out and disappeared on the bodies of the fire god guards. After dozens of heavenly lightning strikes, the fire god guards were still standing there without moving. Xianxia thought in his mind, and the fire god guards' eyes were filled with shocking flames. The color of the fire god guards changed completely at this moment. From the original black color, it became purplish red. The luster was like jade, crystal clear and extremely gorgeous. A layer of black skin fell off from the fire god guards' bodies like graphite. Its flaming eyes gave people a kind of pressure of death as if it was made by nature. Cleansed of lead and reborn from fire, the fire god guards' strength improved again and they even reached the middle divine king realm. Xianxia's expression finally changed. Red Lotus's attack was really shocking. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus made the fire god guards reach an unprecedented peak state. Especially with the addition of the Ghost Wu Vibranium and the eliminating Doom Pill, Red Lotus was able to deal with the fire god guards with ease. The fire god guards have completely reached mid-god king, and their quality and toughness shouldn't be any weaker than soul artifacts, thought Xianxia. Xianxia said solemnly. Even he was extremely shocked by Red Lotus. This had almost raised the fire god guards to a whole new level. Compared to before, there were 12 mid-divine king puppets that were comparable to origin divine tools. Even Xianxia himself was extremely shocked when he saw the 12 mid-divine king puppets that were comparable to origin divine tools. This can be considered true perfection. She turned around and stood with her hands behind her back towards Xianxia. She admired the perfect piece of art in her hands. The 12 fire god guards had already reached their peak. When will I be as capable as you? Xianxia sighed and curled his lips. Your control over the 5 elemental true fire is still not enough. The 5 elemental true fire is very powerful, but you can't unleash its true power. Although the 5 elemental true fire is weaker than my karmic fire of the Red Lotus, you can't underestimate it once you control it completely. If you want to evolve the 5-elemental true fire, unless you can find the spiritual root of the heavens and make the 5-elemental true fire evolve again, your 5-elemental true fire will only be in its infancy. It's not easy to merge the spirits of the 5-elemental true fire together. Hong Lian said with a deep voice. Spiritual root of the heavens and earth? Xianxia murmured. He had heard about it before, but the spiritual root of the heavens and earth was a spirit without a root. No one knew what the spiritual root of the heavens and earth was. Finding the spiritual root of the heavens and earth was probably the same as finding the karmic fire of the red lotus. You need to be at least a hierarch to be able to sense the spiritual root of the heavens and earth. Right now, you're still too weak before the true experts. You only have the ability to protect yourself. Hong Lian did not forget to attack Xianxia. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I'll make you submit to me. Xianxia looked at Hong Lian with a fiery gaze. If you can become an emperor, I, Hong Lian, might be able to be controlled by you. Red Lotus's smile was wild and passionate. Her eyes were like hooks as she looked at Xianxia proudly, as if she wasn't afraid of Xianxia at all and was full of provocation. That day won't be too far away. Xianxia said with a smile. Hong Lian's eyes flashed with a hint of expectation. I forgot to remind you. This Huangdi mountain is not that simple. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Hong Lian disappeared from the Zulong Tower and returned to the Myriad Qi Cauldron. Karmic fire of the Red Lotus, I'll make you submit to me one day. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Xianxia smiled coldly, especially the 12 fire god guards. He was extremely grateful to Hong Lian. However, Xianxia did not thank him as he did not know how to express his gratitude. The 12 fire god guards were so terrifying that he might not even be able to fight them with his full strength. 12 mid-divine king puppets that could even form a formation. What did that mean? When Xianxia walked out of the Zulong Tower, it was already more than 3 months. Mo Ling Dongchen and the others had been protecting Xianxia for 3 months. Mo Fangzhou was extremely dissatisfied, but he was indebted to Xianxia after all. Congratulations, brother Jiang. Mo Qihan looked at Xianxia with a joyful expression. Xianxia looked calm and his face was glowing. It was enough to prove that his cultivation was successful. However, why did his strength not change at all? Could it be that the two-colored heavenly lightning did not help Xianxia at all? It seems like you're really good at hiding your strength. Mo Ling Dongchen said faintly. However, his curiosity was evident. However, Xianxia only smiled and said nothing. I'm just lucky. Xianxia said. Brother Jiang, do you know where the silver dragon fruit is? Huangdi Mountain is too big, it's hard to find it. Mo Qihan said. Xianxia shook his head. It was his first time hearing about the silver dragon fruit. When the iron tree blossoms, the water flows backward. When the silver dragon appears, the ghosts will be worried. I've heard from the elders in my family that the silver dragon fruit does exist in Huangdi Mountain. It's said that when the iron tree blossoms, the silver dragon bears fruit. It's very precious. It seems to be on the Azalea Mountain. However, no one knows where the Azalea Mountain is. Mo Ling Dongchen said in a low voice. Azalea Mountain? There's a mountain within the Huangdi Mountain. It must be extraordinary to be named as the Azalea Mountain. There's a mountain within a mountain. It's an unwritten rule. One mountain cannot have 2 tigers. It's not good for the Azalea Mountain to be in the Huangdi Mountain. Mo Fangzhou curled his lips and said. Is that true? Mo Qihan asked in surprise. That's right. There's a saying in our Mo clan's culture. There can't be a mountain within a mountain. One mountain cannot have 2 tigers. It's an ominous sign. Mo Ling Dongchen said hesitantly. Xianxia suddenly recalled what Red Lotus told him before. This Huangdi Mountain was not simple and he should take care of himself. It seems like we need to look for the Azalea Mountain. Such a beautiful scenery. Heavenly mountain, blue sea, clear sky, fragrant everywhere. Morong Yinner said with a face full of enjoyment. She closed her eyes and let go of her embrace. She kissed the void for thousands of miles. Her beautiful face and this stunning scene fused together, there was no difference between them. Yeah, this scenery is indeed intoxicating, Dong Huang Taiji said with a smile. It was rare to see a relieved expression on his face. The scenery of Huangdi Mountain was much better than the Donghuang Mountain. To be able to be with you forever is my lifelong dream. Moro Yin'er slowly turned around and looked at Dong Huang Taiji. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. I, Dong Huang Taiji, am satisfied to have you in my life. Dong Huang Taiji extended his hand and pulled Moro Yin'er into his embrace. Look, the mountain is covered with wildflowers of all colors. Even the butterflies are swaying with the flowers, flapping their wings and flying. These are the most beautiful butterflies I've ever seen. I'm afraid there are millions of them. Moro Yin'er had a look of surprise on her face. On the hillside, wildflowers were flourishing in all sorts of colors. Most importantly, with the addition of butterflies, it was overflowing with joy. So many butterflies, it's amazing. Dong Huang Taiji nodded silently. But at the next moment, he felt a pungent pollen smell filling his nostrils. Not good. This mountain is strange. Let's retreat. Dong Huang Taiji pulled Moro Yin'er's hand and wanted to leave this place quickly. But when he turned around, they were already in the middle of a sea of flowers. There were millions of butterflies and the mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. They could not find the way they came from. What's going on? Why did the way we came from disappear? Moro Yin'er held Dong Huang Taiji's hand tightly. She was shocked. In a blink of an eye, they were surrounded by the sea of flowers. Butterflies were still dancing among the flowers, but they had lost their way. Could this be a natural bewitching formation? Dong Huang Taiji murmured. He did not notice any sign of a formation, but he had entered it by mistake. The flowers and butterflies that covered the entire mountain were the ones that messed up his thoughts. However, when Dong Huang Taiji turned around and ran away, he was already trapped in it. He knew that they had already lost their way. The butterflies and flowers that covered the mountains and plains were the biggest distraction. The myriad flowers gradually confuse our eyes. We've long been trapped in it, we just don't know it. Dong Huang Taiji sighed, but his expression was solemn. He kept observing the flowers and butterflies in the surrounding, trying to find a loophole. Are we going to be trapped here forever? Moro Yin'er said worriedly. I won't. Dong Huang Taiji said resolutely. At this moment, he must find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, this seemingly harmless soul-bewitching formation might kill him. Dong Huang Taiji's strength was extraordinary. Even though he was not as strong as Dong Huang Taie, his Eastern Emperor limitless art was still quite powerful. He had never met a worthy opponent in the same realm as him. Now that he was trapped, he did not panic even though he was shocked. He quickly tried to find a way to get out of this soul-bewitching formation. Wave after wave of fragrant aroma entered their bodies, causing their spirits to become more and more excited. This fragrance, could it be poisonous? Dong Huang Taiji thought, but he dared not say anything to Moro Yin'er. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed, but he did not feel any discomfort. Looks like I've been worrying too much. However, the butterflies in front of him were flying freely, as if they were looking for the most primitive joy in this world. It was not that Dong Huang Taiji was worrying too much, but there were butterflies and flowers in this boundless mountain. Hence, he had to find the answer from these two things. The reason why he did not run away immediately was because he knew that it was impossible for him to run away with brute force. Since there was no turning back, he must have fallen into this trap. 10 days, after 10 days, Dong Huang Taiji still could not find a way to get them out of this predicament. On the contrary, Dong Huang Taiji and Moro Yin'er were getting more and more excited, and their alertness was getting higher. Their mental state was extremely tense, and they were extremely nervous about every flower, tree, butterfly, or grass around them. I feel that these butterflies want to eat us up. Moro Yin'er said softly. You're too sensitive. It's just a group of butterflies, do you think they'll eat you up? Although Dong Huang Taiji said so, he could feel that those butterflies were staring at them, and they might attack them anytime. In the next second, Dong Huang Taiji did not notice that a multicolored butterfly came from behind him and bit his neck. Hiss, Dong Huang Taiji took a deep breath, and his face instantly turned pale. The surrounding butterflies seemed to be attracted by the multicolored butterfly, and millions of butterflies started rushing towards Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yuner. Damn it, this group of butterflies can actually bite people. Dong Huang Taiji's expression changed drastically, and he stood in front of Murong Yuner. His eyes were sharp, and he clenched his fists, and the divine golden bell protected both of them. Countless multicolored butterflies were rushing towards the divine golden bell in a suicidal manner. Dong Huang Taiji's expression was extremely nervous. He did not know why these butterflies attacked him, and they were so overbearing. Even his divine golden bell seemed to be corroded, and it was a great injury to Dong Huang Taiji. "Are you all right, Taiji?" Murong Yuner said worriedly. "I'm fine, I can take it," Dong Huang Taiji said in a deep voice. How could a proud person like him lower his head in front of Murong Yuner? However, he had already suffered serious injuries. The divine golden bell was connected to his divine origin chi. Now that the divine golden bell was being corroded, even though the butterflies were getting more and more injured, Dong Huang Taiji's injuries would only worsen if this were to continue. "Let me help you," Murong Yuner shouted. Terrifying divine origin energy poured into Dong Huang Taiji's body. Dong Huang Taiji felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. More than half of his injuries were recovered and the divine golden bell became stronger. Dong Huang Taiji was not a gentle person, and he was not a chivalrous person either. However, he was a person who would use his actions to warm her heart. That was why Murong Yuner was so infatuated with Dong Huang Taiji. Each and every one of his actions made Murong Yuner feel his sincere love. There was no need to say anything, the two of them already had a mutual affinity and appreciated each other. This was the so-called love. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the attacks of the butterflies had weakened. Murong Yuner and Dong Huang Taiji had used up a lot of their energy, but they managed to dodge the attacks of the butterflies. Although there were still butterflies all over the mountain, there were no more butterflies attacking them. Finally, there are no more. Murong Yuner fell on Dong Huang Taiji's body, and the two of them leaned on each other. The setting sun was like blood, and the scene was beautiful. What a shameless couple. Dong Huang Taiji, I've finally found you. What's wrong, my dear Yuner? Don't you recognize me? The man sneered and said with a touch of self-mockery. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, filled with anger and killing intent. He pointed his sword towards the sky and stared at Dong Huang Taiji. Murong Yuner's expression changed a few times. Her inner world also underwent a great change. She never expected that the person who came out of nowhere was Fang Bai, the person who had a close relationship with them. Killing Luo sect, Fang Bai. So, it's you. Dong Huang Taiji was also in disbelief. His appearance had made Murong Yuner's heart become incomparably complicated. She looked lonely and held his hand tightly. At that moment, he knew that Murong Yuner's heart had always been with him. That's why he was fearless. It's me. So what? This is all because of you. Ha 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 ha. This time, I joined the Killing Luo sect in order to fight with you. Dong Huang Taiji, I never expected you to be so weak. You can't even fight against a group of butterflies. You've really opened my eyes. You used to be so arrogant. Now, I can't even imagine what you've become. You're a hero, how did you become like a coward? TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you now. Are you really the peerless genius of the Eastern Emperor sect? I think you're more like a beggar on the streets. Fang Bai snorted and said, mocking Dong Huang Taiji. His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. Fang Bai, it's over between us. Moreover, it's not Taiji's fault. Do you really want to force me into a dead end? Murong Yuner bit her lips and stared at Fang Bai silently. This was a hurdle in her heart. Especially when Fang Bai appeared today, it made Murong Yuner even more conflicted. However, they were already in the past. They used to love each other, but Fang Bai would not stop until one of them died. When Murong Yuner was in despair, she met Dong Huang Taiji. He was a man of few words, but he cared for her very much. He had entered her heart. It wasn't that he had fallen in love with someone else, nor was he trying to snatch his love away. It was just that they weren't fated to be together, so they couldn't really be together. Until today, Moro Yener had never regretted following Dong Huang Taiji. She had no right to destroy the love she once had. However, the two of them had already gone their separate ways. Since they had already broken up, why make things difficult for each other? But in Feng Bai's heart, this was a hurdle that he could never get over. In the deepest part of his heart, Moro Yener had abandoned him. Back then, he was powerless and could only watch Dong Huang Taiji take Moro Yener away. He could only look up to the sky and sigh. Ha ha ha, I still remember who forced me into a dead end. Do you still remember what you said back then? Dong Huang Taiji. You said that I wasn't good enough for her, so you forcefully took Yener away from me. At that moment, I will never forget the look of disdain in your eyes. In your eyes, I was once a drop in the ocean, I had never caused any ripples in your heart. But now, I, Feng Bai, have stood up again. No one can stop me. Today, I must kill you. Feng Bai stared at Dong Huang Taiji without giving him any chance to speak. At this moment, Feng Bai had already treated Dong Huang Taiji as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Feng Bai, why do you have to make things difficult for us? I've said it before, I am already Dong Huang Taiji's woman, why do you still want to pester me? Moro Yener said helplessly with bitterness on her face. That's not what he said when he took you away from me. He wanted to kill me but you stopped him. Do you think that I will let him go today? He took away the person I love the most in my life. Feng Bai murmured. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Dong Huang Taiji killed his father and stole his wife. He would never let Dong Huang Taiji go. Dong Huang Taiji looked at Feng Bai silently and smiled faintly. You don't understand her at all. You don't know what she wants. If she didn't beg me back then, do you think you're qualified to talk to me? Then I have to thank you for not killing me back then. But today, I will show you who is the real expert. Feng Bai's eyes were burning as he looked at Dong Huang Taiji. I, Dong Huang Taiji, will fight you to the end. Dong Huang Taiji said lightly with confidence. No, Taiji. Moro Yener said worriedly. Dong Huang Taiji was already injured, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought with Feng Bai again. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unimaginable level. This battle was a matter of life and death for Dong Huang Taiji. Taiji, how intimate. Moro Yener, I will let you know that the man you follow is just a coward. The word hero has nothing to do with him. Moro Yener wanted to say something but she was interrupted by Dong Huang Taiji. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. They had been enemies for too long. Only a battle could resolve this. Just listen to me. Dong Huang Taiji's words made Moro Yener nodded her head obediently. Feng Bai was enraged and his veins were bulging when he saw that. Leave the last dignity for your man. This was the deep meaning in Dong Huang Taiji's eyes. Moro Yener understood it immediately. What a good husband and wife. What a good tenderness. How ironic. He. Feng Bai smiled bitterly. His eyes were filled with sorrow. There was a time when that woman was beside him. She was so obedient and beautiful. Her sword dance and beautiful concubines were a match for the heavens and earth. Dong Huang Taiji, I will wait for you here for 3 days. 3 days later, when your strength has recovered, we will fight again. Feng Bai turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with tears. However, Feng Bai's words had calmed Moro Yener down. At least, Dong Huang Taiji had gotten a chance to take a breather. Feng Bai did not take advantage of Dong Huang Taiji, otherwise, Dong Huang Taiji would be under more pressure. What a proud and arrogant fellow. Dong Huang Taiji smiled. Since Feng Bai was fair to him, he would not disappoint his opponent. 3 days later, Dong Huang Taiji had recovered 80% to 90% of his strength. He had consumed a lot of energy recovery pills and absorbed them all. Now, he could fight again. I want to see if the peerless prodigy of the Eastern Emperor sect can defeat everyone under my sword. Feng Bai held the sword in his hand. At that moment, he seemed to have become one with the heaven and earth. The terrifying sword aura moved without any wind. Even before he attacked, the sword aura was already fearless. Feng Bai stood still like a mountain. His sword was him, and he was his sword. They were one and the same. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at differently. Your strength is not even at the Divine King realm? Dong Huang Taiji's expression became serious as he looked at Feng Bai. Just a half-step Divine King, it's more than enough to kill you. Feng Bai said faintly with an imposing manner. What he said might not be worth mentioning in the eyes of others, but Dong Huang Taiji knew that his words were not to be underestimated. A half-step Divine King dared to say that he could kill a Divine King with just a wave of his hand. How powerful was that? Even a mid-Divine King might not have such an overbearing ability. His sword is too fast. You must be careful, Taiji. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. However, even though Dong Huang Taiji knew how fast and ferocious Feng Bai's sword was, Dong Huang Taiji still felt pressured. Before his sword was unsheathed, his aura had increased by 30%. Dong Huang Taiji was extremely passive in this battle. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Dong Huang Taiji's first move was a killing move. It was the ultimate move of the Eastern Emperor sect. It was also his trump card. He would not hold back at all as Dong Huang Taiji could feel the immense pressure from Feng Bai. It could even destroy Dong Huang Taiji. The pressure that could destroy the heavens and the earth was terrifying. Yearning for the mountain makes people cry, the clear water makes people grieve with you. Prosperity is gone, there's no time for flowers and birds to accompany you. Feng Bai murmured as his sword was unsheathed. The sword's aura swept across the sky, thousands of miles of flowers flew up into the sky and withered. A sword swept across thousands of miles, Feng Bai's sorrow was unimaginable. Dong Huang Taiji felt suffocated by the sword. A half-step Divine King sword aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth was extremely rare. The sorrow in the poem made Dong Huang Taiji feel the pressure from the sword aura. Divine Golden Bell. Dong Huang Taiji defended himself, but Feng Bai's sword aura was too strong. It was suffocating. Dong Huang Taiji claimed that he was unrivaled amongst his peers, but he was defeated by a half-step Divine King with ease. Feng Bai's sword aura was extremely powerful. Feng Bai's sword was so fast that it shocked the world. As soon as the sword's aura was unleashed, it suppressed everything in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Dong Huang Taiji only admired one person who was at the same level as him, and that was Jiang Chen. A peak late Divine King was able to defeat him. Jiang Chen was a peerless monster. Feng Bai was as terrifying as Jiang Chen. A half-step Divine King could go against the current and kill a Divine King. Countless terrifying sword shadows overlapped on the Divine Golden Bell. Golden light shone continuously. The Divine Golden Bell was getting more and more difficult to defend. Cracks started to appear on the Divine Golden Bell. Feng Bai was using offense as defense. He was like a tiger, not giving Dong Huang Taiji any chance at all. Dong Huang Taiji did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Feng Bai. He did not even have the chance to fight back. Even though he was defending passively, it was getting more and more difficult for him. If this continued, he would suffer great damage. Sword shadows filled the sky. Feng Bai was fighting with ease. His sword chi was unstoppable. Morong Yener could see it clearly, but she could not do anything about it. At this moment, it would be an insult to Dong Huang Taiji if she joined the battle. Dong Huang Taiji would feel humiliated. Morong Yener could only wait anxiously. Taiji, you must hold on. Morong Yener prayed in her heart. Feng Bai's aura was getting stronger and stronger. He kept attacking from the Divine Golden Bell, but they were all repelled by Feng Bai's sword chi. On the contrary, Feng Bai was suppressing Dong Huang Taiji to the point where he could hardly breathe. Needless to say, the sword momentum was ferocious. It was unbelievable that a half-step Divine King could possess such a terrifying skill. Now, it's time for you to die. Feng Bai roared in anger. The sword shadow changed again. A sword came from the east, seizing the 9 heavens. 10,000 void breaking. Feng Bai's sword was like a god, its aura was terrifying. Even Dong Huang Taiji could feel the threat of death. This sword was too powerful. Dong Huang Taiji exerted all of his strength to attack. However, the Divine Golden Bell was still broken by Feng Bai's sword. The golden light shattered and Dong Huang Taiji spurted out a mouthful of blood. He staggered backward with a pale face. He was severely injured. He stood still. If he were to fall down now, he would definitely die a painful death. Taiji! Morong Yener exclaimed. She wanted to rush forward but she was pushed back by Donghuang Taiji's palm. At least you still have some manliness. Fang Bai harumphed coldly. He raised his sword and the wind blew. The sword's shadows were like the rain of the 9 heavens, completely blocking Donghuang Taiji's escape route. Morong Yener's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but she could not rush forward to save Donghuang Taiji. I've said it before. I'll kill you today. Fang Bai roared. His aura became even more ferocious. The rain of swords pierced through Donghuang Taiji's body. Donghuang Taiji was already at his limit. At that moment, Fang Bai's sword fell from the sky, intending to kill Donghuang Taiji. Let people go when possible. A sword chime reverberated in the void. Fang Bai's sword was pushed back by another sword. That sword was Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The 2 swords were pushed back. Jiang Chen's figure pierced through the void and met Fang Bai's eyes. Both of their swords were unable to gain any advantage. However, this sword was enough to show how powerful Fang Bai was. It's you? Fang Bai's expression slightly changed. He had discussed sword techniques with Jiang Chen for a long time. How could he forget that? The 2 of them even exchanged swords with each other. At this moment, they were fighting each other. Old brother, your sword is too vicious. Do you really want to kill me? Jiang Chen sighed. You don't understand. I have a blood feud with him. No one can stop me. Fang Bai continued and looked at Jiang Chen. Even you want to go against me? I can't let you kill him. Brother, I don't want you to get hurt. Jiang Chen said. Fang Bai, you lunatic. If anything happens to Taiji, I will never forgive you. Morong Yener hugged the dying Donghuang Taiji tightly. Donghuang Taiji would have died if Jiang Chen didn't arrive in time. Why? Fang Bai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that the woman he loved would one day stand on the opposite side of him for another man. Revenge breeds revenge. Since there's no love, why don't you let it go? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He finally understood why the Sword Saint hated the Eastern Emperor sect to the core. However, Jiang Chen was confused about Fang Bai. This fellow was too stubborn. He was stubborn about the Sword Dao and his lover. Ha ha ha. Alright. I will give you face today. Jiang Chen. When we meet again in the future, we will be even. Donghuang Taiji, I will kill him. I will not rest until he is dead. Are you alright? Jiang Chen looked at Donghuang Taiji. Although Fang Bai had left, he was still worried that Fang Bai would come back and kill him. He and Fang Bai were fated to meet each other. However, he would not stand aside and watch them kill each other. I won't die yet. Donghuang Taiji said with a smile. He coughed twice and his expression did not look good. Eat this pill first. Jiang Chen took out a healing pill and let Morong Yener feed him. This happened because of me. Junior Jiang Chen, I am not afraid of death, but I don't want Taiji to lose his life because of me. What happened between me and Fang Bai is already in the past. It's just that he is not willing to accept it. What he feels now is no longer love but obsession. His eyes are really scary. Morong Yener said while gritting her teeth. Her heart was filled with self-blame. Don't worry. I am here. Senior Taiji will be fine. Jiang Chen said. Oh yeah, are you guys lost here too? Morong Yener asked in a deep voice. Lost? Why should I get lost? Are you guys lost here? Moling Dongchen asked in surprise. Yes. Taiji and I have been lost here for more than 10 days. We can't get out of this place. Morong Yener said solemnly. We didn't. Isn't this just a place where flowers are blooming all year round? We were only attracted by the fragrance of the flowers in these mountains. Moling Dongchen said with a serious face. It seemed like Morong Yener was not joking. I don't know. This place is really beautiful and we were attracted here. However, when we turned back, we couldn't find the way out. Now, it's still the same. We can't get out of this place. Morong Yener's expression was terrible. She bit her lips. If Xianxia did not appear in time, she and Dong Huang Taiji might have died. How could this be? There really isn't anything strange here. Why would you have such a feeling? Moling Dongchen looked at Xianxia with doubt. Xianxia frowned and looked around. There was no formation at all. This was strange. Why was he and Fang Bai safe and sound? Why were the two of them trapped in this fragrant wilderness? Xianxia frowned and looked at the surroundings. That's right. There's no need to think too much. We'll bring you out later. Xianxia said with a dignified expression. This mountain was indeed strange, because there were no demonic beasts here. Apart from butterflies, there was nothing else. The strangest thing was that this place was very quiet, too ordinary, so ordinary that people couldn't feel the slightest danger. But because of this, Morong Yener was trapped here, but even Xianxia couldn't find out what was strange about this place. You think you can come and go as you please? Ha ha ha. A strange laughter suddenly resounded in the ears of Xianxia and the others. Everyone looked at Moling Dongchen. At this moment, Moling Dongchen's smile was getting brighter and brighter. The brilliance in his eyes was also dazzling. It was as if there was a dazzling brilliance in his eyes that no one dared to look at directly. His beautiful face was even more enchanting now. Xianxia quickly retreated with a gloomy face. Everyone's gaze was focused on Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered while looking at Xianxia and the others. The others can leave, but the two of them must stay and become my nourishment. These flowers are blooming so brilliantly, and these butterflies are so beautiful. If it weren't for the two of you, how could my butterflies be so beautiful? Moling Dongchen said with a smile. However, Xianxia knew that this person was not Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen would never say such words. Moreover, his eyes made Xianxia's heart palpitate. You are not Moling Dongchen. Who are you? Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. Even Amo Qihan and Amo Fangzhou's countenance changed drastically. This guy's laughter was terrifying. His eyes were extremely feminine. When he looked at Dong Huang Taiji and Morong Yener, his eyes were filled with greed. Who am I? Hee, I am Da Fairy. I came from the sky and landed in this mortal world. My body is very beautiful. I like it very much. Moling Dongchen said calmly as if she was really a fairy. She completely ignored Xianxia and the others, treating them as mortals. Da Fairy? Who are you? Get out of Moling Dongchen's body. Amo Qihan shouted angrily. After saying that, Amo Qihan rushed towards Moling Dongchen. A divine king's desperate battle was extremely terrifying. Amo Qihan had also risked his life for Moling Dongchen. However, Moling Dongchen just casually waved his hand and sent him flying away. Xianxia's expression became solemn as he sent Amo Qihan flying away with a palm strike. Xianxia's expression became solemn. Puff, Amo Qihan knelt down on one knee. His face was pale. In the eyes of Moling Dongchen, his impulsive action was not worth mentioning. Da Fairy, let me see what you're capable of. Xianxia's countenance became solemn. He did not take any action, but his overwhelming soul pressure shrouded the area. The soul power that was infinitely close to the Divine Emperor realm crushed the void. Xianxia had also pushed the Great Soul Derivation technique to the extreme. At that moment, Moling Dongchen still did not move an inch. His smile was still as charming as before, but it was gloomy and strange. Not bad. How can you have such a powerful soul power? Unfortunately, in my eyes, your spiritual force is not worth mentioning. Da Fairy said proudly. Her eyes flashed with a five-colored radiance, covering the entire mountain. Behind her, on the peak of the void, a giant butterfly shadow appeared behind her. In the center of the butterfly was a beautiful lady. She was wearing a five-colored butterfly robe. As she flapped her wings, all the butterflies on the mountain formed a high wall that covered the sky. The colorful butterflies devoured the sky. Xianxia's soul power was instantly pushed back like a tide. Xianxia took 3 steps back with a solemn expression. However, the Zulong Tower had protected his soul. Otherwise, that terrifying soul storm would have sent him to the 18th level of hell. Such a powerful soul pressure. If it wasn't for the Zulong Tower protecting my soul, almost any divine Emperor realm expert would have been annihilated by this soul pressure. You can escape from my soul storm? Not bad. But you're still too young to fight me. He he he. Da Fairy said with a smile. However, her smile was creepy. Coupled with Moling Dongchen's face, it made Xianxia uncomfortable. She had occupied Moling Dongchen's body. It seemed like it would be extremely difficult to take back Moling Dongchen's body. Xianxia was shocked. Could she be an Emperor Realm expert's soul? Even so, it was not easy for an Emperor Realm expert's soul to reach such a terrifying level. Da Fairy, we have no grudge against you. Why do you have to go against us? Xianxia squinted his eyes and said. Why are you still trying to reason with her at this moment? Mo Fangzhou said while gritting his teeth. Then why don't you go and fight with her? Let's see who's stronger? Xianxia said faintly. It's easy to talk. If you're stronger than her, she won't be able to get away scot-free. Mo Fangzhou was speechless. Looks like this fella is very selfish. Why do I, Da Fairy, need you to judge me? I'll do whatever I want to do. What can you do? He he he. Da Fairy said calmly and ignored Jiang Chen and the others. Her target was Donghuang Taiji and Murong Yin'er. Two little fellas, follow me. I'll let you two be together forever. He he he. Da Fairy's eyes turned cold. She rushed towards Donghuang Taiji and Murong Yin'er at lightning speed. Jiangchen instantly enlarged the Zulong Tower and enveloped everyone. At that moment, Da Fairy's expression changed drastically. She hit the Zulong Tower fiercely with her palm. However, there was only a ripple and the Zulong Tower was not damaged at all. This, pagoda, how did you get it? Da Fairy said coldly. She felt pressured by the pagoda. Fortunately, Jiangchen was not strong enough to fully utilize the power of the pagoda. What does it have to do with you? Jiangchen asked. Good kid, you've got guts. I can't do anything to you, and you can't do anything to me. However, I like this body. I hope we'll meet again. After that, Da Fairy turned around and left. However, Jiangchen did not intend to let her go so easily. Moling Dongchen's body was under her control. Jiangchen was very worried about her safety. Since we can't do anything to each other, why don't we sit down and talk? Jiangchen's words made Da Fairy stop in her tracks. She turned around and looked at Jiangchen with interest and nodded silently. You're right. Since we can't do anything to each other, how about we make a deal? I'm all ears. Jiangchen looked at Da Fairy. Da Fairy crossed her arms and looked at Jiangchen from top to bottom. Then, she continued. After we cross this mountain, we'll reach Azalea Mountain. Help me destroy all the azaleas on the mountain and turn it into a barren mountain. Then, I'll return her to you. Azalea Mountain? Mo Fangzhou and Mo Qihan's facial expression changed drastically. Was the Azalea Mountain that they were looking for at the foot of the mountain? That's all? Jiangchen said. It seemed like Azalea Mountain was on the other side of the mountain. It seemed like they did gain something. However, Moling Dongchen had to pay the price to know about it. If I disobey, I'm willing to be baptized by the 9 heavenly lightning and my soul will be destroyed. Da Fairy's eyes were burning as she looked at Jiangchen seriously. Jiangchen furrowed his brows. Was this guy's request really that simple? Could she not go to the other side of Azalea Mountain and destroy all the azaleas on the mountain? Or perhaps, there was something that she could not do on Azalea Mountain? I know you don't believe me, but this is your only chance. Don't ask me anything else. I won't tell you anything. Da Fairy looked at the other side of the mountain and said. She did not look at Jiangchen anymore. She did not care whether Jiangchen agreed or not. Her eyes were filled with bitterness as she looked at the Azalea Mountain that was filled with azaleas. Jiangchen thought. Indeed, he had no choice but to believe Da Fairy. Otherwise, he could not do anything to her. If she was really an Emperor Realm soul, she would not be an ordinary person to be able to do such a thing. It should not be difficult for her to destroy all the azaleas. But why did she have to do it herself? Alright, I promise you. Jiangchen looked at Da Fairy. Although he was the passive one, he felt that the fairy did not seem to be lying to him. Come and find me after you've destroyed all the azaleas on the mountain. This mountain will only attract those who love each other. If there is love, you will be lost. If there is no love, you will be able to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. After that, the fairy flew up with the wind and disappeared in the void. Moling Dongchen also disappeared. There are 50 strings of the zither, 1 string and 1 pillar. The sound of the zither lingered in the ears and reverberated among the butterflies. It made people yearn for it. Moling Dongchen's sound lingered for a long time. At this moment, even Xianxia was intoxicated by the sound of the zither. Why? Why don't you go and get it back? Mo Fangzhou said. Shut up. If there is a chance, do you think Brother Jiang will just stand aside and watch? Don't you know how powerful that person is? Mo Qihan said while gritting his teeth. He was sent flying by a single palm strike. At least in the hands of Jiang Chen, Mo Qihan did not believe that he could not even withstand one strike from Jiang Chen. However, this woman just waved her hand and he was defeated without any chance. This was strength. Perhaps this is the reason why all of you are lost here. If there is love, then you will be lost. If there is no love, then you will naturally not be trapped here. Only 2 people who are in love with each other and whose hearts are connected will be attracted by the beautiful mirage-like scenery here and mistakenly fall into it. Jiang Chen looked at Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun'er. If that's the case, perhaps Fang Bai was wrong from the start. He was just stubborn in his heart. Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun'er looked at each other and smiled. You are enough. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Are we really going to destroy the azaleas on the mountain? Can we believe that woman's words? Mo Qihan asked in doubt. We have no choice but to believe her. No matter what's in Azalea Mountain, we should go and check it out. This is our only chance. Plus, the silver dragon fruit might be there too. Jiang Chen said. Yes, the silver dragon fruit is there. Azalea Mountain, looks like we have to go there. Mo Fangzhou said with a smile. When did I say that I want to go with you? Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. I will go and save Moling Dongchen, but I don't need you. Jiang Chen turned and left with Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun'er. You only have yourself to blame for this. I hope you can live well, madam. Mo Qihan said coldly and left, leaving Mo Fangzhou alone. Bastard, you're all bastards. Mo Qihan, I will not let you have a good time when we return to the Mo clan. Pray, I hope that you will not leave Wangdi Mountain alive. Mo Fangzhou roared furiously, but he still had lingering fear. He looked at the butterflies and was afraid that the fairy would return. If that's the case, his life would be over. After crossing over a mountain, as expected, they left the mountains full of blooming flowers and the colorful butterflies. When they crossed the mountain peak, they were shocked again. That was because it was a sea of red. Blood-red azaleas were blooming all over the hillside. The azaleas looked like they were weeping blood. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Compared to the butterflies that covered the mountain, this place was even more mesmerizing. The sea of azaleas made them feel like they were in a fairyland. At the top of the mountain, a huge boulder that seemed to connect the heavens stood erect. It was as smooth as flowing water, and 3 large words were carved on it, Azalea Mountain. Having a mountain within a mountain was an ominous sign. The azaleas blooming all over the mountain were truly astonishing. Most importantly, it was the first time in their lives that they had seen such delicate and alluring flowers that were completely blood-red in color. There's definitely a reason behind it. I'm afraid this azalea isn't that simple. Jiang Chen said. Even the powerful Dai fairy was unwilling to step into this place, or in other words, she could not step into this place. He did not think that this was a place for good people. On the contrary, this place was definitely not ordinary. The beautiful azalea flowers were more like the blossoming of life. The flow of blood seemed to run through the entire mountain range. The blood-red azalea flowers were even more beautiful than before, just like the mountain ridge that was dyed red with blood. It was indescribably beautiful and strange. I'm afraid it won't be easy to trample through the azaleas that cover the entire mountain. Mo Qihan looked at Jiang Chen. Xianxia nodded silently. He could feel that the azalea was unusual, but he didn't know what was wrong with it. If it was that easy, Da Fairy wouldn't have asked them to come here. Be careful. Be on your best behavior, Jiangchen said in a low voice. Morong Yanner and Amokihan's eyes lit up. Currently, Donghuang Taiji had recovered a lot after taking Jiangchen's medicinal pill. The Azalea Mountain should be real, but we don't know where the silver dragon fruit is. Amokihan looked around cautiously, but he could not find anything. Look, isn't that a huge canyon? Morong Yanner's eyes flashed and said. It was indeed a huge white canyon at the end of the Azalea Mountain. However, they had to cross the entire mountain of azaleas to get there. The silver dragon fruit might be there. But let's think of a way to destroy these azaleas first. That way, Moling Dongchen can be saved. Amokihan said in a deep voice. In his heart, saving Moling Dongchen was his priority. He did not care about the silver dragon fruit or getting the first place in the battle royale of the 9 counties. Firstly, he knew his own strength. Secondly, he did not want Moling Dongchen to be trapped. He would not hesitate even if he had to use his life to save Moling Dongchen. Destroy it. Amokihan did not even ask for Jiangchen's permission. He struck out with his palm and all the azaleas within 10 li were instantly destroyed. The withered azaleas were like drops of blood, forming a blood-red silhouette that was slowly condensing. Lowly human, how dare you step into my territory? How can you bear to destroy such beautiful azaleas? A cold shout was heard along with an inaudible blood-colored giant palm, sending Amokihan flying away. A terrifying energy swept across the area, the color of blood filled the air. Jiangchen could not dodge it in time and quickly protected Morongyan and Donghuang Taiji. However, Amokihan was already heavily injured. Jiangchen turned around and quickly went up to the attack. He struck with the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. The flame aura spread and forced the blood-red giant palm back, saving Amokihan from death. You're too impulsive, Jiangchen said in a low voice. He knew that this guy must be anxious to save Moling Dongchen. He did not expect him to destroy the azaleas in the first place. However, what happened next made him understand that the azaleas were not that easy to be destroyed. What a 5-elemental true fire. To be able to block my attack, the younger generation will surpass us in time. It's just that you want to destroy my azaleas all over the mountains and plains? That's just a pipe dream. If I'm not wrong, it should be the idea of that bitch with the heart of a viper, right? A bunch of stupid humans. The blood-red figure said faintly. Although his face could not be seen clearly, it was indeed a blood-red figure. Blood kept flowing out from his body. Compared to Da Fairy, he was more terrifying. The blood that flowed out from his body splashed onto the azaleas, proving the saying, blood-sobbing azaleas. Senior, do you know who sent us here? Jiangchen squinted his eyes. It seemed that this unknown guy had already guessed everything. That Da Fairy must have a close relationship with this guy. Moreover, there seemed to be a deep hatred between them. Since she asked you to come, then you don't have the right to continue living. The blood-red figure in the void turned into a blood-red dark crow. The dark crow was more than 10 zhang in size. It stood above the azaleas like a high and mighty emperor. Let's see if you have the ability to do so, Jiangchen sneered. This time, he took out the Zulong Tower in advance and wrapped everyone in the Zulong Tower. As expected, the dark crow instantly became serious. You're indeed a bit capable. No wonder you dare to challenge me. The dark crow sneered and moved its wings. Thousands of azaleas rained down from the sky and hit the Zulong Tower. No matter how sharp or corrosive the azaleas were, they could not do anything to the Zulong Tower. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. You have the Eastern Emperor Bell? Wasn't the Eastern Emperor Bell broken long ago? The dark crow was shocked. But in the next moment, he realized that Jiangchen's Divine Golden Bell was not enough to trap him. It's impossible to trap me, unless you have the real Eastern Emperor Bell. The dark crow shouted in a deep voice. Jiangchen was shocked. The dark crow was able to recognize that the Divine Golden Bell that he casted was casted by the Eastern Emperor Bell itself, and not the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. The dark crow's eyes were extremely sharp. As expected, the dark crow's soul power was far beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. The terrifying rebounding force shattered Jiang Chen's divine golden bell. Jiang Chen staggered backwards with a serious expression. This fella's soul power was much stronger than Jiang Chen's. Just this fella's soul power alone was enough to destroy his divine golden bell. Heavenly lightning fusion. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning fused together. The lightning shone brightly and shot out. The lightning snake wrapped around the dark crow. The dark crow charged towards the sky and clashed with the heavenly lightning. The dark crow's soul power quickly dodged the heavenly lightning fusion. Even the soul of an Emperor realm expert had to dodge the attack. Neither of them had the slightest advantage, and they were evenly matched. "Kid, looks like I've underestimated you," the dark crow said coldly. Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning, Zulong Tower, and even the broken Eastern Emperor bell made her extremely cautious. This fella was not someone to be trifled with. Blood-colored dark crow. Interesting. A beautiful figure soared into the sky, piercing through the golden rays of the setting sun and appearing beside Jiang Chen. "Qingqing? It's you?" Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His eyes were even filled with shock. He didn't expect to see her here. The person Jiang Chen wanted to see was Yan Qingqing. Her appearance made him even more excited. At least in Wangdi Mountain, Jiang Chen did not need to worry anymore. "It really is fate," Yan Qingqing said indifferently. Although they didn't hug each other passionately and shed tears, it was enough for Jiang Chen. "I won't hesitate to use my tenderness to melt the ice and snow in this life." Although Yan Qingqing did not have a good impression of Jiang Chen, in the depths of her heart, Jiang Chen was willing to give up his life for her several times. This fool, she still treated him differently. Otherwise, she would never be polite to anyone. "Your dark crow bloodline, I'm taking it." The corner of Yan Qingqing's mouth curled up slightly. She soared straight into the 9 heavens. Her graceful figure reflected the setting sun, it was too beautiful to behold. "Be careful, this dark crow is not simple," Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. However, he did not take any action. If he did that, it would only make Yan Qingqing feel disgusted. Jiang Chen would definitely not stand by and do nothing if his life was in danger. "What a little girl. You've got some guts. You actually want my bloodline. I don't even know how many times you've died." The dark crow sneered and said disdainfully towards Yan Qingqing. "Cut the crap. Your bloodline will be mine." Yan Qingqing and the dark crow's attacks instantly set off a frenzy. The azalea flowers on the mountain swayed along with the wind. "Seems like that brat has quite a deep affection for you. He's such a calm person, yet you're able to affect his soul fluctuation. He, that brat will collapse on his own if I take you down." The dark crow laughed in his heart. Jiang Chen's eyes were looking at Yan Qingqing with deep love. Moreover, she could see that he cherished her as much as his own life. "Men, none of them are good." "Humph," the dark crow sneered and glared at Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing and the dark crow were already in close combat. The dark crow kept creating blood-colored snakes to fight with Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen was also paying full attention, fearing that Yan Qingqing would be injured. The two of them had fought for more than 100 moves, but there was no clear winner. Could it be that Qingqing's strength has increased tremendously again? This dark crow's strength should not be underestimated. If it's not because of the heavenly lightning, I might not be its opponent. Jiang Chen frowned and thought worriedly. However, the dark crow's soul power instantly covered the entire Azalea Mountain. Even Jiang Chen couldn't avoid it. Yan Qingqing's soul was suppressed in a split second, causing her mind to fall into a trance. The dark crow seized the chance to enter her body. "No." Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He roared and wanted to pull Yan Qingqing back. However, the moment she looked back, her sweet smile had completely melted Jiang Chen. She was like the naive little princess of the city lord's mansion. The tenderness in her eyes almost melted Jiang Chen. Her every frown and smile, her graceful bearing as she looked back, and that instant of fragrance, all of it made Jiang Chen fall into the sea of love. "Qingqing," Jiang Chen murmured. His inner world was on the verge of being conquered. Boom. A loud explosion resounded in Jiang Chen's mind. When he woke up, he realized that Yan Qingqing had changed. Damn it! Bastard! Jiang Chen cursed. This bastard had actually invaded Yan Qingqing's body. Jiang Chen was trembling with anger. Don't force me. Otherwise, I guarantee that the entire Azalea Mountain will be razed to the ground. Jiang Chen said while trembling. His eyes were red as he stared at Yan Qingqing. However, the current Yan Qingqing had changed. Her eyes were exactly the same as the dark crow's. Jiang Chen should have expected that this dark crow was not a good person. He was too careless. Even Yan Qingqing was controlled by him. If something happened to Yan Qingqing, how would Jiang Chen face him? Such a terrifying gaze. However, it's useless against me. I'm already dead. Why would I care about your threat? He, unless you kill the person you love the most as well. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly, it was extremely charming. However, when Jiang Chen saw such a graceful smile, he could not bring himself to smile. What do you want? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This dark crow was definitely plotting something big. Why would a woman make things difficult for another woman? Especially a beautiful woman. I don't want to make things difficult for her. Let's see how capable you are. Yan Qingqing said meaningfully. Speak. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing looked at the white canyon and murmured, Sea Moon Gorge. It was a huge white gorge. At this moment, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance with a solemn expression. What's hiding there? Who's that he that Yan Qingqing mentioned? Iron tree blossoms, white jade smokes. Who is that person? Jiang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at Yan Qingqing. You'll know when you get there. But whether you can do it or not, it'll depend on your luck. The dark crow said. If she's hurt, I'll make your Azalea Mountain barren. I want your soul to stay in hell forever. Don't doubt my words. Jiang Chen turned around, took a deep breath, and said faintly. The dark crow gazed at Jiang Chen's back and smiled bitterly. The same silhouette, the same arrogance. But why don't you turn back? After Jiang Chen left, the dark crow's soul was heavily injured. Because there was a powerful imprint in Yan Qingqing's body that almost caused her to lose her life. This is? 8-divisional pagoda. Little girl, why did you provoke these damned fellas? The dark crow murmured. She could clearly see that the blood-colored soul imprint in Yan Qingqing's sea of consciousness was attacking her soul, as if it was trying to purge her from existence. I'd like to see who you are, to dare to act like a tyrant in front of me. So what if it's the 8-divisional pagoda? I wasn't even afraid of the Buddha in the past. Do you really think that a mere pagoda can sweep everything before you? The dark crow sneered. Spiritual energy gushed into Yan Qingqing's mind like a tidal wave. At this moment, she could feel a heavenly Sanskrit descending upon her. Even though she was an Emperor Realm soul, she still felt pressured. Which pagoda are you? Hurry up and reveal your true body. The dark crow shouted. Since you want to be a coward, I'll lend you a hand. The dark crow's frightening spiritual energy pressed down once again. Yan Qingqing's face turned extremely ugly. The blood-colored spiritual imprint in her mind was constantly being swept by the dark crow's spiritual energy. Yan Qingqing was in great pain. To think that you've already fused with her. Looks like she's very important to you. What a pity, a good girl was harmed by a bastard like you. But I, Duan, will not let you have your way today. None of the 8-divisional pagoda's people are good. Duan's spiritual strength fought against the blood mark for a long time. In the end, Duan won and the blood mark was gradually removed. However, Duan had also suffered quite a bit of damage. After all, it wasn't easy to remove the spiritual mark left behind by the 8-divisional pagoda. If her physical body was still present, it wouldn't be a problem. However, only a remnant of her spiritual strength was left. Duan's soul power and the 8-divisional pagoda's blood imprint were in a deadlock for a long time. However, Duan was able to gain the upper hand by relying on her powerful soul power. That blood imprint was gradually becoming blurry and was about to disappear. Its resistance was also gradually fading away. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. However, it's already impossible for you to control her. Duan murmured. She had finally done something that made her feel comfortable. The 8-divisional pagoda was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. At least, her understanding of the 8-divisional pagoda was limited to the turbulent immemorial period. Xianxia knew that it would not do him any good to continue fighting with Duwan. She wanted him to go to the Sea Moon Gorge to make the iron tree bloom and the white jade give birth to smoke. This was not an easy task. However, Xianxia did not want to fight to the death. Xianxia saw the true feelings in Duwan's eyes at the last moment. Who was the person that she wanted to meet? Xianxia was very curious about her identity. However, he had no other choice because this Duwan was much stronger than the previous guy. However, he firmly believed that Duwan would not harm Yan Qingqing. For some reason, Xianxia felt that Duwan was inextricably linked to Die Fairy and the person she wanted to see. Silver dragon fruit, could it be in the Sea Moon Gorge? The Azalea Mountain is covered by azaleas, it's almost endless. Only the silver-white Sea Moon Gorge could possibly hide the silver dragon fruit. Xianxia said in a low voice as he looked at the Sea Moon Gorge. At this moment, Donghuang Taiji, Morong Yener and Mo Qihan also wanted to follow Xianxia to the Sea Moon Gorge. However, they were stopped by Xianxia. The Sea Moon Gorge was not an ordinary place. If they went there, they might not be able to return. Even Xianxia was not confident. However, for the sake of Yan Qingqing, Xianxia would not hesitate even if it's a tiger's lair or a dragon's lair. Under the Sea Moon Gorge, there was a huge gorge. It was bottomless. The gorge was milky white and looked like a white jade. However, the windstorm in the gorge was extremely sharp. Every time the windstorm blew past, even an early divine king would not be able to withstand it. The windstorm came and went without a trace. It seemed like it was harmless. However, countless early divine kings stopped in their tracks. "Wait for me here," Yi Futian said. Xianxia said. The three of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They felt bad for letting Xianxia take the risk alone. However, they were not as strong as Xianxia and they were injured. This might be the best choice they could make. The windstorm in the gorge never stopped. However, it was not sharp. It seemed to have formed a stable magnetic field. However, those who were weak would be crushed into pieces after entering this magnetic field. This place is really unusual, Xianxia murmured. This strange magnetic windstorm made it hard for him to figure out what kind of place he was in. The white jade cornerstone was endless. No wonder it was called the Sea Moon Gorge. The jades here were connected together with the moon. It was a paradise. Xianxia carefully walked through the gorge, fearing that there would be any changes. This Sea Moon Gorge was not a simple place. Xingfeng, do you really think that you're invincible? If Guigu of the Killing Luo sect was here, you wouldn't have the chance to show off. 10 li away, a loud shout attracted Jiangchen's attention. Xianxia quickly rushed over and saw a few silhouettes appearing in front of him. It was the arrogant Xingfeng. Killing Luo sect? Let alone you, even if Guigu is here, I, Xingfeng, will not take him seriously. And you idiots, do you really think that Tongxian Mansion is a place that trash like you can enter? It's a place where geniuses gather. Even if you enter, you won't know how you died. Humph. Xingfeng crossed his arms and said with a cold smile. He did not care about the three people in front of him. Heavenly Xing sect, how arrogant. Huyu Boundaries White Tiger, Heavenly Dragon sect, Wan Xiaohu, I'd like to see how you're going to fight against them. Brother Zhou Tong, it seems like we'll have to fight together. Huyu Boundary, since when can there be someone who can ascend to the Hall of Elegance? Ha ha ha. Xingfeng laughed and snorted. Wan Xiaohu's face turned gloomy. However, Xingfeng did have the right to be arrogant. He was definitely a top-notch expert as he was one of the top 10 experts in the Battle Royale of the 9 counties. Although Wan Xiaohu was one of the top experts in Huyu Boundary, he did not dare to act recklessly. Looks like you want to fight us to the death? Another yellow-haired young man shouted coldly. Nobody, who are you? Xingfeng said indifferently. Floating World, Chang'an Sect, Young Sect Master Chu Chang'an. You don't even know me, the Young Sect Master. I think you must be tired of living. No matter how strong you are, can you fight against the three of us? Chu Chanan looked at him coldly. He was one of the top experts in the floating world. Although Xingfeng was famous, it did not mean that he was invincible. To Chu Chanan and the other two, being able to defeat Xingfeng would be a great boost to their reputation. Hence, the three of them were eager to try out this battle. If they could defeat Xingfeng, they would definitely become famous. Even if they failed, they could only run away. They would not be killed by Xingfeng. At least, they were confident. Never heard of it. But it seems like you guys are full of confidence. I shall teach you guys a lesson today. Xingfeng crossed his arms and looked at the three of them with disdain. The three of them were peak early divine kings while he was a mid-divine king. Other than the three guys from the Chilean boundary, no one could make him frown. See Moon Gorge, it's said that there's a 10,000-word Nan Hua true scripture. The one who obtains the scripture will gain eternal life. It's left behind by the Nan Hua the Enlightened. Looks like you want it for yourself. Zhou Tong said coldly. How could it be easy to get the left behind by the Nan Hua the Enlightened? The Nan Hua true scripture is said to be one of the 10 great scriptures of the ancient times. Countless people have only heard about it from rumors. Who knows what the Nan Hua true scripture is? Chu Chanan shouted in a deep voice. They were indeed here for the Nan Hua true scripture, but they did not know where the Nan Hua true scripture was. Let's not talk about whether the Nan Hua true scripture exists or not. However, no matter what, the three of you are not allowed to take even half a step into this place. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Xingfeng stood at the top of the Sea Moon Gorge with his saber and horse in front of him, not letting the three of them cross the border. It seems like this battle is unavoidable. Xingfeng, today, I will let you have a taste of my White Tiger Heavenly Dragon Sect's unparalleled martial arts. Wang Xiaohu snorted and took a step forward. He was ready to fight at any time. The three of them were also ready to fight. The killing intent in their eyes was like a rain of swords. Xingfeng was furious. The battle started. Xianxia looked from afar. He didn't expect there to be such a battle here. It was really eye-opening. These people were obviously not ordinary people. Killing Luo Sect's Zhou Tong, White Tiger Heavenly Dragon Sect's Wang Xiaohu and Chang'an Sect's Chu Chanan. Even though they weren't top-notch experts, they weren't ordinary people either. The three of them fighting Xingfeng was interesting. Fine. You guys can fight first. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Jiangchen didn't want to fight. As a bystander, the best outcome would be for both sides to be injured. That would be the happiest thing for him. Brother Zhou, Brother Wang, since they don't want to give us face, there's no need for us to continue this fight. Let's end this quickly. Chu Chanan said. The three of them attacked together without any hesitation. Xingfeng didn't show any fear. He flew up to the clouds and the four of them started fighting. Their terrifying skills tore the void apart. The surrounding storm couldn't even leave a mark on their bodies. The four of them were fighting against the sky and the ground. Their speed was shocking. Xingfeng was fighting against three of them, but he didn't change his expression. He even had the upper hand. A mid-divine king realm expert wasn't someone that could be defeated by an ordinary person. Xingfeng held his blade in front of him. The three of them attacked fiercely, but they couldn't gain any advantage. Xingfeng was a genius among the young generation in the 9 boundaries. He was not an ordinary person. He was confident that he could defeat the three of them. Otherwise, if he couldn't even defeat these guys, how could he fight against Xianxia, Gui Gu, and Donghuang Taie? Xingfeng was more powerful after all. Facing the attacks of the three of them, he was well organized. Although he was frightened, he was still at ease. Dragon Tiger Shadow. Wang Xiaohu roared. Both of his hands turned into claws and tore the sky apart. The Dragon Tiger Shadow followed him like a shadow. The battle between the dragon and the tiger was terrifying. It was as if the dragon and the tiger had descended. Xingfeng's expression changed. He retreated in order to advance. His figure was like lightning. War God's 3 profound transformations. War God's body. Jiangchen had witnessed how terrifying the War God's body was. Wang Xiaohu's attack couldn't break through the War God's body at all. The domineering War God's body couldn't be understood without experiencing it. If Xianxia's body wasn't well trained, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat the war god's body. Such terrifying chi strength. Wang Xiaohu retreated after one attack. The dragon and tiger shadow followed him and struck out 7 times consecutively. However, none of them were able to hurt Xing Feng. On the contrary, Xing Feng shouted angrily and punched out, breaking Wang Xiaohu's palm. Hiss, Chu Chanan gasped. However, it was too late. He and Zhou Tong looked at each other and the two of them rushed forward at their fastest speed. They followed Wang Xiaohu's attack closely. They didn't want to give Xing Feng any chance to breathe. Once Xing Feng broke through them one by one, they wouldn't stand a chance anymore. Layers of ghostly shadows spread across the universe. Zhou Tong's expression was solemn. Countless ghostly shadows surrounded his body, crying and howling. The ghostly shadows pierced through the void instantly and surrounded Xing Feng. Xing Feng sneered and remained calm. No matter how you attack me, I will not budge at all. Do you think you can make me surrender with just these ghostly shadows? The war god's body can destroy the world. Who can stop me? Xing Feng was domineering. His fists created wind. The ghostly shadows were all shattered by his fists. There was no chance for him to escape. Zhou Tong was also blown away. He looked ferocious. Those ghostly shadows were all formed by his profound qi. It was a great damage to him when the ghostly shadows were shattered. Raise the sails in the daytime. Flowers return to Chang'an City. Yuan Qi wind and thunder. Listen to the sword hum. Chu Chanan held the green light sword in his hand. The sword qi swept across 800 miles. The sword hum was like the roar of the wind, sweeping across the Sea Moon Gorge. Xing Feng stood still like a mountain. He threw out 3 punches to resist Chu Chanan's sword qi. The sword hum was endless. However, after the 3 punches, Chu Chanan's green light sword was already cracked. A powerful peak divine tool was shattered by Xing Feng's body. Chu Chanan's face turned cold. He staggered backward and his eyes were filled with fear. What a frightening physical strength. The war god's body is indeed worthy of its reputation. Chu Chanan knew that they had met a real obstacle this time. There was a reason why Xing Feng could be on the same level as Dong Huang Tai A and Gui Gu. Such a strong physique. The war god's body is indeed the secret technique of the heavenly Xing sect. Zhou Tong said while clenching his teeth. The 3 of them looked at each other and were unwilling to give up. They charged forward again, but this time, their momentum was obviously weaker than before. Xing Feng was also in the middle of the battle. His punches landed on the 3 of them and the 3 of them suffered a lot. They could not compete with Zhou Tong at all. At this moment, they all had the intention to retreat. 3 arrogant fellas. How dare you challenge me? Looks like you guys don't know how to spell the word death. Xing Feng was domineering. His war god's body was terrifying. He was much stronger than Xing Ming. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn. This fellow was still far from Xing Ming. He was indeed the first disciple of the heavenly Xing sect. Jiang Chen believed that the 3 of them would be defeated before Xing Feng could show his full strength. Boom! Xing Feng threw a punch. The 3 of them were severely injured and their faces turned pale. Let's go. This fella is too strong. We can't defeat him. Zhou Tong retreated quickly. With Xing Feng's attack, the 3 of them scattered. Xing Feng was too strong. He had completely suppressed them. They were defeated before they could even attack. Haha. A bunch of trash. Who dares to fight me? Xing Feng could not stop laughing. Zhou Tong, Wang Xiaohu, and Chu Chanan left quickly. They did not dare to continue fighting. Xing Feng did not chase after them. At this moment, it was easy for him to kill one of them, but it was impossible for him to kill all of them. Xing Feng's roar was still echoing in the Sea Moon Gorge. It lasted for a long time. Finally, Xing Feng squinted his eyes and said, "Come out. You've been watching for so long. You should have some response." Xing Feng's words were obviously meant for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not expect Xing Feng to notice him. Although he did not hide on purpose, it was still hard for ordinary people to notice him. This fellow was not simple. He did not plan to show himself. After all, he came here to look for the iron tree blossom. He did not want to cause any trouble. Yan Qingqing's safety was more important than anything else. However, it was discovered by Xing Feng in the end. Not bad, you actually knew that someone was observing you in the dark. It seems that I have really underestimated you. The heavenly Xianxia's war god physique is truly impressive. Jiangchen smiled and got out from the battle. He looked at Xing Feng and the latter's facial expression changed completely when he saw Jiang Chen. It's you. Xing Feng's pupils constricted as he stared at Jiang Chen. He did not expect the person in the dark to be Jiang Chen. Xing Feng had already noticed that someone was spying on him, but he did not say anything to agitate him. It was because the person in the dark was quite powerful. If Jiang Chen joined hands with the other three to fight against him, Xing Feng could not say that he would be invincible. Therefore, he did not chase after the three guys who were severely injured and escaped. Instead, he waited for the person in the dark. This guy was obviously very confident in himself. He did not want to team up with Zhou Tong and the other two. In Xing Feng's eyes, as long as the three of them left, he would have nothing to worry about. It's me. So what? Jiang Chen said proudly. Why is there Xing Ming's aura on you? Could it be? You killed him? Xing Feng took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen. He was looking forward to Jiang Chen's answer. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded without saying anything. However, the veins on Xing Feng's face were popping out. That was his younger brother, his biological brother. Although the two of them did not have a good relationship, they were born of the same mother. Both of their parents had passed away. Xing Feng did not say it, but Xing Ming was his only relative in the world. However, all of this was destroyed the moment Jiang Chen appeared. Xing Ming was killed by Jiang Chen. It was as if a knife was slashed on his chest. The pain was indescribable. Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen. So, you are here to fall into my trap? Xing Feng was so angry that he laughed. His expression was vicious and his veins were popping out. At this moment, his anger had reached its peak. You killed my brother. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. That's his own fault. I gave him a chance. Unfortunately, he did not know how to cherish it. Who can he blame for seeking his own death? Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen, you and I will fight to the death. That day in Lingju City, you were lucky that you were competing in the art of alchemy. Otherwise, you would be dead. I have something important to do and I do not want to be your enemy. At least not now. However, I killed your brother. Come on, let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, do not like to waste time. Jiang Chen knew that today's battle was inevitable. Are you here for the Nanhua True Scripture too? Xing Feng's eyes glittered. I don't know what the Nanhua True Scripture is and I am not interested. However, I am here for the blossoming iron tree. Jiang Chen said. Humph. The blossoming iron tree and the silver dragon fruit. I'm afraid you will not be able to see it. The Sea Moon Gorge will be your burial ground. Xing Feng clenched his fists. At this moment, his will to fight had reached the highest level of heaven. He had to take revenge for his brother's death. Although Xing Feng was ruthless, he only had one brother. Therefore, Jiang Chen must die. Talk is useless. Let's fight. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Xing Feng was quite powerful. He was the best opponent he had after breaking through to the Divine King realm. Of course, Gui Gu and Dong Huangtaya were monstrous figures too. However, he did not know where they were. Jiang Chen was excited to fight with Xing Feng. Lad, I will let you die a horrible death. Xing Feng clenched his fist and rushed towards Jiang Chen. His strength was as powerful as a thunderbolt. The war god's body. Not bad. Compared to Xing Ming, it's much more powerful. This is interesting. Jiang Chen's words infuriated Xing Feng once again. The two of them fought fiercely and their fists collided. Xing Feng's eyes were filled with anger. They had fought for more than 100 rounds but they were still evenly matched. At this moment, he realized that Jiang Chen was only an early divine king. How could he fight against his war god's body? One should know that he was undefeatable among those who were at the same level as him. He was a mid-divine king. This fellow looked calm and steady, but he was filled with killing intent. Even his war god's body could not suppress him. Xingfeng did not believe that Jiang Chen could withstand his attack in such a relaxed manner. War god's hammer. Xingfeng held the thunderous hammer and slammed it down. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He clashed with the hammer with his bare fists. Jiang Chen remained calm. The two of them fought for a long time. Although there was no winner, Xingfeng was getting more and more shocked. One should know that his war god's body had been tempered for thousands of years. It was forged under the bombardment of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Although it was only the first transformation of the war god's 3 profound transformations, it was enough to make countless people shrink back. However, he was able to deal with it with ease. He didn't even use any divine abilities. His hammer that could stop the heavens and earth couldn't stop Jiang Chen's domineering attack. Jiang Chen's body didn't seem any weaker than his war god's body. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will think that you are undefeatable. Humph. War god's 3 profound transformations. Second transformation, war god's awakening. Give me power. Sword. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. He stretched out his hand and the heavenly dragon sword was already in his hand. He whipped his horse and jumped up with his sword. Layers of sword shadows were formed and he did not lose to Xingfeng at all. The two of them collided with each other. The battle between the sword and the hammer had reached its climax from this moment onwards. Xingfeng's war god 3 mysterious transformations, the second transformation, war god awakening, was more than 10 times stronger than before. Whether it was his strength or aura, Jiang Chen nodded his head. Such a battle was a real battle of life and death. It made everyone's blood boil. Jiang Chen's figure flashed 9 times and the 9 phantom wolves were able to catch Xingfeng off guard every time. However, Xingfeng was not weak either. The war god awakening was even more powerful than the war god's body. Jiang Chen's sword was able to hurt Xingfeng's foundation several times. However, if the heavenly dragon sword really went through Xingfeng's body, he would not be so lucky. Solitary sword, star-shattering sword. Jiang Chen and Xingfeng had fought for a few times. The mountains within 1,000 miles of the Jade Stone Canyon were all broken into pieces. The storm swept across the sky and everything within 10,000 miles was destroyed. War god's hammer, I want to hammer the sky. Xingfeng's roar was like thunder, breaking through the sky. However, his giant hammer had already been destroyed by Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. It did not even look like a heavenly divine tool anymore. Needless to say, Xingfeng's battle strength was absolutely shocking. Even Jiang Chen had to give it his all. The War God 3 mysterious transformations was the secret technique of the heavenly Xing sect. Of course, it was terrifying. At this moment, even Jiang Chen agreed. However, Jiang Chen's sword aura was many times more powerful than when he was a half-step divine king. After the battle with the sword Saint Feng Bai, his sword aura had improved tremendously. He was not weaker than anyone. 3,000 miles of ice. Jiang Chen slashed out again. Xingfeng's expression changed drastically and he quickly stepped back. The extremely cold power of the sword had almost sealed his aura. Even the war god's hammer in his hand was useless. Break! Xingfeng roared and struck with his hammer. The storm danced wildly, but it was still useless. Jiang Chen still managed to force him back. Xingfeng was a little disheveled. His long hair danced in the wind and he roared like thunder. His eyes were red as he stared at Jiang Chen. Suddenly, at this moment, an extremely powerful storm swept over from 100 miles away. The entire Sea Moon Gorge began to tremble as the mountain terrain became chaotic. Its momentum was unstoppable. This is the limitless storm? Legend has it that this infinite storm is strong enough to kill experts below the hierarch realm. Its wind is terrifying and unparalleled. Wherever it passes, not even a blade of grass will grow. Xingfeng retreated quickly. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was as ugly as one could imagine. This is too unlucky. Xingfeng cursed under his breath and started to run. He didn't care about Jiang Chen at all. Limitless storm, such a powerful storm. There must be a reason behind it. Looks like the silver dragon fruit is most likely here. Xianxia frowned and murmured. The terrifying boundless tempest arrived in the blink of an eye. In practically an instant, the howling of the wind and cranes in a radius of 50 kilometers caused sand and stones to fly about. With the sweeping force of a dragon, it obliterated everything within the entire gorge, and it was like the end of the world had arrived. Even the Sea Moon Gorge seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Xianxia's expression changed. He quickly went into the Zulong Tower and stood still like a mountain. Looking at the violent whirlwind under the Zulong Tower, Xianxia was still in fear. Such a powerful limitless storm, he might not even be able to stand in it. He would definitely be torn into pieces. Luckily, he had the Zulong Tower to protect him. Such a storm was rarely seen in 10,000 years. This time, Xingfeng is probably going to die a violent death. Xianxia looked at the limitless storm and glanced through the entire Sea Moon Gorge. He felt a surge of emotion. The power of the heavens and earth was still powerful after all. Even a divine king realm expert could not avoid it. If one wanted to stand above the 9 heavens and look down upon the masses, one must increase his strength. Only a true emperor realm expert could look down upon the 9 heavens. The storm lasted for almost an hour. The entire gorge was in a mess. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust and stood in the storm. After the storm subsided, Xianxia revealed his true form. The entire valley had returned to its previous tranquility. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Everything around him had become so clear, even the air had become fresher. The white jade valley became brighter and brighter. Everything could be seen clearly, but there was nothing there. It seems like Xingfeng has been crushed by the limitless storm. Xianxia said solemnly. Natural disasters were unavoidable. Nobody could change it, not even divine king realm experts. When Xianxia turned around, he saw a silhouette. It was Xingfeng. At this moment, his whole body was full of cuts and his lips were dry. Even his clothes were gone. Only a few pieces of cloth were left. He looked extremely embarrassed. Xianxia suddenly laughed. Is this guy here to be funny? Even if he was a beggar, he shouldn't look so embarrassed. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh at those pitiful eyes, that helpless expression, and those trembling hands. You are still alive? Xingfeng looked at Xianxia in astonishment. He was extremely shocked. Even the war god's hammer and space ring were blown away. If he did not cover his lower body tightly, even the last piece of cloth would be gone. Xingfeng tried his best. He even used the technique that the patriarch gave him to save his life. However, he managed to stay alive in the end. However, he could not hide his embarrassment anymore. He did not even have any decent clothes left. As a mid-divine king realm expert, he was in a worse situation than a beggar. Xingfeng wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ha ha ha, you're still alive and well. Don't tell me I have to leave before you? Xianxia laughed and said. He did not even try to hide his sarcasm. Xingfeng was so angry that his body was trembling. Xianxia, I will fight you to the death. Xingfeng rushed forward and wanted to fight with Xianxia. However, at this moment, a towering tree appeared in the void far away. It was as black as ink and there were only branches left. There were no leaves. It was a towering tree that was as black as ink. Its trunk was majestic and had countless branches that almost covered the entire canyon. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Xianxia did not see it just now, but in just a moment, the towering ancient tree appeared in front of him. Underneath the 10,000-year iron tree, there was a pure and flawless piece of white jade that was rooted in the ground. This 10,000-year iron tree was truly an eye-opener, a celestial being. Is this the 10,000 years iron tree? Xingfeng murmured. The iron tree blooms and the silver dragon fruit appears. Are you talking about this iron tree? Xianxia frowned. At this moment, the two of them did not continue to fight. Xianxia did not have the mood to continue mocking Xingfeng. Instead, he looked at the towering ancient tree that covered the sun and the sky. The pitch-black 1,000-year iron tree was too strange. Moreover, it suddenly appeared here. Even Xianxia was shocked by it. The iron tree blooms. Is it really that easy? Xianxia squinted his eyes. However, he could not see any flowers or leaves. It was really a pitch-black iron tree. It's just a legend. However, the silver dragon fruit does exist. As long as the iron tree is here, there must be a silver dragon fruit. It just depends on whether you are capable enough to get it. Xingfeng snorted and rushed towards the iron tree to look for the silver dragon fruit. His figure flashed and he leaped onto the iron tree. Even if the silver dragon fruit exists, it won't be on this iron tree, right? Brother Jiang, long time no see. Zishi said with a smile as he appeared in the White Jade Canyon. Brother Z, do you know the origin of the silver dragon fruit and the 1,000-year iron tree? Xianxia looked at Zishi and asked. Zishi pondered for a moment and said, My father once told me that Nan Hua the enlightened being was a peerless expert in the immemorial era. He planted the Linglong treasure tree when he was still alive. This tree nurtured the grand Tao of heaven and earth. It was one of Nan Hua's greatest techniques. However, this Linglong treasure tree would rather die than become a spirit. It protected Nan Hua for countless years. It could be considered his second life. Nan Hua the enlightened saw it as his own son, his brother, his son, and his best friend. However, after the great battle, the Nan Hua enlightened suffered an unprecedented injury. This Linglong treasure tree used up all of its essence to save the Nan Hua enlightened. In the end, the Nan Hua enlightened survived, but the last trace of the Linglong treasure tree's Tao was stolen. I originally thought that the Linglong treasure tree would be able to recover, but it has lost all signs of life. The Linglong treasure tree has been growing for billions of years. Even though it's dead, its Tao accumulation isn't something an ordinary person can compare to. Not even an Emperor realm expert can. In the end, Nan Hua the enlightened spent his entire life and created a Tao essence that surpassed all beings. As for what this Tao essence was, no one knew. However, at the last moment, Nan Hua the enlightened died together with the person who stole the Tao essence of the Linglong treasure tree. From then on, Nan Hua no longer existed in this world. Nan Hua the enlightened's Nan Hua true scripture was passed down in the world. However, no one knew where the inheritance of Nan Hua the enlightened was. No one knew, but it was rumored that when the iron tree bloomed and the silver dragon fruit appeared, it was the place where Nan Hua died. This legend was not a secret in the Lone Dragon County, but no one knew the core secret. As for the silver dragon fruit, it was only given this mysterious legend. This is a secret that my father found in an unknown place in the northern cold divine region. Nan Hua the enlightened was Zhuangzhou who once reigned supreme in the immemorial era. He knew the secret of Huangdi Mountain but he could not find anything even after searching for countless years. My father also encountered the 1,000-year iron tree but he could not find anything. Xianxia benefited a lot from Zishi's words. At least, he knew many secrets that were not known to others. Everyone knows about the silver dragon fruit and the Nan Hua true scripture, but they don't know that the Nan Hua enlightened cultivator was Zhuangzhou, the ruthless man who dominated the immemorial era. My father had warned me not to tell anyone about this secret. Thank you for telling me, Brother Z. Xianxia nodded silently. He still accepted Xingfeng's kindness. When the two of them raised their heads again, they realized that Xingfeng had already walked down from the 10,000-year iron tree. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he was extremely happy. He walked step by step towards the thick roots of the 10,000-year iron tree. Eventually, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. At that moment, no matter if it was Jiang or Zishi, both of them were slightly stunned. They took a deep breath because at that moment, they felt that Xingfeng's aura had disappeared without a trace. A handsome young man wearing white clothes and holding a white jade folding fan was standing proudly on top of an iron tree, looking into the distance with a calm expression. The divine light in his eyes seemed to be able to assimilate all the impurities in the heavens and earth. His appearance made Jiangchen hold his breath. He was like an unchangeable great Tao, his chi seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. Jiangchen knew that this man was not simple, he couldn't see through him at all. There are 50 strings on the zither, and each string is a pillar of remembrance of the years of glory. Xuanxing dreamt of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love with a cuckoo. The moon shines in the vast ocean and the pearls shed tears. The warm jade of the Lantian sun gives off smoke. The man's voice was light and resonated in the void. Xianxia and Zishi were also immersed in it. What a poignant poem. What a good Zhuangxing, dreaming of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love. Jiangchen's eyes gradually focused. The Huangdi mountain was looking at the emperor Zhuangzhouzi. The cuckoo and the butterfly seemed to be talking about the two unidentified women. Jiangchen's heart gradually came to a realization. The handsome man in white gazed into the distance, as if he was looking at the endless azaleas, or at the boundless butterflies. Huangdi Mountain. It's hard to look at the emperor. It's such a poignant love story in Huangdi Mountain. Jiangchen sighed. Zhuangzhouzi was Nanhua the Enlightened. However, Nanhua the Enlightened had made the two women look at him for their whole lives. Who are you? Why did you step into the Sea Moon Gorge? After a while, the man looked at Jiangchen and Zishi and said softly. He was calm and relaxed as if he was above the world. His aura was extraordinary. I want the iron tree to blossom and the jade to give off smoke. Are you Zhuangzhou? Jiangchen looked at the man and said. I guess so. Hee. You can call me Nanhua. The iron tree blossoms and the jade to give off smoke. I'm afraid she wants to see me. Nanhua sighed and shook his head. He seemed to be in deep thoughts. She has taken over the body of the one I love. She wants me to see you. Jiangchen said. Looks like you're no match for her. You were sent here by her as a messenger. Why wouldn't I want to see her too? It's a pity that this love can be remembered. It's just that it's already too late. I have no regrets in this life. I laughed 3,000 times. After I turned around, things have changed. Nanhua shook his head and said. I'll give you a fortune. It can protect the cuckoo, help the Dai, break the cycle of reincarnation, and become the great Tao. How about it? Nanhua looked at Jiangchen with his bright eyes. Jiangchen looked calm and was in deep thoughts. At this moment, Zishi, who was at the side, was extremely excited. Who was Nanhua? He was a peerless expert in the immemorial era, Zhuangzhouzi. His Nanhua true scripture was the best. Who wouldn't want to get the inheritance of Nanhua? Why didn't such a thing as a pie falling from the sky hit him? Nanhua thought highly of you and gave you a fortune. It's the inheritance of a god emperor, it's a fortune that you've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. If it was Zishi, he would be extremely excited and nodded his head. However, Jiangchen was still in deep thoughts and hesitated. Quickly agree. How can there be such a good thing in this world? You're still considering. If it was me, I would have agreed without hesitation. Zishi said in a low voice. Even he was impatient. Why? Are you not willing? Nanhua looked at Jiangchen. All right. The inheritance of a god emperor was the supreme inheritance of the heavens and earth. Even the inheritance of the craftsman god was not as rare as the inheritance of a god emperor because the craftsman god had yet to reach the god emperor realm. The inheritance of the Nanhua the Enlightened, an ancient great emperor, was extremely terrifying. In Zishi's eyes, Jiangchen did not know how lucky he was. Even his father, a hierarch expert, would not dare to act rashly in front of Nanhua the Enlightened. Even though he had been dead for billions of years, Nanhua the Enlightened's prestige still remained. Zhuangzhouzi had dominated the world and there were only a few people who could surpass him in the immemorial era. Nanhua the Enlightened's inheritance was something that no one could achieve. It's a great fortune, a great fortune. Zishi said in a low voice. Although he did not get the inheritance of Nanhua the Enlightened, he was happy to see Jiangchen getting the inheritance. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. Zishi was not weak, he had even reached the late Divine King realm. However, that was because his father had paved a bright path for him. His true strength might not be able to dominate the world. Even the 3 monstrous existences in the Chilean boundary might not be able to compete with him. You shall also accept my Tao Essence's baptism under the Linglong tree. I have cultivated for billions of years and the Linglong tree has inherited 70% of it. If you can get anything from it, it's your fortune. Nanhua the Enlightened said faintly. Zishi was overjoyed. He was moved to tears and nodded his head vigorously. Thank you, Enlightened. Thank you, Enlightened. This junior will forever be grateful to you. Compared to Jiang Chen's calmness, Zixi's expression was completely different from Jiang Chen's. Zixi admired Jiang Chen's mentality. If he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would have been overjoyed. Jiang Chen was so young, but he was able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This was rare and no one could be compared to him. Zixi knew that he had lost to Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen was able to be eliminated from the Thunder Rush Sea. Jiang Chen's method and temperament were incomparable. This was his respect and admiration towards Jiang Chen. Among the younger generation, no one could do this except for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the only one who could do this. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He had his own Tao, the heavenly Tao. He did not think that Nan Hua the Enlightened's Tao essence was incomparably profound. His own Tao essence was also a broad path. Jiang Chen did not need to accept the inheritance, but he knew that understanding the inheritance of Nan Hua the Enlightened would benefit him greatly. To be able to completely accept the inheritance was a great fortune. However, Jiang Chen would not disturb the Tao in his heart. If the inheritance of Nan Hua the Enlightened could really help him attain the great Tao, Jiang Chen would definitely not give it up. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen was even more certain that the inheritance this time wouldn't be simple. Under the Ling Long tree, the Tao essence is leisurely. Go, go. Nan Hua the Enlightened waved his sleeve. Zixi calmly sat under the Ling Long tree and entered into meditation. What is life? What is human? What is Tao? Nan Hua the Enlightened asked Jiang Chen 3 times. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, gathering the qi of heaven and earth is life. Experiencing all the joys and sorrows is human. The world is united, that is the Tao. Not bad. You do have the root of wisdom. Unfortunately, your so-called Tao is the unity qi Tao. What I want to talk about is the qi returning Tao. The life of a human is the gathering of qi. Gathering is life, scattering is death. The qi that connects the world. To be born as a human, to be equal to oneself, to be equal to right and wrong, to be equal to life and death, to be equal to the world. To be born as a human, to be equal to oneself, to be equal to right and wrong, to be equal to life and death, to be equal to the world. The Tao is natural, to be quiet, to rule without doing anything, to be one with the world. This is my Tao. Nan Hua true scripture, the Tao of gathering and scattering, to be free and unfettered. It can also be called the Tao of freedom. The Tao of freedom. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Tao of freedom. He had to say that this was the most shocking thing he had ever heard in his life. Gathering and scattering will come to an end. The Tao essence of Nan Hua the Enlightened was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen finally realized how terrifying a person who truly understood the Tao of the world was. These words had benefited Jiang Chen a lot. His expression became extremely solemn. Back then, under the dragon vein of Yu family, he had encountered the soul of an emperor realm expert. However, his Tao essence could not be compared to Nan Hua the Enlightened. The difference was like heaven and earth. The Tao of freedom, free and unfettered, the Tao of inaction. Nan Hua the Enlightened's Tao, Jiang Chen admires you. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. His heart was in turmoil. Jiang Chen knew that the difference between Emperor Realm experts was not something that anyone could look down on. At least, Nan Hua the Enlightened's Tao essence was much stronger than the soul of an Emperor Realm expert. The Tao of freedom is based on inaction. Then, what about my Tao of heaven domination? What is it based on? The Tao of heaven domination is above the heaven and earth, domineering but not powerful enough. Compared to Nan Hua the Enlightened, my Tao essence is like heaven and earth. My Tao of heaven domination is only the embryonic form of the Tao in my heart. I don't know how long it will take for me to achieve the Tao. Jiang Chen pondered and felt a little disappointed. However, he knew that it would be an extremely difficult process. What kind of existence was the Tao? Jiang Chen's heart was still in a hazy state. He only knew that he had to follow the Tao in his heart and cultivate all the way to achieve the great Tao. Do you know how many Taos there are in the world? Nan Hua the Enlightened looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a deep voice. Jiang Chen shook his head and said respectfully, Enlightened, please enlightened. There are a total of 108,000 Taos in the world. Those with strong Tao essence can slash the heavens, fight the earth, reverse the starry sky and soar to the sky. A true expert without his own Tao will not be able to become a sovereign. To achieve the Tao, one must have the courage to compete with the heaven and earth. Tao can be Tao, but it is not an ordinary Tao. Tao is the chi of the heaven and earth, it is the will of the people. Every Tao led to the end of the world. Different paths lead to the same destination. True experts and supreme beings all had their own Tao engraved on them. With Tao, one can cultivate to the end. Without Tao, one can only become a strong expert. Only those who achieve Tao can be called almighty. Nan Hua the Enlightened said solemnly. How many almighty are there in the heaven and earth? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He finally knew how important Tao essence was to a cultivator. Even an emperor realm expert would have to lower his head in front of a strong Tao essence expert. 108,000 Taos is just a general statement. There are thousands of people who achieve Tao, but the Tao is divided into different levels. There are only thousands of almighty experts. Since the ancient times, there are only dozens of almighty experts who stood between the heaven and earth and competed with the heaven and earth. A true expert with Tao accumulation doesn't care about the mortal world any longer. What they pursue is only a broad path that leads to the boundless world, and that's the shore they pursue. Because at that time, their Tao accumulation is leisurely as they raise their hands, and they've long since disdained to compete with mortals. Nan Hua the Enlightened's voice was extremely solemn. Then, what is the difference between cultivating one Tao and cultivating thousands of Taos? Jiang Chen continued to say, expressing his doubt. Not even the heaven and earth's law can do anything to the ultimate Tao. Your way of thinking is too simple. Cultivating a single Tao is already extremely difficult. Since ancient times, there was only one supreme existence who didn't believe in heresy. He cultivated the 6 Taos and achieved the unparalleled universe. However, he still failed in the end. Nan Hua the Enlightened sighed. May I ask, Nan Hua the Enlightened, what is your Tao essence? Jiang Chen curiously looked at Nan Hua the Enlightened, feeling extremely nervous. 108,000 Taos, each one connecting to the heaven and earth. Seems like it is best to cultivate one Tao, but it is not impossible to cultivate multiple Taos. Jiang Chen was shocked. Even though Nan Hua didn't say it out loud, he could feel how terrifying he was. Achieving Tao and scattering Tao were only a matter of a single thought. How could he not be strong? To achieve Tao, you must first reach the Emperor realm to feel the Tao essence. Or in other words, the Emperor realm is just a different starting point. Nan Hua's words almost made Jiang Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. An Emperor realm expert was only the starting point of cultivating the Tao essence? Isn't this starting point a bit too high? But he knew that Nan Hua didn't need to lie to him, especially at this moment. He didn't want to tell him this, but Nan Hua told him everything, so Jiang Chen was quite grateful. Jiang Chen didn't ask too many questions. It might not be a good thing for him to know too much right now. Don't limit your vision to what's in front of you. The true Tao can change the entire world. Above the Emperor realm, there is no limit. The great Tao between the heavens and earth is endless. Nan Hua's words opened Jiang Chen's vision. The Tao of freedom also made him understand how simple the Tao essence in this world was. Emperor realm experts had just stepped into the ranks of Tao essence experts. A 9th grade Emperor realm heavenly king can create a deity with a single thought. Cultivation is the reincarnation of Tao. Remember this. Nan Hua said. A 9th grade Emperor realm heavenly king can create a deity with a single thought. Jiang Chen repeated Nan Hua's words. His heart was shaken and he didn't dare to imagine anymore. The path of cultivation, he finally understood how heavy the burden was and how far it was. You will understand the meaning of this sentence, because it is another world that you cannot imagine. Nan Hua smiled faintly and looked into Jiang Chen's eyes. Both of them were extremely solemn because the inheritance was not that simple. Nan Hua true scripture is a Tao technique inheritance. It's not suitable for you now because you're too weak. You should cultivate under the Ling Long tree and feel the Tao of the heavens and earth. The Ling Long tree will allow you to comprehend the Tao of cultivation. At that time, I will pass the Nan Hua true scripture to you. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He concentrated his spirit and qi and comprehended heaven and earth. Zishi, who was at the side, had already entered a state of cultivation and was as still as a mountain. Guard the dantian, and the soul returns to the earth. When the heart is calm, the world will be calm. When the heart is broad, all living things will be broad. When the heart is calm, right and wrong will be calm, and life and death will be severed. When there is no desire, there will be no need. When there is no need, there will be no obsession. The words of Nan Hua the Enlightened echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Every word was filled with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Jiang Chen understood that the Tao was terrifying and it was not something that he could understand at the moment. In an instant, Jiang Chen's consciousness wandered around the world. At that moment, he clearly saw himself sleeping soundly under the Linglong tree. He was lying on his side, unrestrained and calm, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. In this sleep, Jiang Chen's consciousness wandered around the world. He saw the Azalea Mountain outside the Seamoon Gorge. He saw countless butterflies fluttering in the sky. He saw the prosperous Lingju City, the vast Chilean boundary, the boundless Lone Dragon County and the tiny northern cold divine region. In this dream, Jiang Chen experienced the cycle of life and death, happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, separation and reunion. Year after year, spring and winter, time was merciless. The maple leaves fell and frost covered the ground. He was like a grain of sand, a grain of dust, wandering around the 3,000 great worlds, witnessing the vanity of the world. In this dream, Jiang Chen slept for 3,000 years, even he himself had no idea how long he had been wandering around. However, the Linglong tree had never stopped growing even after 3,000 years of blooming and withering. Every autumn, the iron tree would bloom, and the white jade would emit smoke. Jiang Chen was gradually buried in the endless pile of fallen leaves. Tao follows the nature, the soul returns to the heaven and earth, born as a human. Gathering qi leads to life, scattering qi leads to death. The 9 changes of the heaven and earth, I am free to wander. The voice of Nan Hua the Enlightened still resounded in Jiang Chen's ears like the morning bell and evening drum. In these 3,000 years, Jiang Chen had seen all the ups and downs of life in the world. His heart had become calmer and his qi was flowing leisurely. Streams of qi were floating around Jiang Chen and lingering in his ears. Jiang Chen could feel that his soul realm had improved by leaps and bounds at this moment. The Nan Hua true scripture was also imprinted in his mind. Finally, it's done? Nan Hua the Enlightened's eyes lit up at this moment. He was extremely excited. Compared to his previous sage-like demeanor, it was like heaven and earth. He couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to condense the Tao essence. It's been millions of years, it's rare to find someone who could comprehend the Tao essence in the Divine King realm. This time, you must succeed. Nan Hua the Enlightened said quietly while staring at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would fail at the final step of condensing the Tao essence. Jiang Chen's mind was as clear as a mirror, feeling the Tao essence brought by the Nan Hua true scripture. Every strand of Tao essence lingered on top of his head and gradually gathered together. Jiang Chen had his own Tao, the heaven-conquering Tao. The Tao of Nan Hua the Enlightened was the Tao of freedom. Jiang Chen could feel that his soul realm was improving by leaps and bounds. Every strand of Tao essence was fusing with his soul. After breaking through the Divine Emperor realm, his soul realm was still growing. At last, Jiang Chen didn't know how strong his soul realm was. He just knew that his soul realm had gradually fused and turned into a speck of dust. To be exact, it was a speck of sand, plain and simple. Emperor Realm Soul. He has actually reached the Emperor Realm Soul realm. His soul has undergone a qualitative transformation after dreaming for 3,000 years. Nan Hua the Enlightened took a deep breath and became more solemn. But why is it a speck of sand? Nan Hua the Enlightened frowned. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm Soul would turn into a speck of sand. When one's soul realm reached a certain level, it would turn into a 9-leaf lotus. The 9 transformations of the lotus was the transformation of the Emperor Realm. The saying 9th Great Emperor Realm is conferred Heavenly King came from this. However, Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm Soul had turned into a speck of sand. It was really strange. Most importantly, the only advantage of this speck of sand was that one's soul realm was unfathomable. But what the hell was this speck of sand? Jiang Chen's strength didn't change much. However, after dreaming for 3,000 years under the Ling Long tree, his soul realm had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even Xianxia himself was amazed. Even though he was suppressing the shock in his heart, he knew that the soul of an Emperor realm expert would definitely allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort in the future. Xianxia's soul power covered the entire Huangdi mountain. At that moment, he saw another person. That person looked very similar to Nanhua the Enlightened, but he was an old man with white hair and beard. Xianxia's mind was blown and his heart skipped a beat. Who is that person? Nanhua the Enlightened? Then who is this person in front of me? Xianxia was very confused. That person, why did Xianxia feel that he was very familiar? He even raised his head and looked at Xianxia, but his eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. Something's wrong. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of a possibility. The person in front of him was not Nanhua the Enlightened. One of them was a young man while the other was an old man. Could it be that they were the two clones of Nanhua the Enlightened? Xianxia suddenly remembered that when Xing Feng walked into the 1,000-year sago tree, he disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Did he disappear, or was he cultivating in some place? Or was he directly erased? Be careful. In Xianxia's mind, a deafening shout suddenly resounded. It was a soft and childish voice. Xianxia's expression changed. He knew that it was the sword spirit of his heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword had a destructive aura and slashed towards the 1,000-year sago tree. However, it was still one step behind because the 1,000-year sago tree had started to grow crazily. When Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, the 1,000-year sago tree bloomed and its branches grew endlessly. It completely locked Xianxia inside. You are not Nanhua the Enlightened. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and his breathing became heavy. Only now did he realize that this fellow had been scheming against him from the very beginning. Haha, it's too late to know that now. A mere primal origin treasure wants to cut off the branches of my Ling Long treasure tree? How ridiculous. If the sword soul had grown up, perhaps I would have been a little bit afraid. But now, your soul has grown up and even has a trace of Tao, which is quite surprising. I thought that it would be enough for you to reach the level of an emperor, but your talent has astonished me. If the Xiaoya Dao is passed down in your hands, perhaps it will rise again. Nanhua smiled indifferently as if he wasn't surprised. It was already too late for Xianxia to notice him. Who are you? Xianxia said as he stared coldly at Nanhua. How do you know I'm not Nanhua the Enlightened? If I am not Nanhua the Enlightened, why would I teach you the Nanhua true scripture? Hee, little kid, you can't judge things arbitrarily. Can't Nanhua the Enlightened set a trap for you? What you see might not be the truth. Although your Taoist connotation is not strong enough, it has already benefited me a lot. After devouring your Taoist connotation, it is time for me to change my appearance. Nanhua the Enlightened said with a smile. Everything was under his control. Therefore, Xing Feng is already dead. He was killed by you without a sound. Xianxia said. Your souls are still useful to me. I taught you the Nanhua true scripture because I wanted to pursue a trace of Dao Qi. Obviously, you didn't disappoint me. Nanhua the Enlightened said with a smile. As for Xianxia, he only treated him as a human cauldron to gather Dao Qi. Are you Nanhua the Enlightened or not? And who is that person at the peak of the North Mountain? Xianxia's expression was solemn. He was confused by Nanhua the Enlightened. He had no idea what kind of trap this was. Fine, there's no harm in letting you die with an understanding. I am Nanhua the Enlightened, but also not Nanhua the Enlightened. My original form is this Ling Long treasure tree. My soul is the dark side of Zhuangzhou. In order to extend my life, Zhuangzhou made a decision that even he couldn't imagine. He used a part of his soul to burn my Dao Qi to extend my life. He claimed to be the Tao of freedom. Everything in the world has its laws, one yin and one yang. Unfortunately, his Dao Qi could not change all of this. And I was born. You can call me Nanhua the Enlightened or Ling Long treasure tree. Ha ha ha. If it wasn't for Zhuangzhou, I would have reached the heavenly being realm. What a pity, what a pity. In order to save him, I sacrificed hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, but he suppressed me here. I wanted to run amok in the world, but he stopped me in every possible way. In the end, I could only perish together with him. It's impossible for him to change me. I am me, who can stop me? Zhuangzhou's Daoqi was extraordinary. Didn't he die too? I don't believe that I can't go against the heavens and regain control of the 9 heavens. Nan Hua's eyes were cold and filled with anger. The pressure in his heart could not be vented. In his eyes, he was the supreme cultivator. The Tao of freedom. As long as he could condense his Daoqi again, he would have the chance to be reborn. In this world, the Tao of freedom would be his one and only inheritance. So, you want to replace Zhuangzhou and become Nan Hua the Enlightened? Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. His heart was in extreme shock. It's not a replacement. I am Nan Hua and Nan Hua is me. What replacement? I want to cultivate the Tao of freedom again, but that old man Zhuangzhou didn't want to. The Tao of freedom was unstoppable in the world. It could even fight against the 9 heavens. Yet, when he was at his peak, he gave up his cultivation. What an idiot. Without him, I could still achieve the supreme Tao of freedom. Nan Hua the Enlightened said coldly. He looked down at the sky and his spirit was unparalleled. Jiang Chen was astonished by his boldness. However, it was impossible for him to cultivate the Tao of freedom again. You're not Zhuangzhou. You can't understand. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly and his heart was in love with a cuckoo. You're just a strand of his spirit. You can't become Zhuangzhou. Jiang Chen said with bright eyes. As long as I can cultivate the Tao of freedom again, even Zhuangzhou won't be my opponent. You're just a mortal who hasn't even reached the emperor realm. How can you understand my ambition? Zhuangzhou, I want the world to be in my sight. I want the universe to submit to me. The Tao of freedom that you haven't completed, I will complete it for you. Nan Hua the Enlightened looked at the North Mountain. His eyes were solemn, confident and full of arrogance. Now, your soul, your Tao Qi, all of it will belong to me. Nan Hua the Enlightened's monstrous qi covered the sky. The 10,000-year-old iron tree also bloomed at this moment. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he swept away all the dust and leaves. The dream of 3,000 years was just a blink of an eye. To Jiang Chen, the past 3,000 years was an improvement in his soul realm. However, his aura had also become stronger. Even when facing Nan Hua the Enlightened, his expression did not change. Jiang Chen did not know how strong Nan Hua the Enlightened was. Even the Tao essence of Nan Hua the Enlightened was not ordinary. Your realm is only at the Divine King realm. You want to fight against me? You're dreaming. Sigh. Nan Hua snorted. Even if you die, don't think about succeeding. I, Jiang Chen, have never bowed down to anyone. Nan Hua the Enlightened has dominated the world. You're not worthy to be called an enlightened being. Being called an enlightened being is an insult to you. Jiang Chen's sword qi soared into the sky, his sword shadows were still visible. He leapt into the sky and slashed the Ling Long treasure tree. Rays of dazzling sword light shot up to the sky. However, there wasn't a single mark on the Ling Long treasure tree, let alone slashing it in half. Too weak. Too weak. Nan Hua said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind swept across. Jiang Chen held his blade with a solemn expression. The heavenly dragon sword aura was shocking. The sword spirit's roar seemed to have broken free from the sword and soared up to the sky. The astral wind tore through the surrounding space as if it was going to collapse. Jiang Chen flew backwards. The astral wind did not even manage to stop his heavenly dragon sword. However, Nan Hua the Enlightened was surprised. Even a hierarch realm expert might not be able to withstand my astral wind. Looks like you're really talented. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The attack just now had made him tremble. Even his blood was boiling. It was too powerful. He could not withstand it. Bastard, how am I going to withstand it? Jiang Chen scolded angrily. Nan Hua's realm was completely different from his. Even if it was just a soul, a remnant Tao accumulation was enough to make a divine venerable's expression change, a divine emperor's fear, and a god emperor's respect. how powerful was that? Xianxia couldn't even imagine how powerful Nan Hua was when he was still alive. You're not my match. Nan Hua calmly spoke. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind shook the heavens and earth, shaking the tens of thousands of worlds. It was as if everything was under his control. Heavenly lightning fusion. Without hesitation, Xianxia merged the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. The moment the 2 bolts of lightning merged, they were scattered by the astral wind. Too strong. Xianxia knew that even if he used everything he had, he would still not be a match for Nan Hua. At this moment, it was not awkward to run away. If they continued to fight, Xianxia would not even know how he died. Xianxia instantly entered the Zulong Tower. With how terrifying and powerful the Zulong Tower was, Xianxia believed that it could definitely withstand Nan Hua's attack. This is? Dragon Clan Old Ancestor? Nan Hua squinted his eyes as he stared at the Zulong Tower and murmured. Even if it's the Dragon Clan Old Ancestor, what can he do to me? If you're at your peak, perhaps I might be a bit afraid of you. But now, you're no match for me. Plus, your soul is already broken. Nan Hua's palm was like lightning, whistling through the air. As his palm landed, Xianxia felt the Zulong Tower spinning. Even he felt a violent tremor. Even the Zulong Tower is affected. Looks like this fella is ridiculously strong. Xianxia thought. But at this moment, he felt a familiar power slowly awakening. It's the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked up. Roar roar, a dragon roar pierced through the sky. A 5-colored golden dragon soared into the sky and circled above the Zulong Tower. Nan Hua the Enlightened, it's been hundreds of millions of years since we last met. To think that we would meet again in such a place. Time really flies, and the affairs of the world change. The golden dragon gathered and turned into a golden figure. It was the ancestral Dragon Emperor who had been in a deep sleep for a long time. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, didn't you die a long time ago? A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. This saying is very appropriate for you. Hee hee. Nan Hua said indifferently. Everyone's life and death are predetermined. Even the heavens are unable to control everyone's life and death. The fact that I was able to borrow someone else's body to be reborn can also be considered a stroke of good fortune. But Nan Hua the Enlightened, why do you have to hurt others? As an almighty being that was revered by everyone in the primordial era, don't you feel any shame? In the immemorial era, you controlled the sky with one hand and destroyed the reincarnation with the other. You're invincible in the Xiaoyao Dao. But now, you're so weak? The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. One could tell that he was respectful towards Nan Hua the Enlightened. But now, he wanted to kill Xianxia. An immemorial almighty actually wanted to attack a younger generation. It was really despicable. Plus, the ancestral Dragon Emperor would never agree to it. If Xianxia died, the Zulong Tower would crumble and he would never be reborn. Ha ha ha, so what? As long as I can be reborn, I'll kill even the overlords in the sky. In the immemorial era, you're considered a hero. How did you end up like this? How pitiful. Hee hee. Unless you're able to kill me, it's impossible for you to succeed. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said coldly. He stared at Nan Hua. Whoever stands in my way will die. Those who follow me will prosper, those who go against me will die. I am the heavens, I am the Tao. Nan Hua seemed to be extremely cold towards the ancestral Dragon Emperor. No one could stop this battle. You're not Nan Hua the Enlightened? The ancestral Dragon Emperor said as he squinted his eyes. Nan Hua's eyes and aura were completely different from the Nan Hua he had met millions of years ago. If I'm not Nan Hua, who am I? Nan Hua smiled. He's the dark side of Nan Hua the Enlightened. To be exact, he's Linglong Treasure Tree. Xianxia's voice resounded in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's ears. No wonder. As expected. Zhuangzhouzi, the Nan Hua Zhenren, had a good reputation. He treated people with kindness. When he swept the floor, he was afraid of hurting the lives of the ants. He cherished the moss and the sand. Compared to those Buddhists who claimed to be the nirvana, he was even better. How could he be as ruthless as you? The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. His gaze became sharper because this person could not be counted as Nanhua the Enlightened. Calling you Nanhua the Enlightened is an insult to Mr. Zhuangzhouzi. Do you deserve it? Shut up. So what if you're the ancestral Dragon Emperor? Let's see what you're capable of. Humph, the Tao of Freedom is not something that you mortals can compare with. Nanhua shouted. Terrifying astral winds were created and the entire Ling Long tree was covered in a storm. The ancestral Dragon Emperor stabilized his divine soul and used the Zulong Tower as a base to defend against Nanhua. However, Nanhua's astral winds were unstoppable. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was forced to defend himself as he was not Nanhua's match at all. Tao of Freedom, I shall roam freely under the heavens. A strand of Tao Qi was unleashed by Nanhua. The Zulong Tower shook violently. Jiangchen was worried. Nanhua was too powerful. It was the first time the Zulong Tower felt threatened. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak. Unless you reach the Emperor realm, I will be able to separate from the Zulong Tower. That will be the moment when the Zulong Tower shines. The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. The Tao Qi of the Tao of Freedom could almost break the heavens. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's aura was oppressed. If this goes on, Jiangchen knew that he would not stand a chance. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's divine soul would be completely exhausted. Nanhua, you're not Nanhua. A delicate voice resounded in the sky. Yan Qingqing looked at Nanhua the Enlightened with a sharp gaze. Duan. Don't you know whether I'm Nanhua or not? Nanhua said with a complicated expression. The person was Duan who possessed Yan Qingqing's body. Duan was slightly startled. She looked at Nanhua with a complicated expression, not knowing where to start. Finally, she looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen was shocked. Jiangchen saw a trace of Yan Qingqing in that glance. Qingqing, is that really you? Jiangchen murmured. At least Duan's appearance had blocked Nanhua's attack. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul was not completely destroyed. He is Nanhua. When he was young, Nanhua was arrogant and untamed. He was as cold as a mountain and killed people like flies. But it is not Zhuangzhou. Don't tell me you don't even understand this? Moling Dongchen appeared beside Duan at this moment and said in a deep voice. You're everywhere? Why do you need to interfere in the matters between me and Nanhua? Who do you think you are? Duan snorted coldly. Zhuang Xingxiao is obsessed with butterflies. He only has eyes for me. Who are you? He. Da Fairy smiled confidently. Demoness, I won't lower myself to your level today. However, I will not allow you to tarnish my husband's name. Nanhua, why don't you understand Zhuangzhou after following him for billions of years? Duan looked at Nanhua. Zhuangzhou is dead. I am Nanhua, I am Xiao Dao. He was extremely dispirited, but I was filled with lofty aspirations. The path of freedom, allowing the world to be free and unfettered, is to make everyone submit to me. This is the true path of freedom. Nanhua snorted coldly. You are no longer the Xiao Dao. You have fallen into the demon Dao. Zhuangzhou would never say such words. His Xiao Dao is very different from yours. Da Fairy shook her head. She did not care about Nanhua's words at all. How can I survive if I am not crazy? I, Nanhua, want to defy the heavens and achieve my Tao of Freedom, which is to dominate the world. The Tao of Freedom is not to live a mediocre life. The Tao of Freedom is to be free and unparalleled in the world, to reign supreme. Nanhua roared and said with a disdainful aura. Since Zhuangzhou is not here, I will do it for him. Duan Lingling stared at Nanhua. At this moment, everyone was ready to fight. Da Fairy who understands the 9 heavens, Princess Duan who dominates the desolate divine land. What a great move. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. Mr. Zhuangzhouzi's charm was too great. Any one of them was a peerless fairy who could challenge the entire 9 prefectures. But now, they were all willing to guard Wangdi Mountain for Zhuangzhouzi. It was truly a moving, tragic, yet moving sight. This time, I might have to join hands with you. My dream can be broken, my soul can be destroyed, but Zhuangzhou's name cannot be tarnished. Da Fairy said calmly. But her words were filled with love for Zhuangzhou. Even Jiangchen could not help but sigh. He could see that both Duan and Ye Fairy were deeply in love with Shuangzhou. They had never hesitated for a moment. All right. Duan coldly stared at Nanhua. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. She had to understand that the Nanhua in front of her was no longer Shuangzhou. Even so, Nanhua's name could not be destroyed in his hands. I have always been loyal to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. If that's the case, I, Nanhua, will cut off all ties with you from this moment onwards. Nanhua said in a deep voice, his eyes staring straight ahead. Even Jiangchen could not tell if the sorrow in his eyes was real or not. Duan and Ye Fairy were extremely determined, there was no turning back at this moment. Ye Fairy, Princess Duan, you are both righteous. I admire you. Today's battle will definitely have a result. Nanhua the Enlightened is the Xiantian orthodoxy of the immemorial era. He is respected by everyone. I will not allow Nanhua the Enlightened's name to be tarnished. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, thank you. Duan clasped her fists and said. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was also a great figure in the immemorial era. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in the past, they still had their pride. They would never allow Nanhua to bring shame to Shuangzhou. Nanhua saw that the three of them did not hold back and attacked Nanhua. I hope everything goes well. Jiangchen said. He knew that he was powerless in this battle. Whether it was the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, Duan or Ye Fairy, they were all at the martial monarch realm or even stronger. Jiangchen was confident that he could defeat the younger generation. But at this moment, he was in a dilemma. Jiangchen looked at his dantian. His soul had turned into a grain of sand. Even Jiangchen did not know what this grain of sand could do. Jiangchen activated the Great Soul Derivation technique. At that moment, Jiangchen's Emperor Realm soul started to throb. The grain of sand in his mind shone brightly. Great Soul Derivation technique, soul movement. Jiangchen frowned. At this moment, his spiritual realm could only extend to a distance of 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, his spiritual realm could not reach anything. However, Jiangchen's pupils shrunk in an instant. Within 10 meters, even a speck of dust could be clearly seen by Jiangchen, as if it was in his heart. The transparent dust, the pulsating divine origin qi, the fragrance in the air, everything was under Jiangchen's control. 10 meters. He had never had such a feeling before. Even when he was an Emperor Realm soul that was millions of miles away, he did not have such a feeling at that moment. This grain of sand was so ordinary. Jiangchen believed that even a hierarch expert would not be able to escape from his palm within 10 meters. This grain of sand that was formed by his soul power was really strange. This kind of feeling was really useless. Who would become his prey within 10 meters? Moreover, Jiangchen's soul power seemed to have suffered a huge consumption at this moment. Great Soul Derivation technique, Qi gathering powder. Jiangchen's grain of sand suddenly turned into a sea. It was a vast sea of sand. Jiangchen felt that the sea of sand was endless and he was in the middle of it. A grain of sand had turned into an endless sea of sand. It was like an illusion. However, Jiangchen knew that it was not an illusion. An Emperor Realm soul is so magical. Jiangchen moved his mind and the sea of sand returned to its original position. That grain of sand reappeared in his mind. However, Jiangchen's face was extremely pale. Jiangchen thought that his soul power had been greatly consumed. However, while he was still in shock, the warrior's gate in Jiangchen's dantian suddenly shook. Jiangchen's soul power had knocked on the warrior's gate at this moment. The warrior's gate was a broken world. When Jiangchen's soul power broke into it, the heaven and earth shook. There were millions of remnant souls in the warrior's gate. Jiangchen seemed to be able to feel the sadness and resentment of those souls. This warrior's gate is really strange. Jiangchen thought. He did not know that his soul power was even more strange. However, it didn't take long before Jiangchen felt that the spiritual energy in the gate of warrior was slowly fusing with his soul sand. His soul sand could feel the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees in the world of the gate of warrior. It was as if his soul sand could feel the changes in the world of the gate of warrior. Jiangchen moved his mind and held the warrior's gate in his hand. This was a broken world. Xianxia's soul gravel fell on the highest peak of the Gate of Warrior. It was like the dust had settled. On the peak of the northern mountain, the white-robed old man looked at Duan Mountain and the Sea Moon Gorge with a solemn expression. The three gates of the great soul derivation. The era of the gods is finally going to awaken. Xianxia could see that Nanhua was fighting against the three of them alone. Duan, Dai Fairy, and even the ancestral Dragon Emperor were all suppressed by him. They were in a difficult situation. I am free in this world. Who can fight against me? Ha ha ha. Nanhua laughed heartily. Streams of terrifying Dao accumulation energy shot out, bringing with them a world-destroying pressure, forcing the three of them to have no way to defend themselves. Although the terrifying power seemed incomparably light, it was actually very dangerous for them. 12 Fire God Guards. Xianxia summoned the 12 Fire God Guards and launched a joint attack towards Nanhua. The Qi of Dao was released and the 12 Fire God Guards around Xianxia were pushed back. Xianxia held the Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand and was invincible. Even the 12 Fire God Guards could not withstand Nanhua's attack. Duan and Dai Fairy were pushed back one after another. Their pretty faces were covered with frost. Xianxia was extremely worried. Although their souls were controlled by Duan and Dai Fairy, they were still Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen's bodies. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's battle intent was unparalleled. However, it was difficult for him to reach 1/10,000th of his peak state. The ancestral Dragon Emperor released a terrifying golden dragon from his hand. The dragon's shape and tiger's shadow shook the heavens and the earth. A bunch of lowly people. You're not qualified to fight against me. Nanhua shouted in anger. He struck with his palm. Xianxia and the 12 Fire God Guards were pushed back. If it wasn't for the 12 Fire God Guards, Xianxia would have suffered a fatal injury. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul shadow was getting weaker. Duan and Dai Fairy's blood was spurting out and they staggered back. Their condition was quite worrying. Damn it. The ancestral Dragon Emperor cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Heaven and earth are heartless. All living things are like straw dogs. Tao of freedom. Is this freedom? Zhuangzhouzi, where is your Tao? Xianxia looked at the North Mountain and shouted. At that moment, he knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had tried his best. Duan and Dai Fairy could do nothing about it. There was nothing they could do now. No matter how hard they tried, they were still no match for the enlightened Nanhua. Xianxia could only look at the north. He knew that the white-shirt elder was Zhuangzhou. At this moment, he was their only hope. On the peak of the North Mountain, the white-shirt elder sighed. He looked lonely, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. It's all because of Ling Long. I've been free for a lifetime, but I'm finally free. Is my Tao of freedom a broad and open road? Zhuangzhouzi murmured. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Duan and Dai Fairy both looked at Xianxia. At this moment, their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It seemed like they were feeling sorry for Xianxia, but at the same time, it seemed like they were deeply in love with Xianxia. Even Xianxia was not sure if they were Duan and Dai Fairy or Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. I am smiling at the sky. Who can stop the path of the past? I will be free for a lifetime. There will be no more Zhuangzhouzi. Ha ha ha. Nanhua arrogantly said. Her gaze swept across the crowd like a cold sword light, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Xianxia's eyes were looking at the North Mountain. At this moment, Zhuangzhouzi did not disappoint him. Not long ago, when his Emperor Realm's soul covered the entire Huangdi Mountain, Xianxia knew that the person at the peak of the North Mountain was still there. When I became Tao, I said that there will be no more Nanhua in this world. Zhuangzhouzi walked in the air. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Duan's eyes were filled with love and Dai Fairy's eyes were filled with confusion. Since you have become Tao, why are you still so attached to the mortal world? Could it be that you are not moved by the billions of years of friendship between us? Nanhua looked at Zhuangzhouzi and said. In the eyes of Duan and Dai Fairy, although one of them was old and the other was young, they were the same. You ended your life for me. I loved you wholeheartedly. However, the years are sad. Your ambition is too big. Xianxia said indifferently. He looked at Nanhua calmly as if he was looking at himself when he was young. My ambition is too big? Ha ha ha. You don't know that the Tao of freedom is the #1 Tao in the world. However, you don't have the heart to cultivate it. You let the world be free, let the 9 heavens wreak havoc, let the immemorial almighties fly in the sky and dig into the ground. They even look down on you. You can swallow it, but I can't. Nanhua shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and sharp. There is nothing wrong with the world. Just worry about it. The Tao of freedom is not wrong. However, there is no beginning. *T. You were originally able to move unhindered through the world, and no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with you. However, you don't have the heart of an expert at all. The path of freedom is to cultivate the path of being free to roam the world, to sweep through the world without fear since ancient times. However, in your eyes, what kind of Tao is it? Nanhua pressed forward and looked into Xianxia's eyes without any fear. You are wrong. The Tao of freedom is to be free and unrestrained, not to be free and unrestrained. With one thought, 9,000 miles of the Yellow River will flow, and 10,000 miles of time will be endless. My heart is to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained. The great Tao of the world, different paths lead to the same destination. What is the great Tao? Cats have their Tao, mice have their Tao. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the sky. Ants move their homes, snakes walk the Tao, bow to the sky, control the universe, and have no regrets in life or death. Those who obey the heaven will be free and unrestrained, and those who go against the heaven will not be free and unrestrained. If I do not obey, even the heaven will not be able to stop me from being free and unrestrained. Xianxia's face was still as calm as still water, without any joy or sorrow. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually became serious. Xianxia's words were more beneficial than the Nanhua true scripture. The Tao of freedom is called the Great Tao. Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia with admiration in his heart. Xianxia's words contained profound Tao. His soul seemed to have been cleansed by Xianxia at this moment. His own Great Tao was totally different from Xianxia's. Jiang Chen now understood the real terror of a great Tao cultivator. In the world, there was nothing that they could not achieve. Your carefreeness is a carefreeness that surpasses all living things. Killing 3,000 enemies, causing blood to flow for 100 miles, piercing through millions of living beings with a single glance, killing to obtain the Tao, that's not impossible. However, the path you walk is my carefreeness path, so I cannot watch you fall into the devil path and be consigned to eternal damnation. Xianxia stared at Nanhua. Nanhua's face was also extremely serious. However, in the next second, Nanhua burst out laughing, and his mouth became colder and colder. Your Tao is *T. Even if people sit on your head and shit, you will still laugh at them. I do not want such a useless Tao. Since you've already transformed into the Tao, I'm going to cultivate the carefree path again and rebuild the great Tao. I want the world to submit to me, I want the 9 heavens to fight for me. Can you do it? The carefree Tao has been cultivated to such a state by you that it can't even withstand a single blow. No wonder it can't compete with the Lord of 6 Taos. If it was me, the Lord of 6 Taos would have been defeated without a doubt. Nanhua's aura was unstoppable. He took a step forward and his Tao strength covered the entire sky. With a devouring force that could destroy the heavens and the earth, Jiang Chen and the others' expressions changed drastically. All of them were bleeding from their 7 apertures. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I want to cultivate my Tao of freedom. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. Nanhua's imposing manner made Jiang Chen feel how terrifying he was. Even Xianxia was forced to step back by Nanhua's Tao accumulation. It turns out that the person who fought with the Lord of 6 Taos was Mr. Xianxia. It seems like I have underestimated Mr. Xianxia. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. His heart was in turmoil. In the immemorial era, that battle had shocked the 9 heavens. It was a pity that only a few people knew about it. Xianxia looked bitter and kept shaking his head. At that moment, Nanhua was pressing down on him. Jiang Chen and the others, who were behind Xianxia, found it hard to resist Nanhua's terrifying Dao accumulation. They were almost crushed into pieces. After saying so much, you still don't understand the true essence of the unfettered Dao. The unfettered Dao is the Dao of benevolence, and not the Dao of slaughter. If you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, you will definitely fall into a place beyond redemption. Xianxia tried to persuade Nanhua 3 times, but it was to no avail. Xianxia, didn't you say that you are invincible in the great Dao? Then let me see just how great your ability is. Between your Dao of unfettered and my Dao of unfettered, which is stronger? Ha ha ha. Nanhua said arrogantly. His pair of demonic eyes could see through the 3 realms and beyond the 9 heavens. He was invincible. Manx dream, Jing and Wei are separated. From now on, there is no Nanhua in this world. The carefree Dao is Xianxia. Xianxia said indifferently. As he waved his hand, Nanhua's Dao accumulation disappeared. Jiangchen felt the pressure on his body disappear like a tide. Nanhua's Dao accumulation was swallowed by Xianxia in an instant. Impossible. This is impossible. No, impossible. Nanhua's face was filled with fear at that moment. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. His Dao accumulation had disappeared at that moment. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor, Du Wan and the others looked at Nanhua inexplicably. At that moment, Nanhua had lost. His Dao accumulation was too weak in front of Xianxia. At first, I wanted you to cultivate alone. When you have achieved the great Dao, my soul will disperse and turn into endless Dao techniques. Then, I will be dead. I will only be a remnant of my soul. However, in the end, you have fallen into the demon Dao. The carefree Dao has become the killing Dao in your hands. I have already become the Dao. I wanted to help you achieve the great Dao. However, it is a pity that you want to be reborn and destroy everything. So, I will take your Dao accumulation. Xianxia looked at Nanhua quietly. Nanhua's face changed and became more and more terrible. Jiangchen was shocked. This is the great Dao of the world. Invisibly, there were thousands of Dao accumulation. Nanhua had lost the battle between the carefree Dao from the very beginning. You are reluctant to give up your carefree Dao. I have spent my whole life for you. In the end, you want to kill me. However, if you kill me, you will also die. Your soul will also disperse. Nanhua was extremely angry and unwilling. So, you and I will go to the heaven and earth together. Xianxia said with a smile. He had already seen through life and death. Lad, remember what you said. The heaven and earth are heartless. From now on, I will travel freely in this world. However, it is a pity that you are not suitable for my carefree Dao. Xianxia looked at Jiangchen pitifully. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was extremely shocked. Carefree Dao. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor could not catch up to the carefree Dao. He dared to say that Jiangchen was not suitable for the carefree Dao? If Jiangchen could inherit the Dao of freedom, he would probably shock the entire 9 states. He would be able to travel unhindered and unfettered for a lifetime. Who could compare to him? Other than some powerful cultivators from the immemorial era, the carefree Dao was not the most powerful Dao in the world. The ancestral Dragon Emperor could not help but sigh as he looked at Jiangchen. It seemed like Jiangchen did not have the fortune to inherit the carefree Dao. Jiangchen has learned a lot from Nanhua the Enlightened. Jiangchen said with a serious expression. He didn't feel that it was a pity that he couldn't obtain carefree roaming's inheritance. Everyone has their own Dao. The carefree Dao is just a drop in the ocean. Xianxia looked like a kind old man. He smiled and turned around to look at Nanhua. If there is no Heaven King's battle, you better not let anyone know about your warrior's gate. Xianxia's voice reverberated in Jiangchen's mind. He was talking to himself. Jiangchen was shocked. This Xianxia is too scary. But what did he mean by that? If there is no Heaven King's battle, I should not use the warrior's gate. Jiangchen wanted to ask, but he knew that even if he asked, Xianxia might not tell him. The carefree Dao should disappear from this world. No. Both of them said at the same time. Success is due to Ling Long, failure is due to Ling Long. My life belongs to Ling Long. Without Ling Long, my Tao of freedom would not be able to dominate the world. Everyone dies, and time will also dry up. What I owe, I will naturally pay back. Nanhua will no longer exist in this world. As soon as Zhuang Zhouzi finished his words, his figure merged with Nanhua. White and golden brilliance intertwined. Zhuang Zhouzi and Nanhua's figure changed a few times. Zhuang Zhouzi looked at Du Wan and Dai Fairy, smiled faintly and said softly, "The Chinese zither has 50 strings without a reason, each string and a column reminds me of the past." Zhuang Xingxiao dreams of butterflies, looking at the emperor in love, holding Du Wan, the moon and pearls of the sea shed tears, the sun shines on the blue field. This feeling can be regarded as a memory, but it was already lost at that time. The moment Zhuang Zhouzi finished saying those words, he and Nanhua disappeared without a trace. 2 strings of dense gas, one white and one yellow, turned into a silver fruit and fell to the ground. Du Wan and Dai Fairy appeared under the silver fruit at almost the same time. Holding the silver fruit in their hands, the 2 ladies burst into tears. "You're living a carefree life, but how are you going to repay what you owe us?" Du Wan smiled bitterly, her hands were trembling, there was no light in her eyes anymore. She looked like she was dead. Dai Fairy's face was ashen, there was no sign of life in her eyes. "Since you've left, I will follow you in life and death," Dai Fairy murmured. Looking at Du Wan's eyes, the 2 ladies who had been fighting for hundreds of millions of years nodded without any dispute for the first time. Du Wan and Dai Fairy held hands and started to burn their soul strength. Their soul power turned into specks of golden light and fell on Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen's body. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He wanted to stop them. "Don't go, they're going to pass down their lifetime inheritance to them. This is a great creation." Princess Du Wan could be said to be the 9 and 5 supreme venerables in the desolate mountains. Those who could be compared to her could be counted on one hand. Dai Fairy is a peerless demoness of the Yao race. Their lifelong heritage is not something you can understand. Ancestral Dragon Emperor stopped Jiang Chen and said softly. Clearly, Jiang Chen's worries were unnecessary. "Unfortunately, you don't have the same luck as them." Even Zhuang Zhouzi could not avoid turning into a mortal. It seems that who in this world can defy the heavens and change their fate? Ancestral Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Chen stared at Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen without blinking. Both of their eyes were closed tightly as the golden soul inheritance entered their bodies. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent as he was afraid that the 2 of them would be in danger. Not long after, the golden brilliance gradually faded away. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. Both of their temperament had undergone a great change. Compared to before, they were now more graceful and elegant. At this moment, the silver fruit fell from their hands. Both of them were still resting with their eyes closed, there was no sign of them waking up. Jiang Chen picked up the silver fruit. Ancestral Dragon Emperor's pupils shrunk as he stared at the silver fruit. "Is this the silver dragon fruit?" Jiang Chen said. "Hee, silver dragon fruit? You underestimate this thing too much. Hurry up and keep it. Even if this thing is in front of emperors, it will be coveted by others. This is the fruit of fortune, it can also be said to be the result of the great Tao. The fruit of fortune is similar to the Saraira of Buddhism. However, it is more precious than the Saraira. Only when a true Tao expert dies will the fruit of fortune be born. Moreover, not all Tao experts can bear the fruit of fortune. This fruit of fortune can help you in your cultivation. It can be considered as the crystallization of the Tao of an expert. Anyway, it's extremely precious. You must keep it well. Only when you reach the Emperor realm will you understand how precious this fruit of fortune is." Ancestral Dragon Emperor said seriously and asked Jiang Chen to keep the fruit of fortune. Not to mention divine kings, even Emperor realm experts would not be able to avoid the fruit of fortune. Jiang Chen was shocked. It seems like he underestimated this thing. What if he gave the fruit of fortune to the emissary of the Tongxian mansion as the silver dragon fruit? Wouldn't that be a great loss? After keeping the fruit of fortune, Ancestral Dragon Emperor entered the Zulong Tower again. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen once again. His heart was deeply affected by Yan Qingqing. In this life, Jiang Chen said that he would definitely make Yan Qingqing happy. since she had forgotten about him, then he would pursue her again. It was not about romance, it was about sincerity. What's wrong with me? Moling Dongchen opened her eyes slowly. When she saw that the person in front of her was Jiang Chen, she was relieved. At that moment, Moling Dongchen could not help but throw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace. Jiang Chen, I seem to have had a very long dream. After experiencing countless life and death situations, it was you who saved me in the end. At this moment, Moling Dongchen appeared to be extremely cautious. However, after she had truly experienced the dreamlike life and death transition, she became even more determined in her heart. Love is love, there was no need to hide it. It's alright, everything is over now. Jiang Chen said with a smile and patted Moling Dongchen's shoulder. Slap, just as Jiang Chen was smiling, a huge slap landed on his face. The burning pain made his body tremble. He didn't have the slightest bit of precaution and was slapped in the face. No one would feel good if they were in his shoes. However, Jiang Chen saw Yan Qingqing's eyes in the next second. Her eyes were filled with love, anger, and tenderness. Qingqing, is that really you? Jiang Chen murmured. Did Qingqing become the girl who was willing to go through life and death with him again? If I don't wake up, I don't know how many more innocent girls you're going to provoke behind my back with Sister Ningzhu and Sister Qinyu. Yan Qingqing sneered and said. She bit her red lips so hard that blood started to flow out from her mouth. All these years, she had gone through a lot of bitterness, sorrow, and longing. It was not to pursue longevity nor to be unparalleled in the world. It was just to become the tenderness in Jiang Chen's embrace. However, when they met again, Jiang Chen was holding another woman in his arms. Yan Qingqing's heart was filled with longing and love for a long time. Qingqing, I miss you. Jiang Chen's sentence almost melted Yan Qingqing's heart in a moment. She could no longer hide the mist in her eyes. In an instant, her face was filled with tears. She threw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace and hugged his shoulder tightly while sobbing. End of chapter 28:34. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.